This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Last Place Traveler, Awakening Profession. Ah, someone jumped off the building again. Hurry up and see if there is any hope. A burst of noise spread into the not-so-quiet Class 9 of Anqing No. 9 Middle School. A group of children, who just turned 18, all turned pale. This is a world where all people awaken their professions. There are noble wizards, brave knights, strong warriors, heroic swordsmen, heroic knights, ethereal Taoist priests. There are also life professions such as blacksmiths, tailors, and chefs, and more ordinary people who fail to awaken. Once awakening fails, they are destined to be at the bottom of society for life, or even cannon fodder on the battlefield, and their lives are in danger. The person who jumped off the building outside, is he the 18th person today? Fatty Yang. Is your awakening secret book useful? Can it really increase the success rate of awakening? It must be useful. This is the master secret book I bought for 1,000 dragon coins. It will definitely not be wrong. But drinking boys' urine, isn't it too outrageous? If you think it's outrageous, don't use it. Anyway, I have already used it. Listening to the whispers of the two classmates behind him, Lee Sin lowered his head and pretended to be calm while flipping through the book. But the sweat on his palms had already wet the pages in his hands. Lee Sin silently memorized the secrets that the two classmates behind him said, and prepared to find an opportunity to try them out later. At this time, Chung Kai in front of Lee Sin turned his head and said with disdain, "Lee Sin, don't read books. You are the last one. No matter how hard you try, you will always be the last one." Well, I don't expect to successfully awaken my profession. I can only read books well. Try to get good grades in the liberal arts exam, and find a good job in the future. Lee Sin turned a page of the book, glanced at the strong Chung Kai, and lowered his head to turn another page of the book. He is a time traveler without a golden finger. After 3 years of time travel, even if he studies hard every day, the knowledge system of the two worlds is very different, and his grades are getting worse and worse. He is just a little handsome, an ordinary person with no grades, no family background, and no background. He is used to being despised by his classmates. However, career awakening is an opportunity for ordinary people to counterattack, and he has been looking forward to this day. "Lee Sin, my toilet is a bit big, and I just need a cleaner. Why don't you come to my house to work? I will give you a monthly salary of 600 dragon coins." "Haha. Boss Chung, 600 is too high. I will give you 300. Lee Sin is useless except for his face. He is definitely not good at cleaning toilets. Chung Kai's deskmate and younger brother also came to help. "Chung Kai, are you bullying Lee Sin again? Aren't you bored? It's no fun to bully this kind of rubbish. How about we practice?" Lee Sin's deskmate Yang Wei, who had been lying down pretending to sleep, stood up, and Lee Sin immediately took the book in his hand and dodged. He just saw this female deskmate pretending to sleep, but she used the secret book that Fatty Yang said behind her. "Haha, Yang Wei, you are pretending to be a big sister again. Only barbarians will fight at every turn. I am the one who wants to awaken the mage. I won't argue with you." Chung Kai looked at Yang Wei, who was 1.9 meters tall and stronger than himself, and turned around to find other brothers to exchange awakening secret books. "Lee Sin, you are just not strong enough. If you are strong, Chung Kai will be weak. Here, this is the awakening secret book I collected, all of which are proven to be effective." Yang Wei threw a handwritten copy to Lee Sin, put her hands in her pockets, and walked out of the class, probably to collect awakening secret books. Lee Sin pouted. This guy is a bit arrogant, but he has good character. Boys' urine, success rate 80%. Toad remains plus cicada remains plus 5-step snake skin, success rate 70%. Gecko broken tail plus sunflower. Lee Sin flipped through this secret book, and his mouth twitched unconsciously. His stomach was churning. He didn't vomit it immediately because he had strong willpower. He found out that he was wrong. Yang Wei was trying to drag others into this. She wanted to let her classmate enjoy the same suffering she had suffered. He looked up at other classmates in the class. They were basically whispering about various ways to increase the success rate of awakening. Many of them had strange things on their desks. Although everyone can participate in the awakening ceremony at the age of 18, 66% of people will fail to awaken. 22% can only awaken life professions, and only 11% can awaken combat professions. Only by awakening the combat profession can one truly become a superior person. For other life professions, at most, one can only live a better life. Those who fail to awaken are at the bottom of society. Not only do they have to do heavy work, but they may also become cannon fodder in the sudden outbreak of beast and monster tides at any time. The awakening profession is the only fair opportunity for every ordinary person in his life to turn things around. No matter how disgusting the method is, someone will try it. Lee Sin wanted to try it, but after reading the secret book given by Yang Wei, he directly gave up the idea. It was too disgusting and unreliable. Time soon came to 11 noon, and the students of Class 9 were taken to the school playground and lined up to awaken. Chum Kai. He awakened successfully. He actually awakened a fifth-turn magician. Oh my god. This is the first fifth-turn profession in our school this year. Chum Kai really soared to the sky this time. Chum Kai, the seventh to awaken, was a big surprise. When the students exclaimed, the school principal broke through the door and flew over. And other school leaders also dropped their work and rushed over. Chum Kai looked at his classmates with disdain in the midst of all the attention, and flew away with the principal. His eyes seemed to say, everyone present is trash. Quiet. The awakening ceremony continues. You see, although our number 9 high school is the worst high school in Anqing, we can also awaken advanced professions. And you all have a chance. The dean in charge of the awakening ceremony comforted and encouraged everyone, and continued the awakening ceremony. Yang Liang. Awakening failed. Fatty Yang in the back seat of Lee Sin used so many secret methods, but still failed. Bu, first-turn blacksmith. His desk mate awakened successfully, although it was only a first-turn life profession. The following awakenings were normal. A group of classmates failed to awaken continuously, or only had a first-turn profession. Until Yang Wei, fourth-turn priest. Another high-level combat professional. Our class 8 is the last class in the school, and it can produce 2 geniuses. Not long after, Yang Wei was also taken away by the crowd. Lee Sin looked at Yang Wei, who was taken away with some indie, walked forward quickly. It was his turn to awaken. After walking up to the awakening stone platform, just as he stood still, the Dean of Teaching outputted magic power to the stone platform, and immediately a white light enveloped Lee Sin. Lee Sin felt that he suddenly appeared in a chaotic gray space, and there were light spots of different sizes all around him. I don't know how long it took. Lee's eyes lit up, and he woke up. Lee Sin awakened to the dual professions of a farmer and a chef. Just as he came back to his senses, he heard the somewhat regretful voice of the Dean of Teaching in his ear. Dual life profession? Haha, it's better not to have an awakening profession. Hee, it's still a dual life profession, known as a worker chosen by heaven. How many decades do you think Lee Sin can work? Haha, another century-old worker. While Lee Sin was still in a daze, the whispering voice of his classmates below came into his ears. He was stunned for a moment, then suppressed his excitement, and quickly returned to the classroom. Only he knew that his golden finger, as a time traveler, had arrived. Chapter 2-3 Professionals, 9-turn Formation Master. Sitting back in class, Lee Sin opened the book A Brief History of Professionals. While reading some of the knowledge on it, he suppressed his excitement. Professionals are only divided into combat professions and life professions, without distinction between high and low. The first sentence at the beginning is a joke. Everyone knows that. Combat professions are the real professionals, the truly noble people above all others. After awakening, everyone's physical fitness will be greatly improved. At level 0, even the weak and sickly people will be improved under the transformation of the heavenly Tao rules. And their muscle strength. Pulling force will reach 100 kilograms. Grip strength and upward pulling force will reach 50 kilograms. And the impact force of punching will reach 300 kilograms. Slightly stronger than ordinary people. That is, 1 point of combat power. After upgrading, according to different professional bonuses, different strengths will be improved. For example, the bonus of the first turn of the farmer is 0.1. And each level up can only get a 10% physical bonus, while the bonus of the first turn of the warrior is 1. And each upgrade can get a 100% basic physical bonus, if it is some powerful special profession or hidden profession. The profession bonus can be as high as 9. Each upgrade can be several times stronger than ordinary professionals. In addition, another standard to measure whether a profession is strong or not is turns. After the second turn, the profession bonus doubles, and it keeps doubling. The more turns, the higher the height you can reach in the future, and the stronger your strength. The lowest is 1 turn, and the highest is said to be 9 turns. But that is just a legend. Before today, the highest turner in Dragon Country was unparalleled forger Oh Yecheong, an 8-turn blacksmith. But the strongest fighter in Dragon Country is the 7-turn swordsman Feng Yun Sword Immortal Lord Qing Feng Yun. The basic career bonus of life professionals is too low. Even if the number of turns is higher, it is impossible to be stronger than combat professionals. So the sentence, "there is no distinction between high and low professions," is the biggest joke. It was said before that 66% of people will fail to awaken, 22% can awaken life professions, and only 11% can awaken combat professions. The last 1% will awaken dual professions. This is a rare profession, but it is generally recognized that it is not worth cultivating, because the upgrade experience of multi-professionals is multiplied by 100 times. The skill proficiency upgrade requirements are multiplied by 100 times. And the strength improvement after the upgrade can only be improved according to the lowest profession bonus. Unless 2 combat professions are awakened, or 1 combat profession and 1 life profession, when there is a combat profession, the profession bonus of the combat profession is calculated first. This is no profession is noble or humble. The most embarrassing rule of heaven. Some forces reluctantly cultivate dual professionals with combat professions. Even the government will not cultivate dual life professionals, with only 10,000 dragon coins as career awakening bonus, and no other subsidies and support. Lee Sin is such a dual life professional on the surface, destined to work only. But he is actually a triple professional. Name, Lee Sin LB01/age, 18. Profession, first turn farmer 0.1. First turn chef 0.2. 9 turn array master 9 strength, 1. Physique, 1. Spirit, 2. Agility, 1. HP, 100. Physique, 100. Mana, 200. Combat power, 1. Talent, not activated. Skills, digging epic LV1, big pot rice normal LV1, drawing array legend LV1, exploding array perfect LV1. Array master is a combat profession, and his profession bonus is the highest, 9, that is. Every time he upgrades, his physical fitness can be improved by 9 times. Although the upgrade experience is also 100 times, his growth potential is huge. If he changes his profession several times, then the improvement will be even greater. If he completes the 9th turn of the Array Master, each improvement is an 81-fold improvement in basic physical fitness. Moreover, the quality of his 3 skills is very high. Slurp, slurp, seeing the book in his hand wet, he quickly slurped the tears from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, Lee Sin, you are really useless. Changing to a chef can still make you drool? Ha ha ha. The sound of Lee Sin slurping saliva was heard by Chung Kai, who just came back after receiving the reward, pointing at him and bursting into laughter. Ha ha, look at his useless look. This is how his life will be. Lee Sin, my pig farm is just looking for a breeder. Your skills are just right. My electronics factory is also looking for a chef. How about giving you 600 dragon coins a month? The other students who had successfully awakened in the class followed Chung Kai's words and laughed at Lee Sin. Even a few students who failed to awaken came to flatter Chung Kai. Looking at Chung Kai, who was laughing so hard, Lee Sin asked calmly, "Did you get the rewards and subsidies? What are they?" Hee hee. The school rewarded me with 5 million dragon coins and a certificate of job transfer to a first-level magician. As long as I upgrade to the first level, I can immediately change my job. And Chung Kai paused here and took out a dark and simple magic wand from behind. Blue Excellence Level Novice Magic Wand. A novice artifact. Chung Kai waved it twice. Very proud. Well, congratulations. Lee Sin just nodded lightly, not too surprised, nor did he show any envy, which made Chung Kai's desire to show off unsatisfied. And Lee Sin had already looked at Yang Wei, who had just come in, with a question in his eyes. Yang Wei frowned slightly and said, 1 million dragon coins, a certificate of job transfer to a first-level priest, a green fine staff. Not bad, much better than mine. Lee Sin's attitude towards Yang Wei was better, and he smiled and comforted her. Humph. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Seeing Lee Sin treated him differently, Chung Kai snorted disdainfully, turned around and went to show off to other students. But from time to time he pointed at Lee Sin and those students and laughed. Yang Wei seemed to want to ease Lee Sin's embarrassment, and took the initiative to say, Lee Sin will take the college entrance examination in 10 days. Which school are you going to apply to? I'm going to apply to Jingwei University. College entrance examination. I can only say that I will try my best. Lee Sin could only smile bitterly at the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is divided into civil and military examinations. The military examination accounts for 70%, which depends on the student's awakened profession. There are very few real combat tests. In the 750-point civil examination, he has never scored more than 300 points. His awakened profession is a dual profession, so he has no chance of going to college. Well, why don't you work as a chef in my factory? There are only 30 people in my factory. It's easy. Hee hee. Let's talk about it later. Lee Sin was not interested in this. He already had a general idea. However, he had to think of a way to upgrade and get a job transfer certificate. If he wanted to upgrade, he would need help from the school and classmates. He immediately asked Yang Wei, "Who are you going to team up with for the next novice trial? Can you take me with you?" This, I might. Yang Wei didn't dare to look at Lee Sin. Lowered her head. Twisted her 2 fingers. A little nervous. Maybe a little guilty? Well, it's okay. Seeing this, Lee Sin understood that although he and Yang Wei were classmates with a good relationship, their relationship was just that. Pa, just then. The head teacher Wan Luan came in, clapped his hands, and made the students quiet down. Students who don't have awakening professions can go back first. You will have a 10-day holiday, and come back to school to take the college entrance examination in 10 days. Swish, those students who failed to awaken, who had packed their school bags long ago, immediately left the classroom with their school bags on their backs, lowering their heads and looking lost and sad. After today, they and these classmates in the class are people from 2 different worlds. After these students left, there were only 14 people left in the class. Theoretically, the success rate of awakening professions is 34%. But in reality, it is not that high. Next, you need to form a team to participate in the novice trial. This is your only chance to upgrade safely with someone protecting you. So you must consider it carefully. At this point, Lee Sin could feel the head teacher pause with a pitying look at him. Chapter 3 I can solo without teammates. Each team can have up to 9 people, and at least 1 person. You can form teams freely. This is also a test for you, and a test of your organizational ability. By the way, Chung Kai, Yan Wei, you 2 should form separate teams and lead other students. The head teacher meant well. Those students who had awakened their life professions were all excited. With combat professionals protecting and helping them upgrade, it would definitely be much more convenient than upgrading on their own. The key is safety. After the arrival of the Heavenly Tao, this world has some online game features, but it is still a real world. Although the professionals have attribute panels, they can still get hurt and die. This world has resurrection items, but they are good things that only the peerless strong can have. These rookies have no practical experience and are easy to die. The 2 teams were quickly assembled. As captains, Chung Kai and Yang Wei did not choose Lee Sin, so he was abandoned. In this regard, not only the classmates were not surprised, even the class teacher Wan Luan was not surprised. He calmly took out a palm-sized scroll and a stack of banknotes and handed them to Lee Sin. Ahem, Lee Sin, you may have to form a team by yourself. The teacher has applied for a low-level novice dungeon pass for you, and a subsidy of 10,000 dragon coins. Thank you, Teacher Wan. Although Lee Sin was a little sad, he still calmly put away the money and scroll. He was really short of money now. Afterwards, the students who formed a team went to get to know each other in school, and Lee Sin went home alone with his school bag. Xiao Sun, did you awaken successfully? As soon as Lee Sin returned home, his grandfather pulled his hand and asked nervously. He smiled and held the other's hand, and said happily, "Grandpa, I awakened, I am a chef, it is easy to find a job with this profession." Okay, life profession is good, life profession is safe. If you are a combat profession like your parents, alas. Grandpa Lee's tears fell as he spoke. Lee Sin hurriedly wiped his tears and comforted him. Grandpa, my parents fought for the dragon country, for the human race, they are heroes, and they died for a good reason. If there were no combat professionals, like my parents, who carried the burden forward, us ordinary people, old and young like us, would not be able to live safely. Lee Sin's parents died the year he crossed over, sacrificed to resist the beast tide, leaving behind Lee Sin and his grandfather, and a half-sister. Okay, let's not talk about those unpleasant things. I cooked your favorite braised pork, which is made from the pork of the level 11 monster pig. It is very nutritious. Slurp. I don't know if it is because of the awakening of the chef profession. Lee Sin found that he was particularly greedy today. The grandfather and grandson immediately gathered around a small pot of braised pork, and each of them drank 3 bowls of rice. As for my sister Li Qiong, I eat lunch at school and will not be back until the evening. My sister is also a senior high school student, studying in the best number 1 middle school in Anqing. They should start awakening tomorrow. Right? I wonder if this academic sister can awaken successfully. Grandpa, our school will organize a new trial in the next few days, so I won't be back. When you go to bed at night, remember to lock the door. Are you going to school now? Seeing Li Xin nod, Grandpa Li quickly ran to the kitchen and took out a big backpack. This is the dry food that Grandpa prepared for you, enough for a normal adult to eat for 10 days. You must not eat the food in the dungeon. Here are the novice weapons left by your parents. By the way, Grandpa Li ran back to the kitchen and took out the only frying pan in the house. You are a chef. When the time comes, make good use of your skills, build good relationships with your classmates, and let them help you level up. And Li Xin's eyes gradually turned red, and tears fell unconsciously. He kept nodding, listening to his grandfather's nagging instructions. Li Xin, an orphan in his previous life, felt the warmth of family affection, and secretly vowed in his heart that he must let his grandfather live a good life, and be filial to him, and enjoy his old age. So first of all, he must quickly level up, and change his job. He carried the dry food and weapons prepared by his grandfather, as well as some cooking tools, a total of 30 kilograms of things, and bought some things with the 10,000 dragon coins, and then took the bus to the Anqing Central Square. Little guy, are you sure you want to enter the new dungeon alone? Yes. You might die. Are you sure? Yes. Hey, you're pretty stubborn. I wish you good luck. The warrior in charge of guarding the new dungeon checked Li Xin's pass and the items he carried, reminded him a few words, and asked him to stand on the teleportation platform. 9 warriors input mana from several corners of the platform. In a burst of silver-white teleportation light, Li Xin disappeared. When he regained his sight, the environment in front of him had changed drastically. He immediately put down his backpack, tightly grasped the novice long sword in his hand, and looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, there were no monsters where he appeared, and the nearest monster was 100 meters away. Fortunately, my luck is not bad. The novice copy of Anqing is called Chicken Farm, and there is only one kind of monster in it, chickens. But the levels of chickens range from level 1 to level 11, from ordinary monsters to elite monsters, and then to leader monsters, and even the boss-level Chicken King with a very low probability of appearing. You don't need high-level monsters. As long as there are more than 2 ordinary level 1 chickens, you can kill Li Xin. He is still a level 0 rookie, with only 1 point of combat power, not even a scumbag, and the combat power of a level 1 chicken is comparable to his. He looked around, and took out a small wine jar, and a brush for barbecue at home from his backpack. The wine jar was not filled with wine, but the ice slime saliva that he spent 10,000 yuan to buy, which was only 10 kilograms, and was the magic weapon that made him dare to come in alone to brush the dungeon. He did not walk far, and took 3 steps forward, and dipped the brush in the ice slime saliva, and began to draw the formation according to the formation drawings inherited from the drawing formation skill in his mind. The first time he used a skill, his mana quickly drained away. He had never drawn a formation before, but he was able to draw a complicated formation according to the prompts in his mind. However, as he continued to brush the ice slime saliva on the ground, the biting cold continued to spread, causing his hands to tremble as he drew the formation. And the traces of the formation became different in depth. The physique of a level 0 newbie was still too poor. With 100 mana output, a small formation of only 1 square meter was drawn. A blue light flashed, and the biting cold was completely restrained. His formation was barely completed. He hurriedly checked the effect of this formation. Micro Ice Formation LV1 incomplete. Freeze enemies within a diameter of 1 meter. Below level 10. Freeze for 3 seconds. Above level 10. Freeze for 1 second. Seeing the special red incomplete, Li Xin blushed. First time. Still no experience. Keep up the good work. He waved his fist to dispel the shame in his heart. And after a short rest, he began to draw the second formation. Unfortunately, the experience of the second time did not increase much, and it was still an incomplete level formation. However, it should be enough. He took out the dry food he brought from home, added some water, picked up some firewood and burned it. And a tempting neat aroma wafted out. Cluck, cluck. 2 20-centimeter tall chickens smelled the fragrance of food, and immediately raised their heads and ran over here. Chapter 4: The first formation, ice formation. The chicks did not run fast, walking and stopping very carefully, and ran 100 meters, and it took 2 minutes to reach the destination. Cluck, cluck. The two chicks looked at the food place separately, looked at each other with their cute eyes, carefully separated, then suddenly exerted force, kicked out 2 small pits on the ground, and rushed to the 2 bowls of food. Bang, bang. When the 2 chicks stepped into the micro-ice formation, the ice blue light lit up, and instantly froze them into 2 ice sculptures. It's time! Critical hit -100. Critical hit -100. Leeson, who had been holding a long sword and eager to try, rushed forward with a quick step, 1 sword and 1 chicken head. 2 swords killed the 2 chickens. Although the micro-ice array has no attack power, but the freezing power is very considerable, the 2 chickens were frozen hard, 1 sword down, and the whole chicken head was broken. In less than 2 seconds, Leeson solved the battle. The first rule of battle: monsters that can be headshot must be headshot. There must be a critical hit bonus. The battle is solved in 1 second. The legendary quality skills are awesome. As the 2 chickens died, the power of the freezing array was restrained again, and the ice on the chickens quickly disappeared. He quickly pulled out the 2 chickens and held them upside down to pour the chicken blood into a prepared pottery jar. This blood was the material for his formation. When the chicken blood had almost flowed out, he poured 2 bowls of it into the previous pan as bait and heated it again, using the fragrance to lure the next pair of chickens over. As Anqing's novice copy, Chicken Farm has been played countless times by Anqing's novices, and all kinds of strategies are free and everywhere on the street. Level 1 chickens appear in pairs, and level 2 chickens appear in groups of 3. The higher the level, the more chickens gather together. This is also the reason why the school requires teams to come in. And there are only 9 students full of 10 people. The last quota is for the teacher. Even novice copies are dangerous. The first students who entered still needed the teacher's guiding operation to be safe. And Leeson was like a person who was so isolated, generally spend money. Ask the school teacher to take care of it once. This is the obligation of the school. Single brushing a novice copy like him, but one for decades cannot be made. Time passes. Level 1 chicks are always attracted. All of them were frozen by Leeson first, then a headshot. No danger. When his mana recovers more than 100 points, he will set up another ice array. But the experience given by these level 1 chicks is very small. Each chick only gives 1 point of experience, so he has a long way to go to upgrade. It only takes 100 experience points for a single professional to upgrade from level 0 to level 1, but a dual professional needs 100 times 10,000 experience points to upgrade. 3 hours passed quickly, and he drew 6 more ice arrays. His mana recovery speed is faster than that of an average level 0 mage, recovering 200 points per hour, about 4 times that of an average level 0 mage. The third profession also has a certain bonus to his mana recovery. I have surrounded the formation into a circle. I can use the ultimate move now. Take out the shovel, use the dig skill to dig a big hole in the formation circle, throw a layer of wood, put a layer of chicken corpses, then put a layer of dead branches, and another layer of chicken corpses. He piled up 5 layers, 1 meter above the ground, then he started to grill. The strange smell of roasted chicken was spread everywhere with the breeze. Cluck, cluck, cuckoo, the chicks, big chickens, hens, roosters in the distance smelled the meat of their own kind, and immediately rushed over like crazy with red eyes. Chicken Farm, the first prohibition of the trial. You are not allowed to eat chicken in this copy. Once the live chickens inside smell the chicken, they will go berserk. Leeson listened to the chicken calls getting closer and closer, and looked down at the long sword in his hand. Novice long sword, ordinary LV0. Attack 1-10, durability 56 out of 100. As the name suggests, the novice long sword is a weapon that can be used by novices at level 0. This weapon can be exploded in small quantities in the novice copy, and the explosion rate is about 1 in 100,000. The novice long sword in his hand is said to be prepared for him by his father 10 years ago. Like the skill quality, the quality of equipment is divided into 7 levels: ordinary white, excellent green, excellent blue, perfect purple, epic red, legendary gold, mythical orange. The higher the quality, the higher the equipment score, and the higher the additional attributes of the equipment. Ordinary equipment has no additional attributes. Excellent equipment can have at most 1 additional attribute, and most equipment has no additional attributes. Excellent equipment has at least 1 additional attribute, at most 2. Perfect equipment has at most 3 attributes, and has a chance to add skills. Epic equipment must add at least 1 skill, at least 2 additional attributes, and at most 4. Legendary and mythical equipment is not something that ordinary people can imagine. For more than 100 years, there has not been a single piece of mythical equipment in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Thinking about the classification of equipment in his mind, sighing that it is not easy for the poor, Lee Sin stared at the flock of chickens that were gradually approaching. The chickens running in the front were level 2, and there were so many of them that he was a little nervous. Bang, 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 critical hit minus 200, critical hit, ice formation was not bad. The moment the chicken entered the formation, it froze it. Lee Sin's eyes, heart, and hands were all working. He chopped at the chicken's head, blowing them one by one. After chopping, he used his feet to kick the unthawed chicken carcasses out of the formation. One was to free up space, and the other was to use them as simple roadblocks to slow down the speed of the chickens behind. As the chickens kept coming to die, his experience points also soared. I'm so tired, next time, I won't do this next time. Looking at the novice long sword with only 3 points of durability left, Lee Sin was scared. This time, there were too many chickens besieging him. If there were more, he might not be able to hold on. Throwing the long sword in his hand, he simply lay on the ground, panting and resting, and checked the experience. 3692/. After 5 hours, he had accumulated 3,692 experience points. If he were a single professional, he could have reached level 5, but he was still level 0. It is indeed difficult for dual professionals to upgrade. Seeing the completely dark sky, Lee Sin was not going to continue killing chickens. At night, the monster's combat power increased by 50%, but the experience did not increase. It is better to have a good rest for a night, and continue tomorrow. First collect blood, and move the chicken corpses outward, forming a roadblock, then he put on his clothes and rested. Although he shouted that he wanted to have a good rest, Lee Sin did not rest well. Every hour, he turned over and drew 2 ice arrays. Without potions to restore mana, he could only use this method to slowly increase the number of ice arrays to protect his own safety. Hey, I found equipment. After daybreak, he made an unexpected discovery while drawing the formation, a Matic. Novice Matic LV0 Excellent, 5-20, durability 120/120, a novice weapon of excellent quality. What good luck, my novice long sword is about to be scrapped, and here comes a weapon with higher attack, which is really comfortable. This weapon is only 1.2 meters long, shorter than the long sword, but the pointed hoe head design makes it more convenient to use it to hit things. It's daybreak, I'll try to clear the dungeon today, and bring a novice weapon back to Shaoqiong. Having set a goal for himself, Lee Sin started a new day of barbecue. Chapter 5 The Magic of Freezing, upgraded. Lee Sin left the safe zone surrounded by the ice array, went 500 meters deep, reached the previous monster area, demolished several chicken coops, first pulled the metal brackets and metal grids in the chicken coops back to the safe zone. Then piled the wood and straw together, and then piled the corpses of the chickens killed yesterday on top. Finally, lit the fire. This time should be enough to make all the chickens in the entire copy riot. Right? Watching the raging fire, the strange smell of roasted chicken began to spread. Lee Sin smiled and walked back to the safe zone, took out the ice slime saliva, and repainted the previous ice array. Such repairs consume very little mana. It only takes a little mana to repair the formation. 27 ice formations only consume 27 mana points. However, ice slime saliva was also used up. I wonder what effect it would have if I used chicken blood to draw ice formations. Lee Sin stroked his chin and looked at the 10-kilogram pottery jar. It was full of chicken blood collected yesterday. It had begun to coagulate. If it was not used, it would be wasted. Lifting the pottery jar in the opposite direction of the grilling fire, Lee Sin began to draw a new ice formation. A 20-meter diameter formation was completed quickly by him. In just 5 minutes. Which was the same time as the 1-meter diameter formation at the beginning. It just doubled the mana consumed. Sure enough, practice makes perfect. Mini Ice Formation Remnant LV1. Freeze enemies within a diameter of 20 meters. Freeze for 3 seconds for those below level 12. Freeze for 1 second for those above level 12. Yes. Sure enough. As long as the formation is drawn correctly. And the formation ink used contains energy. My formation will succeed. A 9-turn formation master is indeed different from an ordinary formation master. Looking at the identified formation information, Lee Sin was very excited. This means that he can fight to support his own battles. As long as there are copies of monster blood, he can continue to fight. He is now level 0. With only one formation. As his level increases, he will know more and more formations. And his combat power will become stronger and stronger. He can fight in more and more copies. He can even fight in the real space connected to the copy. He quickly filled all the containers with chicken blood and prepared to continue drawing the formation. Cuckoo! Quack! Quack! 15 minutes later, chickens rushed in from a distance. This time, they were hens and roosters, ranging from level 6 to level 9. There are no level 10 turkeys yet. Level 6 hens are comparable to large birds of prey. When standing on the ground, they are already 1 meter tall. Level 9 roosters are 2 meters tall, much taller than Lee Sin, who is 1.8 meters tall. Cuckoo! Quack! When the chickens approached the burning fire, they actually stopped to gather enough people and flap their wings at the same time, creating a small whirlwind to try to put out the fire. Haha, I thought you would do this a long time ago. The wooden pillars below are all the size of a human head. The whirlwind will only make the pillars that are not easy to burn. Whoosh, the fire took advantage of the wind. The fire that originally had a lot of smoke and a small flame burned more vigorously in the whirlwind. The aroma of roasted chicken in the air became stronger and more fragrant. However, smoke and a lot of sparks were blown towards Lee Senator even with a 500-meter buffer zone. There were still a lot of flames flying over. He quickly took off his coat and put out the flames. He didn't want to become a roasted chicken. After he put out the flames around him, and the fire over there turned into a torch. Lee Sin frowned again. The chickens blew the air towards him, and the aroma of the roasted chicken could not spread further, and it was impossible to attract the level 10 turkeys. This is a bit troublesome. We have to find a way to stop the chickens from fanning themselves. I don't know, can I use the big pot rice skill with a frying pan? He turned around and lit the makeshift stove, heated the pan, heated the oil, added the onions, ginger and garlic, and sautéed the oil until fragrant. When the oil was fragrant, the chicken thighs that had just been cut were put into the pan. Sizzle, sizzle, gurgle. It smells so good. In just a few seconds, the aroma of the chicken rushed into my nose. Unlike the barbecue with hair and internal organs, the cooking with seasoning, and the big pot rice skill, the aroma made Lee Sin swallow his saliva continuously. Quack, quack, the level 9 rooster has a sharper nose, and smelled the fragrance here first, and immediately left his companions and rushed over here. They are very fast, running 100 meters in less than 9 seconds, and have good endurance, and keep charging. Lee Sin quickly put down the frying pan, turned around and picked up the pickaxe to prepare for battle. Bang, crack. Fuck. Can this be done? Lee Sin didn't even need to do anything. The rooster that rushed into the ice formation was immediately frozen, and then was smashed directly by the rooster behind him, and died. The rooster that smashed its companions entered the ice array again, and became the next ice sculpture to be smashed. Haha, is the ice array still useful in this way? It's so cool. Looking at the roosters that were smashed one after another, Lee Sin couldn't stop laughing while holding his mattock. The level 9 roosters hadn't died yet, and the level 8 roosters were coming. Lee Sin only needed to occasionally finish off the roosters that rushed into the second circle of the ice array with a headshot, and that was enough. But this experience was still too little. The level 9 monsters in the novice copy only gave 9 experience points, which was completely different from the monsters in the wild. You could get 512 experience points by killing one. Theoretically, killing monsters in the wild can gain 1% of the monster's experience. You can level up by killing 100 monsters of the same level. You may only need 50 monsters of a higher level to kill. But that is only theoretical. Killing monsters of higher levels will give you experience bonuses. Teaming up, using traps, using item cards, using formations will give you deductions. That was a complex math problem that Lee Sin had not figured out in 3 years of high school. He had a headache when he calculated it. However, as long as the number was up, it didn't matter if the monsters had less experience. He hurriedly took action, throwing the monster corpse out of the ice formation, leaving space for the chickens behind to be killed by collision. Congratulations, you have been fighting continuously, and your level has been raised, and your combat effectiveness has been improved. After killing this batch of chickens, his level was raised smoothly. Name: Lee Sin LV1236/age, 18. Occupation: First turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9 turn formation master 9 strength, 10. Physique, 10. Spirit, 20. Agility, 10. HP, 1000. Physical strength, 110. Mana, 2000. Combat effectiveness, 10. Talent, not activated. Skills, digging LV1, big pot rice LV1, drawing formation LV1, exploding formation LV1 hiss. The ninth profession is abnormal, directly 9 times the basic attribute to increase the combat power tenfold. A normal warrior has to be at level 7 or 8 to have 10 points of combat power, but he has 10 points of combat power at level 1. This is simply abnormal, and my foundation is not good. I only have 1 point of basic attribute. If I had exercised well before, wouldn't it be even more abnormal? Slurp. Well, it's not that Lee Sin is abnormal, but the fried chicken thighs are too fragrant. Lee Sin picked up the cold chicken leg meat beside him with his bare hands, and put it directly into his mouth. He had not eaten breakfast after fighting for half a day. It's time to harvest. While eating the chicken, he quickly ran into the ice array circle, stepped on the blood and flesh on the ground and began to pick up equipment items with floating blood and flesh, killing monsters above the level. But there is a bonus to the explosion rate. Not much. There are only 2 novice weapons in total. And 6 eggs. Of course, these are not real eggs, but pet eggs. After hatching, they can be pets that help professionals fight. Even if they are not used as war beasts, they can be raised in real chicken farms. They are also good breeding chickens, which can breed domestic chickens with higher nutritional value. After picking up these 8 items, Lee Sin hurriedly retreated behind the ice array circle and continued to draw the array. Chapter 6 Elite Turkey. Explosion, here it comes. Turkey LV10 Elite. Combat Power 30, HP 2000. Skills. Low altitude flight. Can fly for a short time at a low altitude below 10 meters. Small fireball LV1. Open mouth and spit out small fireballs. Cause 200% combat power damage. Cooling time, 1 minute. The turkey is a level 10 elite monster. Not only is it powerful, it also has 2 skills, and can fly at low altitude. The fire 500 meters away is still burning. The turkey is attracted by the smell of roasted chicken. Lee Sin picked up the shovel in the pit he dug before, and used the dig skill again. He quickly expanded the pit to a diameter of 3 meters, and a depth of 2 meters. He simply put together the metal brackets and net bags he had prepared to cover the top of the pit. A simple shelter was built. Then he took out the novice weapon left by Lee's mother from his backpack, which was also the most valuable thing he brought into the dungeon. Novice crossbow ordinary LV0. Combat power 8 to 8. Durability 35/100. This is a long-range attack weapon, which fires crossbow arrows the size of a little finger. This time he brought all the crossbow arrows left by his mother. Lee Sin often touched this crossbow after crossing over. He also asked a blacksmith to make 2 imitations without attributes for daily practice. This was to protect him when he entered the novice dungeon. Now it was his weapon to kill turkeys. Turkeys have high fire resistance. Once they arrived at the fire, they rushed directly into it. A group of turkeys just fluttered a few times and broke up the fire and quickly extinguished it. After extinguishing the fire, they naturally saw the corpses of their own kind piled on the ground, and immediately flew over with a roar. 500 meters is basically the flight limit of turkeys. When they fly to the corpses of the previous chickens, most of them land on the ground and start running. The turkeys, which are 2 meters tall and have a wingspan of 3 meters, run fast like flying ostriches. Baji, baji. The faster they run, the harder they fall. There are many corpses of level 8 or 9 roosters in front of the ice formation. These corpses are the best roadblocks. One by one, the level 10 turkeys were tripped by the corpses of their companions, completely losing their speed advantage, and could only get up and trot to continue rushing towards Lee Sin. Bang! The first turkey rushed the first circle of ice formation. The ice immediately froze it. Whoosh! Lee Sin, who had been aiming for a long time, immediately fired a crossbow arrow. Bang! Critical hit -900. The crossbow arrow accurately hit the turkey's head, but it was not headshot like the previous level 9 rooster. The defense of the level 10 elite monster is not to be underestimated. Gah! The next moment, the turkey shook its head, shaked off the ice on its body, screamed angrily, and rushed to Lee Sin's position again. The freezing time is only 1 second, but the next moment it stepped into the second circle of ice formation, and the light blue ice froze it again. Whoosh! Critical hit -800. Another crossbow arrow hit its head, but it only knocked its head crooked, still not dead. Then came the third round of ice formation, the third attack. Poof! Critical hit -300. The 10th level elite turkey had a strong vitality. After 3 rounds of attack by Lee Sin, It was still alive. It broke through the 3 layers of ice formation and rushed to Lee Sin. However, its life was over. Lee Sin shot another crossbow arrow into its head, ending its life. Ice had a special bonus to the damage of fire monsters. After freezing 3 times, the turkey's defense power was reduced to the lowest. Goo, goo, goo. Just when Lee Sin had a smug smile on his face, a loud rooster crowed, which froze his smile. Chicken King! I'm so damn lucky, Lee Sin complained, quickly put on his backpack, exited the cover facility, and ran to the larger ice formation behind him. Didn't you say that you would only encounter the Chicken King once after entering this dungeon 10,000 times? How did I encounter it? Back in the last big ice formation. Lee Sin took out a crossbow and stared at the turkeys that were gathering in the distance, as if they were facing a great enemy. The biggest threat of the Chicken King is not its strong strength, but its certain wisdom and its ability to command the chickens to fight. At school, the teacher emphasized more than once that if you encounter the Chicken King in the chicken farm dungeon, you should exit the dungeon immediately. Don't force yourself to die. As for the way to exit, it is also simple. Tear up the dungeon pass, and the power of the formation will take the user out of the dungeon. However, Lee Sin wanted to try to see if he could kill the Chicken King. At least, he had to kill more turkeys. In the novice dungeon, only level 10 elite monsters have a 1 in 1,000 chance of dropping a job transfer certificate, and the boss has a 1 in 10 chance of dropping one. For poor Lee Sin, the fastest way to get a job transfer certificate is to kill monsters. Cock, cock, under the command of the Chicken King, more than 300 turkeys slowly spread out, surrounding Lee Sin in a fan shape. This time, they were cautious and did not rush into the chicken corpse roadblock. Cock, another loud crowing sound. All the turkeys raised their heads, fist-sized fireballs brewed in their mouths, then they sprayed towards Lee Sin together. The fireballs were extremely fast, flying above the ice formation in the blink of an eye. Lee Sin had already taken out the dungeon pass from his waist pocket. The Chicken King's wisdom exceeded his imagination, and the danger was far beyond his expectations. Zizi. Zizi. Just when Lee Sin was about to tear open the dungeon pass, another accident happened. The small fireball that flew over the ice array circle in front, when it reached the last large array, was extinguished by the power of the array. Ha ha ha. This ice array is more powerful than I thought. Lee Sin smiled and waved the dungeon pass in his hand. The excitement of surviving the disaster made him dance the seaweed dance on the spot. Goo. The Chicken King seemed very unconvinced, commanding the turkey to fire the second round of fireballs again, which were still extinguished as soon as they entered the large ice array. It's stable. The Chicken King crowed loudly again, and launched 9 rounds of fireball attacks in succession. Each round of attack could make the fireball move 1 meter further, which was not without effect. Lee Sin could only step back a few steps from the center of the formation. Cuckoo, after 9 rounds of fireballs, more than 300 turkeys rushed over in neat steps. Bang, 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 the outer small ice formation immediately taught them how to be chickens, freezing them directly. Cuckoo, there was a hint of disdain in the Chicken King's cry, and the turkeys behind continued to move forward, pushing the frozen turkeys forward, preparing to use the human wave tactics to exhaust the mana of the small ice formation. Swoosh, swoosh. Lee Sin's crossbow shot out sparks, but it couldn't stop the chickens from rushing into the ice array. Cuckoo! Following the order of the Chicken King, the thawed chickens started to dig at the ground with their claws. Damn it! These chickens are really smart. They know how to destroy the array. Explode! Lee Sin cursed, stretched out his palm, and clenched his fist. 27 small ice arrays suddenly burst into dazzling blue light, and all the turkeys that entered the array area were frozen. Kill! He shouted, picked up the mattock, and rushed into the icy blue ground, hitting the ice sculptures one by one. Critical hit -2000, critical hit -2000, critical hit 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. After counting to 9 seconds, Lee Sin immediately retreated back to the great ice formation, and quickly picked up the crossbow to continue shooting. Click, click, after 10 seconds. The ice on the turkeys began to slowly break apart, but the turkeys no longer had the vitality they had before, and all fell to the ground in a sickly manner. This was the final use of the formation, self-destructing the formation, releasing all the power of the formation, causing a lot of damage. Cuckoo! Lee Sin had no chance to catch his breath. The Chicken King roared again, and asked the remaining turkeys to rush over. Apparently it thought Lee Sin had no backup. Unexpectedly, Lee Sin did not move this time, but waited until the remaining turkeys were less than 3 meters away from him. Then he said softly, "Explode." Huh? He swung the mattock and hit the frozen turkey. Chapter 7 Clear the Dungeon. Huge harvest. Crack, crack. In a burst of cracking sounds, all the ice sculptured turkeys were smashed, and the thawed turkeys were also smashed on the head by Leeson swinging his mattock. But after only 2 hits, he rolled back to the last ice array in a panic. The Chicken King rushed up silently. Bang! The ice exploded in time to freeze the Chicken King, and its sharp beak was less than 1 meter away from Leeson. Bang, bang, critical hit -3000, critical hit -3000, critical hit. Leeson, who had escaped death, hit the Chicken King's head with 3 consecutive hammers, but in just a short second, the Chicken King's head was not only not smashed, but also began to shake. Explode? Not daring to hesitate, he immediately activated the final explosion skill. An icy blue light flashed, and Leeson, the master of the formation, couldn't help but shiver. It was too cold. But he didn't dare to stop, raising his somewhat stiff arm and wielding the mattock. It clanged a few more times. The Chicken King stared at Leeson with red eyes, full of frustration and anger. He was the Chicken King, but he was frozen by a tiny human being and beaten without being able to move. He shed tears of grievance. Goo. Crack. 10 seconds. At the last moment, when the 10-second freezing power dissipated, he smashed the Chicken King's head in time. Huh? It was too thrilling. Huh? Huh? Leeson leaned on the mattock, breathing heavily. His hands were shaking, and his legs were so weak that he could hardly stand. Don't relax yet. He took 2 deep breaths, picked up the mattock and walked towards the turkeys that were frozen by the explosion array and had not yet recovered their mobility, and quickly killed them one by one. After all the turkeys were killed, he sat down on the turkey carcasses, breathing heavily. This time it was really dangerous. The Chicken King's determination exceeded his expectations. If he had retreated even a second later, he would have been pecked through the head by the Chicken King's sharp beak and died on the spot. Although the battle was dangerous, the gains were also good. The first thing was naturally the goal of entering the novice copy, this time the job transfer certificate. A total of 4 copies were obtained, 1 silver crystal with mysterious patterns inside. This is the first job transfer certificate for the Formation Master. 3 light red crystals with pot patterns inside. This is the chef's job transfer certificate. The rules of the novice copy are like this. Only by killing the monsters in person can you have a chance to get the job transfer certificate of the profession. He was lucky. The Chicken King got the most needed Array Master job transfer certificate, and the turkeys got the chef certificates. The farmer certificates that were still missing could be exchanged for 2 chef certificates in 1 novice copy. All his goals were perfectly achieved. Take a look at the surrounding environment. Leeson did not hesitate at all. He crushed the silver crystal with a light force. The silver light turned into silver stars and wrapped him up. Congratulations, you have completed the first job change to the Formation Master and obtained the skill, Carving Formation. Obtain 2 formation drawings. Congratulations, you have completed the first job change to the Formation Master, and your physical fitness has been improved to a certain extent. After 2 prompt sounds, Leeson quickly muttered, Attributes. Name, Leeson LV 13665/age, 18. Occupation, First turn Farmer 0.1, First turn Chef 0.2, 9 turn Array Master 9 Strength, 11. Physique, 11. Spirit, 22. Agility, 11. HP, 1100. Stamina, 110. Mana, 2200. Combat Power, 10. Talent, not activated. Skills, Digging Epic LV1, Big Pot Rice Normal LV1, Drawing Array Legend LV1, Exploding Array Perfect LV1, Carving Array Perfect LV1. Complete the first turn job transfer. The basic physical quality of the professional is improved. The attributes added by the previous upgrade cannot be doubled. Of course, the benefits are very obvious. The basic physical fitness has been improved, and the improvement can be obtained after upgrading. It is a pity that the career bonus of 0th and first transformation has not changed. Both are 9. He needs to transform for the second time, and the career bonus will double to 18. The minimum requirement for the second transformation is level 21. Only after upgrading to level 21 and finding the second transformation certificate can you change your job. For Leeson, level 21 takes a lot of time, which is enough for him to find the second transformation formation career transformation certificate. Then he used the chef's red crystal and obtained a new skill, the legendary skill medicinal diet. This skill is very interesting, and it is known as the best skill for the chef profession. The medicinal diet skill can stew various medicinal materials and monster materials into various special medicinal foods. In the early stage, it can increase temporary attributes and enhance the combat effectiveness of combat professionals. In the later stage, it can even cook medicinal foods that permanently increase attributes. And it is a guest of honor that all major forces are vying to invite. The same medicinal diet skill. The lowest is ordinary quality, and the highest is mythical quality. The higher the quality, the better the effect of the medicinal food cooked. Now, I can get into college with the medicinal diet skill. Seeing the awakened skill this time, Lee Sin's mouth corners raised again. Now, he can obtain a high social status and more upgrade resources without revealing his identity as a 9-turn formation master. It is said that people feel refreshed when they are happy. When cleaning up the battlefield, Lee Sin made a lot of gains. A blue dagger of excellent quality, 3 green novice weapons of good quality, 7 good quality item cards, and 3 pet eggs. Claw dagger excellent LV0, attack 16 to 36, durability 300/300. Sharpness +3. This sheath dagger is only as long as a palm and is thin and straight. A bit like a dagger. He tried it and put it in his sleeve, and it was invisible. He could keep it to stab people. The sharpness property allows him to cut ordinary steel. It is indeed a good treasure for killing and robbing. The other weapons and prop cards are relatively common, so he put them away casually. Turkey King Pet Egg perfect. After hatching, you can get a perfect quality Turkey King, which has good combat power. Note, this is an egg with a trace of phoenix blood. If you cultivate it well, you may get a surprise. Seeing the notes behind the pet egg, Lee Sin's eyes widened 3 dimensions. How rare are perfect quality pets? There are not even a palm of perfect quality pets known in the whole Anshan. What is a phoenix? After the arrival of the heavenly Tao, Blue Star is connected with 3 worlds. The most powerful and the most dangerous of which is the monster world. The monster world has invaded 1/3 of the space of Blue Star, and the phoenix is one of the top beasts in the monster world. There has only been 1 phoenix invasion in the history of Blue Star. 2 phoenixes entered Blue Star within 3 hours. And 3 S-class large cities and 9 B-class cities were directly destroyed. All the people died, including 3 7th-level combat professionals, who were eaten by the phoenix as snacks. There are only 5 countries left in the entire Blue Star, and only 18 S-class large cities have been built so far. There are only 12 S-class large cities left. It can be seen how powerful the phoenix is. As for the other 2 worlds, they are the magic world and the low-level martial arts world. Humans in these 2 worlds have established outposts on the opposite side. Looking at the fist-sized red-skinned egg, Lee Sin's hands were shaking. If this egg was leaked, he would be killed immediately. His family would disappear from this world. Even if there is such a thing as law in this world, it can't stop the unscrupulous means of the ambitious people. It's a good thing. But it's too hot. Lee Sin couldn't help but smile bitterly. This treasure might have to be presented to the Dragon Kingdom government. Chapter 8 Stealth Formation. Put it in your pocket and it's safe. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. If the thing is too good, some people will be jealous, and in order to get it, they will directly take your life. That's the basic operation. In the wild of this world, stories of killing and stealing treasures happen every day. In the city, the powerful people rob the poor at any time. With a wry smile, he put the Turkey King pet egg into his backpack, and looked at the other 3 pet eggs, which are also good things. Green excellent pet eggs. Excellent pets are pets that can really help professionals in battle. An excellent turkey pet egg is worth 100,000 dragon coins in Anshan, and can be sold for 200,000 in other cities. It is a local specialty that is in short supply. But it is not good enough in front of the perfect Turkey King pet egg. By the way, didn't I just get 2 formations? It seems that one of them can play a role. Lee Sin suddenly had an idea, and mentally connected the attribute panel, checking the new formations obtained after the job change. Speeding formation. Hidden formation. Speeding array. Draw an array within a certain range, increase the movement speed and attack speed of friendly forces. Draw it on an object, increase the attack speed. Hidden breath array. Draw an array within a certain range, hide the life breath within the range. Draw it on an object, hide the true strength of the object. The array has not been drawn, Only a vague introduction. The specific effect still depends on the drawing level of the painter Lee Sin and the quality of array ink. Seeing the introduction of Hidden Breath Array, Lee Sin felt a surge of hope in his heart again, put all his energy on the array knowledge of Hidden Breath Array, and learn it as soon as possible. Time passed by minute by minute. 2 hours later, Lee Sin finally opened his eyes, walked quickly to the body of the Chicken King, cut it open, dipped his finger in the blood of the Chicken King, and began to draw on an excellent pet egg. Hidden Breath Array Remnant LV1, hide 10% of life fluctuations. The introduction is very simple, and the effect is very ordinary. He washed the lines on the pet egg with clean water and drew again. After upgrading and changing his job, his mana reached 2,200. Drawing the Hidden Breath Array consumes 200 mana points, which is enough for him to draw 11 times. After 10 times of practice, with the improvement of drawing accuracy, it can already hide 20% of life fluctuations. The blood of the Chicken King began to dry up. He quickly took out the Turkey King pet egg and carefully drew it. Hidden Breath Array Remnant LV1, hide 30% of life fluctuations. Note: use the same source of life array ink to draw, the effect is improved by 50%. Hee, is this a pleasant surprise? After waiting for 10 minutes, the traces of the Hidden Breath Array disappeared. Lee Sin looked at the Turkey King pet egg again. The attribute information really changed. Chicken King pet egg excellent. After hatching, you can get an excellent quality Chicken King pet, with good combat power. The previous annotation disappeared, and the combat power description changed from good to good. Now, it's not so noticeable. Looking at the Turkey King pet egg, which is similar to the other 3 excellent turkey pet eggs, Lee Sin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the time. It was 12 noon. It should be lunchtime. There should be no one outside the copy, so he hurried out. He threw away the unwanted items in his backpack, leaving only half of the dry food, and then put 10 pet eggs and 7 item cards in. Then he tore off a piece of clothing and tied the 3 fine weapons and 2 ordinary novice weapons he had obtained to his body, and then tore open the dungeon pass. In a white light, Lee Sin returned to the Blue Star world, on the teleportation stone platform where he had teleported away before. Except for the mess on his body, there was no trace of blood on his body. This is one of the rules of the dungeon space. In the dungeon space, only the equipment and other dropped items that were exploded by monsters can be taken out, and other items cannot be taken out even if they are natural treasures. Oh, you are not dead, and you got a good harvest. Lee Sin was still dizzy when a surprised voice came over. Well, I was lucky. I used the trap to kill all the chickens. He shook his head, then answered with a silly smile, trying to show the excitement of having a lucky break. Ha, lucky guy, the trap is not so easy to pull off, not to mention that you are a farmer and a chef. The captain of the guard looked Lee Sin up and down, his eyes full of suspicion. Hey, didn't I buy some ice slime saliva? The medicine made from that thing can make those chickens weak or even unconscious. And then it's very easy to kill them with one knife. Lee Sin still smiled foolishly, and made up an excuse that he had prepared long ago. Poison? That's possible. Okay. You know the rules. We need to check your harvest and register it, but don't worry. It's up to you whether you sell the things or not. Understood. Understood. Lee Sin nodded repeatedly, walked down the teleportation stone platform, and unpacked all the things at the registration office next to him. However, he deliberately did not take out the clawed dagger in his sleeve, and deliberately pretended to cover it up. Boy, do you want to die? A middle-aged woman in her 40s at the registration office suddenly grabbed Lee Sin's right hand with lightning speed and tore off his sleeve directly. Clang, the clawed dagger immediately fell to the ground, making a crisp collision sound. Auntie, misunderstanding, I used it in the dungeon battle and forgot to take it out. I really didn't hide it on purpose. Lee Sin's face turned pale, and he explained anxiously, but the middle-aged woman did not believe Lee Sin's words, and lightly kicked up the dagger, and grabbed it in her hand. Excellent dagger, with sharp attribute, it's really a good thing. Her eyes lit up when she saw the attribute. Seemingly she was a little tempted. Excellent dagger is not rare. What is rare is the excellent novice weapon that can be used at level 0, which is a treasure that novices are scrambling to buy. Excellent dagger? Give it to me. My son will participate in the novice trial tomorrow, and he just needs a weapon. Before he finished speaking, the captain of the guard on the teleportation stone platform had appeared beside the two. Lu Bao, I saw this first. My daughter will be a senior next year, and she needs this dagger even more. My son will use it first, and I will give it to your daughter next year. The quarrel between the two attracted other people in the copy square, and several managers joined the fight for the claw dagger without asking Lee Sin, the person involved, what he meant. Seeing this scene, Lee Sin was secretly happy, but he had to deliberately show a reluctant expression. His classmate Chung Kai got the reward of the fifth turn magician, which was the excellent novice weapon. It can be seen that the excellent novice weapon is precious. Several people fought for a long time, and finally it was taken by a captain who came later. As for the price, 200,000 dragon coins. This price is 1/3 of the market price. Lee Sin didn't dare to say no. With a claw dagger to attract attention, his chicken king pet egg became inconspicuous. In the end, he only took away 2 excellent beginner weapons, an excellent turkey pet egg, a farmer's job transfer certificate, and the only thing he really wanted to keep, the chicken king pet egg. After such a commotion, and after a formal registration, even if his turkey king has any unusual behavior in the future, he can explain it by mutation. This pet egg with the blood of the phoenix is truly safe in his pocket. Chapter 9 Talent, 10,000 times proficiency. Genius sister. Little classmate, you are lucky, but your development potential is not high. After the college entrance examination, you can consider joining the army and become a cook. It will help you upgrade. Well, thank you for your reminder, Commander Liu. I will consider it. The second lieutenant captain sent Lee Sin back home and gave him a suggestion. Lee Sin bowed his head happily. He also understood that this was the effect of the skill medicinal diet. If it weren't for this skill, the second lieutenant would never invite him. Shaosin, why did you come back? Didn't your school start the novice dungeon trial today? Yes, Shaosin. Why did you come back suddenly? Did something happen in your class? The city guards actually sent you back? Lee Sin, did you break the law? As soon as the second lieutenant left, Lee Sin's neighbors immediately surrounded him and asked questions. I completed the trial, and I got the job transfer certificate and came back. Lee Sin didn't want to explain anything more. He took out a green crystal ball from his pocket and held it high above his head. Those who wanted to continue asking questions immediately shut up. No matter what means Lee Sin used to get the job transfer certificate, it was all his ability. It didn't matter whether he entered the novice copy or not. Even if he entered the novice copy, he might not get the job transfer certificate. Shaosin, are you going to join the army? Grandpa Lee, who came downstairs after hearing the noise from the crowd, had the opportunity to ask Lee Sin at this time. Lee Sin quickly squeezed through the crowd, stepped forward to support Grandpa, and then said loudly, the second lieutenant officer just now invited me. But I still want to take the college entrance examination. I have to try to get into college. That's good. That's good. Grandpa Lee's nervous heart finally settled down. As we all know, in this war era, soldiers have the second highest mortality rate. If you are a city defense soldier, it is not too dangerous in the city. If you are a frontier garrison soldier, the mortality rate is as high as 40%. Almost no one is willing to volunteer to join the army. They will only join the army if they are forced to be conscripted. Lee Sin is the only one left in the Lee family. Grandpa Lee naturally does not want Lee Sin to take risks. Lee Sin means that Lee Sin wants to branch out and grow into a forest. This is the deepest hope of Lee Sin's parents. Even if Lee Sin cannot awaken his profession, as long as he gets married and has children, Grandpa Lee will be satisfied. This is the simplest and most sincere expectation of ordinary people. After a few more polite words with the neighbors, the grandfather and grandson returned to their house. Grandpa, this time I played the dungeon alone, and the harvest was huge. Look! In the living room, Lee Sin took out everything in his backpack and showed it to Grandpa Lee to make him happy. First, there was a bank card with 520,000 in it, then 2 pet eggs, and finally a fine novice sword, a fine novice staff, and the crossbow with only 11 durability points. He also didn't know what profession his sister Li Qiang would awaken, so he simply prepared all the novice weapons for one battle and one method. Good. Good. Very good. My eldest grandson has made progress. The child's father, the child's mother, you can rest in peace. Woo-woo. Grandpa Lee touched this and that, and suddenly burst into tears. Grandpa, this is a happy thing, please don't be sad. Bastard, Grandpa is happy, these are tears of happiness. Grandpa Lee hugged Lee Sin, and patted Lee Sin's back hard, making a bang-bang sound. Lee Sin couldn't help shedding a few tears. It feels so good to have family. After being moved for a while, Grandpa Li pushed Li Sin away, saying that he wanted to celebrate, and went to buy groceries. He also helped Li Sin save the money. In the words of the old man, this is his wife's money. Li Sin sorted out his mood and returned to his room, closed the doors and windows, sat on the bed, and crushed the farmer occupation first job transfer certificate. Congratulations, you have completed the first job transfer of the farmer, and obtained the skill, fertilization. Congratulations, you have completed all the first job transfers, and started to activate talents. Li Sin suddenly became nervous. The talent of a professional can be regarded as the most important ability of a professional, and the most important supplement of a professional. A good talent can make a bad professional turn the tide. But a rubbish talent may also make a hidden professional fall into the dust. He has the 9 revolutions formation master profession. And he is looking forward to having a top-notch talent. At least, he should not have a bad talent. Congratulations. You have obtained the talent, 10,000 times proficiency. Hearing this prompt, Li Sin was shocked. What is this 10,000 times? He quickly opened the attributes and checked the talent. Talent, 10,000 times proficiency myth. Every time a professional completes a skill, he can obtain 10,000 times proficiency. Great. Simple and crude. It's so damn good. He is a 3 professional. Others can upgrade their skill proficiency by 100 points. But he needs 1 point. With this talent, he can upgrade as long as he completes a skill once. Although the overall effect is only improved by 100 times. It is also 100 times faster than other professionals in practicing skills. Professionals are better than ordinary people in that they can learn various skills and become stronger. And the continuous improvement and strengthening of skills is the top priority. Sure enough, all time travelers have golden fingers, which is the difference between arriving early and arriving late. Ha ha ha. After laughing excitedly for a while, Li Sin, who was completely relaxed, soon fell asleep. When he woke up, he saw another person who had opened a cheat. His cheat sister Li Qiong. You are actually an 8th turn professional. And a combat professional? At the dinner table, after the family finished dinner, the cute and lovely Li Qiong told Li Sin and Grandpa Li this earth-shattering news. It's still an 8th turn Taoist profession. An 8th turn Taoist, this is going to be against the sky. Li Sin couldn't help but hold his forehead in amazement. He is a poor student. Li Qiong is a top student, the study committee member of Class 1 of Anqing No. 1 Middle School. Let's put it this way, others can get 100 points because they can only get 100 points. Li Qiong got 100 points because the highest score on the test paper is 100. She is a genius student. This sister always laughs at Li Sin's academic performance. The relationship between the 2 siblings is not so harmonious. When Li Sin asked her to tutor him, she was also indifferent. She always dismissed Li Sin on the grounds that she also needed to study. Now I heard that this cheap sister had awakened to the 8th career. Li Sin was still very happy for her. Well, I just awakened today. The president of Jinghui University came to sign the enrollment agreement with me in person. There are 10 million in this card. Grandpa, you can buy a villa in the city center tomorrow. It's comfortable to live in. The most important thing is that it is safer. Li Sin couldn't help but take a breath. Jinghui University is really generous. The average worker's monthly salary is only 1,000 dragon coins. Grandpa Li works as a security guard in a community factory, and only has a salary of 600 dragon coins per month, and he has to work night shifts. Li Sin's family of 3 spends 500 dragon coins a month. Just think about it, and you will know the purchasing power of this dragon coin. 10 million is not a small amount. Jinghui University also guarantees all my job transfer certificates from the 1st to the 8th level. Fuck, this is awesome. When Li Qiong said the next reward, Li Sin cursed directly. Jealousy made him unrecognizable. The first job transfer certificate is 100,000 dragon coins. You can buy it if you have money. The second job transfer is 1 million. The third job transfer is 10 million. You need to be very rich to afford it. The fourth job transfer certificate is hundreds of millions. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. You must have connections to buy it. Of course, if you are strong enough to kill monsters yourself, you don't have to spend a penny. Li Sin is still struggling to figure out how to get the advanced job transfer certificate. Li Qiong is being paid for by someone. Where can such a good thing happen? He also wants to expose his 9-level formation master profession. Chapter 10 Jinghui University's Conditions, Young Girl in Love. Xiao Qiong, Jinghui University gives you such a good reward. Is it conditional? Grandpa Li was more rational, after the initial surprise, asked a key question. Yes, there are conditions, but the conditions are very simple. I must teach at Jinghua University after I graduate from university, for a period of 30 years. 30 years? Li Xin was stunned, and then shook his head. University 4 years, if you take the postgraduate entrance examination, it will take another 4 years, and then take the doctoral examination, it will take at least another 4 years, and then teach for 30 years, that's 42 years. Jinghua University is trying to kidnap Li Qiong's best 42 years. If there is any dangerous mission, it is possible that Li Qiong will be asked to fight, which means recruiting a super fighter. If it were him, Li Xin would definitely not agree to such a condition. He would rather go to the wild to kill monsters, and level up to earn money to buy a job transfer certificate. The soul from the earth yearns for freedom. 30 years, it's not too much. If Xiao Qiong can transfer to the 8th job, she will have a lifespan of at least 500 years. 30 years will pass in a flash. Compared to Li Xin shaking his head, Grandpa Li nodded happily, and was very satisfied with this condition. Li Xin was also stunned. Compared with a lifespan of 500 years, 30 years is indeed insignificant. He is still using the experience of his previous life to measure the value of this world. This needs to be changed. He simply stopped discussing her reward with Li Qiong and asked, "Has your school prepared a novice weapon for you?" "Yes. A blue peachwood sword. A Taoist weapon." As Li Qiong said this, she touched her left index finger, and a peachwood sword emitting a faint purple-blue halo appeared in her hand. Space ring? Li Xin was shocked again, staring at the silver ring on Li Qiong's left index finger, and almost drooling. Hee. This is a storage ring, with 10,000 cubic meters of space inside. It is a personal gift from Principal Jinghua. So rich. So rich. So inhumane. A 1 cubic meter space ring on the market costs 100,000 dragon coins. But it is priceless. It is said that it costs 1 million dragon coins on the black market. 10,000 cubic meters. Li Xin didn't know how much it would cost. Li Qiong mischievously stretched out her finger in front of Li Xin, slowly shaking it left and right, causing Li Xin's head to shake left and right. Hee. Seeing Li Xin's stupidity, Li Qiong laughed happily. You? Li Xin came back to his senses, wanted to scold Li Qiong but swallowed it back. This sister is not someone he can offend now. Xiao Qiong, this is the novice weapon your brother prepared for you, you can keep it together. Just then, Grandpa Li came to break Li Xin's embarrassment again. He brought the backpack from Li Xin's room over, and pushed the 2 pet eggs and 2 novice weapons to Li Qiong. Well, brother, have you completed the novice trial today? And you got so many things? Li Qiong was still level 0, so she naturally couldn't tell that Li Xin had upgraded. But she knew that number 9 was the novice dungeon she entered today. She thought her brother was eliminated early, and was ready to comfort him. Unexpectedly, Li Xin was able to pass the novice trial, and get a share of the spoils. When exploring in a team, the distribution of spoils is always based on the amount of effort. If Li Xin can get the spoils, it means that he has also made great efforts. Haha, your brother is also very good, he cleared the novice dungeon by himself. Xiao Qiong. Look, this pet egg is blue and excellent, it's just right for you to use it. Grandpa Li praised Li Xin, quickly took out the Turkey King pet egg, and stuffed it into Li Qiong's hand, for fear that she would not want it. Grandpa, I can't have this pet egg, give it to my brother, he is a farmer and a chef, it's safer to have an excellent pet. Wait, Xiao Qiong. You said Xiaosun is a farmer and a chef? Grandpa Li's hand suddenly stopped, looking at Li Qiong in surprise. It seems Li Qiong realized that he had said the wrong thing. It is generally recognized that the dual-life profession has no value for cultivation. It can only be a worker's profession. Grandpa must be very sad when he knows it. What profession did my brother talk about before? I forgot to make a statement with my brother. Li Xin came over, smiled and supported the trembling grandfather and comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry. My chef's first skill is medicinal diet. It's very easy to find a job. At worst, I can open a restaurant in the future. And I can live a comfortable and wealthy life. Well, that's fine. You just be a good chef. And then find a virtuous wife to expand the Li family. Grandpa Li said, looking at Li Qiong, sighing a little lonely, and calming down. He didn't give Li Qiong the Turkey King pet egg. Xiao Qiong, you are going to participate in the novice trial tomorrow, so go to bed early. Xiaosun, you are tired all day, so go to bed early. After saying that, the old man sighed again, and went back to his room, completely without the excitement before. This made Li Xin and Li Qiong feel puzzled. But Li Sun looked at the cute and lovely Li Qiong, who had grown into a beauty, and suddenly had a strange guess in his mind. Well, you can use these 2 novice weapons, you can keep them. There are many monsters in the novice copy, and the weapons are worn out, so you can keep them as spares. Well, that's fine. Li Qiong did not refuse Li Sun's proposal. She put away the 2 novice weapons, and rubbed her hand on the storage ring for a long time, but did not take out anything. In fact, in her ring, there is a farmer's job transfer certificate and a chef's job transfer certificate, which she specifically asked for from Principal Jinghua. They were originally intended for her brotherly senator yesterday. The awakening of the profession in 9th grade ended, and she found out about Li Sun's profession. While she was worried about whether she could awaken, she also felt sad for her brother. For this reason, when Principal Jinghua asked her to admit her today, the first condition she put forward was to get these 2 job transfer certificates. Although Li Qiong looked arrogant, she still cared about her brother. Go to bed early. Looking at Li Qiong with a tangled expression, Li Sun also had a strange feeling in his heart. He reminded Li Qiong, and then lowered his head to clean up the dishes on the table. Li Qiong didn't know what she was thinking of. A touch of pink appeared on her jade-like white face. She lowered her head and went back to her room. Oh, Li Qiong, you are so shameless. That person is your brother. But a half-brother seems to be okay. Thinking of the shy part, the girl buried herself in the quilt and laughed. Which girl doesn't have spring in her heart? Li Sun didn't know what the girl next door was thinking. After returning to the room, he quickly turned on the computer and looked up the method of hatching pets. This method is very simple for summoners. Just drip a drop of blood and use the summoning technique to hatch the pet egg. Other professionals can only rely on their own body temperature to hatch slowly, which may take more than 10 days or more than 10 years. There are several ways to speed up hatching on the internet, which all require a lot of resources and money. The simplest way is to drip a drop of blood on the pet egg every day, and then put the pet egg on the chest to hatch. Insisting on hatching for 3 hours every day, you can increase the hatching speed by 20%. Li Sun looked at several methods and finally decided to use this method. After dripping blood, Li Sun found a piece of cloth, tied the Turkey King pet egg to his chest, lying on the bed, and began to plan the next upgrade plan in his mind. Chapter 11. A warm breakfast, meeting classmates again. The next morning, Li Sun got up to cook. He had awakened the chef profession, and also had the skill of medicinal food. It just so happened that the skill came with a recipe for medicinal food, so he naturally had to try it. By the way, he would brush up his skill proficiency. At dawn, he ran to the vegetable market to grab vegetables from the uncles and aunts, which earned him praise from the uncles and aunts, and many people even said they wanted to introduce a girlfriend to Li Sun. It is said that young people who can get up early and buy their own vegetables in this era are extinct. Li Sun will definitely be a good man in the future. Li Sun was embarrassed. The vendors were also very friendly. No matter what vegetables Li Sun bought, they would give him 2 more. He spent 50 dragon coins to buy vegetables that others could not buy with 100 dragon coins. It was a pity that the market did not sell the enzyme chestnut grass he needed, the main medicinal ingredient of this medicinal diet. Fortunately, a vendor knew where to buy it, and he planned to go outside the city to pick it after breakfast. Back home, Li Sun, who could not practice the medicinal diet skill, practiced the big pot rice skill. Big pot rice normal LV1. Cook more than 3 kinds of ingredients at the same time, weight more than 1 kilogram. For the big pot rice skill to work, there are conditions, and the more ingredients, the better. He also took this into consideration, so he bought a lot of ingredients on purpose. In the morning, he cooked stir-fried pork with cabbage. This dish is a little more troublesome. First, stir-fry the pork belly with onion, ginger, garlic, dried red pepper, cooking wine, soy sauce, then stir-fry the pork with cabbage. Finally, it was successful. He wanted to cook a simple dish, but he only knew 2 skill recipes. The other one was Kung Pao chicken. But there were no peanuts for sale in the Anqing market. Congratulations. You completed a skill recipe cooking, gained some skill proficiency, and the skill level of the big pot rice was upgraded. Congratulations. You increased your skill proficiency, and increased your character experience by 100. Hey, I almost forgot that life professions can also upgrade experience by using life skills. But the ratio is a bit low. Looking at the 100 points of experience, Li Sun remembered the normal upgrade path for life professions. But there are conditions. You must use the recipes or drawings that come with the skill. And you can only gain proficiency and experience after successfully using the skill. For example, For the chef profession, Lee Sin can only make stir-fried cabbage with pork and kung pao chicken to gain proficiency and experience. He can use the big pot rice skill to fry other dishes, which can increase the cooking speed and improve the color, aroma, and taste of the food. But he cannot gain skill proficiency. This is also one of the reasons why it is difficult for life professionals to upgrade alone. It smells so good. It smells so good. Brother, you can actually cook. It's really the sun rising from the west. When Lee Sin was serving the dish, Lee Cheong ran out in a pink cartoon pajamas, shouting exaggeratedly, "Hee hee, are you doubting the professional skills of a professional? Hee hee, I forgot. Pa, brush your teeth and wash your face." Lee Sin slapped Lee Cheong's hand away and scolded softly. Stingy. Lee Cheong wrinkled her nose and snorted, and trotted to wash up. Lee Sin smiled warmly, walked to the door of Grandpa's room, and knocked gently. "Grandpa, breakfast is ready. Do you want to eat some?" "Got it." Grandpa Lee was still not in a good mood. While eating, he looked at Lee Sin, and then at Lee Cheong, and sighed softly. Well, Lee Sin basically confirmed the conjecture in his mind. But he did not point it out. But changed the subject. "Grandpa, there are still a few days before the college entrance examination. I want to go out of the city to practice my skills, and try to get extra points for the college entrance examination." "Okay. But you must be careful. You can only practice by the city wall. If you find danger, run back immediately." Yet Grandpa Lee finally perked up a little for his grandson's progress, and then looked at Lee Cheong and instructed, "Xiao Cheong, you are an 8th level professional, destined to become a superior person. You must not take risks. Even in the novice copy, you must be careful. Careful. And careful." "Yeah, Grandpa. I remember." Lee Cheong quickly stuffed food into her mouth, mumbling in response. Not a ladylike image at all. The three of them quickly finished their breakfast, and went about their own business. Grandpa Lee naturally went to buy a house. With a good house, it would be easier for his grandson to get married in the future. Lee Cheong went to school carrying the backpack that Lee Sin carried yesterday. She said that this backpack could help her brother pass the novice dungeon and was a lucky charm. So she must carry it with her. As compensation, she gave Lee Sin a belt, which could be used to put pet eggs in the waist bag and carry it with him to speed up the hatching speed. This girl. Lee Sin smiled and shook his head, touching the roughly made and a little ugly belt, and felt warm in his heart. Put the Turkey King pet egg in, just right, and put on a large t-shirt. You can't see anything. The little girl's craftsmanship is not good, but her mind is flexible. Then he went out, first bought a hoe, and walked towards the city gate. The cities on Blue Star are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, D. Anqing belongs to the D-level city, which is the lowest level city, and the city wall is only 20 meters high, which can only block monsters below level 61 of the 4th transformation, and the monsters above level 61 are basically more than 20 meters in size. However, the huge wall of 40 kilometers long, 20 meters high and 100 meters thick is also a huge project, and it was built by the government at a huge cost. It is the lifeline of ordinary people. There are only 2 gates in the whole Anqing, north and south. Lee Sin went through the south gate. There are fewer monsters coming out from here, and the level is lower, which is also safer. But when he was waiting to leave the city at the gate, he met a group of acquaintances. "Lee Sin, do you also want to go out of the city to upgrade? Come with us." Lee Sin, who was in the queue, was discovered by Yang Wei and was directly pulled out of the team. This classmate's personality is still so generous. You have cleared the novice dungeon?" Lee Sin was also surprised to see Yang Wei. Generally speaking, it takes at least a day and a half for a level 0 professional to pass the novice dungeon. They are going out of the city again today? This is very efficient. This. When Yang Wei heard Lee Sin's question, her face turned red, and she was speechless. Hee, she cleared the dungeon. She went in for a long time and then quit. What a waste. Chung Kai's annoying voice sounded behind Lee Sin. Lee Sin turned around and saw that everyone else in the class had come. Even the head teacher Wan Lun was there, but his face was a little gloomy. "Humph, aren't you also a loser? You persisted for an hour longer than us, but you still failed. Didn't you?" Yang Wei directly hit back at Chung Kai's sarcasm. I'm level 1, and I've changed my job. You are still a level 0 rookie. Ha ha ha. Chung Kai sneered at Yang Wei proudly, and then laughed. You. Okay, we're a team now, we need to unite, and don't quarrel. Yang Wei was about to hit back, but was interrupted by the head teacher Wan Luan, who then looked at Li Xin with a surprised expression. He was a level 40 warrior, so he could see that Li Xin was level 1 and had completed his job change. He couldn't believe his eyes. Teacher Wan, can you let Li Xin join us? No. If Li Xin joins our team, I won't go. Either he or I. Either me or he. Yang Wei had just proposed to let Li Xin go, and Cheng Kai objected loudly, making Wan Luan, who was about to agree, dare not nod. You Yang Wei was so angry that her face turned red again. Li Xin pulled Yang Wei's fat hand pointing at Cheng Kai, shook his head and said, thank you. Yang Wei, it's more important for you to upgrade and change your job. I'm just going to dig outside the city gate. Look, I've got my hoe ready. Ha ha ha. As soon as Li Xin finished speaking, Cheng Kai's arrogant laughter came again. Chapter 12, Leaving the City, Rabbit Boss. Ha ha ha, Li Xin, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Do you know how much land a farmer needs to plant to gain a skill proficiency? 100 square meters. You need to sow 100 square meters first, and then water, fertilize, and harvest to gain 1 point of proficiency. Are you sure you don't want to make me laugh to death, so that you can inherit my happy beans? Ha ha ha. Cheng Kai's self-righteous laughter sounded quite harsh under the city gate, but the farmers who were queuing up to go out of the city gate to plant land just glanced at Cheng Kai, and after seeing Cheng Kai's profession, they lowered their heads and said nothing. There were also 2 students who were farmers in the class, and they lowered their heads in shame, as if they were wrong. Li Xin truly witnessed what it meant to have no distinction between high and low professions. He glanced at Cheng Kai, and then glanced at the silent class teacher Wan Luan, but smiled. My skill is digging the ground. As long as I dig a few times and dig 100 square meters, I will complete the skill. Okay, I'm going to dig the ground quickly. You guys continue. After saying that, Li Xin turned around and left with his hoe, leaving Cheng Kai a little confused. He turned to look at the 2 classmates who were farmers. Is what Li Xin said true? Yes, it's true. My initial skill is watering. As long as I water 100 square meters of land, I can gain 1 point of proficiency. For every 100 points of proficiency, I can also gain 1 point of character experience. Don't you have to wait until the crops are harvested to gain experience? No, just use the skills. This is written in the 1st grade textbook. You? Cheng Kai blushed, looking at Li Xin's back with some resentment. Yang Wei looked at Cheng Kai making a fool of himself, and her previous depressed mood instantly improved. She looked at Li Xin with a little more appreciation. Li Xin didn't know these things, and he wouldn't care if he knew. He didn't really go out of the city to farm. He was going to dig enzyme chestnut grass. The medicinal diet formula he obtained after changing his job to chef was called Powerful Medicinal Diet. It was a medicinal diet that quickly restored physical strength and a small amount of blood. It was very useful for warrior professions. Even migrant workers who moved bricks on the construction site could restore physical strength and increase work efficiency after eating it. He planned to dig more enzyme chestnut grass and cook more to improve his skill proficiency and experience. The procedure for leaving the city was actually very simple. You only needed to register some simple personal information, and you could leave the city. However, when you returned to the city, your belongings would be checked. Be careful not to bring toxic and harmful items into the city. All the way to the south within 2 kilometers were farmlands. There were a large number of farmers working here, most of whom were ordinary people, with only a few farmers. The 2-kilometer area surrounding Anshan was all farmland, which was the food guarantee for the city and a buffer zone for monsters attacking the city. After 2 kilometers, there is a shrub forest. There are teams of low-level professionals patrolling here, looking for possible monsters. However, there are very few monsters in this shrub forest belt of more than 3 kilometers. It has been cleared countless times over the past 100 years. There are only a few mutant creatures of Blue Star that have been nourished and eroded by high-energy. Those monsters of only 1 or 2 levels have always been the food of life professionals. So those professionals were not surprised to see Li Xin carrying a hoe and a sack. According to the information I found online yesterday, enzyme chestnut grass grows in large quantities in this shrub forest. I finally know why no one in the city sells enzyme chestnut grass. Looking at the clothes torn by the shrubs, and the red marks on his skin, Li Xin patted the leaves on his head and walked to an open space to rest. Enzyme chestnut grass is a bit like plantain on Earth, but this thing only grows in the shade under the shrubs, and it is very inconvenient to pick. After 2 hours, he only dug less than 1 gene of enzyme chestnut grass. No more picking. This time and labor cost is not right. I have some money now. I can complete quests in the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild, and it is more cost-effective to spend money to improve skill proficiency. Putting away the hoe, Lee Sin looked up to identify the direction, and was about to return to the city. But the accident happened again. Lee Sin. Stop that rabbit quickly, that's the boss. The voice of the head teacher Wanluin came from the east, and then, there was a slight bang on the ground, and a rabbit bigger than him came hopping over. Fuck. He looked carefully. Turned around and ran. Gray Rabbit Boss LV-13. Combat power? This is a low-level boss. At least for a level 40 warrior. It is a low-level boss that gives experience and equipment. But in the eyes of level 1 Lee Sin, it is a terrifying monster that can take his life. He is not a brainless time traveler who thinks that he is invincible after awakening the 9-turn profession and having a golden finger, and always wants to fight hard. Whoosh. Bang. With a sound of wind, Lee Sin immediately fell to the ground and rolled on the ground, avoiding the fatal step of the gray rabbit. Humph, he could hear the gray hare's cold snort and a disdainful glance with its head down. But the rabbit did not stop and ran westward again with another jump. Why didn't you stop the boss? Wanluin started to accuse loudly before the people arrived, but Lee Sin told the truth. I'm level 1, it's level 13, I don't want to die. You? Wanluin glared at Lee Sin and chased the gray hare. Looking at the back of the running figure, Lee Sin gritted his teeth and followed after it. The value of a boss is still very high. Otherwise it would be impossible for Wanluin, the teacher, to give up the student he must protect and chase him all the way. With 11 points of agility, Lee Sin could follow Wanluin from a distance. But the more he chased, the more people he encountered. The gray hare still attracted the attention of the low-level professionals in the bush forest area, and anyone who thought he had some strength chased after it. More than 10 minutes later, Lee Sin and most of the professionals stopped. There was a lake in front of them, and there were fish in the lake, at least level 11. And there were so many of them that even if someone had some strength, he would be looking for death if he went into the lake, including Wanluin, the 40th level warrior, who also stopped. Rabbit can swim, how strange. A middle-aged man muttered and turned away. He didn't dare to go into the lake. Let's go! This rabbit can only be fed to fish. The others also turned away. Lee Sin left before Wanluin found him. But he didn't go back to the city directly. Instead, he took a detour and found a small hill to dig a hole with a farmer's skill digging. If the textbook is correct, rabbits cannot be soaked in water, and enzyme chestnut grass is one of the rabbit's favorite foods, and it has a healing effect on rabbits. It took 2 hours to dig a 10-meter deep and 2-meter wide hole. It was covered with hay and leaves, and the enzyme chestnut grass collected today was thrown on top. It was lit, and the big pot rice and medicinal food skills were used. A sweet strawberry-like fragrance spread. Lee Sin did not leave the hole, but used the digging skill to dig a small hole to one side that could accommodate one person. The farmer's skill was used as a hunter's trap skill. Bang, bang, before Lee Sin's small hole was dug, he heard the sound of the ground colliding. I miscalculated. How could this rabbit come so fast? Boom! Lee Sin hadn't finished saying fast when the huge rabbit jumped down, brushing against his body. The good news was that the rabbit fell headfirst. The bad news was that Lee Sin was trapped in the hole by the rabbit's body and couldn't get out for a while. The worst news was that there were screams of fear coming from outside, which made him sweat profusely. Chapter 13 Upgrade to the next level, Level 49 Commanding Giant Crocodiles. Beast Tide is coming. Run! Beast Tide is coming! City Defense Force, assemble. Tiger Mercenary Group assemble. Beiji Adventure Team assemble. Lee Sin was still struggling to get out of the cave when he heard exclamations from outside. Some voices were terrified, some were panicked, but more were excited and eager to fight. Judging from these eager voices, this Beast Tide should be a small-scale Beast Tide. If it was a large-scale Beast Tide, these people would have returned to the city crying, instead of going out to fight. Lee Sin's frightened mood was relieved immediately. Kill this rabbit first, he silently said in his heart. He stretched out his hand stuck in the small hole, and started to hit the outside with the hoe. Hiss, the rabbit screamed in pain, kicked the small hole dug by Lee Sin a lot, which broadened Lee Sin's vision. Hey, this rabbit's tail is so cute. Lee Sin smiled, turned the hoe upside down, and poked the long hoe handle hard at the position below the rabbit's tail. Gee, the rabbit's screams changed. The huge screams made Lee Sin let go of the hoe and covered his ears with both hands. Hee, it must be painful. Right? After 3 minutes of screams, the rabbit stopped making any sound. But Lee Sin did not receive the kill notification. He hurried out of the hole and kicked the rabbit, which it curled up and tried to turn over. He stepped back with a large piece of the hoe. Gee, Lee Sin, who had gained experience, had covered his ears. Congratulations, you killed the level 13 boss Gray Rabbit and gained some experience. Congratulations, you have upgraded your level after a hard battle. Wow, a boss monster directly gave more than 16,000 experience points, which directly upgraded Lee Sin. This is too much experience. No wonder so many people pursue killing bosses. This experience alone is worth the risk for many people. Name: Lee Sin LV21/age, 18. Occupation: first turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9th turn array mage 9 strength, 29. Constitution, 29. Spirit, 58. Agility, 29. HP, 2,900. Stamina, 120. Mana, 5,800. Combat power, 29. Talent, 10,000 times increase omitted skills. Digging LV1, fertilizing LV1, big pot rice LV2, medicinal food LV1, draw array LV1, explosion array LV1, carve array LV1. His basic attribute after job transfer is 2 points. Spirit attribute 4 points, 9 occupation bonus, that is 18 points and 36 points of attribute increase. This strength increase is too fast. Too violent. The strength has increased more than 9 times again. Lee Sin felt full of strength after moving his body. If the hair boss was not dead, he would dare to fight him alone. He quickly looked at the rabbit's body, and a blue light ball emerged and fell on the body. As long as the monsters from the other world entered the blue star after death, there is a small chance that something will be exploded, which may be equipment, certificate of job transfer, or more various materials. Lee Sin was lucky. The first time he killed a monster in the wild, he exploded an excellent quality equipment. He picked it up and looked at it, and he was a little disgusted again. Rabbit leather armor excellent LV15, defense 60, durability 200/200. This is a leather armor that can only be worn at level 15. It has a high defense, but it has no additional attributes and is not very valuable. This has equipment level requirements, and Lee Sin can't use it now, which is a pity. Poof. Bleeding. Before he could put away his equipment, a goat rushed in. The beast's tide had already come to the hole he dug. He quickly pulled out the hose stuck in the hair boss, but he did not attack the goat. Instead, he stepped on the rabbit's corpse and used the dig skill around him. He needed a space to draw a formation. The lower layer of the cave, which was originally only 2 meters in diameter, was expanded to 5 meters in diameter, and the 10-meter deep cave was raised to only 5 meters in depth. The tail of the hair boss was violently shoveled off by him with a hoe, and used as a talisman pen. Its blood was the array ink. First, the hidden array was drawn on all 4 sides of the cave, to minimize the presence of him and the cave. Then the ice array was drawn on the ground. This time, the blood of the 13th level boss was used, and he had more drawing experience, so the effect was naturally much better. Micro ice formation remnant LV1, freeze enemies within 5 meters in diameter, freeze for 5 seconds for those below level 20, freeze for 1 second for those above level 20. The freezing level rises again, and the time increases to 5 seconds. As soon as the formation is completed, the goat that was still struggling at the entrance of the cave is immediately frozen, and the bleeding sound stops immediately. He still didn't kill the goat. Using it to block the entrance of the cave can ensure his safety. Who knows what level the monster outside is? If it is a higher level one, it might kill him. Everything is based on saving lives. Safety first. Bang. Snap. Lee Sin wanted to keep the goat, but the passing monsters would not keep it. A crocodile crushed the goat, and then fell down and was frozen again. He quickly swung the hoe and hit the crocodile's head. Damn crocodile. As the goat stuck at the cave entrance fell down. Monsters passed by the cave entrance from time to time, and were frozen and crushed. If the monster did not fall down, Lee Sin would not take action. Once it fell into the cave, he had to kill it quickly, and he was getting closer and closer to the cave entrance. Half an hour later, Lee Sin stepped on the corpses of many monsters and walked out of the cave. The number of monsters was far beyond his imagination. He replaced the hoe in his hand with a spear that could be equipped at level 2. Roar! A beast roared. And a huge crocodile standing more than 4 meters above the ground and more than 20 meters long rushed towards him. My life is over. Lee Sin's face was pale, and he groaned. But his hands and feet were faster than his brain. He squatted down and thrust the spear and the weapons that had exploded around him in the past towards the direction of the giant crocodile. Boom, 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 as the giant crocodile ran. Other monsters consciously gave way, and continued to rush northwards towards Anqing from both sides. Crack, 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 bang, 7 weapons were crushed directly at the first sight, but this obstruction slowed down the giant crocodile's forward speed, and it was not as fast to rush into the ice array. Explode array. This also allowed Lee Sin to avoid the giant crocodile's attack in time, and freeze the giant crocodile with explode array. Give it a try. In a flash, Lee Sin stepped on the giant crocodile's scales, and quickly rushed to the top of the giant crocodile's head. Puff! A long sword pierced into the neck of the giant crocodile that had just thawed. He held the hilt tightly with both hands and stabbed it hard. Ah! The giant crocodile that had just thawed immediately roared in pain, and its body kept twisting and running around. Lee Sin, who was on the back of the giant crocodile, bent down, held the hilt tightly with both hands, and clamped the scales under his body with his legs tightly to prevent himself from falling. Only then did he have the opportunity to see the attributes of the giant crocodile under him. Wild Crocodile Commander LV-49. Combat Power. Note: a commander who entered the Blue Star from the monster realm, seeking a breakthrough. Be careful of his tail. Tail? Lee Sin was still surprised that it was a monster with annotations, when he heard a gust of wind coming from behind him. Chapter 14. Killing the Wild Crocodile with Difficulty. Anqing is safe. Paw. A muffled sound, then a cloud of blood mist rose up, and flesh and blood floated in the air. Ah! The giant crocodile's body stood up with a scream, then turned over, and slammed down hard on its back, and its limbs kept waving in the air. Fortunately, I was decisive enough, and let go directly. Beside the giant crocodile, Lee Sin climbed up from the ground with a dusty face. Wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, he quickly checked the Turkey King pet egg. Fortunately, the egg was strong enough, and it didn't break even after being crushed. When he heard the wind, he immediately let go and jumped off the giant crocodile's back. Although he fell badly, he successfully avoided the fatal blow. If he hesitated, he would have been beaten into a bloody mist by the giant crocodile's tail. We still have to kill this guy. The giant crocodile was huge, with a length of at least 23 meters including the tail, and a body of at least 6 meters wide. Even if it lay there with its 4 legs up and wailing, no other monster within 100 meters dared to approach. Its might is evident. Bah, let's fight again. Spitting out the dust in his mouth, Lee Sin took 2 steps back and took a running start, and rushed to the belly of the giant crocodile at an accelerated speed. He had no weapon in his hand, but he had a rabbit tail stained with blood. Enduring the bumps, he quickly drew the ice formation on the snow-white belly of the giant crocodile. Under the nervous mood, although his hands were shaking, he still quickly drew an ice formation with a diameter of 1 meter within 1 minute. This time the properties of the ice formation changed again. Ice Formation Remnant LV2. Reduces target's movement speed by 20%. Reduces target's attack speed by 20%. Good. My guess is right. The formation was successful, making Lee Sin extremely happy, but he did not stop, and quickly changed direction and drew another ice formation. With the suppression of 2 ice formations, the giant crocodile's tumbling movement slowed down, and it could not turn over for a while. He quickly took this opportunity, ran down, stained his clothes and rabbit tail with the giant crocodile's blood, and returned to the giant crocodile's abdomen, and drew a new ice formation. First draw 2 formations with a diameter of 2 meters in front and back. Then erase the old formations, and draw 2 formations with a diameter of 3 meters. Ice Formation Remnant LV3. Reduce the target's movement speed by 60%. And reduce the target's attack speed by 60%. Note: use the same formation ink to draw, and the effect will be increased by 50%. The ice elements between heaven and earth continue to gather, and the 3 ice formations almost freeze the giant crocodile, and even its screams have become much weaker. Now, Lee Sin dared to really relax and rest, as the wild crocodile was frozen. The number of monsters attacking Anqing was instantly reduced by half. However, seeing that there were still a few monsters rushing from south to north, and the shouts of humans that he could hear before were no longer heard. He became a little worried. He was worried whether these monsters would break into the city. Once the city was broken, it was inevitable that all the people would be killed. Grandpa was just an ordinary person and would be in great danger. He was powerless to stop such a terrifying monster from attacking the city. It was his great luck that he was not trampled to death by the monsters. After a short rest, he rolled over and got off the crocodile's body, got under it, and pulled out the long sword that had been stuck in it. He originally wanted to stab the crocodile to death with his sword, but he couldn't equip a level 25 long sword. And now, he couldn't even pierce the crocodile's skin. It seems that if he wants to pierce the crocodile's skin, he may need to freeze it again, and then use the 1-second freezing time to pierce the crocodile's skin. However, the formation drawn on the crocodile, even if the explosion formation skill is used, can only slow it down, but cannot have a freezing effect. Since it won't work to draw on you, I'll draw on the ground. The wild crocodile on the ground had a lot of blood, and it was still bleeding, definitely enough for Lee Sin to draw a large ice array. The large array, with a diameter of 100 meters, cost Lee Sin 5,000 mana points, and took 30 minutes to draw. The moment the array was completed, a blue light flashed, but when Lee Sin rushed to the wild crocodile, the freezing effect of the ice array had disappeared. For a level 49 monster, his array can only freeze for 1 second temporarily. But he still has a way. Explode. With his order, the ice array exploded, and the extreme coldness made Lee Sin shiver. But his hands were extremely firm, and he stabbed the wild crocodile's neck with a few swords. -20, critical hit -200, -20, critical hit -200. After 3 seconds, the ice on the wild crocodile disappeared, and the neck began to bleed continuously. Woo, woo, the wild crocodile's roar turned into a low whine. Miss, 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 the freezing effect ended, and his attacks could not break the defense of the wild crocodile. They all missed, but it's okay. He just needed to continue drawing the formation, continue exploding the formation, and repeat the previous method. After 3 explosions, Lee Sin kept hacking and slashing in the flesh and blood of the wild crocodile. He was completely soaked in blood. The defense problem was solved, and the actions of the wild crocodile were restricted. It was only a matter of time to kill him. -100. Critical hit -1000. Critical hit -2000. There was no accident. After hacking for only 10 minutes, the wild crocodile died completely, and Lee Sin upgraded again. Congratulations, you killed the level 49 leader wild crocodile and gained some experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up after a hard battle. This time, because Lee Sin surpassed too many levels, the experience was directly capped at the maximum limit, and he was only given the experience of reaching the full level 3, and the extra experience was absorbed by the Heavenly Tao. Lee Sin was not surprised by this. Many wealthy and powerful professionals all paid others to beat the monster half to death before they went up to finish the job, which was both safe and faster to level up. So the Heavenly Tao had similar restrictions. As a dual life professional, he was very satisfied with his 2-level upgrade in 1 day. Moreover, the wild crocodile also dropped a good thing. He had been looking forward to the 4th level Array Master's Job Transfer Certificate, although the 2nd level and 3rd level certificates were not dropped. The 4th level certificate was dropped in advance, which saved him from having to find ways to obtain it in the future. In addition to the job transfer certificate, there are 2 weapons, a ring, and 3 item cards: 45 level perfect weapon Crocodile Tail Whip, 40 level perfect weapon Crocodile Tooth Dagger, and 45 level excellent space ring Crocodile Kiss Ring. The 3 pieces of equipment were all high-end fine equipment, but Lee Sin couldn't use them for the time being, so he could only sell them for money, or directly exchange them for the 2nd and 3rd job transfer certificates. However, the most important thing now was to find a way to bring these things back. When entering the city, you have to check your belongings. He did get a space ring, but he couldn't use it yet, so he could only use it as a decoration. He suddenly became jealous of his sister Li Qiong, who actually got a large space ring that could be used at level 0 for free. How about taking it back openly and selling it to the military? After making up his mind, Lee Sin directly carried the 4 items and ran towards the city gate. As we approached, we could hear the sound of artillery fire. Ordinary cannons without attributes cannot harm monsters. At most, they can just scratch their skin. The purpose of defending the city is to prevent monsters from approaching the city walls. Only the equipment cannons reforged by the blacksmith profession have real lethality. Listening to the density of the sound, it can be determined that it is the sound of ordinary cannons, which means that Anqing has not been breached yet. Otherwise it would be the equipment cannons that are firing. Bison Mercenary Group. Charge Elk Group. Charge. The opportunity to grab experience has come. Rose Group. Charge for me just after running out of the bush forest area. Lee Sin heard the excited roars of men and women after the artillery fire stopped. This is the beginning of a counterattack. Chapter 15 Smooth return to the city. Skills of the genius sister. Brother Liu. Brother Liu. Commander Liu. When the mercenaries rushed into the wild to search for the remaining monsters, Lee Sin took advantage of the chaos to return to the city gate, and happened to see the second lieutenant officer, who was guarding the copy square before, and hurriedly greeted him. Hey, it's you. Kid, when did you leave the city? I went out early this morning, to pick up the bargain. Lee Sin explained with a smile, then deliberately winked at Lieutenant Liu, and patted the bag tied with his tattered clothes on his back from time to time. You are level 3. What the hell did you get? Show me now. I won't take your stuff for free. Our military is the fairest. We will never take the civilian stuff privately. Lieutenant Liu was shocked at first, then he reprimanded Lee Sin with a serious face. Okay, you are not allowed to cheat me. The stuff this time is really good. As he said that, he nervously untied the bag on his back. 3 weapons, a ring, and a job transfer certificate. Since Lee Sin had turned off the halo of the equipment, it was impossible to directly see the level and attributes. Lieutenant Liu picked up the long sword and looked at it, disdainfully. Heh, level 20 fine weapons. Such garbage. Why are you so nervous? Brother Liu, look at this. Lee Sin handed the long whip to Lieutenant Liu. His, level 45 perfect quality weapon. Lieutenant Liu exclaimed after just one look, causing nearby soldiers to rush over. Level 45 perfect weapon. Let me see. It's really a perfect weapon. Xiao Lu, I want this long whip. I happen to be able to use long whips. Dagger, this dagger is also of perfect quality. Space ring, this is a ring of excellent quality. As the other 2 pieces of equipment were identified, the crowd became more noisy, more soldiers gathered around, and the mercenary group that heard the noise also turned around and ran over. Lee Sin, not wanting to attract too much attention, quickly pulled Lieutenant Liu aside. Liu, these things are handed over to you. I'll give you a 20% sales commission and sell them to the military. I just want a space ring. And the rest will be exchanged for money. You know my home address? Please. After saying that, Lee Sin turned around and ran. Without any hesitation. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not. Safety comes first. Lee Sin, who ran home, quickly turned to the mercenary guild. He paid 150,000 dragon coins in the mission hall by face recognition, and issued a mission to purchase enzyme chestnut grass. The market price is 10 dragon coins per plant, and he issued the mission at a premium of 5 dragon coins. Then he went to the Adventurers Guild and posted the same task. Both were for the purchase of 10,000 plants. 20,000 plants of enzyme chestnut grass can make 4,000 servings of powerful medicinal diet, which should be enough for him to practice before the college entrance examination. When he returned home, Grandpa Lee had not yet finished get off work. There was a beast tied outside the city today, and he, as a security guard, had to work overtime in the mall to prevent some people from taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Until the afternoon when Li Qiong cleared the novice dungeon, Grandpa Lee had not returned, so scared that Lee Sin went to Grandpa Lee's workplace to see him under the pretext of delivering dinner. Don't worry. This Yang's building is guarded by strong men above level 60. Even if the monster breaks into the city, it is extremely safe. Seeing Lee Sin delivering food, Grandpa Lee immediately understood his concerns, explained to him with a smile, and then leaned close to his ear and whispered, if there is unrest in the city, remember to run to Yang's building. It is safer here than the military sub-district of the city guards. Lee Sin looked up at the 30-story building in surprise. But he did not doubt his grandfather's words. He is 65 years old this year, and has lived in Anqing for most of his life. He knows a lot of gossip. Silently memorizing this information, Lee Sin walked into the Yang's building. The first to fourth floors are shopping malls, which have both ordinary daily necessities and professional training resources and equipment. He walked around and bought a carving knife, a bottle of array ink, and 100 rough jades. When he got home, Li Qiong had already washed the dishes and cleaned the house. She sat on the sofa, watching TV with her white jade feet. I said, "Is Grandpa okay?" "Yes. Very safe." Lee Sin stayed on the cute little feet for a moment, and quickly turned his eyes away, walked into the kitchen quickly, and had dinner alone. He just thought about something he shouldn't have thought about. "Brother, did you encounter monsters attacking the city when you went out of the city today?" "Yeah." At the kitchen door, Li Qiong opened her big curious eyes and asked with interest, "I heard that there are all kinds of monsters and demons this time. The highest level is only level 50, and many people went out to grab experience. Did you go too?" "Yes, but I went to watch the fun." Li Sin answered Li Qiong's question calmly, while eating rice. "It's a pity, you are a living profession, and you can't fight. I heard that your classmate Yang Wei reached level 10, with the help of treatment in half a day. It's too easy to upgrade." Li Qiong didn't know the danger of the beast tide, and thought it was really easy to upgrade. Her tone was full of envy. Li Sin quickly put down his chopsticks, glared at her seriously, and warned her seriously, "Li Qiong, remember this. When you encounter a beast tide in the future, run away quickly. Run away as soon as possible. Have you seen a 3-meter-high rabbit? Do you know the horror of a 23-meter-long crocodile? Do you know the horror of tens of thousands of monsters charging together? Really? Are these monsters powerful? Have you fought them yourself?" Li Sin's description not only did not scare Li Qiong, but she also clenched her fists, her eyes shining, and looked eager to try. He quickly changed the topic and said, "I haven't fought in person, but I saw a professional being crushed by a rabbit. I saw a professional being smashed into pulp by a crocodile's tail, and I also saw a professional being gnawed by hundreds of monsters until only bones were left. Ah, the monsters are so abominable. When I level up, I will kill all the monsters." Li Sin's words still didn't play a positive role. Li Qiong was still full of fighting spirit. He could only keep persuading Li Qiong earnestly, telling her not to take risks. Okay. I will pay attention to safety. And if I go out of the city for the trial, I will be protected by the teacher." Li Qiong was annoyed by Li Sin's words, and waved her hand to interrupt Li Sin, and was about to go back to the room. Li Sin quickly called her. "Wait. What is your talent? And how many skills do you have after the job change?" He lectured Li Qiong for a long time, and he didn't ask about her job. I now have 4 skills. Golden Light spell can increase defense. Purification spell can remove abnormal status. Talisman making can draw talismans. And Plum Blossom sword can fight in close combat. Now I can assist and fight, so awesome. As for talent, you guess." After saying that, Li Qiong stuck out her tongue cutely, and turned back to her room. Li Sin was stunned for a moment, and then shouted at Li Qiong's door, "Do you want to guess or not?" "I guess you don't, After saying that, Li Qiong giggled. Li Sin shook his head with amusement, and continued to eat dinner with his head down. After dinner, he returned to his room, and began to practice carving arrays, carving ice array on rough jade, which is a way to make disposable props. Ice array normal LV1. Activate with mana and throw it out. It can freeze the target for 3 seconds. The difficulty of the carve array skill is much greater than that of the draw array. In one night, Li Sin consumed 2,000 points to carve 5 pieces of jade, and only succeeded in carving 1 piece. However, as long as there is a successful experience, the next carving will be much smoother. And after a successful one, there is 10,000 skill proficiency, and the carve array skill is directly upgraded by 1 level. Chapter 16. The commander came to the door, explaining that the next day's breakfast was still Li Sin's stir-fried pork with cabbage with white rice. Li Qiong picked up yesterday's backpack and ran away first. Today they also had to go out of the city for a trial. She was anxious to kill monsters and fight. After finishing his meal, Grandpa Li told Li Sin not to go out for the next few days, to practice his cooking skills at home, and not to go out of the city for adventures. Li Sin agreed happily. Yesterday, he got a big bargain, killing the level 49 leader monster, the wild crocodile, which must have attracted the attention of the mercenary group and adventurers. He should keep a low profile for the next period of time. He still understood the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Before he had enough power to protect himself, he didn't want to expose the secret of 9-turn formation master. The military just needed to find an excuse to cover it up. Thinking of this, after Grandpa Li left, Li Sin used the jade talisman ice formation he carved yesterday on the bathtub in the bathroom. Then, he cut several failed jade stones into the shapes of several little people. It's better not to expose his ability for the time being. Ding dong, Just when Li Xin was checking whether he could have any loopholes left, the doorbell rang outside. Student Li Xin. I'm Lu Bao. I have something to ask you. Then the voice of Lieutenant Lu came from outside. After looking at the half-melted bathtub, Li Xin closed the bathroom door and ran to open it. Captain Lu, please come here in person. After opening the door, Li Xin saw two people, both in casual clothes, not in military uniforms, but the 2-meter-tall strongman next to Lu Bao. Li Xin recognized his identity at a glance. Anqing's third-in-command, Anqing City Guard Division Commander, Major Xue Mingxian, a 65-level 4th-turn boxer, whose pair of iron fists are said to be invincible within 10 feet. This person often appears on Anqing TV station, and has also visited number 9 for several professional promotions. Li Xin naturally knows him. Xue. Master Xue. Welcome. Welcome. Both of you come in. Come in and sit down. Li Xin was a little surprised to see such a big shot suddenly, and even a little at a loss. In his previous life, he was an ordinary office worker. And in this life, he was a poor student who studied hard. He was naturally nervous when he saw a 4th-level strongman. Well, let's talk inside. Lu Bao nodded, asked Xue Ming to go in first, and then went in, and closed the door. This makes Li Xin even more worried. Little classmate, you don't need to be nervous. We come here today just give you money, take it easy. Xue Ming saw Li Xin in his hands, and wanted to pour water to entertain. I also found Grandpa Li's cigarette to respect the cigarettes. A nervous look, smile, and comforted it. Hee. Master Xue saw a smile. Hee. Li Xin scratched his head awkwardly, a young man shy. His performance made Xue Mingxian smile more prosperous. He and Lu Bao nodded vaguely at a glance. Then, Lu Bao drank the boiled water that Li Xin poured in one gulp, and took out a bank card with a smile. This is a bank card opened with your identity, and the password is the last 6 digits of your birthday. There are 230 million in it. Among them, 100 million is for the job transfer certificate of the 4th-level formation master. 100 million is for the level 45 fine space ring, 2 perfect quality weapons, and 3 excellent prop cards. The total is 30 million for you. It is definitely the market price. After saying that, Lu Bao pushed the bank card to Li Xin. However, Li Xin did not take it immediately, but thought about it and shook his head and said, Lu, I believe what Lieutenant Lu said, but I said before that I would give Lieutenant Lu 20% of the remuneration. And please ask Lieutenant Lu to deduct 46 million. Since Lieutenant Lu is honest, I cannot break my promise. He pushed the bank card back, looked at Commander Xue Mingxian and explained, Commander Xue, I was able to grab those weapons and props this time, purely by chance, and killed a frozen wild crocodile. Not because I really have any ability. In the situation yesterday, I didn't even plan to get a penny. Lieutenant Lu was honest and gave me money, which was definitely a windfall for me. So Lieutenant Lu took this 20 yuan reward for granted. You said that the wild crocodile was frozen? Did you see who froze the wild crocodile? No. I was hiding in the valley beside Galing Lake, and I ran out when I saw the monster no longer passing by. When I saw a frozen big monster halfway, I naturally would not let it go. So I just laughed. After saying that, Li Xin showed another smug silly smile. What about this 20 caliber fine long sword? Xue Mingxian squinted his eyes, and took out the long sword with several notches. This sword was the long sword that Li Xin used to kill the wild crocodile. This long sword was stuck on the back of the wild crocodile when I arrived. If it weren't for this long sword, I would definitely not have been able to kill the wild crocodile. Really? Yes. If you don't believe me, you can go and see the body of the wild crocodile. There must be a sword wound on his back. As he said this, Li Xin struggled hard and his face turned red. The young man was unconvinced of being wronged. Hee, I'll check it out, don't be nervous. Mr. Li. By the way, I heard that you also bought a ray ink and a carving knife. Have you awakened the profession of a ray master or magic pattern master? No. Didn't my sister Li Qiong get admitted to Jinghui University? I want to carve a few more dolls for her to keep as a souvenir. After saying that, Li Xin trotted back to the room, and took out the 4 stone sculptures that were completely inhuman, and by the way, he also spilled stone powder all over the floor. Here, look. This is what I carved. Although it doesn't look good, I know it will get better after carving a few more times. There was a hint of childish boasting in his tone. Xue Mingxian was not polite either. He took the 4 small stone sculptures in his hands. On the surface, he was flipping through them for fun. But secretly, he was using his true energy to check the aura of the stone sculptures. However, the formations on these 4 jades failed to be carved, and there was no aura of the formation left. He could not sense anything abnormal. Well, it really doesn't look good. You need to work harder, little classmate. He put the stone sculptures on the table with a smile, and changed the subject again. You are a farmer and a chef, right? Do you have a place to go after graduating from high school? I want to go to college. I have already used the money to buy medicinal materials. I will use the last 7 days to practice medicinal food skills with all my strength, and strive to get extra points in the college entrance examination. When he said this, Li Sin's eyes were firm and full of yearning. All universities in Longwa have at least 1 dungeon space for students to level up, which is much safer than going out to the wild to level up. Shui Mingxian stood up and patted Li Sin on the shoulder to encourage him. You are so ambitious. Keep going. I believe in you. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment, Master Shui. Li Sin smiled again, secretly relieved. Lu Bao also stood up and put the bank card in Li Sin's hand. Our military has regulations that we cannot take a single needle or thread from the people. You can't let me make a mistake. This Li Sin was really a little embarrassed. He had taken advantage of Lu Bao, but he didn't expect him to come to give money so honestly, and didn't ask for any reward. Shui Mingxian, who stood up and looked around Li Sin's house, also spoke up. Little classmate, we have discipline. Well, thank you very much. Li Sin took the bank card, bowed to Lu Bao, expressed his gratitude, and did not mention the remuneration. Lu Bao patted him on the shoulder and said, if you don't get into college, come to the army. Shui Mingxian, who stepped out of the door of Li's house, suddenly said something meaningful to Li Sin. Chapter 17 Cooking Medicinal Food, very popular. Li Sin, you are very handsome, but your smile is too silly. After saying this, Shui Mingxian smiled meaningfully and left first, leaving Li Sin confused. Lu Bao looked Li Sin up and down, and actually nodded in agreement and left. After a while, Li Sin remembered to close the door. Leaning against the door, he breathed heavily, and felt his back was wet with sweat. Did Commander Shui find something? Or am I really smiling silly? He felt a chill down his spine. Shui Mingxian's words were too weird. He ran to the bathroom and looked at the ice cube, which was only a quarter of the size. He suspected that Shui Mingxian had sensed the low temperature inside. But why didn't he expose himself? The more he thought about Li Sin, the more horrified he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Shui Mingxian had bad intentions. Outside the unit where Li Sin lived, a black SUV started slowly. Master, is this Li Sin the hidden array master? No. He is indeed a level 3 dual life professional. My identification skills have been upgraded to level 21. So I won't be wrong. Then what do you mean by your last sentence? Master? Hee hee. I just don't like his silly smile. He gives me the feeling that he is too sincere. With such a handsome face and such a sincere smile, it is the easiest to deceive young girls. Ah. This Lu Bao, who was driving, tilted the steering wheel in his hand, and scared a pair of young men who were walking on the road on the side of the road. And they jumped to avoid it. Ha ha ha. Shui Mingxian laughed as if his prank had succeeded. It seemed that he was telling the truth, but Lu Bao felt that it was unbelievable. Li Sin was a little distracted throughout the day, worrying that he would be killed by someone. Blue Star is not the Earth of his previous life. Although the law here will protect the weak, as long as the strong need it, the law will become toilet paper. It was not until the afternoon that the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Union notified him that the task he issued was completed, that he regained his spirits. Whatever, when a man dies, the birds fly up to the sky, but if he doesn't die, he will live forever. Just be careful in the future. After calming down, he went to the 2 guilds to complete the enzyme chestnut grass task, and by the way, he said 2 tasks to buy space rings that ordinary people at level 0 can use. In the morning, Lu Bao only sent money, but didn't mention the space ring he wanted, so Li Sin was too embarrassed to ask. Now that he had money, he simply took out 2 million to buy 2 rings. One for him, one for Grandpa Li. However, there are very few space rings that ordinary people can use. Basically, they can only be made by professional jewelers and alchemists. Even if the 2 guilds don't have them in stock, they can only be purchased in the form of tasks. But it is hard to say when the goods will arrive. Without a space ring, he could only spend 1,000 dragon coins to buy a second-hand electric tricycle. loaded with enzyme chestnut grass, and pedaled to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. When he returned home with a large cart full of ingredients, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and Grandpa Lee had already got off work. Seeing Lee Sin moving things, Grandpa Lee suddenly suggested, "Xiao Sin, why don't we move today? I bought a large house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in Tingyuan in the city center. It is safer, and the environment is better." Lee Sin immediately shook his head. "Grandpa, don't worry. Wait until Xiao Qiong comes back from the trial, and then move together. We are a family." So we moved together, and the house was bought with Xiao Qiong's money. "Yes, that's fine. I'll help you move." "Yes." When the grandfather and grandson were moving the ingredients, they were naturally seen by the neighbors, and a few enthusiastic people came to help. They finished everything in one trip. In return, Grandpa Lee suggested that Lee Sin cook medicinal food and invite everyone to eat together. Everyone agreed. The building where they lived had more than 100 households, and there had been chefs before. They had also eaten the food cooked by the chef, which was indeed better than ordinary food. But they had never eaten medicinal food before, but they had heard that it was very nutritious, so they would not miss the chance to eat it today. It was not easy to cook medicinal food, but Grandpa Lee wanted to show off his grandson, so Lee Sin could not object. Powerful medicinal food does not include seasonings, and requires 3 ingredients: poultry meat, cabbage, radish, 3 medicinal herbs, enzyme chestnut grass, astragalus, white peony. Put the ingredients in proportion, and stew them in a big pot, during which the chef needs to use the medicinal food skill at least 10 times, and consume a lot of mana. The first time he cooked, he consumed a full 1000 mana points to complete it. Unlike big pot rice, you can get a point of proficiency by using the skill once. Medicinal meal must wait until the cooking of the medicinal meal is successful and has additional attributes before you can get a point of proficiency. Under Lee Sin's careful cooking, it took an hour for him to complete the cooking of the first powerful medicinal meal. Congratulations! You have made a medicinal meal through careful cooking, and you have gained some skill proficiency and upgraded your medicinal meal skills. Congratulations! You have improved your skill proficiency and gained 100 experience points. Hearing the prompt, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and excitedly opened the lid of the big iron pot, and a sweet strawberry-like smell spread out. Gurgle, gurgle, not only Lee Sin's stomach growled, but also the neighbors, who were watching TV with Grandpa Lee in the living room of the Lee family. Lee Sin in the kitchen could hear it. "It smells so good. Hurry up and serve the meal. I'll go get the rice, I'll get the bowls and chopsticks, I'll get the dishes." Before Lee Sin called for the meal, these excited neighbors took the initiative to get busy. Lee Sin's family didn't have enough bowls and chopsticks. Several neighbors took the initiative to run to their homes to get bowls and chopsticks. When Lee Sin was squeezed out of the kitchen, looking at the living room filled with men, women, old and young, he couldn't help but frown. "How about everyone take a bowl home to eat?" Yes, everyone don't crowd together, line up. Each person take a bowl home to eat." Hearing Lee Sin's reminder, Grandpa Wang downstairs gave orders loudly. The elderly pulled the children out first, and the middle-aged uncles and aunts quickly lined up, looking at Lee Sin eagerly, waiting for him to scoop the medicinal food. The character and quality of his neighbors were pretty good, and they knew to wait for him to distribute. Back in the kitchen, Lee Sin picked up the big spoon and stirred the powerful medicinal food a few times, and the sweet strawberry taste became stronger. Amid the sound of neighbors swallowing their saliva, he quickly began to distribute it to them, and also identified the properties of the medicinal food. Powerful medicinal food EP1. Physical strength recovery effect plus 30% within 3 minutes after consumption. 1 HP restored per second. Freshness plus 1. It turned out that it was his first time making medicinal food, and it had a special property, freshness plus 1. No wonder it was so delicious, and people were drooling before they even ate it. The other 2 effects were quite standard, and they were basic medicinal food effects. A large iron pot of powerful medicinal food. Each family took a large spoonful, and it was barely shared out. Everyone just tried it, and it was definitely impossible to eat their fill. But this also made the neighbors give Lee Sin a thumbs up, praising Lee Sin for his promising future, and saying that he would definitely become a master chef in the future. Lee Sin nodded and accepted these compliments. However, after sending these neighbors away, he quickly started cooking the second pot. He and Grandpa Lee also had medicinal food. Chapter 18 Full-Time Chef, College Entrance Examination. In the next few days, Lee Sin didn't have to go out. Grandpa Lee also took a few days off. Li Sun started cooking as soon as he got up in the morning. He stewed strong herbal diet in a big iron pot, stir-fried twice-cooked pork with cabbage in a small pot, and cooked rice in all the rice cookers at home. After cooking, neighbors lined up to buy breakfast at his house. If they had more, they would give 10 dragon coins. If they had less, they would give 1 dragon coin. It didn't matter how much money it was, if someone ate the food he cooked. It was a recognition of him. After breakfast, Uncle Wang downstairs urged Uncle Li to go to the market to buy fast food. And several unemployed old men also followed suit, which made Uncle Li tempted. Then, Li Sun became a full-time chef, specializing in cooking and stewing Lily medicinal diet, and several uncles' homes were dedicated to cooking, since Uncle Li and his team sold it in places where ordinary people worked, and it was very popular at a low price. Li Sun had a busy day, cooking Lily medicinal diet on 2 gas stoves at the same time, and cooking with an induction cooker when he had time, working 14 hours a day. The skills of the 2 chefs were upgraded very quickly. On the day before the college entrance examination, he was promoted to the next level. Name, Li Sun LV 4400/160, 000 age, 18 occupation, first turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9 turn array master 9 strength, 65 constitution, 65 spirit, 130 agility, 65 HP, 6500 stamina, 140 mana, combat power, 65 talent, 10,000 times proficiency myth. Every time a professional completes a skill, he can gain 10,000 times proficiency. Skills, digging epic LV5, fertilizing perfect LV1, big pot rice normal LV8, medicinal diet legend LV7, drawing array legend LV5, exploding array perfect LV3, carving array perfect LV2. Big pot rice is very fast to cook. It is relatively easy to cook 4 or 5 dishes in an hour, so it is faster to upgrade. Powerful medicinal diet. As the skill level increases, it takes more than 50 minutes to stew a portion, plus the preparation of ingredients. It still takes at least an hour to complete one. This is the low experience required at the beginning. The more you advance, the higher the experience required, and the more terrifying it is. Generally, for a single professional upgrade, it only takes 100 experience points to upgrade from level 0 to level 1, and 100 points to upgrade from skill proficiency LV1 to LV2. Level 1 to level 2,200 points. Level 2 to level 3. For 100 points, and it keeps doubling. Level 9 to level 10, experience points. Level 10 to level 11. 100,000 experience points, and then it keeps doubling. Level 20 to level 21. 10 million experience points, and it keeps doubling. Skill proficiency also increases in multiples according to the same rule. The stronger the profession, the more diligent they are. They are either diligent in practicing skills, or diligent in killing monsters. Li Qiong did not come back until noon on June 6th, the day before the college entrance examination. Li Sun also saw Li Qiong's diligence, and the upgrade speed of single professional players. You are already level 20? Hee. 25 out of 60 people in our class have successfully changed their professions. Under the protection of the class teacher, we have been fighting all the way to the coastal grassland. There are many monsters around level 30. I have reached level 20 in 4 days. If it weren't for taking care of my classmates, I would definitely be able to reach level 22, Li Qiong said, holding her beautiful little fist again, waving it excitedly. So proud. This sister is becoming more and more violent. Ahem. Xiao Qiong. You are a girl. You should be more ladylike. Otherwise it will be difficult to get married in the future. Humph. Who said I want to get married? I want to become the female war god of Dragon Country. Just like the great magician Ryu. Li Qiong gave Li Sun a disdainful look and retorted unsatisfactorily. Well, this is a raging road to being a violent girl. In the future, you will be responsible for cooking at home, and I will be responsible for fighting on the battlefield. We will establish a great reputation and build a prominently family. By the way, you will also find a few more sisters-in-law to expand the Li family and strive to build a country by yourself. Shut up. Is this what a little girl like you should say? Li Sun was so scared that he quickly covered Li Qiong's mouth. If he continued to say anything, he would be banned by the review. Li Qiong stretched out her tongue and licked Li Sun's palm. Li Sun was frightened and quickly let go and took 2 steps back. Then she started to giggle. The 2 siblings played for a while, and Li Sun was dragged by Li Qiong to review cultural knowledge and prepare for the exam. A poor student is a poor student. even with the tutoring of Li Qiong, the top student. The next day, when Li Xin entered the exam room, he still felt like reading a book of heaven. Please explain the spatial theory of the connection between the four worlds. Please discuss the relationship between Blue Star and the other three worlds from a diplomatic standpoint. How can a 10th level first-turn farmer quickly defeat a 10th level magician? Calculate the Planck motion of particles under the rules of modern physics. Please write the calculation equation of Cetic potion. There are many test questions. Maybe today's college students will bang their heads against the wall after reading them. Although after the exam, Li Qiong said it was very simple and explained it to Li Xin. After 2 days of literary exams, Li Xin's eyes became dull and lifeless. He didn't even care about the sarcasm of some classmates. His mind was always full of those strange and complicated exam questions. As a result, he didn't perform well in the martial arts exam on the third day. The martial arts exam had only one question: fighting against a level 2 chicken. After 9 days of leveling up, most professionals can kill instantly with one skill. The test is about whose skills are more powerful and whose skills are more mastered. Single professional life professionals can basically reach level 8. Although they cannot kill level 2 monsters instantly, they can still resolve the battle within 1 minute. Since Li Xin could not use formations, and did not dare to expose his strong physical fitness, he used a fine novice long sword to hack and kill the chicken for 2 minutes. In the end, he only got 20 points out of 100. Not to mention, he only got 80 points out of 300 points in the professional evaluation. And these 80 points were because he had a medicinal diet skill. Only the professional knows the quality of the skills. Even if a level 100 expert uses a level 100 appraisal technique to appraise the skills, the quality cannot be determined. Even if Li Xin has 2 high-quality skills, the epic quality digging and the legendary quality medicinal diet, as long as he does not explain, others will treat them as ordinary quality. That night, the results of the literature exam came out. The total score was 220 points. Li Qiong scored 210 points. And Li Xin scored 71 points. Li Qiong couldn't help but despise Li Xin, but he changed his tone in the end. Brother, why don't you join the army? The Anqing City Guard is still very safe. And the benefits are not bad. Haha. I will consider it. Aren't there universities and colleges recruiting students the day after tomorrow? I can't go to university. But with my medicinal food skills, I should be able to be admitted to Lanxiang College. Right? Oh, but I heard that the chef major at New Oriental College is better. But Lanxiang can teach you how to cook with an excavator. Isn't that cooler? That's right. Then you can apply for Lanxiang. The two discussed and filled out Li Xin's application form and sent it out. In this world, enrollment is very fast. Once the test results are out, you can fill in the application form on the computer. The deadline is 11 p.m. the next day, and the results will be available at 10 a.m. on the third day. If there are particularly outstanding students, colleges and universities will basically come to the students' homes to enroll them in advance on the second day. There are also geniuses like Li Qiong, who were admitted to Jinghua University as soon as they changed jobs. He had just finished filling in the application form when his cell phone rang. He turned around and was stunned. It was Cheng Kai. This guy called him at this time. What's the matter? Chapter 19. An invitation from Li University? A threat. Hey Cheng Kai, what's up? Yes. Li Xin. I'll give you a chance to go to Li University. What? Li Xin couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard Cheng Kai's words. Li University is not a university in Dragon Country, but it ranks higher than Jinghua University in the Blue Star University ranking, and is the highest institution of learning in the beautiful country across the ocean. What is Cheng Kai's virtue and ability to give him the opportunity to go to Li University? Li Xin, you heard it right. I can give you a chance to study at Li University without taking an exam. Cheng Kai on the other side seemed very satisfied with Li Xin's surprise, and confirmed again. After hearing his confirmation, Li Xin calmed down and asked directly, conditions. What are the conditions for me to go to Li University? Ha ha ha. It's easy to talk to smart people. The condition is to let your sister Li Qiong also go to Li University. And Li will double the reward given by Jinghua. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Li Xin raised his eyes and looked at Li Qiong, who was considering Cheng Kai's condition with a tangled face. He put a finger on Li Qiong's smooth forehead and shook his head at her firmly. Then he said directly to the phone, Sorry, I have already filled in my college entrance examination application. I can't change it anymore, and my sister has already gone to Jinghua. I can't make a decision for her. It doesn't matter, as long as you can convince your sister to join Lee University, and the Morgan family will solve other problems. Oh, do Lee University and the Morgan family have such a long reach? They can even control Longhua? The Morgan family is the largest family on Blue Star. Where can't they control? Lee Sin, I'm giving you a piece of advice. You'd better agree honestly, even if you have to force your sister to go to Lee University, otherwise you may not see the sun tomorrow. Chung Kai was quite arrogant, and directly issued a death threat to Lee Sin. Hearing Lee Sin frowning, Li Qiong on the side widened her eyes in disbelief. Is the Morgan family really that powerful, or is Chung Kai drunk? Okay. I'll call and ask. Okay. You must give me a reply tomorrow morning. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chung Kai still had a condescending tone. Li Sin hung up the phone directly, and turned to look at Li Qiong. Call Principal Jinghua. Explain the matter, and see what they say. I don't believe Chung Kai's words. Li Qiong ran back to the room, took out her own phone, and called Principal Jinghua in front of Li Sin. Soon the matter was cleared up. The Morgan family recently revealed that there was a level 150 warrior in his family, who successfully completed the 8th transformation, and changed his job to the hidden profession Dragon Warrior, and beat all the professionals in the United States. Now the Morgan family not only intends to control the United States, but also plans to let the Dragon Warrior challenge the other 4 countries of Blue Star, to increase their voice in the entire Blue Star. Even unify Blue Star, and through Lee University. The strength of the best students in the entire Blue Star is their biggest move this year. Several students scheduled by Jinghua University have changed their minds at the last minute. The principal of Jinghua on the other end of the phone comforted Li Qiong, while saying that he would immediately arrange someone to take Li Qiong to Longdu, and promised that as long as Li Qiong arrived in Longdu, she would be guaranteed to be safe. In this regard, Li Sin agreed on her behalf when Li Qiong was struggling. He didn't believe that a family from the beautiful country dared to come to Longwood to rob people, and dared to challenge a country as a family at this time. Brother, why don't you go to Longdu with me? It's an S-level city. The safest city. Much better than Anqing. Li Qiong held Li Sin's hand, and tears were about to fall from the corners of her eyes. Li Sin didn't think much, and gently wiped away the stars. No. You just take Grandpa to Longdu. If I go, it will become your weakness and a tool for others to threaten you. Li Qiong became more anxious. But isn't it more dangerous for you to stay in Anqing? No. You go to Longdu and leave me in Anqing, which will make those people think that I am not so important to you. On the contrary, I will be safer. Li Sin smiled. The beautiful country is very similar to the country on the other side of the ocean in the previous life. It is equally proud, and equally despicable. It has always regarded itself as the world's police. Blue Star has gone from 107 countries to only 5 major countries, and it has an unshirkable responsibility. Now the United States is still strong, but the situation in the United States is not optimistic. 9 years ago, an underground passage connecting the world of monsters appeared in the United States. Their defense pressure is huge, and it can even be said that they have always been at a disadvantage. If they want to reach out to the whole Blue Star, they will have to let the strong people of other countries work for them in vain. In such an environment, the United States dare not let the Morgan family mess around. Well, is that so? It seems to make sense. Li Qiong didn't like watching the news as much as Li Sin did, nor did he care too much about the international situation. He nodded in approval after hearing Li Sin's explanation. When Grandpa Li came back from selling supper, he heard about this and agreed with Li Sin's idea. In his opinion, if he followed Li Qiong to Kyoto, he would be a target to attract the attention of the Morgan family. Both Li Sin and Li Qiong would be much safer. Especially Li Senator, he had already thought about it. When he went to Longdu, he would immediately announce that Li Sin was the adopted one and Li Qiong was the biological one, so that the attention of that Morgan family would be focused on him. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren each had their own concerns. And soon the contact person from Jinghua University arrived. A trainer with at least 5 ranks, piloting a giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 30 meters, landed outside Li Sin's neighborhood. Grandpa, Xiao Qiong, you must take care of yourself when you arrive in Kyoto. Okay. Grandpa is still young. Xiao Qiong has grown up and can take care of herself. You are a grown man, and you should take care of yourself. Also, remember to find more wives to expand my Li family. Grandpa, The law of Longwu stipulates that there is monogamy. I won't break the law. Haha. My eldest grandson is so handsome. And he is also a professional. The law will be flexible. Grandpa Li Sin rolled his eyes at Grandpa Li and interrupted him. Li Qiong just hugged Li Sin, without saying anything, with stars in her eyes. Okay, you are a big girl now, and you are going to college, to become stronger. As long as one day you are stronger than the so-called Morgan family, you will crush them. Well, I remember, I will definitely crush them. Li Qiong clenched her fists, waving them vigorously, as if she had set a goal for herself. Without much nonsense, after a simple farewell, the giant eagle took Li Qiong and Grandpa Li north, to the safest city in Dragon Country. Li Sin looked to the south, which was the direction of the other side of the ocean. He also swore in his heart that he would become stronger as soon as possible, so strong that he could crush the Morgan family. Afterwards, he took the key left by Grandpa Li, picked some necessities of life, and the things he needed to practice his skills, and moved on his second-hand electric tricycle. Everything went smoothly. The legendary story of the security guard looking down on others did not happen. The security guard here just looked at Li Sin's door key, checked the registration information and let him go. 2 young security guards came up to help Li Sin carry the gifts. In this era, professionals, even those with dual lives, are much stronger than ordinary people. These security guards dare not provoke the owners casually. If they are beaten to death by any professional, they may not be able to pay a few dollars. In this era, human life is worthless. Chapter 20 Admissions Announcement. Li Sin. Are you kidding me? The next day, while Li Sin was cooking powerful medicinal diet, he received a call from Chung Kai. He put down his phone and looked at the time, and complained in his heart, "You are really out of touch. It's already 10 o'clock. Chung Kai, what did I kid you about? Didn't you say you would persuade your sister to study at Lee University? Why did she go to Lungdu overnight? Today, the staff of Lee University in Lungdu notified me, so I just found out. I did persuade my sister, but she thought Jinghua University was better, so she decided to study at Jinghua. Aren't you afraid that the Morgan family will send someone to kill you? And your grandfather? Yes, so my grandfather also went to Lungdu. What? You and your grandfather both went to Lungdu? You deserve to die. Chung Kai hung up the phone angrily, probably reporting to his supervisor. Haha, you misunderstood it yourself. I didn't say anything. As for Chung Kai's misunderstanding that he went to Lungdu, he was happy to see it happen. Let those people do whatever they want. He found the phone number of his desk mate Yang Wei, and asked her to add him to the class's VV group, a chat software similar to QQ in his previous life. As soon as he entered, there was a lot of Chung Kai's bragging, showing off his admission letter from Lian University, showing off that he was going to become a superior person. What about a scholarship of tens of millions? A 50 square meter single dormitory? What about a beautiful companion? Below is the compliment and envy of all the classmates, including Yang Wei, who has always been at odds with Chung Kai, who also made a lot of compliments in the chat group. In the eyes of these classmates, the concepts of Dragon Country and Beautiful Country are not so important. What they value is that Lee University ranks first in the entire Blue Star. Li Sin looked at his 230 million deposits, secretly curled his lips, and simply didn't even want to show up. He threw his phone aside and concentrated on stewing powerful medicinal diet, only occasionally checking the group Chung Kai's itinerary exposed by showing off. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chung Kai and 1,450 other senior high school students from Dragon Country boarded a plane and flew to the other side of the ocean. What a group of 1,450! As for the scene of the fighter planes of the United States that Chung Kai showed off later, fighting monsters in the air, Li Sin wanted to laugh. Even a 3-year-old child knows that the sky is no longer dominated by human fighter planes, but by flying monsters and flying demon beasts. The United States will take away 1,450 people this time, and I am afraid that it will lose a large number of fighter planes and corresponding excellent pilots. Perhaps this is a show that loses money but gains publicity. On June 11, Li Sin returned to school again. Today is the day when colleges and universities come down to recruit students. In the war years, students have no summer vacation. After taking the exams, they go directly to college. After mastering the corresponding skills, they go to their respective positions and make their own contributions to responding to the invasion of the alien world. By the way, all 5 countries of Blue Star have a rule: young men and women over the age of 20 must get married, at the latest 22 years old. For those who are not married at the age of 23, the state will randomly match them for marriage. For women who are not pregnant at the age of 25, the state will provide free examinations. If there is no physical problem, they will be forced to divorce directly. And then remarry. Everything is aimed at increasing the population. First, it is the coming of God. After the connection with the other world, the human population of Blue Star has been greatly reduced. Now the entire Blue Star population is less than 1 billion. It is necessary to increase the population to resist the invasion of the other world. Second, it is the awakening of professionals. Especially the awakening ratio of combat professionals is a bit low. More population is needed to fight for that 11% chance. You know, even those powerful professional families, only 11% of the members have the opportunity to awaken combat professions. Therefore, this marriage policy is universal throughout the Blue Star and is recognized by all mankind. For this reason, every university will hold a specific wedding for students in March every year. The scene is very spectacular, and it is a competition program for major universities every March. Leeson tried hard to get into college, and he might have thought about finding a professional wife in college. Walking on the campus, the flow of people is clearly divided. Professionals are in groups of 3 or 2, discussing with high spirits, which is indescribably vigorous. Those students who fail to awaken stay away from professional classmates and walk silently with their heads down, occasionally looking up to cast envious and jealous eyes at professional classmates, which feels a bit old. Society is so realistic. Before high school students step out into society, they have already learned to classify people into different levels. Leeson seemed a little lonely walking in the crowd. Professional classmates all knew that he was a dual-life professional. They were indifferent to him, and even mocked him from time to time. He took the initiative to stay away. Students who failed to awaken were just hypocritically polite to him, but subconsciously kept their distance. He simply didn't get close. It was a good crowd diversion. Students who failed to awaken gathered in the playground. They would be assigned to different vocational colleges according to their scores, collectively known as higher vocational colleges. Professional students then gathered in the school auditorium. Leeson roughly estimated that there were 4,027 students in the class of number 9 middle school, and only about 1,000 students came to the auditorium, which was far lower than the theoretical 34% awakening probability. Just as he looked around and counted the heads, a group of middle-aged men and women in formal clothes entered the auditorium. The students immediately quieted down. Students, you are all excellent, excellent sons and daughters of our human race. No matter where you go next, Anqing number 9 middle school is proud of you. Please continue to be excellent. On the podium, the old principal finished speaking with emotion and bowed slightly to the students below, who immediately returned the greeting. Thank you for the teaching of number 9 middle school. We will also be proud of number 9 middle school. Although it was a regular speech, Leeson felt a sense of belonging. The principal on the stage continued, this year, number 9 middle school awakened 1 5th level professional, 2 4th level professional, 329 3rd level, 433 2nd level, 281 1st level, and 7 dual level professionals. The total number of awakened people is 1,053, which is the largest number in recent years. This number is similar to Leeson's estimate. After reporting the number of people, the old principal paused, looked at the students below, and had a kind smile in his eyes. University selection is a two-way process. The university has chosen you. If you are not satisfied and want to study in a better institution, you can prove your ability to the leaders present. You can go to study after being recognized. If not, you will obey the arrangement of the education system. As he said this, the old principal waved his hand, and the big screen behind him showed the admission situation this time. The first one was naturally Cheng Kai, who was admitted to Lee University. Then Yang Wei, who was admitted to Hanhai University. Xiao Lang, who was admitted to Fuyou University. Leeson did not look at the others afterwards. He found his name by searching by name, but he was not admitted to the university, but to the 23rd Defense Zone of the Northwest Military Region. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looking at his name, still in disbelief. He didn't apply for any military region, he only applied for 2 junior colleges, Lanxiang and New Oriental. How come he was assigned to the military region? He quickly found the old principal in a crowd of recruiters, wanting to ask for clarification. Principal, I'm Leeson. I have awakened 2 professions, but one of my professions is a chef, and I also awakened medicinal food skills. I applied for Lanxiang and New Oriental. Why was I assigned to the military region? The old principal, who was checking the information, just looked up at Li Xin and gave him a reason to slap himself. Chapter 21 Unwelcome Dual Life Professionals Final Choice. It's Li Xin. I have tasted your powerful medicinal diet myself. Not only does it taste good, but it also has a good effect in restoring physical strength, and is very suitable for people who do heavy physical work. So I personally recommended you to the military. Why? Li Xin was a little stunned. The reason was so simple. You have the best development opportunities in the military. If you just open a restaurant yourself, you can also make money, but you are just a small rich man with some money, and your strength cannot be improved. Maybe an ordinary person with a gun can kill you. But joining the military is different. Serving in the army, you can learn a rubbing skill every year. And you can also learn various combat skills. Even if your professional bonus is low, you can still build a strong body and gain good strength. The old principal seemed to have really understood Li Xin's situation, and patiently and carefully did ideological work on Li Senator. Another point. When you are a chef in the army, the soldiers will help you collect the materials. When you go to college, you either spend money or collect them yourself, which is not only a waste of time, but also potentially dangerous. Although the old principal said so much, Li Xin was still a little unwilling, and said directly, "Principal, I still want to try to take the college entrance examination." "Well, go over there." Seeing Li Xin's firm attitude, the old principal pointed to a fat middle-aged uncle and asked Li Xin to take the test. As soon as he went over, before he could say anything, the fat uncle performed an identification spell on him, which made Li Xin's hair stand on end, and he felt like he was being seen naked. Dual life professions: farmer and chef. Skills include digging, fertilizing, big pot meals, and medicinal food. Alas, what a pity. If you were a chef, I would immediately train you as an elite student. The fat uncle shook his head as he spoke. But when he saw Li Xin's handsome face, he added, "If you really want to study at New Oriental, I will give you a place as an auditor, with an annual tuition of 1 million. Li Xin's mouth twitched. The annual tuition for regular students seems to be only 10,000. Right? Just because of the dual professions, the tuition is 100 times higher. Moreover, auditors can enjoy very few school benefits. It is really better to join the army." "Okay, I'll go ask somewhere else." Li Xin found the admissions director of Lanxiang again. Same words, same conditions. Dual life careers are really unpopular. Colleges all dislike him, so he naturally won't go to colleges to get himself into trouble. There are a few local companies in Anqing, and the mercenary group expressed their willingness to train him, but they all require a 60-year work contract. Li Xin almost spit in their faces. Is this training? This is catching slaves. After a round, Li Xin came to an acquaintance. The person in charge of the military was actually the division commander Shui Mingxian, who came in person. "Haha, young man, is there no one who wants you? I really want to beat up this big guy." Li Xin didn't want to talk anymore. He was sure that as long as he was willing to reveal the third profession of the 9-turn formation master, everyone present would kneel down to grab him. But he might also be assassinated. For example, the Morgan family, for example, the United States, and people from other countries would also try to kill him. In high school teaching, there is a course called Prevention of Assassination, which lists the names of the 7th turn and 8th turn professionals who were assassinated by Blue Star's own people. Then, using their assassination cases, teach students how to prevent assassinations. When Li Qiong was admitted to Tsinghua University in advance, Li Xin was indeed tempted, but he was afraid of death, so he decided to keep it a secret. Don't look so bitter. The 23rd Defense Zone of the Northwest Military Region is nominally a border defense zone, but it is safer than us Anqing City Defense Force. Shui Mingxian stood up and patted Li Xin's shoulder with a smile, making him stagger. "Thank you, Commander Shui, for taking care of me." Li Xin could only smile bitterly, and then simply went through the procedures for enlisting in the army. The other 6 dual professionals also joined the military without any surprise. Although it is very difficult to train dual professionals, and it takes resources, most of the soldiers in the military are ordinary people. Dual professionals are always better than ordinary people. At least every dual professional has at least 4 skills, and can also learn rubbing skills. There is always a place for them to play a role. The procedure is very simple. Just register your identity information and sign a battlefield insurance agreement. During the war, the death rate of soldiers was very high, up to about 30%. The military and government naturally had to do a good job of comforting the martyrs. Otherwise the government would have collapsed long ago. For example, although Li Sin's parents were not soldiers, they responded to the military's emergency call-up during the monster siege. After they died in the battle, Li Sin and Li Qiong were educated, and their medical expenses were officially exempted. Grandpa Li's job was arranged by the government. Even the mortgage on the Li family's house was exempted. It is because of the relatively good national welfare that Longwood can still be the country with the highest recruitment efficiency in the entire Blue Star despite the high casualty rate. Except for the 7 dual professionals including Li Sin. No other professionals reported to the military. Xue Mingxian was not surprised. Nor was he nervous. After everyone was gathered, he began to educate the 7 people about conscription and military service. The country's conscription has another rule. Unmarried people can be exempted from conscription and can join the army after having at least 1 child. This is also a way to increase the population. The main targets of conscription are university and college graduates. Soldiers trained by schools have higher and stronger combat effectiveness, and are the real main force on the battlefield. The others are ordinary soldiers using ordinary firearms. But ordinary firearms, they have limited lethality against monsters, and can only serve as auxiliary weapons. Missiles, truth weapons, electromagnetic weapons, laser weapons have become ineffective after the advent of the heavenly Tao, and only ordinary gunpowder weapons can still play a certain role. Without weapons of mass destruction, professionals are the only support for Blue Star. At least as time goes by, Blue Star is actually losing ground, and its population has dropped from more than 8 billion 100 years ago to less than 1 billion now. Among them, Dragon Country is a populous country with more than 300 million people, and the other 4 countries have less than 700 million people in total. The fact that Blue Star was not invaded by the 3 worlds was paid for with human lives. After joining the army, Li Sin and others will also receive firearms training, as well as more skills training. Welcome. Soldierly Senator, you will have 3 days off. You can say goodbye to your family and report to the City Guard Division headquarters before 10 a.m. 3 days later. Okay. Facing Xue Mingxian's serious and formal military salute, Li Sin hurriedly returned the salute. He did not feel excited for the time being, but just felt helpless because he was forced to do something he was not prepared for. He doesn't want to be a soldier, but there is no better place to go for the time being. So he will just stay in the military camp for a few years. According to the regulations, he can serve as a soldier for 5 years and retire before the age of 24. At that time, the army will directly arrange a wife for him. If he performs well, he will have a professional wife. And if he does not perform well, he can only arrange an ordinary wife. If he has the ability to find a girlfriend in the army, then the army will not have to worry about it. He is confident that in 5 years, he can upgrade himself to a strong man. A strong man who can at least control his own destiny. Chapter 22. 3 months into the army, show off your skills. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, stand still. Following the company commander's order, Li Sin, carrying a 30-kilogram marching bag on his back, stood still. 3rd platoon. 2nd squad. Step out. Snap, snap, snap. 11 soldiers marched forward 3 steps in a neat pace. Although they were full of momentum, the faces of all 11 soldiers were a little bitter. 3rd platoon. 2nd squad. Aren't you ashamed? This is the 3rd time this week that you have lost to the kitchen squad in a 30-kilometer cross-country race. Where is your face? Company Commander Cheng Jinmin asked loudly, making the soldiers of 3rd platoon. 2nd squad lower their heads, but their lowered eyes were all fixed on Li Sin of the kitchen squad. This guy, during the cross-country run, helped 2 comrades carry the weight, and ran easily, which greatly improved the performance of the kitchen squad. But that was his ability. Even if the whole class helped each other, they still couldn't outrun the kitchen squad. That was because they were incompetent. Old track, you guys will do an extra 10 kilometers on the playground today. No way, isn't it always 5 kilometers? Why is it 10 kilometers today? Captain, spare me. Captain, if you continue to do extra training like this, we won't have the energy to run tomorrow. Hearing Cheng Jinmin's order, all the soldiers of the 2nd squad of the 3rd platoon objected loudly. But objection was useless. Cheng Jinmin smiled sinisterly, pointed at Li Sin in the crowd and said, the effect of Li Sin's powerful medicinal diet has been improved again. It can increase your physical strength by 40% within 3 minutes, and can also increase your health by 2 points per second. It will definitely allow you to recover well. Ah. Li Sin again. Of course, you can also choose not to be punished. But there will be no medicinal meal for dinner. Accept the punishment. We accept the punishment. When the soldiers of the second squad of the third row heard that there was no medicinal meal, they all shouted anxiously that they accepted the punishment and took the initiative to run. Without Lee Sin's medicinal food, they would not be able to fully recover their strength overnight. Okay. Everyone else, please dismiss. The kitchen team will prepare dinner. The other squads will have to rest or practice more. Pa. Yes. The other soldiers, including Lee Sin, stood at attention and saluted. And then, they were dismissed. As the squad leader of the kitchen team, Lee Sin led 12 cooks to the kitchen and prepared dinner. A kitchen team was responsible for the meals of 2 teams of 120 people, which was quite busy. As soon as he returned to the kitchen, Lee Sin began to arrange tasks. He was the only professional chef in the entire company. As soon as he entered the company numbered West 2305, the original cook squad leader Tian Xian took the initiative to give up his position and let him be the cook squad leader. Old Tian, the old rules: 3 people steam rice, 3 people steam buns, 3 people cook vegetables, and 3 people help me cook medicinal food. Okay, it's my turn to help you cook medicinal food today. I have to learn a little bit. Tian Xian rubbed his hands and looked excited. When Lee Sin cooked medicinal food, he never kept anything to himself. As long as you wanted to learn, he would teach you. From selecting ingredients to cleaning to the heat, he did not keep anything to himself. But the biggest difference between professionals and ordinary people lies in their professional skills and mana. Ordinary people cannot use skills without the blessing of the rules of heaven. They cannot give medicinal food the special rule power. Tian Xian has been learning for 3 months and can successfully stew powerful medicinal food. But it does not have the effect of restoring physical strength and blood volume. At most, it tastes good. After washing the ingredients, looking at the mountain of cabbage leaves, Tian Xian asked in surprise, Lee Sin, there are so many ingredients today. Are you going to challenge yourself to open 4 pots at the same time? Yes. I have been practicing for more than 3 months, and my skills have been upgraded. I can challenge myself now. How about we cook 3 pots at the same time first, and then we can try the 4 pots after we are familiar with them? It's okay. I am confident that I can cook 4 pots. After upgrading my skills, my ability has become much stronger. Really? Really? Lee Sin nodded very affirmatively. Let alone cooking 4 pots at the same time, even if he cooked 10 pots at the same time. He was confident that he would succeed. He just didn't want to shock the world. Today is September 24th. He has been in the army for more than 3 months. After completing daily training, his task is to cook medicinal food. After the whole company ate the powerful medicinal food he cooked once, the company commander directly ordered him not to cook big pot rice anymore, and to stew medicinal food. He cooked 2 pots at the same time, at least 3 times a day, to meet the needs of the whole company of 120. Calculating the time, his apparent skill level should have been upgraded. In fact, his skill level has already been. Name: Lee Sin LV4/160 000 age 18. Occupation: first turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9 turn array master 9 strength 65. Physique 65. Spirit 130. Agility 65. HP 6500. Stamina 140. Mana, combat power 65. Talent 10,000 times proficiency myth. Every time a professional completes a skill, he can gain 10,000 times proficiency. Skills: digging LV5, fertilizing LV1, big pot rice LV8, medicinal food LV10, drawing array LV5, exploding array LV3, carving array LV2. Medicinal food legend LV10, 910 000/5.12 million. Cook medicinal food with special effects according to the recipe. Although he can gain about 60,000 skill proficiency and 600 experience points every day, this upgrade efficiency is too slow. He needs to gradually speed up the pace of upgrade. Basic training has basically ended. He deliberately showed his strong physique, shared the burden of his comrades in the cross-country run, let the company commander know how strong he is, and reduced unnecessary training and subsequent training. This way he has more time to practice his skills. 1 gene of astragalus, 0.5 gene of white peony, 20 plants of enzyme chestnut grass, and put it in the pot. Here it comes. Here it comes. Hearing Lee Sin's order, Tian Xian took the other 2 soldiers and put the weighed medicine in. 20 gene of chicken, 20 gene of cabbage, and 30 gene of radish. Dong dong. Dong dong. 3 people each poured a box of meat and vegetables into the big pot. Put on the stove. Add water. And start the fire. Hoo-hoo, 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 for stoves started to fire at the same time. Lee Sin used the medicinal diet skill 1 pot at a time, 10 seconds each time, and only 10 mana points were needed. This was the best mana input amount he had summed up at home before joining the army. At a higher level, 100 points would be needed at a time, so that medicinal meals with special properties could be cooked. For example, umami +1, delicious +1, and other effects that increase the taste of food. But in the army, deliciousness is not such an important requirement, so only 10 minimum mana points are needed. It takes 10 casts of the medicinal diet skill to cook a pot of medicinal food. It only takes 100 mana points in total. After 50 minutes, for pots of medicinal food give off a strong strawberry aroma. Pa Shaoli, you are awesome. You managed to cook 4 pots of medicinal food at once. That's amazing. Company Commander Chung Jinmin sneaked into the kitchen at some point. He came up and slapped Lee Sin in the face when 4 pots of medicinal food were cooked. He praised, "Company Commander, you are a professional soldier. Be gentle." Even if it didn't hurt much, Lee Sin looked like he was hurt. We must not indulge the company commander's habit of patting people on the shoulder. More than 10 recruits this year have been sent to the hospital. I'm excited. You are really awesome. I've been in several defense zones, and those chefs are not as good as you. Even the single chefs are not as good as you? Really? My medicinal food skill is like this. I feel that if I upgrade it, it won't be a problem to open 8 pots at a time. Hearing Chung Jinmin's words, Lee Sin was shocked, but he still attributed it to the problem of his profession, and explained it to the rules of heaven. Maybe it's a compensation for your dual life career. You kid, starting tomorrow. Basic training will be halved, so cook more medicinal food, starting tomorrow. The soldiers will enter intensive training, so eat more nourishing food. Understood, starting tomorrow. I will try to cook 24 pots a day. Okay, you said it. Yes, I said it. Haha, just for your straightforwardness, I will give you the rubbing skill today. Really? Now Lee Sin was also excited, and he grabbed the company commander with his greasy hands. Chapter 23, Imprinting Skills, Fireball. Come on. I'll take you to the warehouse to choose. Seeing Lee Sin so excited, Chung Jinmin smiled and turned around to lead the way. After 3 inspections, we arrived at the warehouse in the basement of the company building and entered a study-like warehouse, where rows of bookshelves were lined with books. These are imprinting skills, and those books are skill books. In addition to the skills that they have awakened, professionals can also learn various skills. There are just some simple restrictions. For example, the mage profession can learn the skills of the priest profession, but cannot learn the skills of the warrior profession. Similarly, the warrior can learn the skills of the assassin, but cannot learn the skills of the mage profession. For life professionals, there are no restrictions in this regard, as long as you can get the skills, and have mana or true chi, and fighting spirit to support the release of skills. You can learn any skills. Lee Sin's formation master belongs to the mage profession, and can only learn mage skills. Although the rubbing skills can also be upgraded. The proficiency required is 100 times that of the professional skills. For dual professionals, that is 10,000 times the proficiency required, which is very scary. Moreover, the number of rubbing skills that each person can learn is 10, regardless of the profession. And the number of professional changes, it is 10. Of course, after learning the rubbing skills, you can still wash them off and change to new skills. But the proficiency you put into practice will be gone. Lee Sin, have you decided what skills you want? I have decided. I want the fireball skill, so I don't need to bring a lighter when making a fire in the wild. Your reason is really useful. After hearing Lee Sin's reason, Chung Jinmin gave him a thumbs up, and then found 3 skill books on the bookshelf. Magic. Small fireball ordinary consumes 10 mana. Causes 20 fire damage to the enemy. Big fireball excellent. Consumes 20 mana. Causes 60 fire damage to the enemy. Cultivation system. Fireball normal consumes the same amount of mana as spiritual power points, causing 100% mana damage to the enemy. I want the fireball of the cultivation system. There is no doubt that Lee Sin's spiritual power is strong, and the fireball of the cultivation system is the most cost-effective, and the skills can be upgraded. Each level increases 10% to 100% of the skill power, and the later it is, the stronger it is. Okay. Chung Jinmin handed the skill book to Li Xin. After he took it, he put the book against his forehead and silently said, "Learn." The ancient book immediately turned into a fiery red light and shot directly into Li Xin's head. In just 10 seconds, he learned this skill. Professionals are so magical. This is an ability that ordinary people can never have. A fist-sized fireball appeared in Li Xin's hand. "Stop it!" Puff! As soon as the fireball appeared, Chung Jinmin exclaimed, reached out, and extinguished the fireball directly. "You are an idiot. This is a warehouse. Do you want to light it up?" "Haha, sorry, I let it out in excitement." "Get out. I want to practice at the shooting range." Chung Jinmin scolded Li Xin seriously, but he also understood Li Xin's excitement. For a dual-life professional, learning a combat skill is really a very happy thing. Hee hee. Then I'll leave first. Li Xin scratched his head, trotted out of the warehouse, and ran to the company's shooting range. After running all the way, he calmed down. He did not run to the high-tech target with combat power test, but found a cement target that no one used and started practicing fireball. His current mental power is as high as 94 points, and the damage caused is 94 points, which is higher than the big fireball of the magic system, although it consumes more mana now. As long as he keeps upgrading, the power of the skill will become stronger and stronger. Moreover, the fireball spell of the cultivation system lacks a magic chanting link, making the casting more concealed. As long as the corresponding hand seal is formed, it can be released silently, which is simply a good skill for sneaking up on people. Normally, a dual professional needs 1 million successful releases to upgrade the level 1 fireball spell to level 2. He has the 10,000 times proficiency talent and can upgrade it with only 100 releases. After dinner, he ran to the shooting range to practice again. No one came to disturb him during the period. Among the recruits of the same class, both ordinary people and professionals knew that Li Xin was a dual professional, and knew that he worked hard. While training hard, he also worked hard to cook medicinal food, ensuring everyone's recovery from training. Now seeing him working hard to practice skills, I would only admire him instead of mocking him. "Li Xin, stop and rest for a while." Outside the shooting range, Chung Jinmin, the company commander, came again. "Company commander, are you so idle? Are you chasing me every day?" After walking out of the shooting range and sitting on the cement bench next to Chung Jinmin, Li Xin couldn't help but complain. "Hey, what are you talking about? Kid? If you don't know medicinal food skills, I will definitely train you like a grandson." "Heh. Do you think I haven't practiced enough?" Li Xin glanced at Chung Jinmin and directly retorted. "The entire West 2305 company is trained like a grandson every day. If it weren't for his medicinal diet, I'm afraid that several of them would have been trained to death. Don't you know what's good for you? Sweat more during training, bleed less during battle. Don't you understand?" "I understand. This is an unchanging truth, especially for ordinary people. Through continuous high-intensity training is the only way for them to improve their strength. On the battlefield, an extra pound of strength, an extra millisecond of reaction speed, is equivalent to an extra life. Here, this is a medicinal diet recipe, a recipe that speeds up the recovery of mental power and mana. Starting tomorrow, professionals and ordinary people will be trained separately. Professionals need to train skills, and the mental and mana consumed will increase greatly. Please take more trouble to make this recipe." "Well, the recipe for medicinal food?" Li Xin's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the paper from Chung Jinmin. Qingshan medicinal food describes the effect of speeding up mental and mana. The ingredients are 3 kinds of food and 6 kinds of medicinal materials. The cooking process is much more complicated than powerful medicinal food. Li Xin read it several times, and wrote down the recipe for this medicinal food. "It's not a big problem. I can make it, but this recipe is not my skill recipe, so the cooking effect will definitely be limited. You can't complain when the time comes." "Haha, what's there to complain about? It's better to have it than not. I also know that you chefs can't gain skill proficiency by cooking non-skill recipes. I'm very satisfied that you can make it. I'll trouble you next. I'm also a soldier, and I still know how to obey orders." For Chung Jinmin's politeness, Li Xin rolled his eyes at him. "Haha, you are aware. I feel relieved. Practice skills appropriately, and never exhaust your mana. After exhausting your mana, recovery will be several times slower. If you are on the battlefield, you must ensure that you have at least 10% of your mana to deal with crisis, otherwise you will die miserably." "Well, I remember it." Li Xin nodded, remembering this. This is the advice of an old soldier. The experience summed up with his life. He cast Fireball 100 times, after completing the first upgrade, then ended this practice. Fireball Excellent LV2 consumes mana equal to the number of mental points, causing 110% mana damage to the enemy. This fireball is just a skill of ordinary quality, and each upgrade only increases by 10%, which is far inferior to those advanced skills. However, there is an attack skill, which can make it easier for him to survive on the battlefield. He may go to the battlefield at any time. Chapter 24 Emergency Assembly. Goblin Cave. Tick 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 tick. The emergency bugle call broke the silence of the night. In 3 minutes, Lee Sin was dressed neatly, standing in the snowy playground, and the other comrades also quickly assembled. Boom Jie. In less than a minute, a row of military vehicles stopped in front of them. Chung Zhenming jumped out of a vehicle. Professionals come up to get weapons, non-professionals and Staff Officer Chu go to get guns. Cooks, pack up your stuff. Yes. Bang walala. No one asked any questions, and all quickly dispersed to get their equipment. Lee Sin quickly found the 12 comrades in the kitchen squad. Tian Xian drove the Dragon C500 kitchen car from the garage, and Lee Sin and others quickly loaded all the tools and ingredients into the car, filling up all the places where things could be placed. In 5 minutes, the kitchen car started, and sped away from the company headquarters with the troop transport armored vehicle. It was not until this time that the explanation of the company staff Chuzhua came through the car radio. There is a monster tied in the underground passage defended by our 23rd Defense Zone, and our new recruit company must also assist in the defense. Hearing this, Lee Sin breathed a sigh of relief. The 23rd Defense Zone defended the Dog-Headed Man clan of the magic world. They have been defending for 100 years. There are 1 to 3 waves of monsters every year, but they are quickly suppressed. There has never been an accident in the past 100 years. I believe there will be no accident this time. As expected, Chuzhua's words confirmed his guess. This wave of monsters is the second this year, and the scale is relatively small. It is just right for you new recruits to feel the atmosphere of war and face the real strength of monsters. You don't have to worry, but you can't take it lightly. Follow the usual training rhythm and fight well. Remember, don't panic. Chuzhua's voice was gentle on the radio, mobilizing these new recruits and providing psychological counseling. When new soldiers go to the battlefield, the death rate is close to 0, but the injury rate is often over 60%, which is caused by their poor psychological quality and various low-level mistakes. Therefore, when the scale of the monster wave is not large, letting new soldiers experience the atmosphere of war is a necessary training project for each military region and defense zone every year. The company headquarters is exactly 30 kilometers away from the exit of the underground passage of the defense zone, which is the distance of the cross-country running that Lee Sin and his team experience every day. It only takes more than 10 minutes to drive there. The professionals in the first row will follow me in, and the second and third rows will be led by Chuzhua. The kitchen team will find a suitable place to cook. The medicinal food will be prepared first. Pa. Yes. The soldiers stood at attention and saluted, and then dispersed immediately to start their respective tasks. Lee Sin looked at the dark entrance to the underground passage, and was a little envious of the soldiers who were about to join the battle. He also wanted to go in and fight. Xiao Li, don't be envious. As long as we cook the food and the comrades have finished eating, we can also go in and join the battle. Really? Really? I have been a soldier for 5 years. I have been in this goblin cave hundreds of times. I am very familiar with it. Then let's start cooking. Let's have the powerful and refreshing medicinal diets. I will use 4 pots, and the remaining 2 pots to cook rice. Okay, brothers, get moving. It was already December 18th. The weather was cold, and the snowflakes were getting bigger and bigger, but the enthusiasm of Lee Sin and others was not diminished at all by the heavy snow. An hour later, before dawn, the first batch of medicinal food was ready. A young soldier was left to guard the cooking cart, and the other 12 people carried 6 buckets of food and entered the dark tunnel. In fact, the tunnel was not dark, but the military deliberately designed 3 sharp turns when building it. There were 3 gates guarding it. It was very dark from the outside, but once you get close, you can see lights as bright as day. Stop. Check. Even though Lee Sin and his men were wearing military uniforms, they knew the subordinates of Lee Sin and his 12 men, and the guards at the checkpoint still checked them. Behind each gate there was a soldier who had learned the art of identification. He checked the people and the food in their hands before letting them pass. Data. As soon as they passed the third gate, they heard fierce gunfire. The battle inside seemed to be very fierce. Machine gunner. Switch from continuous shooting to burst shooting. Professional warriors step forward. And the mage begins to chant. A majestic and unfamiliar voice came from afar. But it seemed to ring in my ears. The intensity of the gunfire immediately decreased. And a whirring sound began to be heard. Lee Sen and his companions ran through a 300-meter-long reinforced concrete passage. And saw a huge underground hall. It was about 30 meters high. And the width was estimated to be more than 2 kilometers. The length was so long that it was impossible to see the end. The stone pillars in the middle were reinforced with steel pipes. And they looked very strong. They ran more than 500 meters before they saw their comrades fighting. Ordinary soldiers held guns and spread out in a 3-3 formation. Every 3 people focused their fire on one target. And never fought alone. Every 3 groups formed a team, which was basically a squad of soldiers. Under the command of the squad leader, they accurately sniped the approaching dog-headed people. When they got closer, they could see the professionals advancing steadily in squads, killing the dog-headed monsters. The humans were indeed in the upper hand. The dog-headed monsters seemed to be coming in large numbers. But they only left a pile of corpses. First Company. The people of First Company will gradually retreat. And Second Company will take over. The majestic voice sounded again. And the soldiers at the front of the team began to slow down their offensive. And slowly retreated after dealing with the enemies in their hands. Leaving the battlefield to the comrades, who came up from behind. The soldiers of the Second Company quickly asked and took over the defense area of the First Company. After the handover, the soldiers of the First Company quickly retreated. The First Company will assemble in Area B4. There are medicinal foods here. Hearing this voice, Lee Sen looked up at the sign, B4 not far above his head. In other words, the food they sent in was to supply the soldiers in this underground passage. Medicinal foods? What medicinal foods? Are there any to restore physical strength? I need to restore mana. I still want to recover blood. I was slashed by the dog cub. Haha. Then you are too useless. As he spoke, a group of soldiers covered in blood ran over quickly. Each of them had some blood on their bodies. And it was unclear whether it was their own or the dog-headed man's. Don't look at me stupidly. There are bowls and chopsticks over there. Help me take them out. Tian Xian pushed Lee Sen and pointed to a locker on the side. Lee Sen was stunned. He hurried over with 2 old cooks to take out the bowls and chopsticks. No wonder Tian Xian led the way here with ease. It turned out that this was the dining area of the underground passage. As soon as he took the bowls and chopsticks, Lee Sen felt a sinking sensation. They were all made of steel. They took out more than 100 sets of bowls and chopsticks. The soldiers of the First Company had already pulled out several tables from under the stone pillars on the other side and opened them. 6 barrels of food had been opened. Hey, the medicinal food this time is good. It increases the efficiency of physical strength recovery by 40% in 3 minutes and restores 2 points of blood per second, which is equivalent to a small blood bottle. It's just that this medicinal food for refreshing the mind is a little worse. It restores 5 points of mana per second and only lasts for 2 minutes, which is not satisfactory. Hey, don't be disgusted if you have something to eat. Eat quickly, and take the time to recover after eating and switch to the Second Company. Although some soldiers had some small opinions, they still ate happily. All the food was finished in just 10 minutes. Lee Sen and his team ran out again with buckets and went for the second round. In this way, for 3 consecutive days, Lee Sen had no chance to fight, and 20 hours of the 24 hours a day were spent stewing medicinal food. Although the battle in the underground passage was not very fierce, it continued non-stop, as if the opposite dog-headed man was endless. Chapter 25 New Mission, New Medicinal Food, Earthquake. How is it? Cooking for 3 days, and 4 nights in a row, are you tired? Only on the 4th day, Lee Sen's cooking team was replaced. Chung Jinmin looked at Lee Sen with a tired face and joked. It's really tiring, but I can still hold on for 2 more days. That's good, you take a good rest for a day. The battalion commander means that our company can go back to continue training, and you can help cook medicinal food here. You're leaving me alone? Hearing Chung Jinmin's words, Lee Sen was stunned. Was he abandoned by the organization? Yes, you're the only one left. Maybe you have to stay for a month. When this wave of dog-headed people's attack is over, you can go back. I also want to kill the dog-headed men here. But those new recruits have too many problems that need to be corrected. In order to prevent them from dying here, they can only go back and train for a while before they can come. Chung Jinmin's tone was very unwilling. He didn't want to leave the battlefield, but he left in disgust. Oh, Lisa nodded, probably knowing what Cheng Jinmin meant. But he still asked, there are 4 companies below. There should be 4 cooking squads. Don't they have chef professionals? Yes. The cooking squad leader of the first company is a chef professional. Still a professional. But he has not awakened the medicinal food skill. Although he has learned the medicinal food skill of rubbing, he does not have a recipe with the skill. And the medicinal food effect is not as good as your stew. Oh, I see. Then, Cheng Jinmin brought Li Xin to the battalion commander Han Jisheng. Young comrade is very good, especially your powerful medicinal food, which is of great help. I will trouble you again in the next period of time. Report to the battalion commander, no trouble. Very good, very energetic, let me introduce you. This is Xie Shi, another chef in our 23rd defense zone, you should get to know him well. Hello. Private Li Xin. Hello. Second Lieutenant Xie Shi. Li Xin was stunned for a moment at the address of Xie Shi, and then he quickly saluted and addressed the other party by his rank. Cheng Jinmin and Han Jisheng looked at each other, with some helplessness in their eyes, but neither of them said anything. They all knew Xie Shi's arrogance. Sometimes even Han Jisheng, the battalion commander, could not command him. A cook squad leader. It was only because Xie Shi was a 4th level chef, and had completed the 3rd level job transfer. Although he had no combat power, his cooking skills were indeed amazing. Old Xie, lead the newcomers and get along well with them. I will. Private, follow me. After saying that, Xie Shi turned around and left. Li Xin saluted Cheng Jinmin and Han Jisheng, and then left. There were 4 Dragon C500 cooking cars lined up at the entrance of the underground passage. Li Xin was assigned to the last one, and became the deputy squad leader of the cooking squad of the 4th company. His task was to lead the cooks of the 4th company to stew medicinal food. 6 pots were constantly on fire, and at least 120 pots had to be stewed every day. Li Xin shrugged and agreed. His medicinal food skills had been improved for more than 2 months. And with the continuous stewing for 4 days, he had upgraded to level 11 yesterday. After the upgrade, he not only learned new recipes, but also shortened the time for stewing medicinal food. A stew could be completed in 45 minutes. Medicinal Diet Legend LV11, 160, 000/10 million. Cook medicinal diet with special effects according to the recipe. Qi Ji medicinal diet. Cook medicinal diet according to the recipe, can speed up physical recovery, restore a small amount of qi and blood, temporarily increase a small amount of qi and blood limit. Recipe: animal liver, meat, black fungus, red dates, Rehmannia, angelica, chuanqiong, white peony. 8 kinds of materials are required, and the stewing process is more complicated. Ingredients need to be added in order, and it is not like powerful medicinal diet, where you can arrange the materials and then use the skills. He didn't reveal this medicinal meal. It's impossible for a normal dual professional to upgrade his skills so quickly. According to the rules of heaven, a life professional can get a new recipe every time his skills are upgraded by 10 levels. Without 2 or 3 years of practice, it's impossible for him, a dual professional, to upgrade his skills to level 11. Even if he finished stewing a medicinal meal in 45 minutes, and stewed 6 pots at the same time, Xie Shi looked at him with a strange look every day, which made him a little nervous. In the next 10 days, he stewed 80 pots of strengthening medicinal diet, and 40 pots of clearing medicinal diet every day, as he still needed to continue to upgrade. After finishing the potion boiling, he would go to the underground goblin cave to observe the soldiers' battles. Sometimes he could take over the guns and help shoot from behind, which could also help him gain some experience. Originally, Li Xin thought that a month would pass peacefully, but an accident still happened. On January 2nd, late at night, Li Xin went down to the cave with his comrades from the 4th Company's cooking squad, as usual, to deliver midnight snacks to the soldiers. This time, they walked 2 kilometers from B4 area, and only saw the fighting soldiers at D15 area. The Kobold Cave starts from D15 area, and quickly narrows, from 2 kilometers wide to less than 100 meters wide. According to the battalion commander Han Jisheng, about 3 kilometers from D15 area. It is the magic world. Dragon Country actually has the ability to fight to the other side. But once it fights, it will face the crazy counterattack of the kobolds, which is not worth the loss. It is better to be like now, with a battalion of 500 soldiers stationed, plus a company of new recruits constantly trained. and excellent veterans constantly sent to other defense areas where the fighting is more intense. It is a safe and stable training ground. This has been maintained for 100 years. Hey Shaoli, you come here to get experience again? Yes, today's medicinal food task is completed. Come down to get some. You go, be careful. Okay. Lee Sin was about to step forward, but when he heard the conversation behind him, he slowed down unconsciously. Captain, I feel like the kobolds are going to retreat soon. Today. Only 1/5 of the kobolds entered the cave today compared to yesterday. Yeah, I noticed that. 2. After supper, the first and third companies will go out to rest first. Let the second and fourth companies work hard all night. It's their turn to rest tomorrow. Let the second and fourth companies rest first. They are the second echelon with relatively strong combat power. Listen to me. The first and third companies have shared more combat tasks and need more rest. Okay. Lee Sin listened on the side and walked forward quickly, thinking, if the kobolds retreated, there would be no monsters for him to kill in the next 6 months or so. He soon found a vacant position for a machine gunner, and he used the machine gun to attack. The 2 warriors who cooperated with him also knew that he was here to gain experience, so they let Lee Sin finish the last blow. Ordinary people cannot gain experience. Only professionals can gain experience by killing monsters. Lee Sin's medicinal food is indeed delicious and nutritious, which is also good for ordinary people like them. So they are naturally willing to make friends with Lee Sin. Boom! Boom! Lee Sin, who was shooting excitedly, was suddenly awakened by a rumble. What happened? I don't know. It seems like an earthquake. Did you feel the earthquake? Lee Sin stopped what he was doing, looked up and looked around, and suddenly he felt inexplicably flustered. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! There was another rumble, and a lot of mud and sand fell from the cave in front of him. Lie down. There's an earthquake, someone shouted, and Lee Sin squatted down quickly. Boom! 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 The ground shook, and even with Lee Sin's physical fitness, he fell to the ground. Then he fell into darkness, and felt someone pressing on him. Chapter 26. 37 people survived, drawing the formation again. Brother Bao, Brother Bao. Brother Chong, Brother Chong. Lee Sin didn't know the names of the 2 temporary teammates. He only knew that one called Brother Bao, and the other called Brother Chong. At this time, the 2 had completely stopped breathing. Just now, at the critical moment, they pushed Lee Sin away, and pressed him down to protect him from being hit by the falling earth and rocks. But both paid the price with their lives. Damn it! Those damn experts from the Earthquake Bureau, why didn't they issue a warning? Such a big earthquake, I don't know how many people will die. When I get out, I will sue them in a military court. Just when Lee Sin was sad, someone else spoke up. All of them were indignant, and kept cursing. Lee Sin suppressed his grief, and used the fireball technique to condense a fist-sized fireball, illuminating the surroundings. Fuck. Our retreat is blocked. He had just illuminated the nearby area when he heard a scream. He turned his head quickly, and his eyes were immediately widened by the scene in front of him. He saw a huge rock falling less than 1 meter behind him, and the whole area on the left and right was full of soil and rocks. Everything he saw was buried. There was dark red blood flowing under the sand and gravel. There was no scream, but I'm afraid the people buried underneath are already dead. Those who are still alive, gather here. Suddenly, a soldier holding a white fireball shouted loudly, and the others quickly gathered over. Now that someone stood up in this environment, everyone felt like they had found a backbone, and gathered together consciously. Why are there only so few people? When the crowd gathered together, someone exclaimed. Lee Sin counted, including him. There were only 37 people, of which only 27 were professionals, and only 10 were ordinary people. The entire D-15 was basically submerged, with huge rocks, sand, and reinforced concrete blocks everywhere. The area where they could survive was only a range of more than 100 meters wide. Boom, 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 just as everyone was panicking and trying to find a way out. The sound of digging and impact came from the D-16 area, which was the direction of the dog-headed man. Quick! Line up, and prepare for battle. Lee Sin, the soldier who called for the assembly before, had already seen clearly that it was Pei Xiaoba, the deputy company commander of the 4th company. He had the highest military rank here, and he took over the command without hesitation. Ordinary soldiers, go and find as many firearms and weapons as possible. Several people quickly dispersed, and Li Sin took over the steel guns and bullets from some dead soldiers, and silently closed his eyes for them. This is what I thought. No one wants to think. Boom! A beam of light shone in from the tunnel in the direction of the dog-headed man. Kill! Kill all these humans. Give the little ones in the tribe a snack. As the hoarse and unpleasant dog barking came, Li Sin heard the meaning of the dog-headed man's words. It's not that Li Sin has a golden finger, but the rules of heaven translated it for him. Humans can understand the language of dog-headed people, and dog-headed people can also understand human language. Line up. Shoot! Li Sin rushed to the cave entrance with 7 or 8 machine guns on his back and 70 or 80 kilograms of bullets, set up the gun, and started to shoot. Basically, one of 3 shots would hit the dog-headed man's head. Bang, 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 but the bullets could not penetrate the skin of the dog-headed people, and could only leave red marks. Unless they could hit the eyes of the dog-headed people, they could not cause much damage to the dog-headed people. Kobold Warrior Elite LV 43, Combat Power 640 HP. Skills? No. This is an elite monster of the dog-headed people, whose combat power is equivalent to that of our human 3rd-level warriors. Everyone, focus your fire and kill them one by one. Pei Xiaobo also saw the attributes of the monsters that rushed in, and exclaimed loudly. All the professionals present were above level 41, but he was the only 3rd-level warrior. The others were 2nd-level professionals, whose combat power was about the same as that of the Kobold Warriors, but they only had 27 professionals, and the number of Kobold Warriors was several times theirs. Li Sin's machine gun was fixed on a Kobold Warrior, and a fist-sized fireball floated out of his right hand. Bang! -3. His fireball hit the Kobold Warrior, but it only caused 3 points of damage, which was better than nothing. This won't work. Seeing that there were more dog-headed warriors rushing over, they had even blocked the entrance. Li Sin threw away the machine gun in his hand, rushed out quickly, and tore off his sleeves, dodging the bullets of his comrades. He dragged the body of a dog-headed warrior, cut his neck with the saber tied to his thigh, and then stained his clothes with blood. Captain Pei, clear a 4-meter diameter area. I know how to form a formation, he shouted. And Pei Xiaobo had no time to doubt why Li Sin knew how to form a formation, but immediately asked his comrades to disperse. Li Sin quickly drew the ice array, and it took only 2 minutes to complete a 4-meter diameter array. Although he had not used the drawing array skill in the 6 months since joining the army, he had already memorized the 3 arrays in his mind. Captain Pei, this is the ice array. I have marked the teammates. You will not be frozen when standing in the array, but it will be a little cold. Okay. Pei Xiaobo led his 3-person team and retreated first. He wanted to personally test the effect of Li Sin's array. Bang, bang, the 2 dog-headed warriors chased them, and were immediately frozen as soon as they entered the range of the ice formation. Crack, crack, the warriors around Pei Xiaobo swept across, and directly chopped off the heads of the 2 dog-headed warriors. Pei Xiaobo shouted in surprise, "Great, Li Sin! Keep going! Keep setting up the formation." Okay, I'll continue. Captain Pei, this formation can only freeze the enemy for 1 second. Remember to kick away those corpses. The corpses will affect the operation of the formation. 1 second is enough. Li Sin turned around and continued to get blood, quickly drawing the formation. Ice formation residual LV4. Within a 4-meter diameter, freeze enemies below level 20 for 4 seconds. Freeze enemies above level 20 for 1 second. The formation level has been raised, but Li Sin still cannot draw the formation completely accurately, still at the residual level. But just as Pei Xiaobo said, 1 second is enough. 1 second is not only enough for the warriors to smash the frozen enemies' heads, but also enough for the guns to shoot a few bullets into their heads. Woof, woof, the dog-headed warriors hit by bullets will not die on the spot, but they will go crazy and run around, and even crash into their own team. Machine gunner. Fire in bursts. Hit the head. Pei Xiaobo quickly adjusted his tactics, deliberately not killing the dog-headed men directly, but kicking them back to the main formation and rushing them to the entrance, so that they could take the opportunity to press into the entrance. Li Sin rushed to draw the formation in the vacant space. Pei Xiaobo and 27 other people risked their lives to protect Li Sin, and asked him to draw the ice formation 2 kilometers in the direction of the dog-headed men. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Only after the 6-meter wide and 24-meter long passage was drawn with the ice formation did Li Sin shout to Pei Xiaobo and others to retreat. 27 people retreated in a line. 9 ordinary soldiers with machine guns rushed up quickly, and shot the dog-headed man in the head with machine guns. A crisis was temporarily resolved. But Pei Xiaobo and other soldiers were all injured. In a place without a therapist and medicine. It was very dangerous. If no one dug a way out for them, they would have no way out. Chapter 27 Temporarily blocking the kobold, trapped. Lee Sin, your formation is really powerful, but it seems that I haven't mastered it well. Is it a rubbing skill? Yes, it is a rubbing skill. It is very good that I can use it to this extent. Lee Sin didn't need to make up a reason. Pei Xiaobo had already thought of the reason for him. Your formation is so powerful even though it is incomplete. If it is a complete version, it will be even more powerful. We will protect you. You can redraw a bigger and better one. Okay, everyone help to clean up a larger clean area. For Pei Xiaobo's proposal, Lee Sin would naturally not refuse. Since he learned the drawing skill, he has never drawn a complete formation. Pei Xiaobo led 27 professionals to work together, clearing a space between the three pillars. Lee Sin erased all the arrays he had drawn before, and started to draw again. This time he drew carefully. Someone brought him a dog-headed man corpse, providing him with fresh array ink, but he didn't have a good talisman pen. A talisman pen is a pen tied by a professional with 3 dog-headed man tails. After he consumed 3,600 mana points, a new array was finally completed. Ice Formation LV4, within a 36-meter diameter, freeze enemies below level 30 for 5 seconds, freeze enemies above level 30 for 1 second. Well, although the formation no longer has the word incomplete, and the freezing effect is also enhanced, but the effect on the Kobold Warrior is still the same. The minimum level of the Kobold Warrior is 43. It can still only freeze for 1 second. 1 second is enough. Pei Xiaobo saw that Lee Sin was a little disappointed, and hurriedly smiled to comfort him. Well, it should be that my skill level is too low. I just need to upgrade a few more levels in the future. Lee Sin was not surprised, after all. His skill level was there, he was only level 4, and he needed more than 20,000 experience points to upgrade to level 5, so it was reasonable that the formation was not effective. By the way, Lee Sin, how long do you think the ice formation in the passage can last? If it is not soaked in the blood of the kobolds, it should last for an hour. If it is soaked in blood, it may take less than 10 minutes. After all, this formation is drawn with the blood of the kobolds. It would be great if there was formation ink with ice properties. It can last for a long time. Looking at the kobold corpses that kept falling to the ground in the passage and being dragged away by the kobolds, Lee Sin couldn't help but frown again. When the dog-headed man dragged, it would inevitably destroy the formation, which would shorten the time it could last. Sure enough, the next second, the outermost ice formation was destroyed and lost its function. He cast his eyes on the 4 walls and the top of the passage. The passage was more than 3 meters high, and it was difficult for him to draw the top. But he could draw the walls on both sides. Captain Pei, please work harder. I will also draw the formation on the walls on both sides. Hey, good idea. Let's go! Pei Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and he immediately selected 4 soldiers with the best physical condition to protect Lee Sin and rush into the passage. It took Lee Sin 9 minutes to draw the ice array. When the 6 retreated, all of them were injured except Lee Sin. My mana is about to run out. I need to recover. It's up to you guys next. Back in the big array, Lee Sin immediately sat cross-legged and began to recover his mana. At level 4, his mana recovery per hour was only 600 points. Although it was comparable to a level 20 magician who had not yet turned to the 2nd level, it was still very slow. Here, short-term magic recovery potion, which will speed up the mana recovery effect by 20% within 10 minutes. Thank you. A magician comrade handed over a tube of blue potion, and Lee Sin drank it without hesitation. But it was just a drop in the bucket. Now they had to find a way to leave this small underground space. Kobold Cave Area D had a phone signal before, but after entering Area D, it was affected by the magic of the magic world and lost the signal. Even if they wanted to contact the rear, they couldn't. They could only wait for the battalion to send people to dig the underground passage again. As for how long this time will take, it's hard to say. It depends on the intensity of this earthquake. Now they can only hold on. Luckily, he killed a lot of kobold warriors, which dropped some equipment and props, and some of them were equipped with space rings, which contained food, which should allow them to hold on for a while. Blue Star, Northwest Military Region 23rd Defense Zone. Engineering vehicles were going in and out of the Goblin Cave, and a lot of soil and gravel were transported out. Among them, there were also several ambulances, which dug out the soldiers buried underground in time, and rescue them. If an important position was hit, there would be no way to save them. Captain Han, we have investigated clearly. It is not an earthquake. The Earthquake Bureau did not detect seismic waves, and we did not feel any tremors at the company headquarters and the battalion headquarters on the ground. Based on the residual magic reaction, we determined that the goblin used large-scale seismic magic. 2 officers in white military uniforms came to Han Jishing and took out an investigation report. Damn it! Are these dogs looking for death? When the cave is dug through, I will slaughter the entire tribe of dog-headed people. After taking a look at the investigation report, Han Jishing roared with a sullen face. Report? We encountered a magic barrier while digging underground, and 3 excavators broke down. Just as Han Jishing was speaking fiercely, an engineer came to report a bad news. Take me to see. The 3 of them ran down and saw a yellowish-brown light curtain in the D2 area, which protected the collapsed mud and sand, and the excavator could not dig at all. Captain Han asked the military district for help. This magic barrier emits magic fluctuations of the 5th level. The dog-headed man has appeared. The defense level of the 23rd defense zone must be increased. Okay. I will report to the Northwest Military District immediately. Han Jishing now has no time to worry about the buried soldiers. He began to worry that the dog-headed man would rush out of this passage. The 5th level is at least 81 or above. In Longhua, it is at least a division commander. It is no longer something that his new barracks can contend with. No, he no longer has a battalion of soldiers, only 2 regular companies, and 1 company of new recruits. Thinking of this, Han Jishing's heart became even colder, and he ran faster. Li Sen and the other 37 people didn't know the truth about why they were buried, and they all thought it was a landslide caused by the earthquake, and they were still expecting their comrades behind them to come and rescue them. Of course, they had to withstand the attack of the dog-headed men first. Captain Pei, the dog-headed men seem to have changed their military type, and they seem to be magicians, and they no longer enter the area with the ice array. Just when several professionals were trying to recover their physical strength and magic power, an ordinary soldier returned to report. A dog-headed magician? Their magic range is relatively short. Be careful to dodge. And interrupted with guns in time. Yes. The warrior went back to convey the order. And no one else went up to check. And they helped each other heal their wounds. As professionals in their 40s, many of them have space rings, which contain healing potions. Cough. 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 Suddenly Li Sen, who was recovering his mana, coughed several times in succession and opened his eyes. There was a faint smoke in front of him, which came from the entrance. He stood up in shock and shouted, "Not good. The dog-headed man is going to smoke." Yeah. Pei Xiaobo and others were also awakened, and ran to the entrance together. Sure enough, there was thick smoke, blown in by the dog-headed magician using wind magic. This is going to smoke them. The local rats. To death. Chapter 28 Counterattack. Morale boosted. Cough. Cough cough. Cough. The smoke was getting thicker, and everyone couldn't help coughing. Captain Pei, do we have any warriors who can cast wind spells? No, there are 27 professionals, and only 3 magicians. I am a fire magician, Xian Liwei is an earth magician, Luo Malfa is a water magician. Why don't we rush over, use the bodies of the dog-headed men as shields, and try to charge for a while? It's better than being suffocated to death. Li Sen pointed to the dog-headed men's bodies that had just been piled up in the corner. There were more than 200 of them, and the pile was as high as a wall. Even if they were not used as shields, it was a good choice to use them as walls to block the smoke. Let's do it. We can't wait to die. Several other professionals also nodded. If we don't charge, we will die. After a while, there is still a way to survive. Go, pile up the corpses, and push forward together. Go! The group immediately took action. 9 ordinary soldiers continued to shoot at the entrance to prevent the dog-headed magician from casting spells smoothly. The others only took 1 minute to pile up the corpse wall. 1, 2, 3 push. The passage is 6 meters wide and 3.6 meters high. The corpse wall is nearly 6 meters wide and 3 meters high. 12 strong soldiers used their shoulders to push the 6 or 7 tons of corpse wall forward and ran. Others helped from behind. Hold on. Hold on. Don't let those humans rush over. A hoarse dog bark came from behind the corpse wall, and there was a bit of panic in the voice. Obviously, the dog-headed people didn't expect Li Sen and his men to do this, and were caught off guard. Charge! Hearing the roar from the opposite side, Pei Xiaobo shouted excitedly, and pushed forward together. The enemy's panic proved that their tactics were correct. Soon, Li Xin and his men stepped on the unextinguished charcoal fire, and rushed through the smoke area. Bang! The corpse wall was also held at this time. Bull power. Violent bear transformation. Wild charge. The 12 warriors, as agreed, burst out their skills at the same time, increased their strength, and charged straight at the wall of corpses. Li Xin could hear the clear sound of bones breaking. The fierce impact smashed many of the corpses of the 40-plus level kobold warriors. However, these corpses have 3 layers, and smashing 2 layers can also serve as shields. The kobold magician is no match for the human warrior, who bursts out the power skill in terms of strength. Charge. Charge again. After pushing forward for 2 kilometers, the wall of corpses was finally blocked, and the dog-headed warriors on the opposite side came down. Li Xin, quickly draw the formation. We will use this place as our position. Others prepare for battle. Yes. Li Xin stepped back 2 steps, took off his clothes, and quickly wiped the blood on the ground, took the bucket handed over by an ordinary soldier, took the dog tail in it, dipped it in the blood in the bucket, and quickly drew the formation. This time he did not pursue accuracy, but only speed, and drew a ice formation in 1 minute. Ice Array Remnant LV3, within a 6-meter diameter, freeze enemies below level 15 for 3 seconds, freeze enemies above level 15 for 1 second. 1 second of freezing is enough. At this time, the advantages and power of legendary quality skills are clearly reflected. After drawing the ground, he quickly drew the walls on both sides, but staggered a little distance, to ensure that even if the dog-headed man rushed forward after thawing, he would be frozen again soon. Retreat. Li Xin, the corpse wall is about to break. We have to retreat. It was only 6 minutes, and Pei Xiaobo and his men couldn't hold on. Captain Pei. Just retreat. I have completed 6 formations. The 12-meter channel can freeze the enemy at least 3 times. Well done. We will retreat slowly. Li Xin only used 100 mana points to activate each formation, but used the blood of the kobold warrior to the thickest, to ensure that the formation can last longer and freeze more enemies. Here, the medium magic potion that just exploded. Restore 5,000 mana points at a time. Great. It's really timely. Li Xin took the blue potion handed over by Pei Xiaobo, raised his head and drank it. A cool energy traveled through his body and then gathered at the top of his head, making his mind clear, and his mana was instantly restored by half. With a 5,000 mana replenishment, Li Xin drew the formation faster, output more mana, and compressed it to 55 seconds per formation. He was responsible for drawing the formation, and 2 ordinary soldiers kept bringing the bodies of the dog-headed men over, pouring their blood into the bucket beside Li Senator unknowingly. Li Xin leveled up again, although he did not kill the monsters directly, as long as the dog-headed men were frozen by the ice formation and then killed by his comrades. He could get a certain amount of experience. After half a day, he had gained quite a bit of experience, and it was time to level up. As soon as he leveled up, his status was instantly restored to full, and his mana was instantly restored to full, and it also increased quite a bit. Name: Li Xin LV 5351/320-000H 18. Occupation: First turn farmer 0.1. First turn chef 0.2. 9 turn formation master 9 strength 83. Physique 83. Spirit 166. Agility 83. HP 8,300. Physical strength 150. Mana, combat power 83. Talent 10,000 times proficiency omitted skills. Digging LV5. Fertilizing LV1. Big pot rice LV8. Medicinal diet LV11. Drawing array LV6. Exploding array LV3. Carving array LV2. His mana points are already over 10,000. Generally, a second level mage may not have over 10,000 mana. This is enough for him to use it well. Maintaining a steady speed, Li Xin kept drawing the array back, without distraction, and did not care about the battle behind him. Xiao Lu, hold steady. Xiao Wang. Charge again with savagery. Xiao Lu, holding a tower shield, heard the order and put the shield down. Xiao Wang grabbed a 1.5 meter high square shield with both hands, and charged directly with savagery, knocking the dog-headed warrior chasing behind him. Earth Spike Assault. After Xiao Wang's charge, he knocked down more than 30 kobold warriors, then he immediately retreated. Xian Liwei's earth magic immediately came up, and the kobolds, who fell to the ground were immediately pierced into a string and pressed against the top of the tunnel. Blood was like rain, and the wailing was like hell. This scene not only did not scare the kobolds, but made them even crazier. Kobold men use magic to kill the damned human race. Rows of magic came, including fireballs, venom balls, wind blades, and earth spike stone balls, rolling in. Pei Xiaobo immediately retreated while shouting, "Retreat!" But the unexpected scene happened again. The fireball flew over the ice formation, gradually extinguished, the venom ball was quickly frozen and fell to the ground, the wind blade dissipated while flying, the stone ball was also frozen while rolling. Only the earth spikes stabbed upwards, which were not affected at all. However, the earth spikes of the dog-headed magician were still a little far away from Pei Xiaobo and his men. This works. It really works. The attack range of Li Sin's ice formation is too wide. It can even freeze the enemy's magic. Haha, what are we afraid of with such a formation protecting us? Brothers, fight back. Charge. Pei Xiaobo and his men, who were originally retreating step by step, rushed back again with great morale. However, although they were excited, they were not crazy. They just rushed to the last ice array set up by Li Sin, killed the dog-headed men on the original path, picked up the spoils that exploded, and retreated back. In this way, they retreated and killed. And soon everyone was at least one level higher. Only the 9 ordinary warriors were a little tired. But everyone was very excited. Chapter 29 New Rubbing Skills. Arrangement. Vermilion bird hatching. Ha ha ha, Li Sin, look, good stuff, good stuff. Just when Li Sin sat down and prepared to recover some mana, Pei Xiaobo laughed excitedly and rushed over with a skill book. Rubbing skills? Li Sin's eyes lit up, looking at Pei Xiaobo's expression. It should be a skill book he can use. Yes. You're about to use it. Speaking of this, Pei Xiaobo stuffed the skill book into Li Sin's hand. Arrangement excellent. Use suitable items to arrange the formation, kill enemies, assist allies, change the environment. This is a blue excellent quality rubbing skill book, which is considered to be of very high quality among rubbing skill books. Moreover, this is a good excuse for Li Sin to hide his identity as a 9-turn formation master, so he used it without hesitation. As the silver light dots poured into his mind, Li Sin learned a new formation gathering spirit formation. Use energy-rich items to arrange the formation, enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in a certain range of space. This is an auxiliary formation, which cannot be used for the time being, but it gave him the conditions to expose another formation. How is it? How is it? What new formation did you learn? Seeing Li Sin open his eyes, Pei Xiaobo immediately asked nervously. His eyes were full of expectation. Alas, the auxiliary formation is the acceleration formation, which can speed up the movement and attack speed of comrades, but I'm afraid it won't have much effect. As he said this, he sighed deliberately, seemingly very dissatisfied. Acceleration formation? It should be of some use. Right? It's okay, it's a good thing to have a new formation. Pei Xiaobo was a little disappointed to hear that it was not an offensive formation, but he still comforted him. Li Sin nodded, turned to look at his comrades, who were sorting out the spoils, and saw some clothing and armor. He immediately looked up and said uncertainly, Captain Pei, I might be able to carve acceleration arrays on those clothes. Hey, good idea. Let's try it now. Hearing Li Sin's words, Pei Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked his comrades to bring over the equipment they had just harvested. Another comrade brought over a large bucket of dog-headed man blood. Well, there was also an ordinary soldier trotting over, with a large bundle of dog tails in his arms. Li Sin's eyes twitched wildly at this scene. Hee, Li Sin, I see that the dog tails you used before are all bald, so I collected them specially for you. This ordinary warrior named Yi knew the importance of Li Sin's formation even more. If there was no freezing formation of Li Sin this time, the 9 ordinary people would definitely be the first to be sacrificed. Now that he heard that Li Sin had a new formation, he naturally rushed over to help. He collected those dog tails when he was removing the dog-headed man's corpse, and they were all tails of good quality. Thank you. Li Sin thanked him, took the bundle of tails, spread it out, and carefully selected a tail with smooth fur and a rounded end. After smearing it with the blood of the dog-headed man, he began to draw a formation on a piece of clothes that was spread out. Monsters are divided into ordinary, elite, commander, boss, and the legendary king quality. The higher the quality, the higher the growth points, and the better the parts on the body. The growth points of ordinary monsters are 1. 3 points. The elite are 4, 6 points, and so on. It is said that the growth of the king-level monster exceeds 20 points. But at least it is said that the professionals of Blue Star have not seen it yet. These are not what he needs to know now. He needs to draw the formation now. The drawing formation skill upgraded to level 6 allows him to draw the formation more smoothly, without interference and without rushing for success. The formation he draws is indeed much better. Speeding formation LV4. Increase the wearer's movement speed by 4%, and attack speed by 4%. Drawing on clothes is equivalent to directly adding a buff to the wearer. Although the increase is not much, it is also quite practical. Lee Sin pants. Draw a formation on the pants. 2. Compared to Lee Sin's disdain, Pei Xiaobo was indeed pleasantly surprised. Don't think it's just a 4% increase in movement speed. At a critical moment, it's a 4% increase in life. Pei Xiaobo tried it himself, and it was indeed a little faster. And Lee Sin got the reminder and drew an acceleration formation on each leg of his pants, which actually increased the speed by 6%. Wearing pants and outer clothes at the same time can increase the speed by 8%, and wearing an inner armor or vest, you can directly get a 10% speed bonus. Ha ha, Lee Sin. You are really a genius. Even if I am a magician, I can speed up the concentration of magic skills and the casting speed. Too genius. Too awesome. After Pei Xiaobo put on the 3-piece suit, he couldn't help but pat Lee Sin's shoulder and cheer loudly. We can also speed up. I can run faster and swing my weapon faster. It's amazing. Ordinary warriors like Ihai also exclaimed. The buff added by this formation can also take effect on ordinary people like them. Great. With the assistance of Lee Sin's formation, we will definitely be able to hold on until the battalion commander and his men dig a passage. Yeah, we are at least temporarily safe. Now let's take turns to rest. The 36 of us will be divided into 3 shifts and take turns to guard this passage. Lee Sin, you can rest at any time, and rest well whenever you are tired. Okay. No one objected to Pei Xiaobo's order. Each shift has 9 professionals and 3 ordinary people, which can completely kill the frozen dog-headed man. Lee Sin looked at the ice array that covered the entire passage, turned around and found a quiet place to fall asleep. Although his mana could be restored by taking potions, his spirit could not be restored quickly, and sleep was the best way to restore it. He woke up again, because something was biting his stomach. What is it? He woke up suddenly, jumped up, and then a red furry little thing fell from his arms. Hey, the Turkey King has hatched? Seeing this color, Lee Sin immediately remembered the Turkey King pet egg that he had always brought with him to hatch. Coo, coo. The little thing on the ground cooed twice at Lee Sin in dissatisfaction. The little expression with its head tilted was full of confusion. The little eyes seemed to be asking, Dad, don't you love me anymore? It's really you. Lee Sin smiled and picked up the little guy carefully from the ground. The fiery red chicken was slightly larger than the palm of his hand. The hair was still a little wet, but it felt warm and not greasy. It didn't have the fishy smell of ordinary chickens, but had a faint blueberry fragrance. The tiny chicken claws didn't have much strength, and the chicken was shaking back and forth in Lee Sin's palm. Cuckoo. It seems to be hungry. The chick pecked Lee Sin's palm with a sharp but soft beak, giving people an itchy feeling. Are you hungry? There is nothing else to eat for the time being. You can only eat your eggshells first. Lee Sin smiled and squatted down, collected the eggshells that had just been shaken on the ground and fed them to the chick, which was soon eaten up by it. Looking at the chick that obviously had strength and could stand on its own, Lee Sin tapped its little head with his finger and said, Your bloodline is extraordinary, but it cannot be exposed yet. What name should I give you? Cuckoo cuckoo? Hee hee, you want to give it this name? This is not okay. You will be put in a small dark room by the auditor. Cuckoo. The chick tilted its head in confusion, not understanding what Lee Sin meant. You are red, your color is red, your foot is a phoenix. Originally I should call you Danfeng, but your foot is a little dangerous, so I will call you Zunio. Cuckoo. Hearing the name Lee Sin gave, the little chicken nodded repeatedly, as if he understood. Junyao, Junyao. Lee Sin gently teased the little Zunio, having a lot of fun. Suddenly someone patted his shoulder. Lee Sin, what bird are you playing with? Chapter 30 Redrawing the Formation, Being Beaten Back. Lee Sin rolled his eyes at Pei Xiaobo. Your words can easily cause misunderstandings. Pei Xiaobo chuckled and looked at the vermilion bird, and suddenly froze. Hey, perfect quality pet. Isn't your pet egg of excellent quality? Lee Sin? Well, it should have mutated. As for his Turkey King pet egg, The officers of the 23rd Defense Zone barracks basically knew that. Lee Sin had intentionally displayed it, so that he could have an excuse if the pet egg showed this abnormality after hatching. Great. You are so lucky. Haha, this is good, people get good rewards. Lee Sin also laughed, and then looked at the pet option in the attribute panel. Junyao. Race. Chicken Perfect LV0. Combat Power. 4. HP. 400 Mana. 200. Skill. Fireball Perfect LV1. Consume 20 mana points, send a fireball, cause 100 damage to the enemy. Heat Perfect LV1. Consume 10 mana points, apply a recovery state to friendly units, increase the mana recovery speed of friendly units by 10%. Strength does not exceed 10 times of its own. Jun Yao's initial combat power is not high, but it has 2 skills, 1 attack and 1 auxiliary. Both perfect quality skills are very practical. Although the heating skill has restrictions on its use. It is a mobile blue bottle for Lee Sin, allowing him to recover mana faster, and as the level of the vermilion bird increases, its combat power increases, and the effect will become more and more powerful. TSK. Lee Sin. Are all the chickens in Anqing so powerful? Pei Xiaobo stared at the vermilion bird for a few seconds, and used the identification skill to see all the properties of the vermilion bird. He couldn't help but admire it. This heating skill is really useful for magicians like us. As long as we carry such a chicken, we can save millions of dragon coins for potions every year. Lee Sin shrugged innocently. I don't know. I just changed my job and joined the army. I haven't had a chance to get to know the professional circle in Anqing, let alone the pet circle. That's right. You're only 18. Oh, by the way, today is January 3rd. You should be 19 years old. Yeah. By the way, Captain Pei, do you have something to talk to me about? Pop. I almost forgot. Get to the front. Replenish the formation. 2/3 of the formation has failed. And the dog-headed man rushed in again. Hurry up. Lee Sin picked up Suzaku and ran out first. After one night, I'm afraid that more than 2/3 of the formations have failed. As soon as he stepped into the 6-meter-wide passage, Lee Sin's brows furrowed, and his nose was sore and itchy from the smoke. The entire passage has been soaked with a thin layer of blood, and the formations on the ground have all been soaked. Pei Xiaobo said that 2/3 of the formations were ineffective, which means that 2/3 of the formations on both walls were ineffective. Only 1/3 of this passage is in their hands. One night, the dog-headed people were sending soldiers to attack frantically, and they kept dying, stepping on the blood that covered his feet. Pei Xiaobo pointed to the place above his head where there was no formation drawn and suggested, Lee Sin, let's charge for a while, and you can find a way to draw a formation on the top of the passage. The effect will definitely be better. Do you still have strength? It seems that you didn't have supper last night? Hee. Here you go. Pei Xiaobo smiled and took out a large piece of military biscuits from the space ring in his hand and handed it to Lee Sin. And then a bottle of mineral water. Lee Sin looked at the ring on his index finger with envy, and took the water and food. It's good to have a space ring. Not only will you not be afraid of being hungry when you go out, everyone can bring a few more weapons. He had previously issued tasks in the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild, wanting to buy 2 space rings, but he never bought them. Now that he saw Pei Xiaobo had a space ring, he was extremely envious. Haha, we got 3 space rings this time, but the minimum usable level is 40, if you want them. Upgrade them quickly. Pei Xiaobo patted Lee Sin's shoulder again, and then took out a few rings to make Lee Sin envious. It is indeed a space ring. And it is indeed a level 40 usage level. Captain Pei, it is not moral to be so greedy. Haha, I am not greedy for you, I am encouraging you, let you set up more arrays, and upgrade as soon as possible. Then get ready, and start in 10 minutes. Okay. After the experience of charging the array yesterday, Pei Xiaobo and others quickly piled up a thicker wall of corpses again, and pushed forward quickly with a huge force of 27 professionals. The sound of water echoed in the passage. That was not water, but blood. This reminded Lee Sin of the jade plate ice array carved with jade at home before. Perhaps he could combine carving and laying out the formation later, and set up a more powerful formation. But now was not the time to think about that. Lee Sin, hurry up. Climb onto my shoulders. Coming. Luo Tan was a 2-meter tall warrior. Lee Sin straddled his shoulders, straightened his back, and stretched his arms to hook onto the top of the passage. He did not rush when drawing the formation this time, but tried to calm down, stroke by stroke, and strive for consistency and accuracy. In 3 minutes, an ice formation was completed. Ice formation LV5. Within a 6-meter diameter, freeze enemies below level 20 for 5 seconds, freeze enemies above level 20 for 1 second. This time, there is indeed no remnant mark. He observed carefully yesterday that as long as there is no remnant mark, it can emit 3,000 times of freezing power, which can maintain the effect of the formation for a longer time. If the remnant mark appears, the effect is only 1,000 times. Luo Tan retreats 6 meters. Good. A formation is completed. Lee Sin did not stop, and continued with the next formation. As the dog-headed blood of Array Inc., Yi Hai was holding it by his side. If the dog tail in his hand was no longer useful, Yi Hai could find him a suitable one in time. He just needed to draw the array well. When the wall of corpses was smashed by the dog-headed man, Lee Sin had already drawn 8 arrays, and retreated more than 50 meters. When he was about to draw the 5th array, his body suddenly shook, and he fell to the ground. Luo Tan. What's wrong with you? Lee Sin ignored his bruised face, and turned around to help up Luo Tan, who also fell to the ground. Bow and arrow, my thigh was shot. Lee Sin. Run quickly, you retreat first. Retreat together, Captain Pei. Retreat first. After saying that, he carried Luo Tan on his shoulders, and retreated to the hall behind the passage first. Pei Xiaobo and his men also fought and retreated back. How is it? Is Luo Tan seriously injured? Captain, I'm fine. It's just a superficial injury. Shut up. His thigh was shot through, and it's just a superficial injury. Lee Sin quickly scolded. The dog-headed man's bow and arrow were quite powerful. The arrow, which was from an unknown distance, actually pierced the thigh of Luo Tan, a level 46 warrior. It pierced through? This is troublesome. Luo Malfa. Heal quickly. Pei Xiaobo's face changed, and he immediately called the water magician Luo Malfa. At the same time, a dagger immediately appeared in his hand, and in Lee Sin's horrified eyes, he cut off one end of the arrow, and then he pulled out the arrow shaft with force. Blood immediately gushed out, and a few drops splashed on Lee Sin's face, which scared him. Ah, water therapy. Luo Tan's scream and Luo Malfa's skill sounded almost at the same time. A water blue magic light immediately stopped the flowing blood. Yi Hai on the side quickly wrapped the prepared bandage. In less than a minute, a wound was bandaged. This really gave Lee Sin a lot of experience. But Pei Xiaobo and others still looked solemn, as if something bad was happening. Chapter 31 Attacking the New Formation. Food Crisis. Captain Pei. Will Luo Tan be in trouble? Seeing that Pei Xiaobo and the others looked unhappy, Lee Sin asked carefully. Luo Tan is fine. But we are in trouble. The one who just came down is a level 50 or above kobold archer. An elite monster with strong combat power. And the range of the bow is comparable to that of a firearm. Your ice formation cannot freeze arrows. This made Lee Sin feel relieved. And he hurriedly urged, arrows cannot be frozen. But archers can be frozen. What are you waiting for? Organize a second attack quickly. Block them with a wall of corpses. And I will speed up the formation. As long as there are enough formations. They can't get in. Okay. Let's do it again. Pei Xiaobo had no other ideas now, and immediately repeated the previous fighting method. Quickly piled up a wall of corpses, and pushed out again. Another tall soldier was replaced to carry Lee Sin to draw the formation. This time Lee Sin drew 7 formations, and Pei Xiaobo ordered a retreat. The retreat was timely, and no one was injured. The tactics were effective, and they repeated it 4 more times, until all the dog-headed corpses were used up, and then they retreated to the back end of the passage to rest. Lee Sin's formation only covered a 260-meter-long passage, and at the other end of the passage, there were 6 dog-headed archers lined up in a row. The range of these dog-headed bows and arrows was as high as a kilometer, and the range of the guns in Lee Sin's hands was only 800 meters, which was 200 meters less than the range of the dog-headed bows and arrows. Sure enough, in the world of professionals, profession is king. Captain Pei, how far is the range of your magic? I am a 3rd-level fire mage, and my general skill range is 600 meters. Before the 4th level, only archers can reach a range of 1,000 meters. And there are no archers among us. Okay. Lee Sin knew why everyone looked serious. This is because the enemy can hit you. But you can't hit the enemy. But now, even if you freeze those archers, there is no weapon that can attack them. Even if the dog-headed archer was frozen, at a distance of 200 meters, Pei Xiaobo and his team could not kill the archer within 1 second. It's dangerous. Lee Sin also sighed. This danger seems to be unsolvable. Lee Sin, you draw the formation on the top of the cave first, starting from outside the range of the dog-headed archer, at least to ensure that we have a strategic turning space. Okay. Pei Xiaobo's proposal, also Lee Sin's idea. Lee Sin and his team occupied 2 kilometers of this passage. Even if the depth was reduced by 1 kilometer, there was still 1 kilometer. Moreover, as long as the skill level reaches level 11, he can obtain new formations. And perhaps there is a way. Just like the life profession. Every time the skill level of the formation master profession increases by 10 levels, he will get a new blueprint. Now he has a lot of magic potions to restore mana. So he will practice hard. He has a mythical talent 10,000 times proficiency. And his skill upgrade is 10,000 times faster than that of ordinary dual professionals. And 100 times faster than that of single professionals. His drawing is already level 7, and almost level 8. If he wants to reach level 11, he only needs to draw 865 formations. If you draw a residual level formation, it will only take 865 minutes. However, it is safer to draw the formation above your head in its entirety. Lee Sin was determined to draw the formation except for rest and meal time. He was forced by Pei Xiaobo to rest for 5 hours. At noon the next day, he finally raised his drawing skill to level 11. At the same time, he also upgraded his level to level 6. Name, Lee Sin LV6/640, 000 age, 18. Occupation, first turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9 turn array mage 9 strength, 101. Physique, 101. Spirit, 202. Agility, 101. HP, Stamina, 150. Mana, Combat Power, 101. Talent, 10,000 times proficiency omitted skills, Digging Epic LV5, Fertilizing Perfect LV1, Big Pot Rice Normal LV8, Medicinal Food Legend LV11, Drawing Array Legend LV11, Exploding Array Perfect LV3, Carving Array Perfect LV2, Fireball Normal LV5, Arrangement Excellent LV1. Combat Power 101 points, Health over 10, 000, Mana over 20, 000. Lee Sin feels like he is a bit abnormal, generally. A single professional warrior grows 1, there are attribute adjustments after the first job change, Basic 4-dimensional Strength 3, Physique 2, Spirit 1, Agility 2. Each time you upgrade, the attributes you get, that is, the above attribute points, each time your combat power is increased by 2 points. To have 100 combat power points, if you don't change your job, you need to be level 50 to have such strength. For a second changed professional, if you successfully change your job at level 21, you also need to be level 35 to have 100 combat power points. Lee Sin is only level 6, more than 10 times stronger than ordinary professionals. After secretly rejoicing for a while, Lee Sin looked at the new formation he had just comprehended. Gas formation. Gather the vitality of heaven and earth, and blow a gale in the specified direction. The introduction is simple, but Lee Sin's eyes lit up at a glance. With this formation, even if the dog-headed men use the smoke method again, they don't have to worry. The question is what excuse to use this formation. Of course, as long as he is willing, the excuse is not important. Captain Pei, didn't the dog-headed men rush in this day? No, I don't know what they are doing at the end of the passage, but their archers are always on guard, and once you enter their range, you will be attacked. I suspect those dog-headed men want to starve us to death. Starve us to death? Don't we have much food left? When Lee Sin heard Pei Xiaobo's words, he had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, if we fight with high intensity, our food can only last for 1 day. If we don't fight, we need someone to stand guard and prepare for the battle. It can only last for 4 days at most. The passage behind us. Speaking of this, Pei Xiaobo's eyes flashed with deep worry. After thinking for a while, he continued, I feel the 5th level magic fluctuations on the wall behind me. In other words, the battalion commander and his men need to find at least a 5th level earth mage to dig this passage. Hiss. Lee Sin couldn't help but take a breath. There may be many 5th turn mages, but there are definitely no 5th turn earth mages in the Northwest military region. He has already found this out after joining the army for half a year. That means in the short term, they may have no way out. So, I can't keep it to myself. Captain Pei, we killed so many dog-headed men the day before yesterday. Did you find any prop cards? I might be able to use those prop cards to set up the formation. Yes. I'll move them over right away. While Pei Xiaobo was moving the prop cards, Li Xin was perfecting his plan in his mind. There were quite a few prop cards. More than 3,000 in total. Seeing this number of prop cards, Li Xin became more confident about his plan. The attack-type prop cards were the core, and the auxiliary prop cards were used as supplements. Finally, all the wind attribute weapons in the hands of the warriors were used as materials. A huge formation with a diameter of 49 meters, which cost him some mana to set up. Li Xin, your formation. The Gale formation? What kind of formation is it? What is its use? Pei Xiaobo and others leaned against the wall and asked Li Xin, who was drinking magic potion in the center of the formation. But Li Xin avoided the question. This is one of my secret techniques. It consumes a lot of energy. I don't know if it will work. I'm afraid the wind array will not work in this underground space. Hee. I don't know. But we can't just sit there and wait for death. Right? Li Xin, who had restored his mana to its full state, stood up with a smile, without waiting for Pei Xiaobo to ask anything else. His face darkened and he shouted, "Explode!" Chapter 32 Strong wind blew a bunch of dog-headed people to death. Explode! Li Xin shouted, scared Pei Xiaobo and others, and gave the order in his mind. Explode the formation. Woo, woo, the ghost-like howling of the wind sounded in the tunnel. Including Pei Xiaobo and other 27 professionals, 36 comrades were all blown against the wall. 9 ordinary comrades screamed, and were directly injured by the wind. Luckily, Li Xin told them to stand against the wall in advance, otherwise they could be smashed directly against the wall, and injured more seriously. Li Xin was not having a good time either. His mana was dropping at a rate of 1,000 points per second. He quickly used his mental power to command Quangfeng to rush into the tunnel. Roar! Quangfeng, who received the instruction, rushed into the tunnel like a roaring dragon. 20 seconds, Li Xin's mana was exhausted, leaving only 200 points. Captain Pei, go. Okay. Pei Xiaobo understood what Li Xin meant, and rushed out directly after Quangfeng. A soldier came up, and picked up Li Xin and chased after him. Wait, my vermilion bird. The soldier nodded, peeled the level 0 fire chicken king that was still attached to the wall, put it in Li Xin's arms, and began to run out. Li Xin's physical fitness is comparable to that of a warrior, but the output of so much mana in a short period of time made him completely exhausted, and he could only be carried by others. Wind formation LV10, condensing the vitality of heaven and earth and the power of props magic. It triggers violent winds, with a wind speed of 40 meters/s. This is the attribute of wind formation before it explodes. And the wind speed of the 12th level gale that Li Xin knows is only 32.736.9 m/s. The gale formed by this formation is a little bit stronger than the 12th level gale. Using the explosion array again, another 20,000 mana points were added. This power was beyond Li Xin's imagination. But he was carried out of the long passage of 5 kilometers, and he did not see even a single dog-headed man. There was not even a corpse. The whole passage was clean. At the end of the passage was a hall 100 meters wide, also without any dog-headed man, and at the end of the hall was an open stone door. Oh my god, is the wind so strong? After crossing the door, even Li Xin, the initiator, was stunned by the scene in front of him. 100 meters away, on a 30-meter high city wall hung a number of dog-headed corpses, which were basically smashed into meat paste, like red scrolls slapped on the tall city wall. The wall, which was so thick, had a deep cave. Under the city wall was a small mountain of meat paste. Li Xin thought of the air cannon in the science experiment in his previous life. This city wall was the cardboard broken by the air cannon. Li Xin, do you still have mana? We need to quickly build a simple base to defend the underground passage behind. Bring the magic recovery potion. Li Xin got down from the arms of the warrior who was holding him, took the potion handed over by Pei Xiaobo, and walked quickly to the bottom of the city wall while drinking it. Some soldiers were already collecting blood with buckets. Yi Hai, who was behind him, was carrying a bundle of dog tails. Finally, he ran out of the stone gate panting. Taking the tails, Li Xin took a few deep breaths and began to draw the gale formation, without the assistance of magic props and equipment. Just using the blood of the dog-headed man to draw the formation, the power is much weaker. Gale formation LV5, condensing the vitality of heaven and earth and the power of props magic, promoting violent gale, wind speed 15 meters/second. Such a wind speed is only a level 7 gale. It is impossible to blow ordinary people, let alone fight. But he was fast at drawing. In 1 minute, he could draw a gas formation with a diameter of 7 meters. Soon, he drew a full circle of gale formation outside the city wall that blocked the exit. Sometimes, he could draw a level 6 formation with a wind speed of 20 meters/s. After drawing the gale formation, he drank potion while drawing the acceleration formation. Behind him, the Turkey King Vermilion Bird followed, and he occasionally gave Lee Sin a heating skill. Acceleration formation LV6 increased the movement speed and attack speed of friendly forces by 6%. A gas formation surrounded by 4 acceleration formations can accelerate the wind speed by 24%, and the wind blown out will be more violent, with stronger lethality. According to the feeling of Pei Xiaoba, the magician, the power is equivalent to the effect of a wind blade with 80 points of damage. It took Lee Sin an hour to complete 10 sets of gas formation. The cave is located on a small hill. The terrain seems to be the same as that of Blue Star. Lee Sin directly set up a circle of formations around the hill. Retreat. It was not until this time that the 26 warriors who attacked the city wall retreated. When he drew the formation, the dog-headed men naturally could not just watch, and a large number of dog-headed men rushed down from both ends of the city wall to attack them. Fortunately, the ogres on the wall were all below the 3rd level, ordinary ogres of level 30. The elite ogres were basically killed by his gas. Until he finished drawing the formation, Lee Sin sat down on the ground. Continuously drawing the formation still consumes a lot of mental energy. This has nothing to do with mana recovery, it's just mental fatigue. But when he looked at his personal attribute panel, Lee Sin was much more energetic. The gust of wind just now earned him a full 600,000 experience points. With another 20,000 experience points, he can level up again. And this 600,000 experience points is the result of dividing the 300,000 experience points of Suzaku. Suzaku, Chicken Perfect LV4, 150, 000/160, 000. Combat Power, 68, HP, 6800 Mana, 3400. Skills omitted. Suzaku's growth rate is also very high, 4, equivalent to the growth rate of a 3rd level warrior, as expected. It is a perfect quality pet with the blood of the phoenix. However, its upgrade experience is also very high, basically comparable to Lee Sin, another big player who steals experience. Also, it seems that it is not easy to upgrade the little guy's skills. Lee Sin roughly calculated that Zunio had applied heat to him more than 100 times. But its heat skill had not been upgraded yet. It is estimated that it will start with 10,000 points of proficiency. This makes people feel helpless. Lee Sin, who had just become energetic, is not energetic again. Here, eat something to recover. A red apple appeared in front of Lee Sin. It was the big Luo Tan. Although he was injured, he still came out of the underground passage and wanted to help. He was arranged by Pei Xiaoba to protect Lee Sin. Thank you. He was not polite, and took it and ate it. The others also retreated to the stone gate to rest, stuffing food and water into their mouths. They didn't know when the next battle would break out. Lee Sin, you are really lucky. You got another array skill book. When he finished eating the apple and collected seeds, Pei Xiaoba came over with a strange look on his face, holding a skill book in his hand, emitting a faint blue light. So lucky? It's the blue rubbing skill of the array master again. Give it to me quickly. Lee Sin climbed up and grabbed the skill book. Just seeing the name of the skill book, he looked strange. Array plate production excellence. Use specific materials to refine array plates. Note, prerequisite skills. Carve array, draw array, forge. He returned the skill book to Pei Xiaoba with a strange look on his face. Old Pei, do you think I'm a god? A person who has only awakened for half a year, and has a dual life of farmer and chef, can learn the 3 skills of carving array, drawing array, forging in half a year? I thought too much. It's a pity that this skill looks very powerful. It is very powerful, but the learning requirements are also high. To be honest, if Lee Sin learned the forging skill, he would definitely learn the array plate production skill immediately, but he can't learn it now even if he wants to. What a pity. Take a look at this skill book again. Can you learn it? I didn't expect there was more. Lee Sin quickly took it and took a look. He was surprised again. Chapter 33 Formation Combination. The Eternal God Explosive Flame Formation Excellent. Arrange the formation according to a specific rule. Explode powerful fire damage. Learning conditions. Have a fire attribute constitution or fire attribute spiritual root. Another skill book that requires conditions. Lee Sin curiously put the skill book on his forehead, silently. Learn. The skill book directly turned into a fiery red light and poured into his head. It really made him learn successfully. It seems that your constitution has fire attribute. That's right, the basic attribute of a chef is fire. Seeing Lee Sin's successful learning, Pei Xiaobo was a little surprised, but then he was relieved. He was originally going to learn this book explosive fire formation by himself, but seeing how good Lee Sin used the formation, he was also tempted as a magician. It's just that it's more suitable for Lee Sin to learn now, so he took it out. As for formation plate production, wait until we return to the defense zone and hand it over to the military, and exchange it for other skill books. You guys take a rest first, I'll set up a few more formations. Lee Sin said as he stood up and walked forward. I will protect you. Luo Tan stood up and limped after him. Lee Sin did not rush to set up the explosive flame formation or ice formation, but added 4 acceleration formations to each of the 10 gale formations, increasing the wind speed to 48%. After the addition, the wind from the gale formation was no longer invisible to the naked eye, but a series of light green wind blades that rotated forward. All the dog-headed men within 500 meters were shredded into pieces. Beyond 500 meters, the dog-headed men would be unable to stand steadily. The combination of arrays is the eternal god. After opening his mind, Lee Sin started a new experiment. Wind array plus ice array plus acceleration array U003D cold wind array. Under the effect of the new combination array, the wind blown out is light blue. Although it cannot freeze the enemy directly, it can slow down the enemy while cutting the enemy with wind blades. Wind array plus explosive flame array plus acceleration array equals hot wind array. Within 600 meters, the temperature of the place where the wind blows exceeds 60 degrees, and the temperature will drop rapidly after 600 meters. Ice formation plus explosive formation? Nuclear bomb master? This is a dangerous attempt. Lee Sin was blown to dust. Luo Tan was paralyzed. If Luo Tan hadn't felt that the energy reaction was not right, and pushed Lee Sin away in time, it would be Lee Sin who is lying on the ground paralyzed. Luo Tan, I'm sorry, I messed up. Really? Lee Sin, continue to study this formation combination. If it can be successfully arranged, it will be extremely powerful. I'll try it later, now is not the time. Although Lee Sin also has the idea of becoming a nuclear bomb master, it is too dangerous to connect formations with mutually exclusive attributes. This time he connected the 2 formations through the acceleration formation, so that they had such power. If they were directly connected, they would have sent all 37 of them to hell. It would be better to use the existing formations. After a short rest, Lee Sin adjusted a group of cold wind formation and a group of hot wind formation, and blew them towards the city wall opposite the stone gate. The 2 formations had a 2 or 3 meter boundary at the city wall, and the 2 sides farther away were one cold and one hot, and all the dog-headed people who wanted to rush towards Lee Sin and his men were restricted in their movements in advance. Then these dog-headed men were immediately cut into pieces by the accelerated gust of wind, and the efficiency of killing monsters was directly maximized. There was even a surprise effect. Boom boom. After being blown by the hot wind for 5 hours, the city wall actually collapsed, just like a tofu dregs project. Seeing the collapse of the city wall, Pei Xiaobo muttered with a strange expression. Could these dog-headed men have built the city wall with asphalt? I think it is very likely. Xian Liwei, Luo Malfa and others nodded repeatedly to indicate their approval of the guess. Maybe. Lee Sin thought of another possibility, but did not say it out. He turned and said, Old Pei, be careful, maybe the high-level dog-headed man behind the city wall is coming out. Yes. Put up a shield. Pei Xiaobo was also shocked, and quickly ordered several shield-bearing warriors to put up their shields. Swish swish ding. Dang, just as Lee Sin expected, there were high-level dog-headed men behind the city wall, and also the archers that Lee Sin hated the most. Fortunately, now the dog-headed archers were shooting against the wind, and when they hit the shields of the shield warriors, they no longer had much power. However, the gale formation could not cause any damage to the kobold archers 600 meters away, and the battle was at a stalemate. The kobolds behind the city wall quickly retreated and stopped approaching, as if waiting for stronger reinforcements. Seeing that the stalemate had formed, Lee Sin thought of an idea he had before. Old Pei, you stay outside. I will go to the hall inside to set up a larger and more powerful formation. Okay. Go ahead. Time flies, and 2 days pass quickly. After the retreat, the dog-headed men did not come closer. The kilometer-wide wall was completely blown down by the wind. Even the bricks and stones were blown 600 meters away, becoming a simple wall for the dog-headed men. Haven't you dug it through yet? No. Alas. Pei Xiaobo listened to the report of his soldiers and couldn't help sighing. Their food was almost exhausted. If the battalion didn't dig through the underground passage, they could only risk going to the world of the dog-headed men to find food. Or looking at the dog-headed man's corpse that had begun to stink. Pei Xiaobo shook his head like a rattle to get rid of this dangerous idea. The meat of the dog-headed man is poisonous. Li Xin, who had finished drawing the formation, saw Pei Xiaobo's expression and guessed what was going on. He quickly reminded him seriously. I know. This is common sense. Pei Xiaobo rolled his eyes at Li Senator unless he was starving. Who would blow such a disgusting thing? Throw those corpses out. My formation is complete. Yes. By the way, let all the soldiers come back. I want to try the effect of this formation. I am also curious about the effect of your battle. Soon, the dog-headed man corpses that provided the formation ink were thrown out of the stone gate, and the comrades came back and stood against the wall. Li Xin finished drawing the last formation. The cyan and blue lights shone in the hall. It lasted for 10 seconds before disappearing. A fierce cold wind was born out of thin air. It blew out from the stone gate under the guidance of the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, the harsh sound of the wind became louder and louder. Li Xin, who was standing in the center of the formation, had a layer of white frost all over his body. Cold wind formation LV11, condensing the vitality of heaven and earth and magic elements, blowing out the cold wind of -22 degrees at a speed of 33 meters/second, causing great damage to the enemy. This was a combination formation that Li Xin drew in 2 days. The formation base was a series of small ice formations that together formed a super large gas formation with a diameter of 98 meters. It was a super cold wind formation that blew cold wind. The wind speed reached level 12, which was comparable to the level 10 gale formation he had set up with prop cards and equipment before, but more lethal. Woo, woo, as the formation was in operation, the sound of the wind in the cave hall became more and more terrifying. The continuous level 12 gale kept blowing. Pei Xiaobo and others felt a little creepy, as if there were ghosts crying in their ears. Compared to the cave, where there was no other strange phenomenon except the sound of wind, the scene outside the cave was even more terrifying. Chapter 34. The Gnolls have a kingdom. The effect of cold wind formation 300 kilometers away from the cave, where Li Xin and his team are, there is a magnificent palace. The entire palace covers an area of hundreds of acres. The floor tiles are gold, the walls are gold, the pillars are gold, the bricks and tiles are gold. The entire palace looks like it is carved out of gold from a distance. This is the palace of the Gnolls. Of course, this should be said to be the palace of a kingdom among the Gnolls. A level 105 Gnoll knight got off his giant wolf mount and ran quickly into the palace. The Gnoll guards along the way did not stop him, but knelt down to salute, extremely respectful. Nascimento is the general of the Gnoll kingdom. Originally, he was going to conquer a group of lizard men, but he hurried back after receiving the order. When he entered the palace, all the civil and military officials of the kingdom had already arrived. My king, something urgent happened, I must come back. Nascimento looked at the old king on the throne, and asked, but his tone was full of questioning. Ahem, Nascimento, the underground passage connecting the kingdom and the other world was breached by the human race, and one side of the wall of Tongjia City was destroyed. This king hopes that General Nascimento can return and beat those humans back. Oh, is that so? Excuse me. My king. Have those humans rushed out? Have those humans entered Tongjia City? Are those humans here to invade the kingdom? No. Have the armies of the alien humans come? No. In that case, this general suggests that you ignore those humans. As long as they don't enter Tongjia City, just let them go. The dog-headed man king didn't expect that his general would have such an attitude, which was beyond his expectation. My king. 86 years ago, our ancestors and the alien race agreed to train in the underground tunnel and form a non-aggression agreement. This is the first time that the alien race has broken through the underground tunnel. Right? It seems. Right? Hearing this, the dog-headed man King Nascimento had obvious embarrassment on his dog face. I don't think it's necessary to pay attention to those alien races. As long as they don't attack our city, they can go anywhere in the wild. Presumably, they will leave as long as they open up the way back. At this point, Nascimento looked at the dog-headed man national master beside him meaningfully. But we lost 3 level 86 Earth magicians, and they were commander-level Earth magicians. The Knoll King was a little angry at Nascimento's repeated rejections and questions. Nascimento, I order you to mobilize the kingdom's army immediately. I want to destroy those weak human races and occupy that world. Haha, I will congratulate my king on getting what he wanted. I will take my leave. After saying that, the Knoll General Nascimento turned around and left the hall, ignoring the roar of the Knoll King behind him. He fought everywhere, and knew more real news about the alien race. The passage in his kingdom was just a training ground for the alien race. And it was not really weak. Many other kingdoms were beaten by the alien race and fled in panic. It was just that the alien race seemed to be in a hostile relationship with the human race in this world. So they did not start a war with these alien races. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed long ago with the strength of the dog-headed kingdom. He knew this. And the dog-headed king had also heard about it. But he firmly did not believe it. After Nascimento left, he turned to a hooded magician beside him and said, Master, you should immediately contact the Snow Peak werewolf kingdom behind the Snow Peak mountain and tell them that we agree to let them enter the Hodge kingdom. Yes, my king. The man with his face hidden in the hood looked like a dog-headed man. But when he turned and left, he could see that his tail was much shorter than that of a dog-headed man. This is a jackal. A branch of werewolves. Or a wise werewolf. Most of them are magicians. And their wisdom is higher than that of ordinary werewolves. And they are much smarter than dog-headed men. This time, the kobolds violated the agreement of 1986. And it was this jackal who instigated them. After leaving the palace, Nascimento, who had not walked far, soon learned the decision of the kobold king. Humph, you conceited old thing, if you want to die, just die yourself. I will not accompany you. This time when he left, he took all the relatives and confidants of the kingdom away, leaving no one behind. And by the way, he also took most of the kingdom's troops away. Lee Sen and his men did not know that the kobolds themselves had split, and they did not expect that. There was a ruthless character, the werewolf, behind the kobolds. They let the formation wreak havoc for 2 hours before temporarily shutting down the large cold wind formation and walking out of the cave hall. Fuck. Lee Sen, your formation is really insane. It's brutal. Too brutal. These ice sculptures are so lifelike. As soon as they left the hall, they saw a continuous line of ice sculptures of dog-headed men outside. The dog-headed men had ferocious faces, their mouths open wide as if they were shouting. And they seemed to be asking for help. They were frozen stiff by the cold wind. The angry and terrified expressions were frozen on the dog faces, looking a bit scary. More shocking. The cave hall extends out for 1 kilometer, and there are such dog-headed ice sculptures distributed in a fan shape. How can you not be shocked? Hey, these dog-headed people are not dead yet, they are just frozen and cannot move. A warrior with identification skills looked at the ice sculptures and reminded in surprise. Hey, it's really haha. Everyone move your hands and feet, and kill these dog-headed people quickly. There are tens of thousands of them here. Don't wait for the freezing effect of the formation to fail. It will be troublesome for these dog-headed people to recover their mobility. Kill! Chop them first. Wait, 2 thieves will explore together. Pay attention to safety. Pei Xiaoba deployed the warriors, and everyone immediately picked up their weapons and rushed up. Captain Pei, I'm going back to the cave, and I'm ready to activate the formation to support you at any time. Okay. Lee Sen wisely didn't rush out to take risks. Compared to charging into battle, making good use of the formation is what he should do. Sure enough, his caution was correct. 3 minutes after Pei Xiaoba and his team launched the ice-breaking massacre of the dog-headed people, they all of a sudden retreated quickly. Formation, activate the formation quickly. Here it comes. Lee Sen added a stroke to the formation node that had just been cut off, and used the drawing skill at the same time, and immediately a cold wind blew out of the cave. Kill. Charge. Charge in and kill those humans. Charge in. Avenge our compatriots. Pei Xiaoba's 36 men had just retreated when the shouts of the dog-headed men outside the cave were heard. Damn. These dogs used the lives and corpses of their own people as traps. Waiting for us to get out. Pei Xiaoba, who came in last, spat out blood while saying this. Obviously injured. Lee Sen was shocked. Are the dog-headed men so cruel? There must be tens of thousands of dog-headed men frozen outside the cave. He walked out of the center of the formation, and a biting cold wind blew immediately. This combination formation was a bit cruel. And even he, the one who arranged the formation, could be affected. The only lucky thing was that the 33 meter per second gale acting on him was only the effect of a 10 meter per second wind. He took 2 quick steps under the cover of the cold wind and observed the cave entrance. The rapid cold wind blew out of the cave and immediately turned into a blue whirlwind, sucking the dog-headed men along the way to the middle. The straight line distance was 1 kilometer, and the width of both sides was nearly 1 kilometer, covering the entire area. In just over 10 seconds, the dog-headed men who were preparing to ambush nearby moved away again and dispersed. Those who failed to escape in time all turned into ice sculptures, standing on a 33-meter wide ice sculpture belt outside the cave. Chapter 35 Food Problem. Rearrange the formation. This formation also has the effect of sucking people in. Looking at the blue whirlwind that spiraled upward outside, Lee Sin was also surprised. The most amazing thing about this whirlwind is that it will not throw the dog-headed people on the ground into the sky, but suck the dog-headed people around it into a 33-meter wide, 1 kilometer long road, freezing them to death. The physical rules that Lee Sin learned could not explain this phenomenon at all, and he could only say that the formation was magical. I like this effect. Ah! Lee Sin sneezed twice in a row, and quickly retreated back to the wall of the cave square, and retreated to the back of the formation. He leaned over to Pei Xiaoba and asked, "Captain Pei, how many bullets do I have left?" "No, we used them all up yesterday." "Oh, what a pity, if there were still bullets. We could take turns killing the dog-headed men in the cave, but now we could only close the formation and rush out to kill for a while every once in a while. This is a small matter. The point is that we have run out of food, and we can't eat the meat of these dog-headed men. We still have to find a way to go out and find food." "Well, this is a problem." Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as the two finished speaking, they heard several rumbling stomach sounds. Professionals are powerful, and their energy consumption is also high. Although they are not too hungry now, they are still very hungry. Much more uncomfortable than ordinary people who have not changed their jobs. For example, Lee Sin now has a feeling of acid reflux in his stomach and a feeling of emptiness in his heart, which is very uncomfortable. Let the wind blow for a few minutes, and then I will set up the same formation outside. The first step we need to take is to get out of this cave. Okay. Let's take this opportunity to rest and recover. Everyone in the cave heard the two people's discussion and nodded in agreement. Rushing out might be dangerous, but it's better than starving to death. As for the meat of the dog-headed man, not to mention that this thing is poisonous. The dog-headed man already has human appearance and wisdom, and normal people will not eat it. 15 minutes later, Lee Sin interrupted the formation again, and rushed out of the cave under the protection of Pei Xiaoba and others. This time, everyone did not stop, but just picked out the high-level dog-headed man and killed him, and then directly carried the dog-headed man's body back to the cave. By the way, when the dog-headed men outside who wanted to ambush them approached, Lee Sin opened the formation again, and froze the thousands of dog-headed men who came to kill them. The purpose of their trip this time was to collect the corpses of the dog-headed men. The blood had been used up before, and even if it had not been used up, it would have become smelly after a night, and could no longer be used. As for being able to ambush thousands of dog-headed men, it was a pleasant surprise. Lee Sin and these dogs don't seem very smart. Next, you close the formation every once in a while, and we rush out to kill for a while, luring more dog-headed men to freeze them. Okay, I have this idea too. Pei Xiaoba and Lee Sin had good ideas, but dog-headed men were not data in the game, although they were a little stupid, but they were not hopelessly stupid. After that, they only succeeded in luring 2 waves of dog-headed men. The third time, even if Lee Sin started to set up the formation outside the cave, the dog-headed men did not fall for it, but stayed away from it. There may not be the story of the wolf is coming in the world of dog-headed men, but they must understand the principle of the wolf is coming. After being tricked 4 times, they have learned their lesson. When they saw Lee Sin and his men coming out, they ran 2 or 3 kilometers away. Although it was a pity, it was convenient for Lee Sin to draw the formation. Hai, you help Lee Sin set up the formation. The professionals and I will go to the nearby area to find out if there is anything to eat. Seeing that the dog-headed men really did not dare to attack the cave again, Pei Xiaobo immediately gathered everyone to make simple arrangements. Yes, the 9 ordinary warriors and the injured Luo Tan and Lee Sin stayed outside the cave to continue to set up the formation. Pei Xiaobo and other 26 professionals all went out, gathered together to explore outside. Just looking at the barren mountains all around, without a single plant, the barren scenery of sand and stone, several people were not very confident about finding food. But even if there was really no food, they had to look for it. At least they had to understand the terrain and environment nearby, so that they could make preparations and plans for the next step. Defense Zone 23 has information about this area. But it was 86 years ago. It said that the dog-headed people were in a forest. Now the forest has become a barren mountain. So it must be reconnoitered. Pei Xiaobo and his team went to scout the terrain and find food, while Li Xin hurried to check the formations left behind. If they could be repaired, they would be repaired as soon as possible. If they could not be repaired, they would be redrawn in a suitable location. Everything was aimed at protecting this cave and the area outside the entrance. If the Blue Star rear was stronger and sent troops to reinforce this area in time, perhaps they could build another outpost in another world for Dragon Country. Of course, there is a premise. That is, the Knoll Kingdom should not send a large army to invade in a short time. If the Knolls are too strong, Li Xin and his 37 men will definitely be crushed into ashes. Don't think they seem to be killing people everywhere. But that's because the Knoll army at the beginning had already lost a lot of lives in the first 4 days of attacking Blue Star. They were lucky to be able to rush over. Thinking about these many calculations in his mind, Li Xin's work was not slow. He had to repair the previous formation. 1/3 of the formations arranged 2 days ago have become invalid. The formations that were not drawn with professional formation ink all have this disadvantage, which is the problem of timeliness. The ice formation drawn with the blood of the dog-headed man can last for about 36 hours without being triggered. If it is repeatedly triggered, it will quickly dissipate as the number of triggers increases. This has been tested in the underground passage. The acceleration formation is a continuous formation, which lasts for about 24 hours. The gas formation consumes more energy and can only last for about 12 hours. However, the explosive flame formation seems to have not failed until now because of its fire attribute and the blood of the dog-headed man, which is a pleasant surprise. With this discovery, Li Xin made some new changes in the new formation drawing. First, in the 1-kilometer range facing the stone gate of the cave, no formation was set up, so that if the dog-headed man came, he could be directly frozen with the formation in the cave. In the other 3 directions, explosive flame formation was drawn from 1 kilometer away, connected into lines, arranged in rows, and used as a trap. Explosive flame formation remnant LV6 instantly burst out a powerful flame force to burn the enemy, causing 120 points of damage. The damage is not high, and it is about the same as the damage of an ordinary first-level magician using a level 1 excellent skill. But this formation is drawn on the ground. Whenever an enemy passes by, they will be burned by the flames once. As long as there are enough formations, once a dog-headed man breaks through, it may be burned to death before it reaches the hill. Explosive flame formation, he chose to draw only a 2-meter diameter. It only takes 1 minute to draw it. The main point is fast. He drew a total of 20 layers, which shrink inwards in circles. Behind the explosive flame formation is the ice formation, which is also drawn with a 2-meter diameter, but only 10 layers are drawn. As the circle moves back, the number of formations drawn is much smaller. In the last 400-meter radius, Li Xin drew a combination of 4 layers of gas formation and acceleration formation, creating a strong wind that blows out continuously. Even if the strong wind is not lethal enough, it can slow down the enemy's movement speed, allowing the previous 2 formations to continuously cause damage to the enemy. Huh? It smells good? Li Xin, who was busy drawing, was attracted by a strange fragrance when he came to his senses. Chapter 36 Roasted Wolf Meat, Sour, Bitter, and Woody. Do you want to eat roasted wolf meat? Yes. Li Xin took the roasted meat and put it directly into his mouth, regardless of the fact that it was hot. Good soup? Good soup. He took a mouthful of oil and a mouthful of hot air. He chewed it twice and swallowed it directly. Before, he was concentrating on drawing the formation and had no feeling. Now that he stopped and smelled the fragrance of food, Li Xin felt that every cell in his body was crying out for hunger, as if he would die suddenly in the next moment. As long as it's not dog-headed man meat, it doesn't matter if it tastes good or not. It's a little sour, a little dry, and a little bitter, just barely fill my stomach. After swallowing a palm-sized piece of roasted wolf meat, Li Xin felt alive again. This feeling of hunger was the first time Li Xin had experienced it in his 2 lives. It was really terrifying. It's good to have something to eat. We searched for a whole day and only found this wolf, and it was a lone wolf abandoned by the wolf pack, and it was skinny and dry. But there is no way. There are only barren mountains around here, and the forests in the previous information are completely barren. Pei Xiaobo maintained the fireball technique with one hand to roast the wolf meat, and stuff the wolf meat into his mouth with the other hand, and he could answer Li Sun at the same time, which is quite amazing. Are there any wild vegetables or something like that? I'm a chef and can make a soup. Don't even think about it, let alone wild vegetables. There is not a trace of green within 10 kilometers nearby. Speaking of this, Pei Xiaobo paused, pointed in the direction of the collapsed city wall, and continued, except over there is a city of dog-headed people, but there are many dog-headed people in that city, and there are also city defense equipment. If we get close, we will die. Li Sun looked in the direction of Pei Xiaobo's finger, and could see that about 2 kilometers behind the collapsed city wall, there was another taller city wall. This should be the second line of defense of the dog-headed people. Right? Think about the military camps on Blue Star. Each company is closer to the entrance of the underground passage than the other, which is similar in nature. He nodded, turned his head and pointed to the hill behind him and asked, "What's behind?" The other 3 directions are all barren rocks. The dog-headed people should have adopted the tactic of fortifying the walls and clearing the fields. Yeah. Li Sun was not surprised. The dog-headed people are humanoids. Not only are they intelligent, but they also have their own civilization and country. They should not be underestimated. By the way, I just asked someone to check the underground passage, and it still hasn't been dug through. It seems that there is some trouble on the Blue Star side. As expected, if it was unblocked, the battalion troops would have definitely rushed over. Yeah. The two of them discussed the intelligence they had just collected, and they both felt a little heavy in their hearts. A skinny lone wolf, with not much meat. Even if the soldiers processed the internal organs, 37 people just filled their stomachs. Even the wolf bones were thrown into the bucket. Luo Malfa used water magic to condense the water source. Pei Xiaobo used fire magic to heat it. And Li Sun used the big pot rice skill to make soup. And nothing was wasted. Looking at the pile of gold outside the cave stone door, Li Sun couldn't help but complain about the dog-headed people. I don't know what's wrong with the dog-headed people. They came out to fight without food. Only gold. To date, they have seized 2 or 3 tons of gold and gold ore from the dog-headed people. Although this gold is valuable, gold cannot be eaten. Captain Pei, are you going to continue to scout in the other 3 directions? Well, to be precise, to the east, which is the direction behind the cave. There are fewer and smaller stones in this direction. If we continue searching, we will have a higher chance of finding life in the soil. This lone wolf was also found in this direction. Are there many dog-headed people here? Yes. A lot. They have surrounded us from a distance. More than 10 kilometers away. Dog-headed people are everywhere. These dogs want to trap us to death here. I set up the formation all the way east. Now that the vermilion bird has been upgraded, its mana has increased a lot. It can always apply heating to me to quickly restore mana. While speaking, Li Sun fed half of the wolf meat in his hand to the Turkey King vermilion bird beside him, and touched her soft fur with his backhand. Juniao, Chicken Perfect LV 64261/640, 000, Combat Power, 100, HP, 1000, Mana, 500. Skill, Fireball Perfect LV1, consume 20 mana points, send a fireball, deal 100 damage to the enemy. Heat Perfect LV1, consume 10 mana points, apply a recovery state to friendly units, increase the mana recovery speed of friendly units by 10%, strength does not exceed 10 times of its own. Although Zhu Niao did not personally participate in the battle, it has been assisting Li Sun in drawing the formation, and when it has enough mana, it will also help Pei Xiaobo and others recover mana, and still gained a lot of experience to reach level 6. This little guy still looks like a fluffy chick, but his abilities have improved a lot. After fighting, his abilities have soared from 4 points to 100 points. Its growth rate is 4, which means that each level increases the basic attribute by 4 times, and each level increases the combat power by 16 points. This growth rate is higher than that of many professionals. However, this growth rate can only be considered average, as far as the knowledge he has learned is concerned. It is still clear. The growth rate of ordinary quality pets is 1. Excellent quality is 2 to 3 points. Excellent quality is 4 to 5 points. And perfect quality is generally 6 to 8 points. The higher the quality of the pet, the higher the growth rate. For example, although Vermilion Bird is of perfect quality, it only has 4 points of growth. which can only be said to be a perfect quality pet that does not meet the standard. However, Lee Sin is attracted by its phoenix bloodline. Once the bloodline is awakened, it is not a problem for the growth rate to soar, and the basic attributes will also be greatly improved. Hey, I've upgraded again. After looking at the attributes of Vermilion Bird, Lee Sin glanced at his own attributes and found that he had upgraded again. Name, Lee Sin LV7736/1.28 million. Age, 18. Occupation, first turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9 turn array mage 9. Strength, 119. Physique, 119. Spirit, 238. Agility, 119. HP, Stamina, 170. Mana, Combat Power, 119. Talent, 10,000 times Proficiency Mythical Skills, Digging Epic LV5, Fertilizing Perfect LV1, Big Pot Rice Normal LV8, Medicinal Food Legend LV11, Drawing Array Legend LV13, Exploding Array Perfect LV3, Carving Array Perfect LV2, Fireball Normal LV5, Arrangement Excellent LV2. Looking at that long row of skills, Lee Sin suddenly realized that professionals and ordinary people are really very different. Even if ordinary people without skills can practice martial arts, magic, and fighting spirit from another world, they will never be able to catch up with the natural huge advantages of professionals. Moreover, by comparing with Suzaku, he found that the growth ratio of his blood volume and mana was even more exaggerated. The average professional has 1 point of physical strength and 10 points of blood volume, while he has 100 points directly, which is 10 times that of the average professional. This is another huge advantage. His level increase depends on the dog-headed man who was frozen to death before, which gave him a lot of experience. As a combat profession, the array master uses skills, but there is no experience feedback. Only life profession skills can feedback experience. If he can also gain experience by using drawing skills, wouldn't his upgrade be so fast? After the upgrade, his physical fitness has improved a lot. No wonder he drew more than 2,000 arrays today and saved some mana. It's just that the mana recovery speed can't keep up with the growth rate of his mana limit. When he reaches level 7, his natural mana recovery speed per hour is only 700 points. If there is no special passive skill to restore mana, his mana recovery will be a big problem. With his current mana limit, it takes 34 hours, a day and a half, to fully recover. Thinking of this, he directly asked Pei Xiaoba in front of him, "Captain Pei, do you know where there is a magician's mana recovery skill?" "I know. Chapter 37 fertilization skills are used in a wonderful way. An apple tree grows instantly. Where can I get it?" Lee Sin excitedly grabbed Pei Xiaoba's hand and asked. "It's in the library of the battalion headquarters, and it can be exchanged with military merits, but the price is a bit high. The ordinary level requires 1,000 military merits, and the excellent level requires 100,000, which can be multiplied by 100 times. If you have incredible military merits, you can even apply for a red epic skill book." "How do you calculate military merits?" "It's very simple. Just kill monsters. For example, if you kill a dog-headed man who is not more than 10 levels higher than you, you can accumulate 1 military merit. If you are more than 20 levels higher, you can accumulate 2 points. If you are less than 30 levels higher, you can accumulate 4 points. If you have comrades who help you, you need to reduce a part of the profit sharing to your comrades. So I helped kill so many dog-headed men this time. I should have a lot of military merit." Right? Lee Sin had already calculated in his little brain. The dog-headed men he encountered this time were basically above level 40, which was 30 levels higher than him. He should have 8 military merits for each one. But considering that he was a support, the military merits would be less. But he should be able to get 1 point. Right? Pei Xiaoba nodded, took out a tablet from the space ring, fiddled with it twice, and smiled at Lee Sin. "You are really a freak. A dual life professional. Just a big battle. You got more than 120,000 military merits. When you go back, you can at least get an excellent mana recovery skill. Hey, give me 120,000 military merits. Did you miscalculate it?" Hearing Pei Xiaoba's words, Lee Sin was stunned. He was actually given such a high military merit. Could it be that most of the military merits of this battle were given to him? Facing Lee Sin's puzzled eyes, Pei Xiaoba nodded affirmatively. "We can still survive this time. It can be said that it is all thanks to your formation. For this reason, We discussed it, and gave you 80% of the military merits. Lee Sin shook his head and retorted, I'll take 20%. If it weren't for you, any dog-headed man could kill me. I am a life profession with only 0.1 professional growth. If a dog-headed man gets close to me, I will die. Don't refuse, I am telling the truth. And I got such a high military merit at once, do you think the military leaders will admit it? Well, hearing Lee Sin's reminder, Pei Xiaobo was stunned at first, and then frowned and nodded. This is indeed the biggest problem. The military is very strict in managing military merits. There are not only military merits for professionals, but also military merits for ordinary people. The calculation method is very complicated, but it has always been very fair. Okay, let's not talk about the issue of military merits. If you want to use these military merits, you have to be able to go back alive. Lee Sin quickly brought the topic back to reality. It was about to get dark, and another day had passed. However, except for killing a lone wolf today, they didn't find any other food, and everyone would be hungry again tomorrow. Being hungry, but it will affect the combat effectiveness. Pei Xiaobo looked at the setting sun, and said helplessly, rest well first, and continue exploring tomorrow. At night, the strength of the dog-headed people is much better than that of us humans. If you are attacked by surprise, well, I will check the formation again. Lee Sin nodded, and stood up but did not go to the formation he had arranged before, but walked to an open space where no formation had been arranged yet, and took a light and sturdy spear with him. Behind him, Vermilion Bird followed staggeringly. Instead of drawing, he used the farmer's skill digging to dig 3 shallow pits, and planted the 3 apple seeds he had collected before. Then he carried the bucket of dog-headed man's blood, scooped up a handful of blood, used the skill fertilizer, and poured it on a shallow pit. Skill used successfully. You gain 10,000 skill proficiency points, and you gain 100 character experience points. This prompt made Lee Sin stunned immediately. Generally speaking, there is no limit to the use of farmer skills, but there are conditions for gaining proficiency and experience. For example, his digging skill must dig 100 square meters to gain proficiency. Even if he digs in a small area, he must dig 100 square meters repeatedly to get a proficiency reward. But it is too easy to gain proficiency with the fertilizing skill. Just pouring a handful of blood is considered as skill completion. This is simply a bug. He quickly poured another handful of blood and used the fertilizing skill. Ding! The plant has just been fertilized. It cannot be fertilized repeatedly in a short period of time. Huh? It's not that simple. A plant cannot be fertilized repeatedly in a short period of time. With regret, Lee Sin poured dog-headed blood on the other 2 apple seeds, and used the fertilization skill. Maybe I won't have to starve to death. Lee Sin thought of the several formations on his body, and his mind moved again. He quickly took out the dog-headed man's tail, and dipped it in blood, and began to draw the formation. The first thing he drew was the spirit-gathering formation he had just obtained. After the formation was drawn, he dug out the 3 apples he had just planted and replanted them in the spirit-gathering formation S formation center. That is, the center where energy and spiritual energy gather. Then, at the edge of the spirit-gathering formation, he drew a small acceleration formation with a diameter of only 1 meter. He drew 36 of them in total, and fully accelerated the effect of the spirit-gathering formation. Standing in the center of the formation, Lee Sin could clearly sense that fresh spiritual energy and lively magic elements were constantly being gathered. Fertilize, fertilize, fertilize. He stared at the time, and used a skill every minute. After 9 failures, the 10th time finally succeeded. Hold steady this time. Lee Sin did not directly throw the dog-headed man's blood in his hand, but output the maximum mana, letting the handful of blood drip slowly. But it was a pity that he only output 300 mana points, and could not output any more, reaching the skill mana output limit. At this time, his fertilization skill was exactly level 3, and he roughly understood what was going on. However, he had 3 seeds planted right now, and he could upgrade again by casting the skill 4 more times. After casting this skill, the seeds that were planted more than 10 minutes ago had already sprouted 2 tender shoots. The slightly green tender shoots were particularly eye-catching between the gray land and the red blood. They were particularly full of vitality. Seeing this scene, Lee Sin smiled happily. His guess was right again. Another 10 minutes passed, and the 3 saplings absorbed the energy from the previous fertilization and could be fertilized again. Lee Sin's first output was 300 mana, and after the second skill was upgraded to level 4, he could output 400 mana points. As long as the skills are continuously upgraded, the output of mana can be increased, acting on the 3 apple saplings. The 3 saplings grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, these are saplings. Lee Sin, are you planting trees? Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Pei Xiaobo finally found these 3 saplings that have grown to the height of his calves. Yes. You forgot. I am a farmer and a chef. My second skill is fertilizing. Luo Tang gave me an apple just now. I collected 3 seeds and planted them. Planted them? Your planting skill is probably mythical. Right? In less than an hour, you planted 3 seeds up to the height of your calves? Haha. Captain Pei, my skill is called fertilizing, but it is only at the perfect level. It is mainly the effect of the acceleration array. I set up the acceleration array for the 3 saplings, which accelerated their growth and also accelerated the use of my skills. I am looking forward to eating apples tomorrow. Pei Xiaobo looked at the saplings in front of him. His eyes were shining, and there was even crystal saliva at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 38. Flowers bloom in prosperity. Flowers fall like snow. Danger. What a fragrance. What a rich apple fragrance. It smells so good just by blooming. If the apples are ripe, wouldn't it smell even better? The apples from these 3 apple trees must be delicious. In the golden sunlight of the early morning, the 3 apple trees grew to 3 meters high, and did not continue to grow taller, but began to grow in all directions, and under the first ray of sunlight, they began to show their stamens. Everyone looked at the apple tree in front of them in amazement. Although it was described many times in the textbooks, after the 5th turn peasants learned the skill of momentary blossom to accelerate plant growth, it only took 1 or 2 hours to turn a seed into a towering tree. But this was the first time they had seen such a fast plant growth rate. More importantly, Lee Sin was only level 7. Momentary blossom is a rare skill that only 5th turn peasants have a small chance of awakening after level 81, and the grade is at least epic. Lee Sin's fertilization skill is only perfect. There is a huge gap. However, when Lee Sin was free, he explained the formation under their feet to everyone several times, explaining that it was the acceleration formation that accelerated the growth of the apple tree. He can be outstanding, but he can't be a monster, otherwise he might be assassinated by someone at any time. Before, didn't his classmate Cheng Kai threaten him with death because of his sister Li Qiong's enrollment? In the eyes of the rich and powerful, the existence of a monster is a danger to their status and must be strangled in the cradle. After crossing to Blue Star, Lee Sin's deepest feeling is, the laws of this world are the toilet paper of the strong. Use them when needed, and they must be useful to them when there is no need. The law is wrong and can be thrown into the toilet at any time. Even in Anqing, a small D-level city, you can hear every week that someone has been assassinated. This also made Lee Sin develop a low-key and cautious character. If he can stay out of the spotlight, he will try to keep a low profile. With his mind racing, Lee Sin suddenly looked up and looked around, looking for something. His action immediately attracted Pei Xiaobo's attention. Lee Sin, what are you looking for? Bees or butterflies? Why are you looking for bees and butterflies? Let alone butterflies. We didn't even find an ant around here. Pei Xiaobo told Lee Sin the unfortunate news. Pollination. Pollination of apple flowers. If there are no bees and butterflies to pollinate, we will have to do it ourselves. Pollinating 1 flower at a time, in this way, the fruiting rate of apples will definitely drop a lot. Pa, how could I forget this? After Lee Sin's reminder, Pei Xiaobo slapped his forehead in annoyance, turned around and started looking. And the other soldiers also reacted and consciously dispersed. Shun was still thinking about insects to replace bees and butterflies. When Lee Sin saw that the soldiers had dispersed, he was no longer anxious. He walked under a tree and observed the apple flowers, thinking that if he could not find insects that could pollinate, he would have to find a way to pollinate artificially. The fragrance of apple flowers is light and very unique. The color of the flowers is white. The petals are white, and the filaments are yellow. There are 5 petals, which are plum-shaped, white with a halo, about 3 to 4 centimeters long, trumpet-shaped, beautiful and graceful. He noticed a detail. The filaments are yellow. There are 20 stamens, and 5 pistils. To put it simply, apples are self-fertile plants. So even if there is only 1 apple tree, it can still bear fruit. At least there is no need to worry about these 3 apple trees only blooming but not bearing fruit. However, the fruit-bearing rate of self-fertile fruit trees is often very low. which requires insect pollination or human intervention. Well, Hi. Find me a dog tail with the softest hair. Okay. Hi, who was responsible for carrying the talisman pen for Li Sun, quickly took a bundle of dog tails from his back and carefully selected them. After helping Li Sun choose the talisman pen for a long time, he also had experience, and soon found a small dog tail. The color of this dog tail was rare white, and it was soft and smooth to the touch. Li Sun squeezed it hard, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it should work. He pulled a branch over, turned the flower towards himself, and then stretched out the dog tail and brushed it carefully, letting the pollen on the stamens touch each other. He brushed the flowers carefully one by one, and gently let go of this branch after brushing, and pulled another one over. Artificial pollination, I understand. Captain Pei, Li Sun has found a way to pollinate. Hi saw Li Sun's actions, and knew what he was doing, and immediately found Pei Xiaobo and others excitedly with the dog's tail. Hey, artificial pollination. That's a good idea, everyone. Get moving. Just as he was about to start, he added, don't come if you have rough hands and feet, and stand guard around. Okay. In fact, no one is really rough hands and feet. Even the big Luo Tan, with high attribute bonus, can do even the delicate work of embroidery. Pei Xiaobo's words are to make everyone be more careful. 4 warriors took the initiative to disperse in 4 directions, and the necessary guards were still needed. More than 30 people worked together, and most of them were professionals. It took 3 hours to complete a rough artificial pollination. Then, it was time for Li Sun to perform. The fertilization skill, which has been upgraded to level 7, can output 700 mana at a time. But for a tree that is more than 3 meters tall and has a canopy diameter of more than 3 meters, this mana is a bit too little. The fertilizer has also been replaced with a chopped dog head. Blood is also used to draw a ray. As long as it is not smelly, stop it first. 1 hour, after 6 times fertilization, full tree apple flowers start to wither, full trees, and white flowers almost wither at the same time. It's like a sudden snow. This scene made Li Sun think of a poem. If he faces the same snow, this life is also considered a white head. This scene is a bit beautiful. Let Li Sun look at it. The others were staring nervously at the falling flowers. And, one by one, is a bit worried. What fell down were not flowers. These were apples. They were their food. Li Sun, is this considered a failure of artificial pollination? Pei Xiaobo nervously pushed Li Sun's shoulder, and the anxiety in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Li Sun came back to his senses, looking at the apple tree that had almost lost all its flowers. Suddenly he became worried. But he still tried to smile calmly. I don't know, this is the first time I have encountered such a situation, and I have to let the apple tree continue to grow, to know whether it will bear fruit in the end. Then, you continue, and continue to fertilize. Well, the skill has cooled down, and it will take 10 minutes. Oh. Pei Xiaobo also knew that he was too nervous. He let go of the hand holding Li Sun's arm, and his palms were sweating. Captain, it's not good. Just then, a soldier who had been on guard before ran over with an exclamation. What happened? Are the kobolds coming? The kobolds didn't come over, but something more dangerous is coming. What is it? Chapter 39 Apples that can heal wounds, sterilized. Catapults. At the rear gate of the Knoll City, there are Knoll army escorting catapults in. Catapults? Large or small? After hearing the soldier's report, Pei Xiaobo's face was shocked, and instantly turned pale. Although catapults have never appeared in the Knoll Cave, in the battle between Blue Star and the Magic World, catapults have appeared in many battlefields. The Magic World also has many means of attack that are far beyond the limit, not to mention bows and arrows and magic. Even various crossbows are numerous. In addition, there are 2 types of catapults and magic crystal cannons, which are far beyond the limit weapons with powerful power. There are dozens of known catapults, which can be roughly divided into 3 categories according to their range. Small catapults have a range of less than 2 kilometers. Medium catapults have a range of less than 5 kilometers. And large catapults can even reach a super long distance of 10 kilometers. According to visual observation, there are about 50 of them, most of which are small catapults. But 3 of them may be medium catapults. This is troublesome. Without medium catapults, even small catapults are difficult to defend. Catapults can throw stones, kerosene bombs, magic bombs, and even various dangerous objects. Even if they can dodge, 3 apple trees will not work. Without food, they will starve to death. Either risk your life to attack the city of the dog-headed people, or break out into the wild. But they are also in danger of death. Let's go and take a look, and investigate the other 3 directions, to see if there are any new movements of the dog-headed people. Yes. A group of people, including those ordinary soldiers, rushed out immediately. But Leeson stopped them in time. Wait, stay a few people to carry the soil outside the cave into the cave, and the chopped dog-headed corpses. As long as the apples can ripen, we at least have a way out. Okay, Luo Tan Hai, you guys stay. Yes. Luo Tan and 9 ordinary soldiers stopped, picked up various weapons and tools, and began to carry the nearby soil and the chopped dog-headed corpses into the cave. While repairing the previous formation, Leeson came back to fertilize the 3 apple trees at a certain time. Time passed quickly in the tense situation. 10 minutes later, when he fertilized again, he saw sparse thumb-sized small fruits on the apple trees. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen, which made Leeson feel relieved, seeing that the apple trees really bore fruit. The 10 people who stayed to carry the soil also smiled with relief. At least, they would not starve to death. The spirits of the people carrying the soil were even more full, as if the hunger in their bodies suddenly disappeared. From the falling of flowers to the ripening of apples, Leeson fertilized the 3 apple trees 10 times, and all the apples grew to the size of fists. The whole apple was red, exuding the fragrance of apples, which was very tempting. Skill failed. The fruit is ripe. Please pick it. During the 11th fertilization, Leeson received a reminder sound, telling him that the apples were ripe, which was much more convenient, as he didn't have to judge whether the fruit was ripe. Hai, pick these apples first. Okay. The few people who kept swallowing their saliva on the side immediately rushed forward and started picking apples. They picked the low ones directly, climbed the high ones, and moved a few big stones to pick the hard-to-reach ones. In just over 10 minutes, the apples on the 3 apple trees were picked. 137. 3 apple trees, but only 137 apples were harvested in total, fortunately. These apples were the size of fists, so the 37 of them could barely eat half full. Gurgle, gurgle, 11 people including Leeson, all had thunderous stomach growls, and everyone was starving. Yesterday everyone had enough water, and today they were busy for most of the day. How could they not be hungry? Each person eat one first, and pay attention to collecting seeds. Not good? The company commander and the others haven't come back yet. For Leeson's suggestion, Luo Tan swallowed his saliva, but still didn't eat first. When we were picking apples just now, no one ate them secretly. These people were all soldiers, and their discipline and consciousness were impeccable. Very good. Crunch. Leeson said as he picked up a big apple and started to eat it. Very sweet. You guys eat it too. This is to help me collect planting effect data, and it is also part of planting. As he spoke, he personally handed a big red apple to Luo Tan. This is grown from the seeds of the apple you gave me. You can also taste it, and see if it is different from the previous apples. Oh, okay. Crack. Really sweet, really fragrant. Luo Tan took a bite, and his eyes, which were already big, became as big as cow eyes, both pleasantly surprised and astonished. This apple seems to contain some kind of power. It can actually restore my blood and chi. Really? Why don't I feel it? I just feel it's very sweet, not greasy, very delicious. Leeson felt it for a while, but didn't feel anything special, so he quickly asked the 9 ordinary soldiers to try it quickly, to see if there were any special effects. When the 9 people heard that they were going to test the effect of the apple, they stopped being pretentious. Each of them picked up one and started to eat it. Hey, there's a warm power flowing through my arm, as if it is repairing my scratched arm before. I feel it too. I scratched my foot a little before, and now the sole of my foot is also warm. I feel warm all over. Is it because I have a cold? My heart seems to be working harder. Hey, why did this warm current disappear? Because the 9 people are ordinary people. They feel it more clearly, and they can all feel that this apple has the power to repair injuries, but the duration is a bit short. Luo Tan is a level 45 professional. The effect of an apple on him only lasts about 30 seconds. Other ordinary people only feel it for about 2 minutes. And then, they calm down. But this is enough. To confirm that these fast-growing apples have special effects, that's enough. By the way, where are the seeds? Did you eat the seeds? Leeson suddenly thought of a question. The apple he ate had no seeds. Luo Tan, who chewed the apple core, was stunned, then smiled awkwardly, looked at the others and said, Ahem, I don't think I ate the seeds. How about you? No, I didn't eat the seeds. Ehi showed the apple core in his hand, and there were indeed no seeds. The others also carefully checked it, and all shook their heads. Could it be that this kind of apple has no seeds? Each person eats another one, slowly this time. Lee Sin was worried, and asked everyone to eat the second one. This time everyone ate much slower, but there really was no seeds. The price of rapid maturity seems to be sterilization. Ehi, you two go and call Captain Pei and the others back. Be careful and retreat immediately if you see a dog-headed man. Okay. Ehi immediately found two fast-running soldiers, and went out in the direction Pei Xiaobo had left before. Lee Sin stopped fertilizing the apple trees, and used the digging skill to dig the land near the 3 apple trees. Others continued to carry soil. More than an hour later, Pei Xiaobo and others came back with heavy faces. He asked anxiously as soon as he turned around. Is there something wrong with the apple tree? It has borne fruit, and it has special effects. But it may be sterilized. We need to transplant these 3 apple trees deep into the cave. Well, start transplanting. The dog-headed people around are tightening the encirclement. We roughly investigated and found that there are more than 1 million dog-headed people coming. And there are siege equipment. We can't stand outside. We can only retreat to the cave. But you can eat a few apples first, and then transplant the apple trees. Chapter 40 Magical Kerosene Bomb. 17 people sacrificed. This apple can really heal wounds. It should be because it is watered with the flesh and blood of the dog-headed man. Unfortunately, the effect is too weak. Pei Xiaobo sighed while chewing the apple. Lee Sin immediately rolled his eyes at him. You are a little greedy. We were worried about starving to death before. But now we have this apple tree. At least, we won't starve to death in the short term. Don't be picky. Hee hee. You know what? This apple is really filling. Ehi and the others are full after eating 3. I guess I can be full after eating 16 or 17. Eat and work. I will go in and set up the formation first. And you continue to carry the soil and apple trees. With that, Lee Sin returned to the cave first, and walked towards the tunnel behind the cave. This cave belongs to the top of the 5-kilometer tunnel of the dog-headed people. It is filled with gems such as night pearls, making the entire tunnel as bright as day. On the contrary, because the humans use electric lights, the cave where Lee Sin and his companions are buried is even darker. Lee Sin decided to transplant the 3 apple trees deep into the tunnel. Walk in from the hall on the dog-headed people's side, plant them at 1 km, 2 km and 3 kilometers respectively. This can be regarded as a reserve of room and preparation for retreat. Since the tunnel is only 6 meters wide and 3 meters high, the formation drawn by Lee Sin this time is even smaller. 36 spirit-gathering formations with a diameter of only 30 centimeters form the first formation of the spirit-gathering formation 3 kilometers deep, and the same formations are drawn on the surrounding walls and overhead. Then, there are 81 spirit-gathering formations with a diameter of 20 centimeters to form a large spirit-gathering formation, placed at 2 kilometers, and finally at 1 kilometer. There are 9 spirit-gathering formations with a diameter of 50 centimeters to form a spirit-gathering formation. He needed to test which combination of formations would work best, so that he could make adjustments in the future. Boom, boom, boom. He had just planted the 3rd apple tree, and heard a loud noise coming from outside, like the sound of a shell exploding, and he rushed out quickly. The cold wind formation in the hall outside had not been activated yet. Lee Sin ran at full speed for 1 kilometer, and it took him just over 10 seconds to finish the run, running nearly 80 meters per second. Captain Pei, retreat, I'll start the formation. When he arrived at the hall, Lee Sin didn't see Pei Xiaobo and others. He yelled to the outside, and ran to the place where the formation circuit was set before to quickly repair the formation. Retreat! Retreat! Woo! Woo ta-ta! In just 10 seconds, the cold wind started to blow again, and Pei Xiaobo and the others retreated in time. Many people rolled on the ground as soon as they rushed into the hall, trying to use this method to extinguish the flames still burning on their bodies. But the effect was not good. It was better to stand up, and let the cold wind of the cold wind formation extinguish the magic flame. Lee Sin quickly shouted loudly, "Stand up, the cold wind can put out the fire." Hearing his reminder, several soldiers who were still rolling quickly stood up despite the pain. After a while, the flames on everyone went out, except for Lee Sin, who was covered in dust, and frost began to spread on everyone. But these were not the main points. The main point was that there were fewer people. Before, there were 37 people, which was considered full when they stood together. Now it is obviously sparse. Not because there was room to stand, but because people died, including Lee Sin. There are only 20 people here. 17 fewer people. What happened? After putting out all the fires and pulling out the cold wind formation, Lee Sin asked Pei Xiaoba in a low voice. We were ambushed. At least 5 medium-sized catapults launched magic kerosene bombs at us at the same time. Xiaoqing, Xiaolang and his men died. 9 professionals died. Except for Yihai, who didn't go out to plant trees for you. All the ordinary soldiers died. Pei Xiaoba's voice was sad, and Lee Sin's heart was also filled with deep sadness. The comrades who were still talking and laughing while eating apples together a minute ago. 17 of them died at once. It was really unexpected. And it was really sad. They have seen the hope of holding out for a long time. As long as the tunnel leading to Blue Star is dug, they can go home. Unexpectedly, at this last moment, someone still died. Alas, he sighed, not knowing what to say for a moment. The magic oil bomb that can kill more than 40 level warriors is not something he can contend with now. If he fights against it, he will die. Boom boom. Another wave of bombing. He listened carefully and heard 8 shots. That is to say, in the city of the dog-headed people, there are at least 8 medium-sized catapults bombing them. Lee Sin asked Pei Xiaoba and the others to retreat to the tunnel first, and he carefully poked his head out. Boom boom boom, boom boom. The number of magic oil bombs smashed down from outside the cave suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, the outside of the cave was completely covered by purple-red flames, and the scorching heat directly neutralized the cold wind blown out by the cold wind formation. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Lee Sin only looked for a few seconds and then retreated. A large number of black spots flew in the air, and then oil tanks fell to the ground one by one. The oil tank contained special kerosene and magic materials from the magic world. Once it hit the ground, it exploded like a human cannonball. Not only did it burst into hot flames, but it was also mixed with broken iron sheets, nails, and other debris. The power of the explosion was considerable. He looked around the ground outside, and could not find the bodies of his dead comrades. He was afraid that they were directly incinerated by the hot flames. Back in the cave, Lee Sin also began to think about how to defend this cave. This is definitely the key among the keys. As long as they defend the cave, they can hold on for a long time with the help of the apple tree that blooms again at the back, until the Blue Star military sends troops to dig a passage. He walked into the tunnel against the cold wind and found Pei Xiaoba and others who were healing. They were all injured this time, and many of them were burned black. If they could not be treated in time, they would get inflamed and the fever would kill them. Fortunately, 3 of the magicians survived because they were protected by warriors. Water magician Luo Malfa was treating them. Lee Sin's pet Suzaka followed him, constantly using the heating skill to help Luo Malfa recover his mana, and also help Pei Xiaoba and Xi and Liwei recover. Seeing his comrades all wounded, Lee Sin felt very distressed. But he was powerless, as he had no healing skills. The only thing he could do was to ask Yihai to take out the uneaten apples, giving each of them half an apple, to help them recover from their injuries. Then he gritted his teeth and said to Pei Xiaoba, Brother Pei, send 2 people to guard the cave in front. And don't let the dog-headed people rush in. I will continue to ripen the apple trees, as this kind of apple is very helpful for recovering from injuries. Okay. Thank you for your help. Please ripen the apples as soon as possible. We will help with artificial pollination when we recover a little. No need for pollination. I don't think it will be very effective. It's better to use this time to ripen the apple trees directly. Okay, you decide. Lee Sin nodded and turned around to use the dog-headed corpse that was moved in advance to perform the fertilized skill on the apple trees. Pei Xiaoba selected a less injured soldier to go into the cave with him first, guarding the entrance and paying attention to the purple-red flames outside the cave. They all had anger in their hearts, burning like the flames outside, and they wanted to kill all the dog-headed men and avenge their dead comrades. Chapter 41: The Determination of the Dog-Headed People. The Promise of the Werewolf Tribe. Outside the cave, 3 kilometers to the west, is the Tongjia city of the dog-headed people's kingdom. At this time, a large army of dog-headed people was marching, heading towards the cave where the underground passage was located. The leader was the ordinary dog-headed people above level 31 and below level 40. These dog-headed people were equipped with simple weapons and pushed their ironclad wooden shields and walked slowly. Behind the 100,000 ordinary dog-headed people, there were rows of neatly arranged dog-headed archers holding longbows and carrying quivers on their backs. Their levels ranged from level 41 to level 59. And their number was about 50,000. Behind the two groups of dog-headed warriors, there were hundreds of small catapults. These catapults were exquisitely constructed, pulled by 3 giant wolves, and could still slowly and orderly throw kerosene bombs. The magic world has existed for countless billions of years, and civilization has appeared for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. They have also developed their own magic technology. The catapults, which are comparable to artillery, are their common siege weapons. Even the not-so-smart dog-headed people can use them skillfully. Behind the catapult group was a group of dog-headed wolf cavalry with only 1,000 people. Unlike the average dwarf kobolds, who are only about 1 meter tall, this group of kobold cavalry is simply a mutant species, and they are basically 2 meters tall. The giant wolves under their mounts are even bigger, more than 3 meters tall and more than 6 meters long. Just standing there is a huge pressure, and the ordinary kobolds nearby dare not approach. All the kobold knights are at least level 62 or above, and are at least elite monsters. Many have even broken through to the commander level. They are the elite of this kobold kingdom called Hodge. Behind the kobold cavalry were 40 or 50 kobold magicians in magic robes, and around them were hundreds of kobold swordsmen in golden armor and holding giant swords to protect them. They were the real trump cards of the kobold kingdom, the real top leaders, the rulers of the kobold kingdom, and the commander-level magicians above level 82. This time, the kobold king played all his cards, not only to kill Lee Sin and others, but also to take the opportunity to open up the underground passage and enter Blue Star. The kobold king even fantasized about occupying the Blue Star, which was said to be rich in resources. For this reason, the entire Gnoll kingdom, all gnolls above level 31 were mobilized, gathered from all directions. Millions of troops have been assembled. National Master, when will the werewolf army arrive? On the wall, the Gnoll king asked the jackal wearing a hooded magic robe beside him, with a little excitement, a little expectation, and a little hesitation in his tone. My king, the Snow Peak werewolf army has set out, but the Snow Peak mountains are rugged and difficult to travel. It is estimated that the vanguard troops will arrive in 7 days. It will take about 10 days for the entire army to arrive. My king, please be patient. The jackal responded affirmatively, and then he looked at the purple-red sky 3 kilometers away, where a large area was covered by magic kerosene bombs. The more than 30 humans there should have been burned to death. Right? The dog-headed king turned the national teacher around, and also looked at the underground passage, but he was not very excited. He said with a little disappointment, "The kerosene bomb is difficult to work on the underground passage." Yes, my king. I naturally know that the underground passage is a peculiar product of the connection between 2 worlds. The ground attack cannot hurt the enemy in the tunnel, and it is difficult to destroy the cave and the tunnel in the battle in the tunnel. The jackal first nodded to confirm the words of the dog-headed king, and then changed the subject. But I deliberately let our tactics retreat, let those humans leave the cave on their own initiative, when I launched the medium-sized catapult to throw magic kerosene bombs, but I made sure that those humans were outside the cave. This round of attack. Even if we can't kill them all, at least we can kill most of them. Well, I hope so. After listening to the words of the national teacher, the dog-headed king felt much better, and he also hoped that 1 round of attack could wipe out Lee Sin and his group. That way, a lot of trouble could be saved, and many dog-headed men could be saved from death. National teacher, mobilize all the nearby catapults and kerosene bombs. Throw a few more rounds, and make sure that all the humans are dead. Then let the men go to fight. Yes, my king. Also, did the werewolves bring weapons suitable for fighting in the underground passage? Yes. In addition to the magic crystal cannon, the werewolves also brought a sound weapon, which was developed by the tiger people in the battle with the humans in another world. It has great lethality for tunnel combat. That's good. Our enemies are not those little bugs, but the humans in another world. Now, go kill those little bugs first. Yes. The jackal took the order and quickly ran down the wall to make arrangements. After the jackals left, the kobold king, who was originally straight, hunched down behind the city wall. A younger kobold with golden hair immediately trotted over to support him. Father, are we really going to break into the human world? It turned out to be a female kobold. Scarlet, we must fight. And we must win. The gold mines in the kingdom of Hodge have been mined out. Without gold mines, we kobolds will lose the direction of struggle and the meaning of living. But Scarlet wanted to say something. But the Kobold King interrupted. To the north is the Snow Peak Werewolf tribe. They have gold mines. One of the conditions of this war is that regardless of winning or losing, our kingdom of Hodge can migrate to the Snow Peak Mountains as a whole and mine freely there. The underground passage here will be handed over to them. If we win, our kingdom of Hodge will have a huge world as a mine, which is a better choice. But don't the lizardmen in the south have gold mines? General Nascimento has won successive victories. Shut up. Don't mention that villain. Scarlet was interrupted again, and the Knoll King suddenly became angry. Nascimento simply wants to establish himself as king. He has been expanding his army and power. The bastards in the kingdom of Hodge now only recognize him as the general, and don't even see me as the king. So, we must win. The Knoll King was even more excited because of the name Nascimento. He was so angry that he trembled, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura and anger. I understand. Scarlet, the dog-headed princess, was frightened by her father's aura and did not dare to refute. But she also had some different thoughts in her mind. The dog-headed army was still mobilizing at full strength, but some of the elite were intercepted by Princess Scarlet and transferred back to the capital, called guarding, but in fact it was to preserve their own strength. The rumbling explosions continued, as if all the dog-headed kerosene bombs were transferred here. Don't these dogs care about money? Under the apple tree, Leeson picked his ears and complained. Although the exploding kerosene bombs and the burning purple-red flames had no effect on them deep in the tunnel, and even the heat could not be transmitted. The explosions continued for 2 hours, and continued to fill their ears. Leeson even had tinnitus. Fortunately, the kobolds don't use sonic weapons. Otherwise we might have been killed in the tunnel. As he spoke, the apple tree next to him once again exuded the sweet fragrance of apples. Another batch of apples were ripe. Chapter 42 Repairing the formation, the bombing of the dog-headed men stopped. The harvest is good, there are 206 apples this time, which should be enough for most people to recover from their injuries. Everyone gets 2 first, and the wounded eat the rest until they recover from their injuries. Looking at the harvested apples, Pei-Xiaobo asked everyone to eat as much as they wanted. Apples can be harvested every 2 hours, there is no need to keep them. Now it is more important for everyone to recover from their injuries and recover their combat effectiveness. I'll go up and see what the situation is like outside. These bastards have been bombing for 2 hours. I'm afraid the troops have been mobilized. Well, you go. Pei-Xiaobo is very relieved about Li Senator with the protection of the cold wind formation. At least Li Sin's advance and retreat are much easier than theirs. Li Sin first checked the cold wind formation in the cave hall. After confirming that it would not fail in a short time, he took the dog-headed man's blood and readjusted the formation to ensure that the formation can operate for a long time. This is an important guarantee for the survival of the 20 people, and they cannot be careless. It took Li Sin an entire hour to repair the cold wind formation. His body was already covered with a thin layer of frost. The cold wind formation was indeed powerful. Even he, the master of the formation, would be affected by the low temperature and cold wind. Ah! 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 As soon as the formation was repaired, Li Sin immediately returned to the underground passage, took out an apple and began to eat it. And a red magic fell on him. Hey, Zunio, why did you run out? Go back quickly. The cold wind here is still a bit harmful to you. A turkey. Cuckoo! The Turkey King Zhu Niao nodded to Li Sin, and swayed back to the back. Li Sin gave it the job of giving Luo Malfa the heating skill, so that he, the only healer, could treat his comrades faster and better. It was just that this little guy was very close to Li Sin. After finishing his work, he would come to see Li Sin. A very warm-hearted little guy. Li Sin smiled and finished eating the apple in his hand. He felt warm all over. He stood up and walked through the cold wind formation and carefully poked his head out of the cave. Bang! Boom! His luck was not very good. Just when he poked his head out, a half-man-high jar hit the outside of the cave and exploded instantly. The heat wave of the explosion set off a violent airflow, which directly knocked Li Sin over in the cold wind. Li Sin rolled back twice. And after getting up, he touched his curled short hair and his hot scalp, and was secretly thankful. Li Sin, be careful. The 2 soldiers standing guard on both sides of the stone gate rushed over anxiously and helped him up. Fuck. It's a good thing there is a cold wind formation. Otherwise I might be burned. Fortunately, his formation is powerful. He also noticed that the front of his military uniform was burned and changed color in a short moment. If there was no cold wind formation to cool down, I'm afraid his clothes would be burned. I'm glad you're okay. The kerosene bombs of these dogs are very powerful. If you are hit head-on without the strength of level 41 or above, you may die on the spot. And the most troublesome thing is that this kind of fire is difficult to extinguish. If it cannot be extinguished in time, it can burn people to death directly. The previous comrades in arms are. Yeah. Hearing the words of the soldier who helped him up, Lee Sin responded in a low voice, and his mood was also solemn. The previous comrades in arms, I guess they died like this? These dog-headed people are really good. A monster that can build a kingdom is indeed extraordinary. Lee Sin, thanks to your formation, otherwise we might have all turned into roasted sweet potatoes. Haha, it should be roasted sweet potato chips. Seeing Lee Sin's low mood, the two comrades suddenly told a cold joke, which attracted Lee Sin's attention. I don't want to turn into roasted sweet potato chips. I want to freeze all those dogs into popsicles. You guys keep an eye on it first. I'll draw the formation on the wall too. Okay, I'll go get you the formation ink and the talisman pen, a soldier said, turning and running into the passage behind. Soon he came back with a big bucket and a bundle of dog tails. Lee Sin took the bucket and dipped the dog tails in the blood in the bucket. And then he started to draw a formation on the wall. He stopped after just 2 strokes and brought the dog tails close to smell it. It had already started to stink slightly. If no preservation measures were taken, it would probably stink and be useless tomorrow. Chi Hua, help me find a sharper dagger, so I can draw a few formations on the bucket and freeze the blood of these dog-headed people. Dagger? I have one right now, but you can't equip it. It's okay, I just need to draw a formation on the bucket, not to kill the enemy, so there is no requirement for the equipment attributes. Here, try it. Lee Sin took a dagger that was 2 palms long and scratched the bucket a few times. Squeak, the ear-piercing metal scraping sound immediately sounded, and Lee Sin couldn't help frowning when hearing it. But fortunately, this dagger is really sharp, leaving obvious scratches on the bucket. It can be used to carve arrays. It's just that it's not as convenient to use as a carving knife. Without other tools, this dagger can only be used with difficulty. It took him 16 minutes to carve the first array. Ice Array LV6. The temperature of the items in the container is greatly reduced. Engraved on different objects, the effect of engraving arrays is also different, and the attributes that appeared this time are very much in line with Lee Sin's mind. He carved another ice array, making a thin layer of white frost appear on the whole bucket of dog-headed man's blood, but the blood did not coagulate. It was about 1 or 2 degrees, which was very suitable for preserving some liquids. There were 6 more buckets of dog-headed man's blood in the tunnel. He turned around and carved arrays on these buckets. When he returned to the cave hall again, 3.5 hours later, it was completely dark outside. And the dog-headed man's kerosene bomb bombing also came to a temporary end. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Lee Sin was about to go out to see what was going on, Pei Xiaobo and the others had already rushed out. The bombing had not been heard for a while, which made them suddenly inexplicably nervous, and they rushed out immediately. How is it? Have the dog-headed men started to attack? Lee Sin pointed to the gradually extinguishing flames and said, Not yet. The purple fire outside has not been extinguished yet, but it will probably be soon. Brothers, get ready for battle. Pa, yes. Following Pei Xiaobo's order, 18 soldiers stood at attention and saluted at the same time, and answered in a sonorous and powerful manner. The apples he grew had a good healing effect. The blackened wounds on the soldiers' faces and hands had healed and turned into skin as white as freshly peeled eggs. It was just a little different from their original skin, and looked like vitiligo. Lee Sin complained in his heart, but he would never say it out loud. However, he still stopped Pei Xiaobo. Brother Pei, have you forgotten that we used the cold wind formation to lure the dog-headed people outside to freeze them? Well, you mean the dog-headed people might be luring the snake out of the hole? Very likely. Let's wait for an hour before going out. That makes sense. Then we won't go out for now. Chapter 43. The dog-headed man encirclement is completed. The formation is carved in the tunnel. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the explosion outside again, Pei Xiaobo's face froze, and he said a little embarrassedly, It seems that. You are right, the dog thing has returned the remaining tricks to us. After that, he waved to the other soldiers. Everyone continue to rest. Wait for the dog thing to enter this cave before considering fighting. The group of people retreated again, but the number of people standing guard changed from 2 to 4. Hi. Lee Sin's little follower. took the initiative to follow Li Xin, helping him carry the formation ink and the talisman pin. The wall of the cave hall was only a little over 3 meters high. Li Xin could not draw a large formation, so he simply used the cycle mode of ice formation plus acceleration formation plus gas formation plus acceleration formation plus ice formation, and continued to draw it. The cold wind formation drawn in this way was naturally not very effective, but under the guidance of the large cold wind formation on the ground, the wind blowing out of the hall was faster and colder. The purple-red flames burning outside were obviously extinguished faster within a 33-meter-wide straight line at the entrance of the cave. The night gradually darkened. The dog-headed man seemed to know that the kerosene bombs were really useless to Li Xin and his men. After the sun set, he simply stopped the bombing. It was not until an hour after the bombing ended that Li Xin and his men carefully walked out of the cave. Swish. Swish. Retreat. They had only walked out of the cave for more than 20 meters before they had to retreat back into the cave again. There were dog-headed archers guarding outside. Back in the cave, Pei Xiaoba took out 2 telescopes and several mirrors, and made simple modifications to turn them into a simple periscope to observe the situation outside. The enemy in the east has rushed directly to the hill, which is right above our heads, and is building fortifications. The enemy in the north has advanced to 600 meters away, and the number is incalculable, and there are heads everywhere. The enemy in the south has advanced to 300 meters away, and the number is even greater, and we can see siege equipment such as battering rams. In the front, the enemy is 1 kilometer away, and is rebuilding the city wall. Pei Xiaoba is also a veteran, and he is experienced in some techniques and counting methods. He quickly came up with a rough formation of the enemy's defense. What worries Li Xin most is the top of his head. Will the enemy dig through the hill above his head and kill him? If so, they will have nowhere to hide. It's basically like waiting to die. Haha, don't worry. In response to Li Xin's worry, Pei Xiaoba smiled easily, not worried at all. The underground passage is a passage connecting 2 worlds. It is the way of heaven, and even the product of the way of heaven of 2 worlds. It cannot be destroyed by external forces. But isn't our underground passage a huge hall? Why can't it be destroyed? Also, weren't we buried by the collapse of the underground passage? Why can't it be destroyed? Faced with Pei Xiaoba's explanation, Li Xin became even more worried. It was less than a week before the previous experience. If you are careless, you will die. Well, the passage on our side was transformed with magic and skills, so it is unstable. If it is not transformed, there will definitely be no collapse. Huh? Really? It is true. As a small company commander, I don't understand the specific technology, but the Longwa military region has records. The passages connecting to the other 3 worlds were all straight when they first descended. In order to facilitate defense, humans used various methods to transform these passages. The after effect was that these transformed passages would collapse, while the unmodified passages would not collapse at all. Really? Li Xin still didn't believe it, and didn't understand why a safe passage had to be transformed. But Pei Xiaoba didn't understand either. He only knew that it was for the convenience of fighting and defense. Okay, I believe it temporarily. But are you sure the dog-headed man can't dig through the hill on top? Sure. Then after I finish drawing the formation on the wall, I'll start drawing the formation in the underground passage. Add a few more layers of formations, and more protection. Li Xin, thank you for your help. Pei Xiaoba hugged Li Xin and tapped him on the back twice, as if he was entrusted with an important task. Li Xin carefully drew formations on all 4 walls, and then returned to the tunnel to fertilize the 3 apple trees while thinking about how to arrange a new formation combination. What he wanted to set up the most was actually a formation with super explosive power, which was a combination of ice formation and explosive flame formation. But considering the safety issue, he could only resist this very suicidal impulse. He now knew quite a few formations: ice formation, acceleration formation, hidden breath formation, spirit gathering formation, acceleration formation, wind formation. There were 6 formations in total, but he had already tried all the combinations that could be used. For the time being, the strongest and most practical one was the wind formation, which was composed of ice formation plus wind formation plus acceleration formation. The other combinations were not satisfactory. But to obtain the next formation, you can only upgrade the drawing formation skill to level 21. Or, you can upgrade the carving formation to level 11. When looking through the formation, Li Xin remembered that he had almost ignored the level 4 carving formation skill. The dagger he had just asked for from Chi-Hua was still there, so he did it as he thought of it. Click, click, Lee Sin pushed the stone ladder that Luo Ten had made for him, and came to the entrance of the tunnel, and began to carve the formation from the top of the tunnel. It's hard to draw the array on the top, and it's even harder to carve it. But no matter how difficult it is, you have to carve it, and do the difficult first and then the easy. It will be much safer when the ogres really break in. Carving an array is not a simple carving of a few array patterns. But you must inject mana into the carving knife when carving, and leave the mana in the array patterns through the carving knife, so that the artifact has a special effect. Lee Sin's current skill level and mana are not enough to carve a large array. The maximum diameter can only be carved to 1 meter, and it is beyond his ability to carve anything larger. And the effect of engraving is also quite different from that of drawing. Ice Array LV5. Absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and magic elements. Let the temperature of the wall with a diameter of 1 meter continue to decrease, and store cold air for use. The engraved ice array is similar to the jade he engraved before. He immediately thought of the explosion array skill. If this ice array stores a lot of cold air and then explodes directly, the power of the explosion must be stronger. Thinking of this, he moved again, carved 4 spirit gathering arrays around the ice array. Sure enough, after the 5 arrays were connected, you can see the air flow around the ice array. In less than a minute, Lee Sin felt the stone wall on the top of the cave was icy and bone-chilling. Haha, this idea is fine, I'll try other formations. Explosive Flame Formation LV5. Absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and magic elements, making the temperature of the 1 meter diameter wall continue to rise, and storing fire energy, for use. The effect of the Explosive Flame Formation is similar to that of the Ice Formation. Both are excellent formations that work well with the Explosive Formation skill, and he is looking forward to the dog-headed man breaking in, so that he can try the power of this formation. Swift Wind Formation LV5. Gathers the vitality of heaven and earth, and blows a gust of wind in the specified direction, with a wind speed of 15 meters/s. The effect of the Swift Wind Formation is the same as that of the Painted Formation, which also blows wind, but the word violent is missing in the engraved formation description, so the wind blown out is much milder, and the lethality is much smaller. Even with the assistance of the acceleration formation, it has no lethality. But it can be used to ventilate the tunnel and increase air flow. Deploy more, so you don't have to worry about the dog-headed man using smoke tactics again. Lee Sin, come down and take a rest. You didn't take a rest last night. If you keep going, you will die suddenly. Chapter 44 Forced Rest. The dog-headed man began to attack. Pei Xiaobo wanted to pull Lee Sin down, but seeing Lee Sin's focused expression, he did not dare to do anything. He waited for 5 minutes. When Lee Sin finished the formation in his hand, and lowered his head to drink the mana potion, he pulled him down from the stone ladder. You are going to die. You have drunk more than 100 bottles of mana potions in the past 2 days. If you drink more, you will be poisoned. Magic potions are all toxic. I can't help it. My mana recovers too slowly, and the consumption is too great too fast. You can't drink it either. Pei Xiaobo did not give Lee Sin a chance to refute. He stretched out his hand, and snatched the potion in Lee Sin's hand. By the way, he also took away all the potions on Lee Sin. Captain Pei, give me the potion. The dog-headed men may rush in at any time. I must quickly set up more formations. Lee Sin opened his hand to ask for the potion. On the surface, he was a weak dual-life professional, but his actual combat power was 119, which was comparable to a warrior of around level 25. His physical fitness was still very strong, and he did not feel very tired. But, snap, just when Lee Sin's hand was about to touch the bottle of potion, Pei Xiaobo's hand knife hit him hard on the back of his head. He only had time to give Pei Xiaobo a resentful roll of the eyes, and then he fainted. Pei Xiaobo was also a ruthless man. He forced Lee Sin to sleep directly. Kill! Xiao He. Block it, Xiao Li. Retreat. Li Wei Earth Wall. When Lee Sin woke up again, he could hear the sound of killing. The dog-headed man was really attacking the cave. Not good. Lee Sin was shocked, and the confusion he had just woken up from was immediately filled with fear. He immediately got up and ran quickly to the cave hall. When he got here, his fear was slightly relieved. Pei Xiaobo led the soldiers to divide into 2 rows, standing on both sides of the stone gate, completely avoiding the cold wind. Once a dog-headed man rushed in, they would take turns to attack and kill him, and some people kept moving the bodies to the back, collecting the blood first, and then throwing it under the apple tree as fertilizer for the flowers. 19 people advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, cooperating well, probably because they had been running in for a while. Bang, 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 he found that Suzaku was also fighting. While it was applying the heating skill to Pei Xiaoba and other three magicians, it was also constantly spraying fireballs the size of ping-pong balls from its mouth. These fireballs didn't look big, but the damage was still 100 points, and the lethality to the enemy was even greater because the fireballs were small. The most eye-catching thing was the speed at which it fired fireballs, which could fire one every 3 seconds, and it could fire repeatedly without charging much, which was faster than Pei Xiaoba, the 52-level fire magician, who was holding it. It was simply a chicken-shaped cannon. There were not many dog-headed people who could rush in. The attributes of the cold wind formation on the ground still showed a cold wind of -22 degrees Celsius and 33 meters per second. However, with the wind force and cold air support of the cold wind formations on the surrounding walls, the temperature of the cold wind was at least -30 degrees Celsius, and the wind speed was estimated to be 40 meters/s. At least Lee Sin felt even colder when he walked in the formation. Pei Xiaoba and others who were fighting at the edge of the formation were also covered with white frost. Even if there were dog-headed people rushing in, they would be quickly killed by the warriors while they were inconvenient to move. In general, the human side had an absolute upper hand. Ku! Ku! As soon as he walked to Pei Xiaoba, Zhu Niao called out happily to greet him. Little guy, you performed very well this time. I will give you good food later. Ku! Ku! Haha, are you still picky about food? Okay, medicinal food is medicinal food, it will keep you full. Ku Zhu Niao, who was taken by Lee Sin, was even more happy to rub Lee Sin's face with its furry head. Ha ha ha. The master and pet were happy for a while, then turned to look at Pei Xiaoba, who was envious. Your turkey is really powerful. The small fireballs are not very powerful, but the shooting speed is fast, and its own mana recovery speed is also amazing. It can shoot fireballs for an hour without taking a break. Really? My vermilion bird is still very powerful, and it deserves praise. Lee Sin gently rubbed the little head of Vermilion Bird, and was surprised. Although the growth rate of Vermilion Bird does not seem high, this mana recovery speed is probably only available to epic pets. Right? He was surprised, but he did not forget the main business, turned to look at Pei Xiaobo. Brother Pei, how can the dog-headed man still rush in? Are the special effects of cold wind formation sucking people, and freezing not working? It can only be considered to be mostly failed. The dog-headed people have a huge ram that is 10 meters wide and more than 30 meters long. It should be engraved with a magic circle, which can resist most low temperatures and freezing effects, but it has no defense effect against strong winds. Oh, let me see. Hearing that the special effect of cold wind formation was broken, Lee Sin was not surprised. A world of magic civilization, a kingdom civilization. Even if you don't have enough magic means, you can get high-level magic means through trading. Pei Xiaoba did not reject Lee Sin's proposal. He also wanted to take a look at the situation outside. Everyone, get ready. Charge for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, no matter what the result is, retreat immediately. Yes. The three warriors held round shields and launched charging skills together, knocking three ogres, who had not yet stood firm, away. Under the acceleration of the wind, the three ogres were like bowling balls, knocking away several ogres, who were about to rush into the cave behind them. Then, Lee Sin, Pei Xiaoba, and the three magicians rushed out of the cave quickly under the protection of three warriors. At this time, outside the cave, there were already densely packed dog-headed people. There were 6 huge rams in front, pushed up by dog-headed people, and the rams had a fiery red light on them, resisting the attack of the cold wind. It was just the influence of the strong wind, which made these rams unable to move faster, and they could only approach slowly. There were more rams connected together within a 1 kilometer long and wide range farther away, which also restrained the special effect of the cold wind formation to suck people, and they could no longer roll up the dog-headed people and freeze them in the middle of the road. Behind the rams, in addition to the dog-headed people, there were also many small catapults, which seemed to be preparing for the next round of throwing. 1 kilometer away, there were dog-headed people everywhere. There were dog-headed people everywhere, and they couldn't even count them. Retreat! Pei Xiaoba's firm shout rang out, and everyone immediately retreated to the cave in an orderly manner. The soldiers also shot their shields as flying discs. Woof woof, ah! Under the huge strength of the soldiers, and the blessing of the strong wind, the round shield turned into a flying knife, and directly cut through 3 or 4 layers of dog-headed people, and then knocked the dog-headed people behind them away or overturned them. Under this sudden attack, the dog-headed people had no chance to react at all, so Li Sin and others retreated to the cave calmly. Release! A dog-headed man's roar was heard from afar. The dog-headed man catapults from all directions immediately launched, and basketball-sized objects were thrown over one by one. Boom, boom, woof, ah! Li Sin and others had just regained their positions, when explosions were heard outside. And the dog-headed man screams. Had they forgotten the cold wind blown by the cold wind formation? The wind that is more than 33 meters per second is not something that the catapult can withstand. Look, they picked up their own shells and blew up their own dog-headed man. Not good. Disperse. Chapter 45 Fence, Apple Strengthening, Blue Star Rescue. Be careful. Scatter. Just when Li Sin was feeling pleased with himself, he saw a ball being thrown in, and he and Pei Xiaobo shouted in unison, calling everyone to dodge. Boom! The ball exploded as soon as it landed, and the fiery red flames flew everywhere with iron fragments. However, this was the range of the cold wind formation, and the flames were blown out by the strong wind as soon as they rose, and the iron fragments that were shot outward were accelerated, and those that were shot around were decelerated, and those that really hit Li Sin and others were like being punched by an underage girl. There is no killing power at all. It was just a false alarm. But this is not a good sign. This means that the dog-headed man has the ability to fire magic shells into the cave, and they will definitely be in danger if they defend in the cave. This time, the magic shell is not powerful, but it does not mean that the next magic shell will be weak. As long as the dog-headed man finds the correct projectile angle, the power of the magic shell fired next time may be able to completely destroy the entire cave, without worrying about others. Li Sin rushed to the place where the ball exploded just now, and checked the formation in detail. Fortunately, the purple-red flames of the explosion looked dangerous. But the formation that he had repaired repeatedly was not damaged. It was not until then that he turned around to look at his dusty comrades. How are you? Are you injured? Nothing. I'm fine. Just a little scratched. Everyone smiled after a simple check, confirming that no one was injured. Pei Xiaobo glanced at the entrance of the cave. His eyes lit up. Chi Hua, you guys go to the back and bring some long guns. Spears and other long weapons. At least 30 pieces. Yes. Chi Hua did not ask why. And after standing at attention and saluting, he and the other 4 comrades quickly ran back to the underground passage. Deep inside, there were all kinds of equipment and props that had exploded from the dog-headed men they had killed in the past few days. Soon, the 5 of them brought back a full 100 long weapons with their space rings. And Li Sin had already started digging a hole under Pei Xiaobo's instructions. It was only then that he began to believe what Pei Xiaobo said, that the tunnel could not be destroyed. The ground looked soft, but he couldn't dig it even when he used the digging skill. It wasn't that he couldn't dig it at all. He used a long spear to pierce the ground with all his strength, which not only made his hands numb, but he could only pierce a small hole less than 1 centimeter in the ground. This is a bit exaggerated. He could thrust his spear half a meter deep into the ground outside the cave. What's even more exaggerated is that several level 53 and 54 warriors, who chopped and dug with all their strength, could only destroy about 1 centimeter. It is confirmed that this underground passage is really protected by the rules of the world. In addition to the 4 warriors and Pei Xiaobo who continued to repel the dog-headed man who rushed in, the other dozen people hurriedly dug 30 small pits only 20 centimeters deep in the ground, and then inserted the long weapons upside down into them, with the spear blade facing outwards. A simple trap was made. The trap was very simple, but it took Li Sin and others 3 hours to set it up. If it was outside the passage, it would have been set up in less than 3 minutes. The effect was also good. The 6-meter-wide cave gate was basically blocked by 30 long weapons. Not only were the magic bombs thrown by the dog-headed man blocked, the dog-headed man could not break through the fence. Brother Pei, aren't there 2 stone doors here? Why don't we close the stone doors? Leaning against the wall, Li Sin was a little out of breath. This was the first time he was tired from digging. It can't be closed. This is a magic stone door. Without the corresponding magic, we can't close it. And the magic fluctuations on this stone door are at least 6 turns, which means it was set by a powerful being above level 101. We professionals in our 40s and 50s can't shake it at all. Oh, then isn't this stone door a time bomb buried by the kobolds in this cave? It's not that dangerous. We have studied it a long time ago. It's just defensive magic. At most, it will lock us in the cave, and we can't get out. That's good. Li Sin nodded. looking at the simple fence. Boom! At this time, a magic cannonball came, and was blocked by this simple fence, and bounced back, and was blown more than 10 meters away by the strong wind, and then exploded in the air, causing considerable damage to the dog-headed men rushing up from behind. Well, the effect is very good. Everyone take turns to rest, leaving 8 people to defend each time, and only when you have enough energy can you fight a protracted war. Yes. Under Pei Xiaobao's command, everyone began to retreat to the underground passage in batches to rest, and Li Xin went to fertilize the 3 apple trees, which would be their food for the next period of time. You have to take good care of it. The 4th fruit yield of the apple tree increased a little to 422, and Li Xin could feel his body warm after eating the apple, and there was a warm power to repair the damage and fatigue of the body. This apple tree is getting stronger and stronger. Pei Xiaobao and others also felt that their physical strength recovered much faster after eating it, and before. They were only half full after eating 10 apples, but this time, they were full after eating 15 apples. The energy and nutrition contained in it increased a lot. As for the only ordinary person, He could only eat 3 apples. If he ate more, he would feel uncomfortable. Pei Xiaoba touched his stomach, burped, and patted Li Xin on the shoulder. Burp. Li Xin, you are really amazing. When we get back, I will help you apply for a transfer to the plantation in the Northwest Military Region. It is not only safe, but also can make full use of your skills. Oh, sure. As long as you can get back alive. Farming is also a good choice. Li Xin smiled and accepted Pei Xiaobao's kindness. After several near-death experiences, Li Xin also yearned for a peaceful life. It was a very comfortable choice to improve his strength without having to fight to the death. He also wanted to try the effect of the fertilization skill on other plants and other environments. Maybe it could really help him level up quickly. The limit for fertilizing the apple tree was raised again, from once every 10 minutes to once every 20 minutes after the 4th harvest. It seemed that the apple tree had developed resistance to his fertilization skill. His idea of upgrading his skills quickly was aborted again. He could only try it out when he returned to the Blue Star world. Li Xin, continue to set up the formation. We should be able to withstand the attack of the dog-headed people. Now we just need to wait for the passage to be dug in the Blue Star. And then we can go back. Yes. Li Xin nodded, pushed the stone ladder, and continued to carve the formation. At the same time, Blue Star, Northwest Defense Zone 23, Cobalt Cave. Battalion Commander Han Jixing accompanied a lieutenant colonel with 2 golden bars and 2 star badges on his shoulders to the sand and gravel pile emitting a yellowish-brown light. Lieutenant Colonel Chung, this is the cave of the dog-headed men. These gravels in front of us are enchanted by the dog-headed men. Our excavators cannot dig them. Please help me break the enchantment. Well, I'll try. Speaking, Lieutenant Colonel Chung took off his hat, took off his coat, and slowly walked to the gravel pile. Break the barrier, start. A bright white skill light shot out of Lieutenant Colonel Cheng's hand, and rushed directly into the khaki light in front of him, and slowly dispelled it. Han Jixing's eyes lit up immediately. The people sent by the military district were indeed professional. The magic enchantment that troubled them for 6 days was immediately disintegrated. Oh, it's troublesome. Just as Han Jixing excitedly mobilized the excavators to come over, and prepared to dig, Lieutenant Colonel Chung suddenly put down his hands and sighed. Han Jixing's joyful expression immediately turned into astonishment and tension. Chapter 4500 Level Kobold Magician. Explode Array. Lieutenant Colonel Chung. What happened? Can't you break this magic barrier? Han Jixing asked nervously and worriedly, looking at the lieutenant colonel in front of him with expectation. No. I can break this magic barrier. But this magic barrier is connected to the power of space. I can't break it quickly. Even if there are more 6-turn magicians, they can only break it a little bit. It is estimated that at most a 30-meter wide and 300-meter deep passage can be broken in 1 day. It will take a lot of time to dig through the underground passage. This is troublesome. Our soldiers have been trapped for 6 days. I don't know if they are still alive. Can they hold on until we open the passage? Han Jixing stamped his feet in annoyance, but still requested, no matter what, please ask Lieutenant Colonel Chung to cast a spell to break the magic barrier. Even if the soldiers are sacrificed, we should at least let their bones rest in peace. I will ask the military district for help again. Well, you arrange for the machinery to dig a section first, so that I can cast the spell. Yes. I will arrange it immediately. Han Jixing cheered up and immediately called in an excavator to clean up the sand and gravel, while Colonel Chung sat cross-legged in meditation, recovering his magic power. Lee Sin didn't know that Blue Star had already found a way to dig an underground passage, and had begun to act, and the next step was a matter of time. He also didn't know that the reinforcements of the dog-headed people were on the way, and would arrive before the rescue of Blue Star. A million-strong army of dog-headed men outside the cave had already arrived, and completely surrounded the exit of the underground passage. Even if the cold wind of the cold wind formation affected an area of 1 square kilometer, it was filled with magic rams, which had completely isolated the cold air of the cold wind formation. The dog-headed magicians had already begun to study how to offset the strong wind. Master Beaky, you are a level 110 commander of the wind system. Do you have any way to deal with this wind? In the area where the cold wind blew, there were several dog-headed men in magic robes walking back and forth. The strong wind, which was close to 40 meters per second, came to them, and was immediately isolated by the various magic shields on their bodies. The corners of the clothes of several dog-headed magicians were not blown. Master Mingjong, you seem to have an idea. Tell me about it. It's actually very simple. Just have someone build a big slope to guide the cold wind to the sky. Once the wind is diverted, the warriors will rush in from the slope, and they will definitely kill the human bugs quickly. Yeah, that's a good idea. I have the same idea. This saves time and effort, and can also reduce casualties. Then let's report it to the king, and let him arrange the construction of the slope. Several magicians, wearing magic shields, walked leisurely in the cold wind, chatting and laughing. The wind that could tear the dog-headed people apart had no effect on them. This is the power of high-level monsters. A total of 6 dog-headed magicians walked directly to the entrance of the cave, and stopped only less than 3 meters away from the fence surrounded by long weapons, observing the situation in the cave. Everyone, let's use magic directly, to kill the little bugs in this cave? Good idea. I'll do it. I just learned a high-level fire magic. The explosion is very powerful. I'll do it too. My earth magic can directly destroy the terrain inside. Just right, my earth magician gravity can fix those human bugs. Then what are you waiting for? Let's do it together, and quickly resolve the battle. The 6 high-level dog-headed magicians began to chant magic outside the cave, and the golden-armored dog-headed guards hurried over to protect them. The noise outside naturally attracted the attention of Pei Xiaobo and others in the cave. Small fire dragon technique, rolling rocks, water flow impact. The 3 magicians felt the crazy surge of magic elements outside, and hurriedly used the strongest skills that could be cast instantly. A small fire dragon 1 meter thick and 5 meters long rushed out first, and in an instant it came in front of the dog-headed man under the acceleration of the wind. Turn. Just as the fire dragon was about to hit the golden-armored dog-headed man, Pei Xiaobo shouted softly. The fire dragon suddenly raised its head, turned its body and soared into the sky, and then quickly pounced down, and hit a dog-headed man wizard with a lightning speed. Wave. Unfortunately, the mighty fire dragon hit the magic shield on the magician, and it disappeared with a weak muffled sound. Haha, a trifle. The dog-headed man looked at the magic robe that did not shake at all, smiled disdainfully, and then continued to chant magic. Fong strike. A golden-armored dog-headed man, whose giant sword was 2 meters long and half a meter wide, swung out a white Fong fighting spirit, and hit the boulder summoned by Xian Liwei fiercely, cutting it in half directly. Wild dog wagging its tail. Another golden-armored dog-headed man slapped out his giant sword, directly knocking the water waves released by Luo Malfa off course, avoiding the magician behind them. These golden-armored dog-headed men are all powerful warriors. Retreat! Retreat to the tunnel! Seeing their attacks being so easily resolved, Pei Xiaobo and the other 2 changed their expressions, knowing that they had encountered a very high level, whose strength completely crushed them. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them immediately led the other warriors back to the tunnel behind the cave. What happened? Why did you all retreat? Lee Sin, who was carving the formation, was also surprised to see several people retreating. Here comes a tough guy. A magician. They can walk easily in your cold wind formation, and are now less than 3 meters away from the cave, and they are chanting magic. Obviously they are going to use a big move. Is it so close? What level of kobold is this? So strong. I can't identify the level. At least 10 levels higher than me. Or even the 5th level. 5th level? Above level 81? It's really a tough guy. Lee Sin also took a breath of cold air in surprise. As far as he knew, there had never been a kobold above level 60 in the kobold cave. This time, a tough guy came directly. However, he suddenly raised a wicked smile. and secretly ordered in his heart, explode. Explode the formation. Bang, bang, bang. The slight muffled sound was barely audible in the underground passage. But a huge change occurred outside. In the area within 1 kilometer outside the cave, red flames suddenly burst out, causing a huge explosion, blowing the dog-headed people within a radius of 10 meters near the explosion point into blood and flesh. There were also waves of green hurricanes that roared and swept up the surrounding dog-headed people and threw them away. Lee Sin had arranged 2,800 formations outside before, if not 3,000. Although many were destroyed in the bombing of the dog-headed people's kerosene bombs, many were preserved. Among them, the explosion formation was a fire-attributed formation, and was not only not destroyed in the bombardment of the fire oil bomb, but also became more powerful because it absorbed the magic power of the fire element. The power of the explosion was comparable to the full-strength attack of a 4-turn magician above level 61. The loss of ordinary dog-headed people was only a small part of the head. The real damage was caused by the 6 dog-headed magicians above level 101. They were affected by the explosion formation around them, and the magic they condensed was released in advance by the riotous magic and magic elements. Countless earth spikes rose from the ground within a kilometer radius, reaching 20 to 30 meters high. Thousands of dog-headed people who could not dodge were pierced into the sky and died. Red fireballs fell randomly and irregularly within a kilometer radius. Each fireball was the size of a car. Although the number was small, the dog-headed people who were hit would be instantly burned to ashes. The power was huge. There were also stone balls with a diameter of 3 meters rolling around within a kilometer radius, and more than 10 meters long flames were running around. In just a few breaths, 30% of the dog-headed people within a kilometer radius were killed or injured. At least more than 30,000. Lee Sin's explosion skill killed several times more dog-headed people than Pei Xiaoba and his team killed in a day. Chapter 47. Raid to kill the golden-armored dog-headed man. Close the door. Snap, snap, snap. Lee Sin and his group, who were waiting for the dog-headed man's magic at the entrance of the underground passage, so that they could respond in time, suddenly felt a huge gravity pressure coming from all directions, and all 20 people were hit, and fell to the ground. One of them fell hard, with blood all over his face, and everyone could only spread their bodies, trying to disperse the gravity pressure on their bodies. Poof, as an ordinary person. Yi-Hai only lasted for 3 seconds, and then he spurted out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Stretch your body. Reduce stress. Pei Xiaoba had some experience, and quickly reminded everyone. Lee Sin, who originally wanted to squat, quickly did so. This made it much easier. But he couldn't move. He quickly connected the formation outside the cave in his mind, and exploded the speed array and spirit gathering array that had not exploded because they had no combat power and no damage effect. Although they had no damage power, they could disrupt the magic elements between heaven and earth and accelerate the collapse of magic. Retreat, protect us to retreat. Sure enough, it took only 20 breaths, then the barking of the dog-headed man came from outside, but it was automatically translated in the ears of Lee Sin and others. Then the gravity magic on Lee Sin and others was slowly lifted. Captain Pei, do you have a prop card that can delay explosion, or delay skill damage? Hurry up and attack. Yes, everyone. Use up half of the delay props in your hands. Yes. The soldiers who had not yet adapted to the body, used their hands and feet to climb up, and walk towards the cold wind formation while searching for prop cards in the space ring. Now, among the 20 people, except Lee Sin and Yi-Hai who didn't have space rings, everyone else had at least 2 space rings. It was because the kobolds had dropped many space rings that could only be equipped at level 40. There were also various prop cards. Prop cards were considered to be a kind of embodiment of the rules of the world. There were various kinds of cards, and they were all strange and bizarre. Pei Xiaoba and others activated the cards one by one, and then threw them into the cold wind formation. The prop cards flew out of the cave under the strong wind. Even if they were blocked by the fence in the middle, they would continue to be blown out in the continuous strong wind. 3 seconds later, there was a rumbling sound from outside, and there were red, yellow, blue, green, purple and other colorful lights shining, like a rainbow descending. Lee Sin and his companions hid in the cave, and could not see the spectacular scene outside. 18 golden-armored dog-headed men formed a human wall, standing in front of various magics, protecting the magicians behind them from retreating. Green vines covered the bodies of the golden-armored dog-headed men, making them unable to move, The green wind blades were like sharp machetes, slashing around them, and red blood began to seep out of the golden armor, dyeing the golden armor with bright colors. Woof! 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 Then water arrows, water balls, water dragons, and other water magic washed over their bodies. Although their blood was washed away, the corrosive power of the water magic made them howl in pain. When the water magic burst out, fireballs, fire snakes, and fire dragons also burst out, using the wet golden-armored dog-headed man as a steamer to bake and steam. The dog-headed man's screams became louder. They wanted to escape now, and they turned around and prepared to escape. But the next moment, they couldn't move again. Earth magic began to explode. Mud, sand pits, ground sinkholes restricted the golden-armored kobolds again, then earth spikes, stone balls, earth walls, and other magic smashed down fiercely. Finally, gold, thunder, ice, and other magics were extremely lethal, and the slow-acting magics drowned them with huge damage. When the light of magic faded, 18 kobolds above level 86, who were commander-level heavy-armored knights, were all killed in the pit less than 30 meters away from the cave. The combat power of these golden-armored dog-headed men is at least 600 points. When their golden armor was forged, there was an equipment limit, 600 points of combat power. But such a powerful golden-armored dog-headed man was smashed to death by Pei Xiaoba and his prop cards, with a combat power of about 200. This is the rhythm of a master being killed by a random punch. It is a pity that the 6 dog-headed magicians above level 101, under the protection of the golden-armored dog-headed men, successfully escaped back. Ha ha ha, ouch, we won, we won. Seeing the golden-armored dog-headed man being killed, the dog-headed magician running away, Pei Xiaoba and others cheered excitedly. Before killing the golden-armored dog-headed man, they couldn't tell the level of these dog-headed men. After killing them, with the prompt of the heaven, they all knew that the level of these dog-headed men was 86 to 92, which was almost twice as high as their level. How could they not be excited? This was the highest level monster they had ever killed in their lives. However, the experience of 18 dog-headed men was not enough for them to level up, including the fact that Li Xin, who used the blast skill, did not gain much experience. The dog-headed men killed by the dog-headed magician did not count towards Li Xin's experience, which was another pity. Everyone rush out. Bring in those golden iron cans. For monsters above level 86, the blood will definitely work better as a ray ink. Go! Just as Li Xin was secretly regretting, Pei Xiaobo called out, and all 18 professionals rushed out, including Luo Tan, who had just recovered from his injury and was limping when he ran. They were really excited. Come back quickly. After a moment of shock, Li Xin hurriedly asked his comrades to withdraw, but he said it too late. Pei Xiaobo and others had already rushed out, and his words fell on deaf ears. Luckily, Pei Xiaobo and his men were not so excited that they lost their minds. They only rushed out more than 30 meters, carried 18 dog-headed corpses wearing golden armor on their shoulders, and ran back quickly, and picked up the dropped items, and took as many as you could, without any delay. Before the kobold soldiers could react, they rushed back to the cave, and did not forget to reinsert the long weapons they had just pulled out, forming a simple fence again. Everything was done in one go, and it was completed in just 10 seconds. Bang, 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 whoosh, 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 until they had rushed back to the underground passage. Magic and arrows were shot from behind, but as soon as they entered the hall, they were blown away by the cold wind. A quick raid, a perfect success. Ha ha ha, you dog. Go eat your ass, the warriors cheered again. Li Xin also laughed happily. He didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. The strong men of the dog-headed people wanted to destroy them, but they were caught off guard and killed 18 strong men. Okay. Leave 10 people to continue to be on guard, and the others go back to collect the blood of these dog-headed people. Remember to collect it separately? Yes. After being excited for a few minutes, Pei Xiaobo immediately interrupted everyone's laughter and asked everyone to take their positions quickly. Li Xin also walked back. He was going to collect some of the blood of these dog-headed people and take it to the hall immediately to redraw the cold wind formation to see if the effect of the cold wind formation could be improved. Gaga. Boom. Just as Li Xin walked into the passage for 100 meters, there was a sudden sound of closing the door behind him. Then a violent cold wind blew into the underground passage. Not good, Li Xin exclaimed, and tried to walk back against the hurricane. Chapter 48 Truce. Each of them prepare for battle. Whoosh, pingling bang clang, The cold wind blew the unprepared warriors carrying the corpse of the golden-armored dog-headed man up, and rolled them deep into the underground passage. The items in the passage flew backwards under the violent hurricane. Lee Sin gritted his teeth and walked quickly to the cold wind formation, took out the dog tail from his arms, added 2 strokes to the corner of the formation, and closed the formation. Only then did he look ahead. The 2 huge stone doors were closed. Sure enough, the dog-headed man was not an idiot, and he thought of a way to deal with Lee Sin and his men in a short time. But after the stone door was closed, the dog-headed man could not get in either. For the time being, the 2 sides have called a truce, and both can have a good rest. He noticed that the weapons that were inserted into the ground as a fence were broken by the force of the stone door when it was closed. This stone door not only has the magic of the dog-headed man, but also has very good quality. Looking at the stone door, he looked at Pei Xiaobo thoughtfully. Brother Pei, how long did it take to successfully close these 2 stone doors? It only took about 6 seconds, and the closing speed was very fast. The weapons we inserted into the ground did not have any blocking effect on the closing of the stone door. That is to say, if the dog-headed man wants to open the door and rush in to attack us, we only have 5 seconds to prepare. Or even shorter? Yes. Lee Sin's face became more solemn. This means that the dog-headed man has taken the initiative in the war, and Lee Sin and his men can only defend passively. Especially Lee Sin, who was to be tied up in this hall, to prevent the dog-headed men from suddenly opening the door and rushing in. There was no cold wind formation to protect him in the cave, and he was slaughtered in a short time. But being tied up here passively like this, if the dog-headed men sent out high-level magicians and golden-armored dog-headed men to force their way in again next time, they would not be able to escape death without adequate defense. Lee Sin thought for a while, gritted his teeth, and said to Pei Xiaobo and others who were frowning, Brother Pei, brothers, move the combat prop cards here. Once a dog-headed man comes in, use the prop cards to hold him off for a while, and I will rush over from the passage immediately. I will continue to draw formations in the tunnel, so that our trump cards and safety will be more guaranteed. Pei Xiaobo lowered his brows and pondered for a while before nodding. According to what you said, I hope the dog-headed man will not frequently open the door to harass us. Then get ready. After saying that, Lee Sin turned and entered the tunnel, and began a new round of formation carving. He was betting that the dog-headed man would not rush in a short time. The previous wave of attacks would definitely not hurt the dog-headed man, but it would scare the dog-headed man for a while. During this time, he would take the opportunity to carve more formations. The previous wave of burst formation allowed his burst formation skill to directly break through level 11, and he obtained a new formation blueprint. But it was another auxiliary system blueprint. He had to at least upgrade the carving array skill to level 11, and create a new array. In the Tongjia city of the dog-headed men on the other side, the dog-headed man king looked at the 6 strongest magicians in the kingdom who were dejected and looking gloomy, and wanted to scold them, but he couldn't bear to do so, and he didn't dare to. He had to suppress his anger and comfort them. Several magicians, you don't have to be discouraged. We were just ambushed by those little human thieves for a while. We will recover well, and when our magic power is restored, we will immediately launch another attack on those little human thieves. One success or failure doesn't mean anything. As long as we are alive, there is a chance to defeat the human race and kill them. We only need one victory, which is an absolute and complete victory. The dog-headed man king turned into a life mentor and comforted the 6 magicians for a long time to cheer them up again. My king, please send people to turn over the land outside the underground passage and remove all the traps left by the human race outside, to prevent us from being disturbed by sudden magic disorder next time we cast magic. Mage Biki made a suggestion to the dog-headed king, and sent his 93rd level disciple to help check the ground. At the same time, the excavated soil was carried outside the stone gate by the dog-headed people, and piled up a steep slope, which went straight up to the sky at a 45-degree angle. Not only that, the dog-headed people also built a 6-meter-wide passage below the slope, facing the stone gate of the cave. Their plan was simple and crude: divert the cold wind, and let the dog-headed man raid the cave through the passage below, and kill Lee Sin and others in the shortest possible time. Alas, after arranging this project, the dog-headed man sat on the throne helplessly and powerlessly, with a tired face. As a king, his level was as high as 136, and he was still a boss template, so his strength was not low, but the actual combat power he could exert due to his old age and weakness may not be much stronger than that of a level 81 magician, without the power to suppress. He found it increasingly difficult to manage the kingdom. He looked at the Imperial Master, who was standing quietly below him. And after thinking for a while, he asked, "Imperial Master, when will the werewolf army arrive at Tomjia City? When will the weapons for fighting in the tunnels arrive?" "Reporting to my king, I contacted the werewolf army again last night, and it has been confirmed that the 100,000 werewolves of the Vanguard army will arrive in 7 days at most. And at least 5.5 days. The remaining 300,000 troops will arrive in 9 days at the fastest and 12 days at the slowest because they need to transport various supplies and equipment." The jackal knelt down humbly to report. But on his face under the hood, there was not much respect, but a hint of disdain. "Alas, please keep in touch, Master." "Yes." Waving his hand to let the master leave, the Gnoll King discussed some secrets with his daughter, Princess Scarlet. In the next 7 days, the Gnolls did not open the stone door, but made various preparations outside. In fact, they were also afraid of Lee Sin's cold wind formation. There have been tens of thousands of Gnolls killed in the cold wind formation. If they can avoid it, they don't want to face it. Thanks for the cooperation of the Gnolls. Not only did my skills upgrade as I wished, but my character level also increased by 1 level. Coming down the stone steps, Lee Sin looked at the top of the passage emitting a faint magical light, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. He carved the formations for the entire 5-kilometer-long passage. A total of 30,000 formations. His carving formation skill level has risen to level 14. And as long as he carves 2,008 more formations, he can upgrade to level 15. Name: Lee Sin LV8410000/2.56 million. Age: 18. Occupation: first turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9 turn array master 9 strength, 137. Physique: 137. Spirit: 274. Agility: 137. HP: stamina: 180. Mana, combat power: 137. Talent: 10,000 times proficiency mythical skills, digging epic LV5, fertilizing perfect LV12, big pot rice normal LV8, medicinal food legend LV11, drawing array legend LV13, exploding array perfect LV12, carving array perfect LV14, fireball normal LV5, arranging array excellent LV2. Not only the carving array skill, the fertilizing skill, and the exploding array skill have both broken through level 11, obtained a fertilizer formula, and 2 array drawings. The formation above his head, he used a new formation. Chapter 49. 7 days of hard work. The dog-headed man's offensive is on the rise again. Blood and flesh flower fertilizer. Mix the flesh and blood of creatures, soil, water source, magic crystal stone / spiritual stone in proportion, and make fertilizer, which can accelerate the growth rate and yield of plants. It seems that because Lee Sin chopped up the dog-headed man's corpse for fertilizer, the heaven gave him this formula, so that he can better use the fertilization skill. He noticed that the formula stated that the flesh and bones of creatures, and the magic core, and the inner elixir cannot be mixed for fertilizer, but should be fertilized separately, in order to better nurture plants. The recipe in his hand only mentioned the method of mixing blood, flesh and internal organs into fertilizer. There was no mention of the use of blood and bones. There was even a reminder in the recipe not to mix bones and too much blood into the fertilizer in the recipe. The key point is that this recipe emphasizes that the standard blood and flesh flower fertilizer will not pollute plants, will not cause plants to mutate into demons, or mutate into demons, and can also guide plants to mutate positively. It's just that this guidance takes a very long time. The word long is used in the recipe. The other effects will be seen slowly. With this formula, he can prepare accurate fertilizers to prevent the apple tree from undergoing malignant mutations. That's enough. I just need to trouble my comrades. The dog-headed man's body cannot be chopped up directly. They need to decompose it first, and then chop it up. And it is troublesome to deal with the bones. Of course, the comrades have no complaints. They all know the harm of demonized plants, and naturally don't want to be poisoned. Although it is a bit troublesome to decompose the dog-headed man. Safety comes first. It's troublesome. The apples grown with blood flower fertilizer are indeed sweeter and more nutritious than the previous ones. And the healing effect is becoming more and more obvious. The efforts of everyone have paid off. After the explosion formation skill broke through level 11, he obtained the hidden spirit formation. which is used to reduce and hide the fluctuation of spiritual energy. This formation is of no use for the time being. He drew and carved 3 of them for comparison. They all have the function of hiding the fluctuation of spiritual energy. When used with a hidden breath formation, it is simply a perfect formation for hide and seek. Carving array skill breaks through level 11. And the array obtained is much more practical. 5 Thunder Array. Arrange the array according to the rules. Gather the thunder spirit and thunder magic elements between heaven and earth. And summon thunder to attack the enemy. This is an attack array. And it is a strong attack array. Although I have never used it against the enemy, I know it is very violent just by looking at the attributes. A 5 Thunder Array with a diameter of 1 meter has good combat power. 5 Thunder Array LV7. Gather the thunder spirit and thunder magic elements between heaven and earth. And summon thunder to cause 350 points of damage to enemies within a 14-meter diameter range. The cooling time is 5 seconds. This is Lee Sin's first array with a clear damage value. Unlike the vague damage of Explosive Flame Array and the Array of Ice Array that can only freeze but not damage, 5 Thunder Array has real damage. And the damage is quite high. 350 damage points. Lee Sin compared with Pei Xiaobo and others to get the approximate damage level, which is roughly the damage of ordinary skills at level 20, excellent skills at level 15, excellent skills at level 10, perfect skills at level 5, and epic skills at level 1. For this, he also roughly got a table of the skill power difference, and got a clear idea. After successfully comprehending the 5 Thunder formation, Lee Sin drew the 5 Thunder formation on the top of the entire cave hall, and formed a larger and stronger 5 Thunder formation. 5 Thunder formation LV13. Gathers thunder spirit energy and thunder magic elements between heaven and earth. Summons thunder to cause 650 damage to enemies within a 100-meter diameter range. Cooldown time is 1 second. The attack power of the large 5 Thunder formation has not increased much, but the skill cooldown time has been shortened a lot. It only takes 1 second to fire a lightning bolt, and the actual combat power is much stronger. Lee Sin, come on! Just as Lee Sin was proudly admiring his success in 7 days of hard work, Luo Tan's anxious roar came from the tunnel. Something happened. The dog-headed man opened the stone door. Without any hesitation, he kicked his feet and ran at full speed. He only slowed down slightly when he was close to the tunnel entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Wild collision. Violent bear power. Fire snake technique. As soon as he got close, he heard explosions and the roars of his comrades. The battle was already fierce. He glanced at his comrades, who had been forced into the middle of the cold wind formation. He did not dare to delay. He rushed to a corner of the formation with the dog tail that he had prepared long ago, and quickly made 3 strokes on the ground to inject mana. Whoosh, woo, it took only 3 seconds for the cold wind formation to start working, and the strong wind began to blow wildly outside the cave, thwarting the subsequent attack of the dog-headed men who were preparing to come in. Heavy armored infantry charge. Just as Lee Sin's cold wind blew out of the cave, outside the cave, the barking of dog-headed men came, which was directly translated into words that humans could understand in Lee Sin's ears. The dog-headed men, come prepared. 12 dog-headed men held huge shields, which glowed with a faint green light, and guided the cold wind upwards in a tilted posture, and the hurricane with a speed of 40 seconds could not cause any harm to the dog-headed men. Although the low temperature could continue to delay the dog-headed men's actions, the dog-headed heavy armored infantry had no intention of advancing quickly, but only advanced slowly step by step. Trample, 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 same black armor and black shield, tidy steps. The dog-headed men resisted the prop card attacks thrown by Pei Xiaobo and his men, and steadily moved forward. Even if the dog-headed heavy armored infantry in front was killed, the dog-headed men behind would be merciless, and push the bodies of their compatriots forward without mercy, with unwavering steps. Lee Sin's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that the cold wind formation that he was so proud of could be broken so easily. The wisdom of the dog-headed men surely should not be underestimated. Seeing that the battle was completely at a disadvantage, he quickly shouted, "Captain Pei! Retreat to the tunnel! Retreat!" Pei Xiaobo did not try to be a hero, and immediately ordered the soldiers to retreat. The narrow terrain in the tunnel was actually advantageous for the smaller side. On the contrary, the kobolds could not crush them with their numerical advantage. The kobolds' offensive was simple and crude, pushing their shields forward step by step, pushing the bodies of their compatriots step by step forward. Fiery fireball Pei Xiaobo, who retreated to the tunnel first, cast a spell that had been chanted for 36 seconds, and an orange fireball the size of a tire hit the kobold's body on the ground. The black armor instantly turned red, and the kobold's body under the armor quickly burned to ashes. Xi and Liu's spell Steel Earth Spikes was then cast, and the Earth Spikes, which were only as thick as a thumb, protruded densely, nailing the dog-headed man on the ground directly to the top of the cave. Crackling, countless lightning flashed on the dog-headed man in iron armor, and the dog-headed man's screams of awe rang out in the cave. Bang, bang, bang. The dog-headed man reacted very quickly, and immediately some dog-headed men took giant shields and machetes to chop at the Steel Earth Spikes that blocked the road. Water Wave Impact. Luo Malfa's magic was the slowest, chanting for a full minute, but it was also the most powerful. The violent water flow knocked the dog-headed man who rushed into the cave back, and he fell into a ball. Explode. Li Xin took the opportunity to use the explosion formation skill to explode part of the formation. Chapter 50 Powerful 5 Thunder Formation. Werewolves are out. Crackling, sizzling, sizzling, ah. After the loud thunder and the harsh sound of electricity, there was the desperate howl of the dog-headed man. Iron can conduct electricity, and water can also conduct electricity. Li Xin exploded the 5 Thunder Formation engraved on the top of the cave at once. The terrifying electric current illuminated the entire cave in silver blue. Li Xin and others hiding in the tunnel could not help but close their eyes due to the stimulation of the bright light. When the silver blue electric light dimmed, they could look into the cave. The dog-headed man's voice had gone silent, but the dog-headed man lying on the ground was still shaking, and there were tiny silver blue arcs jumping between the black iron armor. The hundreds of dog-headed heavy-armored infantrymen who rushed in were all killed. Even the dog-headed men who were close to the cave were killed and wounded. For a while, the dog-headed man's offensive was curbed. Brother Pei, quickly drag these bodies to the back. Quick! Everyone! Do it together! After Li Xin reminded his comrades to rush into the cold wind formation quickly in the cold wind, and before the cold wind blew these bodies away, some of the bodies were dragged into the tunnel. These are array ink and fertilizer, which cannot be wasted. Unfortunately, the power of the cold wind array is too great. Li Xin and others only dragged it twice, and the remaining bodies were blown out of the cave hall. Fortunately, after Li Xin's big move, the attack of the dog-headed man was once again paused, and soon the stone door was closed again. Obviously, he was worried about the thunder and lightning method that Li Xin had just exploded, and he did not dare to send people in to die. Here, a ladder. Just when Li Xin looked up at the top of the cave, considering whether to carve the array again, Luo Tan had already moved the stone ladder over. Okay. Li Xin was slightly stunned, then he walked up with the ladder, carefully looking at the lines on the top of the cave where there were obvious traces. At the same time, he could feel a faint aura and magic elements slowly gathering. The formation carved with the carve formation skill, after being subjected to the explosion of the explosion formation skill, was not completely damaged, and could be automatically and slowly repaired. Hey, what a pleasant surprise. Li Xin smiled happily, took out the dagger, and used the carve formation skill again on the original lines to quickly repair these formations. A formation with a diameter of 1 meter, he only needed 30 seconds to repair. It seems that the energy reaction of the formation has increased a bit, he muttered to himself, looking at the formation, using the identification ability to check, but there was no change in the attributes. It should not have broken through the critical point of upgrading. It was still a level 7 formation. However, this was enough. The fact that these formations could be repaired quickly was the biggest surprise. He spent 3.5 hours, completely repairing the 3,600 formations above his head, very fast. It was a pity that there was no skill proficiency in repairing the formation. Otherwise, he could have burst another wave of experience. Is it done now? Luo Tan, who was chewing an apple to recover his strength and injuries, saw Li Xin carrying the ladder and walking towards the tunnel, and could not help asking in surprise. Well, it's just to repair the formation quickly. After saying that, he carried the ladder and walked back to the underground passage quickly. After this explosion, he had a new idea, and planned to carve it on the walls of both sides of the tunnel. Outside the cave, a little more than a kilometer away from the exit, the temporary palace of the dog-headed king had been built. It was built entirely of gold, and covered an area of 2 acres. With the cooperation of the dog-headed magician, it was built in just 3 days. At this time, the dog-headed king looked a little unhappy. He had made a careful plan and thought that then he could wipe out the human race of only more than 10 people in one fell swoop. But he didn't want to fail again. If it were normal, he would fail and organize the next attack. But today there were several tall figures around him. This failure made him the king lose face. The vanguard of the werewolf tribe arrived last night, rested for a night, and took the initiative to fight today. It was just that the dog-headed king wanted to show his strength and said he would take the lead. But I didn't expect this result. Tozo, you lead 30 golden knights to charge again. Medog, you lead 30 commander-level magicians to support from behind. Yes. The two dog-headed men who were named hurriedly stepped out and clasped their fists to receive the order. But just as they were about to turn around and leave, they heard an arrogant woman's voice calling them. Wait, King Hodge, there is no need to be so troublesome. Let this general do it. I guarantee that I can take down this cave and the underground passage behind it in one fell swoop. A werewolf more than 2 meters tall stood up, directly interrupted the arrangement of the dog-headed king, and his attitude was not respectful at all. The Gnoll King was a little angry, but he suppressed his temper and explained, General Elfie, my golden knights and commander mages are all above level 86, with combat power above 600. They are very powerful, and can definitely crush those bugs. Hee hee. To deal with a group of tiny humans with a maximum level of 54. And there are only 19 of them. You actually need to dispatch 60 commanders above level 86. It's really, TSK Tisk. The tall werewolf general stopped the insult that was about to come out, but shook his head with disdain. General Elfie, have you forgotten that there is a tunnel inside? An underground passage connecting two worlds. And it is impossible to carry out group operations. Elite warfare is the most suitable tactic. The dog-headed man-king's dog face was tangled into an abstract painting. But he still explained patiently. Haha. If it were me, I would only need to dispatch elite soldiers above level 61. And quickly advance to eliminate those bugs. The werewolf general still looked disdainful. And he obviously still looked down on the fighting power of the dog-headed man. The Gnoll King was so angry that he simply waved his hand and stopped explaining. Then please ask General Elfie to take action and eliminate these human races. Okay. The female werewolf general turned around and opened the temporary palace. 5 male werewolves with a height of nearly 2 meters followed her. After leaving the palace, the arrogance on the face of the female werewolf general immediately subsided, and a serious and solemn expression replaced it. Makuka, select 100 elite warriors with high ice resistance from the army. The level should be around level 79, but not more than level 80, and equip them with ice resistance equipment, and arm them to the teeth. Yes, I understand. After a werewolf saluted, he ran away quickly to select soldiers. This female general was not an idiot. Her arrogance just now was to grab an opportunity to attack, to establish her authority in front of the dog-headed people, and to gain a dominant position in the next cooperation. It was also to lay the foundation for enslaving the dog-headed people in the future. Soon, in less than half an hour, the elite team of werewolves was assembled. The female werewolf general learned about the situation behind the stone door of the cave in advance, and let the werewolf elite team enter the slope tunnel dug by the dog-headed people, also holding a huge shield, ready to charge. Kaka, the 107th level magician of the dog-headed man, used magic from a distance to open the stone door. Charge. With an order, the werewolf elite team rushed into the cave smoothly before the cold wind blew, and drove straight in. Then, there was nothing else. The 100-man werewolf elite team disappeared silently in the cave. Chapter 51. Abandon the hall. The Gnoll's general attack is coming. Looking at the werewolves lying in the tunnel and twitching, Lee Sin was also a little stunned. He was just busy carving the formation, unexpectedly. A group of werewolves roared and rushed into the tunnel, and then before he could come to his senses, these werewolves were first frozen instantly by the ice formation. Before the werewolves in front could thaw, they were knocked out by the werewolves rushing in from behind, and then the ones who came in later were also frozen. It's just that these werewolves wore a lot of ice-resistant equipment, and they were not directly smashed, but were knocked into a deeper tunnel. Crackling, then lightning continued to strike, paralyzing them first, and then being chopped into dead wolves by Pei Xiaoba and others who came later. Hee, these idiots rushed in to die. I didn't expect it was a werewolf, not a dog-headed man. It seems the dog-headed man called for reinforcements. Pei Xiaoba kicked the werewolf's head, laughing a little proudly. He was just about to stop the enemy, but seeing them rushing directly into the tunnel, he simply told his comrades not to attack. They all knew that, during these 7 days, Lee Sin had spent most of his time setting up formations in the tunnels, and they also wanted to see how powerful it was. As it turned out, the formations that Lee Sin had set up were awesome. With the cooperation of the Ice Formation and the Five Thunder Formation, even if Pei Xiaoba and the others did not take action, the continuous lightning could kill these werewolves. Haha, the dog-headed men are not smart, and these werewolves are also pretty stupid. However, they did do a good thing. Lee Sin also came over, with a surprised smile on his face. Pei Xiaoba was a little puzzled. What good thing? Can this werewolf do good things? Their appearance. Let me know that Five Thunder Formation also has a paralysis effect. Although it does not reach 1 second, it will not be displayed in the attribute, but it really has a paralysis effect, which is very helpful in battle. Paralysis effect? Don't all lightning attacks have paralysis effects? It seems so. After hearing Pei Xiaoba's reminder, Lee Sin thought of this, but he had overlooked it before. In this case, we need to carve more Five Thunder Formations, and reduce the number of Ice Formations. Just as he frowned in thought, Pei Xiaoba asked again, Lee Sin. It seems that the dog-headed people have found a way to break the Cold Wind Formation. We can no longer stop them from entering the hall outside. We need to retreat to the underground passage at any time. Can the formation you have arranged now block the new attack of the dog-headed people? At the end, he added, by the way, the werewolves we just killed are level 79 elite monsters, and their strength should be very strong. A small number of enemies are good fertilizer. I am afraid that those dogs will adopt the human wave tactics and directly pile up the corpses of their own kind to kill us. Of course, if the monster is too high, it will be a big problem if it cannot break through the defense. Lee Sin also frowned after hearing this. He was worried about this when the kobold heavy infantry rushed in before. The kobolds are quite indifferent to the death of their own kind, and directly use the corpses of their compatriots as shields to attack. If their previous number is tripled or quadrupled, the cave hall will definitely fall. Now the kobolds have attracted reinforcements, and they are a bloodthirsty and brutal race like werewolves. They will definitely use the kobolds as cannon fodder and attack with all their might. How about this? You retreat to the tunnel. I have set up formations on all sides of the 200 meters ahead, and it is a combination of formations, so the ogre can definitely be immobilized for a while if he rushes in. You fight within this range, and the safety can be greatly improved. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Pei Xiaoba went to the front hall to call back the other comrades, and Lee Sin thought about it and followed him. He slightly adjusted the cold wind formation in the hall, and added a hidden breath formation and a hidden spirit formation to the large formation. In this way, the cold wind formation was destroyed as a whole, and no cold wind was generated, nor even gusts of wind and ice. However, the formation was still there, but it was hidden. When necessary, Lee Sin could still use the blast formation skill to self-destruct the formation, causing great damage to the enemy. He also hid the Five Thunder Formation on the top of the cave. This was a trump card in times of crisis, so he had to prepare it first. Afterwards, everyone ignored the stone door that had been open all the time and retreated directly into the tunnel. Woof. A woof. Go. Go in and kill those human bugs. Kill. Half an hour had passed since the last attack, and the dog-headed men and werewolves rushed in, roaring. Without the cold wind, without the human warriors, the dog-headed man rushed into the hall in surprise, but was a little overwhelmed. The werewolf, on the other hand, had not experienced the horror and despair of fighting with Lee Sin and his men. Seeing the tunnel, he ignored the dog-headed man, who began to slow down and rush directly into the tunnel. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as he stepped into the tunnel, the first attack the werewolf received was still the ice array, which was drawn on the walls and the ground on both sides using the draw array skill. The effect was to freeze the enemy for at least 1 second. Bang, bang, bang. The subsequent werewolves knocked the previous werewolves away, replacing their positions, and then being frozen. As soon as the werewolves that were knocked away landed, another blue light flashed, freezing them again, and then silver blue lightning fell, paralyzing the still stunned werewolves. Crack, crack, crack. Pei Xiaoba and others who had been waiting on the side took advantage of the werewolves being frozen and paralyzed, and directly raised their knives to smash or chop off the wolf heads one by one. The efficiency was very high. Each person could kill 2 or 3 werewolves per second. Yee-hi. The only ordinary person could only assist and drag the werewolf corpses into the tunnel to make room for Pei Xiaoba and his men to fight. However, in just 2 minutes, the passage was filled with werewolf, and dog-headed man corpses, pile up a pile of corpses half a person high. Explosive fireball. Cuckoo. Pei Xiaobo and Li Xin's pet Suzaku continuously released fireball skills at the pile of corpses, and soon ignited the corpses to temporarily block the enemies behind. The smoke and burnt odor produced by the burning did not spread into the tunnel, but blew towards the cave hall under the effect of the gas array that Li Xin had carved long ago. Woof, the roars of the dog-headed men and werewolves came from behind the burning corpses. Burning the bodies of their compatriots directly in front of them was a great insult, making them even more angry and irritable. Giant shield soldiers, heavy armored infantry. Charge with shields, charge! The commander of the dog-headed men really ignored the desecration of the bodies of his compatriots, and directly ordered the soldiers to charge at the bodies. It seems that only they can desecrate or even eat the bodies of their compatriots. But other races cannot destroy the bodies of their compatriots. It is also very strange and cruel. Amidst the friction sounds of creaking, the heavy infantry of the dog-headed people and the werewolves directly pushed the bodies into the tunnel. However, as soon as they came in, they were immediately frozen for a second. The commanders ignored it and ordered the people behind to continue to rush forward, pushing the bodies of their compatriots, who were only frozen but not killed, and rushed forward savagely and violently. Charge! 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 The dog-headed commanders did not know how many of their soldiers had died, but they just saw the team rushing forward and thought that the tactics were successful. They just excitedly ordered the soldiers behind to continue to charge. Chapter 52. Blocking the passage, the Knoll King cried. Exploded. Li Xin, who came to join the battle, had no chance to take action. When he arrived, it was already the time when Pei Xiaobo was burning the corpses. There was no place for him to intervene. Later, Pei Xiaobo and his 18 men no longer needed to kill the enemy. They just had to throw the corpses on the ground onto the corpse wall and hold them up. The enemy rushed in and was first frozen, then struck by lightning, and finally pushed in and squeezed to death by their own compatriots. Li Xin did not attack, just folded his arms and watched from the side. It was not until the corpse wall was pushed to 200 meters in the tunnel that blast array was activated, and only 6 drawn ice arrays were exploded. Brother Pei, hit this corpse wall. Hit it harder. Good idea. The comrades immediately retreated and dispersed. The 6 strength soldiers retreated more than 10 meters, and then activated the collision skill, knocking the corpse wall with a crackling sound. This round of collision pushed the corpses back more than 3 meters, and the enemies who were not dead were squeezed and could not move. Boys, the enemy is right in front of us. Charge! Charge forward to get human flesh kill. From a distance, one could still hear the excited command from the dog-headed commander behind the corpse wall. They completely ignored the casualties of the soldiers and just charged forward. Although it was a bit stupid, it looked quite effective. In just a dozen seconds, the corpse wall moved forward another 200 meters. Brother Pei, get ready to do it again. Okay, this time. The 3 mages who protected Pei Xiaobo retreated a few steps, then charged together and hit the corpse wall. The huge force pushed the corpse wall back more than 10 meters quickly when they were exhausted. Li Xin exploded the ice array on the top of 3 tunnels. These ice arrays were carved earlier, and the accumulated ice energy was more sufficient, instantly freezing the 30-meter-long passage. Charge! The dog-headed men at the other end of the tunnel also cooperated very well. Another charge order came, and the whole wall of corpses was hit harder. If the wall of corpses wants to continue to push, it needs more force. Good idea, dog-headed men, werewolves. You are just idiots, weaklings, you can't rush in. Pei Xiaobo also discovered Li Xin's intention, and shouted loudly to the other side of the corpse wall, provoking the dog-headed army. Kill! I will kill them! The dog-headed men on the opposite side were indeed angry, and roared to give the order to attack. Pei Xiaobo and his men found a thick shield, and used it to press against the corpse wall diagonally, then let go of their bodies, watched from the side with their hands folded, and loudly mocked the dog-headed man on the opposite side. The dog-headed man actually asked the soldiers to keep pushing the corpse wall, and kept cursing and fighting back. Otherwise, why do we say that the dog-headed man is stupid? Now that the passage is blocked, instead of thinking about clearing the passage, they keep pushing people in, pressing the corpse wall even tighter. Li Xin opened the prompt of Tian Dao, watching the killing prompts gradually decrease, nodded with satisfaction, and turned around to continue to arrange the formation. It is not so easy for the dog-headed people to break into the tunnel. Even if they break in, the formation in the tunnel can well restrict their actions. Unless they can send out super strong troops that are completely unaffected by the formation. However, Lee Sin has not seen such troops yet. The dog-headed people are really stupid. And they are also very strong. When Lee Sin ran out of mana and sat down to rest, the thick wall of corpses was still there, and moved more than 100 meters into the tunnel. Are they going to fill the entire tunnel with the bodies of their compatriots? This is a 5-kilometer long tunnel. Brother Pei, you have to give them some water to let them get in, so that they can keep sending soldiers to die. The kobolds are not that stupid. Are they? Pei Xiaobo looked strange. Such a simple strategy. Could it really succeed? Try it. It's free anyway. Maybe the kobolds will continue to send soldiers to die once they are confident. That's right. It's free anyway. Pei Xiaobo also laughed. The kobolds' performance was indeed not very smart. And maybe it would really succeed. Their operation was also very simple. From time to time, they would remove the shields that were stuck in the corpse wall, so that the dog-headed men could push the corpse wall a little faster. To push a corpse wall that was more than 300 meters thick, the force required was very huge. Another 3 hours passed, and the corpse wall advanced another 300 meters, and was about to catch up with the area where Lee Sin had set up his formation. The senior generals of the dog-headed men and the werewolves finally entered the cave, and saw that the soldiers were constantly attacking the tunnel, but there was no result, and they naturally realized that something was wrong. Rook, have you killed an enemy? Are there any bodies? Reporting to my king, we haven't seen any enemies yet, but our soldiers are constantly attacking the tunnels, and they should have gone very deep. The dog-headed man king looked at the crowded tunnel, and his face became even gloomier. Continuously attacking the tunnels without seeing any enemies? Isn't this nonsense and blind command? Pass my order, retreat immediately. I want to know the battle situation deep in the tunnel. Yes, retreat, retreat. Although the commander of the dog-headed man and the werewolf was a little reluctant, he still ordered a retreat. The retreat was smooth. The kobolds and werewolves who came out at the beginning were all reluctant, and many of them complained that they had not exerted their strength yet, and had not yet shown their skills. But with the order of the general, they had to walk out reluctantly, and from time to time, they discussed what skills they should use to attack the tunnel. The people who retreated later were not so reluctant, and they all showed a relieved expression, and then they started to quarrel with the people who retreated first, and scolded them for not caring about their lives and squeezing and pressing them. Those who had the energy to argue had all retreated, and those who came out later were exhausted, gasping for breath, and didn't even have the energy to speak. Save people. Our compatriots inside are injured and can't move. A werewolf, who was still conscious, reminded the commanders, and then fainted. The werewolf's reminder made the high-ranking generals of the dog-headed men react, and immediately sent people in to rescue people. Deep in the tunnel, there were still living people within 80 meters. After 80 meters, there were basically no standing dog-headed men. Only corpses. The werewolves in leather armor rushed in quickly, and carried out the bodies one by one. Those who could be cured were cured, and those who could not be cured were thrown far away, and then someone would come to drag them away and deal with them. My king, the passage was blocked, and many soldiers died. It was my fault. The dog-headed General Luke knelt in front of the dog-headed king with a guilty look on his face and admitted his fault, but then he defended himself. But we still achieved good results, and we have already gone deep into the underground passage for hundreds of meters. As long as we persist, we will win. Luke raised his head again and looked at the dog-headed king expectantly. Luke, from this moment on, you are no longer the vanguard general. Get out of here. As you command? Seeing the furious Knoll King, Luke quickly knelt down and kowtowed, then turned and left. From beginning to end, he did not think he had done anything wrong, and insisted that he had made a contribution. As for the death of his compatriots, in his opinion, it was a necessary sacrifice. Dig out the bodies of our compatriots in the passage. The Knoll King shed tears of regret. He knew he had chosen an idiot as a vanguard. Chapter 53. The corpse wall was cleared. Ambushed the kobold magician. Come on, chop Luke for me. Chop him up. The kobold king looked at the kobold corpse that was dug out, which was intact at the beginning, and then turned into meat pie and meat paste. In a rage, he ordered the previous forward commander to be chopped directly. Go kill Wagner. This idiot deserves death. The female werewolf general on the side also gave the order gloomily. The previous attack was a collaboration between the werewolves and the kobolds. The kobolds contributed 2/3 of the troops, and the werewolves also contributed 1/3 of the soldiers, and they were all elite warriors above level 61. But these warriors are now all corpses. They did not die at the hands of the enemy, but were crushed to death by their own comrades. What a cowardly death, and the deeper they went, the more miserable the corpses were, and the cruel werewolves turned pale. When cleaning up these corpses, the kobolds and werewolf soldiers were constantly frozen by ice, and struck by lightning, and if they did not exit the tunnel in time, they would even be killed directly in the passage. When the Kobold King saw more and more of his people being killed and injured, his face changed from grief to anger. Mage Beaky, check the magic set by the human race, and destroy them all. Yes! 6 magicians above level 101. With magic shields on their heads, under the protection of the golden-armored dog-headed men, carefully entered the tunnel to check. Unfortunately, they could only see that there were magic circles in the ground, the top of the cave, the left and right sides, and all the attacks came from the magic circles. But these magic circles were very strange. Even if they were super magicians with boss panels above level 101, they could not find those magic circles, and could only see where the magic appeared. Identification, exploration, eye of truth. They used the exploration skills one after another, as if they didn't need magic power. The position and basic form of the formation were immediately visible in their eyes. After all, the level difference was there. Fireball, earthquake, metal and stone falling, tree vine whipping. The attack skills were all with the momentum of destroying the world, and hit the 4 walls of the tunnel. Bang, 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 muffled sounds were heard everywhere, but the formation was still there. It just consumed a lot of its energy. Woof, 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 the formation is fine, but the golden-armored dog-headed men protecting these magicians are in trouble. When the tunnel is attacked, some energy will be reflected to the surroundings. This part of the power may be about 30%, but even this 30% of energy will cause considerable damage to the dog-headed men wearing golden armor. You retreat first. We will use magic to destroy these magic formations with all our strength. The magician Beachy frowned and asked the golden-armored dog-headed men to retreat, but these golden-armored dog-headed men did not dare to take risks. Before, the human race killed 18 of their companions, and almost killed 6 magicians. A golden-armored dog-headed man persuaded them, Master Beaky, all the masters, you should retreat, and we will eliminate the magic circle on the wall. You try. Hit here. The dog-headed magician looked at the golden-armored knight, pointed to a position for him to attack. Bang. Thump. Thump. The golden-armored dog-headed man's attack hit the wall, but did not break any lime, and he took 3 steps back. No. This is an underground passage. A passage connecting 2 worlds. Ordinary attacks cannot damage the wall. Let us do it. Only magic can have a certain effect. The magician Baichi shook his head, but he was not surprised. He admired the human race very much. They could transform the underground passage. The golden-armored dog-headed man nodded, stepped back a few steps, but did not move far away. They had to protect the 6 magicians at any time. Not far away. Lee Sin and others who were hiding and preparing for a sneak attack were excited. In order to facilitate the battle, they deliberately did not disturb the dog-headed men collecting the bodies, but did not far away to prepare for a sneak attack. They were especially excited when they saw a group of golden-armored dog-headed men guarding 6 dog-headed men, wearing magic robes, whose levels could not be seen. These magicians are probably super magicians above level 101. Lee Sin, do you think we have a chance to sneak attack and kill them? Yes, but we can't kill all of them. We can only kill one at most. My formation can't freeze for too long. 1 second may not be enough for us to kill one. We must be careful of concentrated fire attacks. Then do it. We will attack the magician closest to us later. Once the sneak attack is successful, retreat immediately and ignore the other magicians. Lee Sin's palms were also sweating. The magician in front of him was of a very high level. All he could see was this information, Beachy, dog-headed man. It was that simple, just a name and race, and the rest were question marks, including Pei Xiaoba, who could only see a row of question marks. This was enough to show that the level of these 6 dog-headed men was really high. Woof, woof, the rhythmic barking of dogs echoed in the tunnel, and those magicians began to chant magic. Magic elements quickly rushed to the dog-headed men from both ends of the tunnel. Lee Sin's forehead was sweating. He carefully felt the activity of the magic elements and judged their magic progress through the chanting of the dog-headed magician. Brother Pei. It's now. Just when the magic elements were concentrated to a peak, Lee Sin shouted, Go! Pei Xiaoba rushed out with 12 warriors. As fast as lightning. Sir, be careful. Pei Xiaobo and his team had just launched the attack. And the golden-armored dog-headed man who was protecting the dog-headed magician also noticed it immediately, reminding the magicians to be careful. And at the same time, he lowered his body and charged towards Pei Xiaobo and his team. Explosion. 3 5 thunder formations were exploded, and the 50-meter-long passage was immediately covered by lightning. Lightning was particularly effective against the kobolds wearing metal armor, and they were immediately frozen. Explosion. 10 ice formations exploded in succession, freezing all 36 golden-armored kobolds. At the same time, 6 kobold magicians who were chanting magic at the critical moment were also frozen. The magic elements in the tunnel immediately became chaotic. Explosion, explosion, 16 spirit-gathering formations and 4 5 thunder formations exploded together, and the magic elements between heaven and earth were completely chaotic, and the kobold magician's magic was directly failed due to the serious disorder. Crackling, puff, puff, the lightning of the 5 thunder formation enveloped the magician, who was standing not very far away. Although it was quickly deflected by the magician's magic shield, the 6 dog-headed magicians spit out blood at the same time due to the backlash of the magic failure. Kill! In just 1 second, Pei Xiaobo and his men had arrived. The target was clear, which was the beachy magician who was in the front. Explode, 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 on the walls on both sides, ice formations continued to explode, enveloping this group of magicians. But the magicians were not frozen. They were still able to move freely under the protection of the magic shield. Explosion, -1-1, 1-1, Lee Sin was not discouraged. The 5 thunder formation also began to explode. The silver-blue lightning finally produced a little effect, stunning the magician several times. He took the opportunity to explode several more ice formations, finally dimming the magic shields of several magicians. Props. Pei Xiaobo roared and 10 prop cards suddenly appeared in his hand. All of them activated the beach magician, who smashed at the dog-headed man. The other 12 people acted in unison, all activating 10 item cards. For a moment, violent thunder, violent fire, cold ice, sharp gold, stinking poison, and other strange and bizarre attribute attacks covered Beachy. Vulcan Shield. Although Beachy was frightened, he was not panicked. Those attacks were numerous, but, for a powerful magician, who was already level 116, they were just tickling. As long as the magic shield was there, he was safe. Even a little forced blood loss could not be achieved. Thinking of this, he raised a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth, and also took out an item card. Vulcan Wrath. Chapter 54 Killing the level 116 boss, Chasing. Exploding Array. When Lee Sin saw the dog-headed magician take out a card, he was shocked and directly exploded all the arrays around the magician. Under the guidance of Lee Sin's thoughts, countless ice and lightning fell directly on the magician. The prop card in his hand had already emitted a fiery red light, and a huge fiery red shadow was about to appear. But under the bombardment of ice and lightning, the dog-headed magician Beachy did not completely activate the prop card. Rumble. Fierce explosions sounded. Violent flames filled the surroundings, and then burst out and rushed to all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Pei Xiaobo and his companions, the magicians around the dog-headed magician, and the golden-armored dog-headed man, who had just broken through the ice and rushed over, were blown away by the blast. Lee Sin, who was far away, narrowed his eyes, pressed his body against the wall, and avoided a comrade who was about to hit him. Bang, bang, bang. A gust of wind blew from the depths of the tunnel, and the wind speed became faster and faster. When it blew past Lee Sin, it was already comparable to a 12-level typhoon. The wind turned into a hurricane. Lee Sin blew up all the gusts along the way. The wind speed kept increasing. The flames that had burned Lee Sin's hair to curls rushed to the direction of the dog-headed man under the hurricane, and rushed the dog-headed man to the cave hall. When he looked at the tunnel, Lee Sin was shocked again. The dog-headed magician who used the prop card, the person at the center of the explosion, was standing there as if nothing had happened. Judging from his movements, it seemed that he was going to take out a new prop card. Brother Pei. Kill! Okay. Kill! Pei Xiaobo, who had not yet stood firm, heard Lee Sin shout, gritted his teeth, and called his comrades to chase the hurricane, looking for death. Let's see who dies. The dog-headed magician Bai Qi appeared calm on the surface, but in fact, he was panicking. It was not that he didn't want to escape, but he was paralyzed by lightning and couldn't move for a while. He wanted to take out the small teleport magic item, but his hands were shaking, and he couldn't take it out for a while. Ada. The big guy Luo Tan had the best physique, the fastest speed, and rushed to the front. He also saw that this magic required the use of the prop card, and he jumped directly after rushing close, and kicked Bai Chi's right hand, kicking the prop card in his hand away. Right hand, left hand. The two warriors rushed forward at the same time. One grabbed one of Bichi's hands. Left foot, right foot. Two warriors rushed up and hugged Bichi's feet. Head, head, head. The three warriors reported the parts they wanted to attack, and stabbed the spears in their hands at Bichi's eyes and mouth. Ding, 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 -1, -1, -1. This Bichi is indeed a powerful existence of level 116. Not only is his magic powerful, his physical fitness is also very strong. 3 spears stabbed his head, but it only made his head tilt slightly, and it seemed that he was not injured. Some only have a little forced blood loss. Chest, heart. 3 more warriors rushed over and agreed on the parts to attack, and the long swords slashed diagonally. The others also arrived. Some grabbed hands and feet, and some chopped at the vital parts of Bai Chi. Lee Sin also rushed up. He understood that if these super high-level dog-headed magicians could not be killed quickly, once they organized an offensive, with a level suppression, the 20 of them would definitely die. He had a long sword in his hand. Although it had no attribute bonus in his hand, even if he used it to attack, there was no damage bonus, but it didn't even break the skin on the dog-headed man. He didn't attack from the front, but turned his body, accurately found the back door, and stabbed it hard with a sword. It went all the way to the hilt. Ah! The dog-headed magician Biki, who had originally looked disdainful, suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed in pain. The attacks of Luo Tan and others on him hit him, like tickling, and didn't even break his skin defense. He still wanted to tease these human insects. Unexpectedly, someone attacked his back door. Hey, good opportunity. Lee Sin smiled again, picked up a long sword that had appeared on the ground at some point, jumped high, and stabbed deeply. Bai Chi's mouth was too wide open, his posture was too standard and coordinated. Lee Sin's slash went straight into the handle. He could even feel the hardness of the collision between the sword and the knife. Haha, the key point is the front and back doors. Pei Xiaobo, the magician, also jumped up excitedly, and thrust a long sword into Bai Chi's mouth. Others waited for this reminder, and stabbed the 2 doors with their weapons. Go ahead. Protect Lord Bichi, hurry up and protect Lord Bichi. And kill them. Hearing Bichi's screams, the dog-headed men who were blown out of the tunnel by the hurricane were about to rush in against the hurricane. But Lee Sin didn't give them such a chance. Explode the formation. This time he blew up the entire cold wind formation, including the formations on the 4 walls at once. The terrifying hurricane blew the dog-headed men and werewolves in the hall at a speed comparable to the speed of sound, and flew far away. Lee Sin and others in the tunnel were sucked out by the air, and they all fell to the ground and slid outward for more than 200 meters, and stopped one after another less than 30 meters away from the cave hall. Captain, the dog is not dead yet. Luo Tan, who was holding the dog-headed magician Bai Chi, reminded Pei Xiaobo as soon as he stood firm. Take out the swords and stab them in. Quickly, Pei Xiaobo said as he took out a long sword from the space ring in his hand, and thrust it into Bai Chi's mouth, which was stabbed with 5 swords. Luo Tan took out a long spear from the space ring and thrust it into the back door fiercely. The tip of the spear actually pierced out of the chest, which showed how hard he hit. Woo! With the dog-headed magician Bai Chi's eyes widened, almost protruding from his eye sockets, and 2 lines of blood and tears fell. His whole dog face was so hideous that it could not be recognized as a dog face. Hey! Luo Tan's hand speed was very fast. He pulled out half of the spear and quickly inserted it again. Another warrior's eyes lit up when he saw it. He took out a thin long spear and thrust it hard into the mouth of the dog-headed man. Even if Bai Chi was a level 116 boss, he could only die unjustly under this cruel attack. Lee Sin, the big boss is dead. Should we retreat? Don't retreat. Rush to the front to see if there are any more bosses, and kill another one. Let's go! Pei Xiaobo turned his head slightly while running and shouted, Hi! Drag this guy to the back first. 19 people ran quickly into the cave hall. It was just as Lee Sin expected. Several dog-headed men were hit against the walls around by the sudden hurricane. These dog-headed men and werewolves that were slapped against the wall were basically unconscious. Even those who were not unconscious were still confused. Quick! Retreat after killing them all. With the previous experience, The crowd no longer tried to chop the dog-headed men's hard necks, nor stab their armored hearts, but directly attacked them from the back door. When the dog-headed men screamed in pain, they attacked them from their mouths again. Whether they were wearing golden armor or magic robes, the dog-headed men's back doors were not well protected, and all of them were pierced by one blow. The werewolf had better protection for the back door, and it was impossible to pierce it. So he had to choose the wolf's mouth, which was easier to attack. Lee Sin grabbed a hooded guy who looked like a werewolf, and slashed him with 2 swords. When he opened his mouth to scream, he quickly stabbed 2 swords into him. But because his level was too low, his weapons were not equipped, and his attack power was insufficient. So he was slapped away by his wolf claws. Be careful. This werewolf still has fighting power, he reminded loudly, and his body rolled twice on the ground to avoid the werewolf's claws. But this werewolf was a real werewolf, a little more ruthless, and he didn't pull out the 2 swords in his mouth, but continued to chase Lee Sin with hatred. Chapter 55 Killing the Dog-Headed State Master. Again a stalemate. Lee Sin dodged the continuous foreclaw attack, but failed to defend against the werewolf's flying kick, which kicked him directly towards the cave's stone door. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lee Sin twisted his body forcefully, so he was not kicked out, but hit the wall. Poof! After receiving this heavy blow, Lee Sin spurted out a mouthful of old blood, suffering serious internal injuries. Lee Sin! Hurry up and rescue Lee Sin. Seeing Lee Sin injured, Pei Xiaobo and others were all shocked. Luo Tan kicked the werewolf in his hand, who was not dead yet, away with force, and quickly rushed towards Lee Sin. Wolf cub, look at the hammer. When an astonishing scene appeared. The hammer in Luo Tan's hand, weighing at least 300 kilograms, was blocked by the werewolf with one hand, making a sound of metal clashing. The physical fitness of this werewolf was unexpectedly strong. No wonder he could stick 2 swords in his mouth and didn't pull them out immediately. He was confident in his physical fitness. Thunder Lee Sin, who fell to the ground, looked ashen. But he couldn't just sit there and wait to die. He used his mind to guide the disorderly lightning of the 5 thunder formation to focus on the werewolf. Ouch! With a sword in his mouth, he was struck by lightning and his internal organs were penetrated directly. That feeling was too painful. The werewolf was shocked and trembled all over. The wolf claws that were originally aimed at Luo Tan's head also deviated from the target. Luo Tan saw an opportunity, and directly let go of the sledgehammer in his hand, and took a long spear in his hand, and rolled on the ground, then aimed at the position and stabbed it hard. Puff! This shot used up all of Luo Tan's strength, and successfully pierced through some kind of armor, and stabbed into the werewolf's body. Woo, woo! The ruthless wolf, who had always been very strong, finally let out a scream different from that of the werewolf and the dog-headed man. Luo Tan. Lee Sin and others thought that it was just a sword stuck in its mouth, and the sound was distorted, and they did not doubt that it was not a werewolf. Look at the hammer again. Luo Tan grabbed the sledgehammer beside him, swung it upward, and knocked the half-inserted spear directly into the werewolf's body. The tip of the spear completely pierced out of the werewolf's chest. Another warrior also arrived, and swept the spear across, knocking the already unstable werewolf towards the tunnel. Luo Tan. Carry Lee Sin on your back, and retreat first. Understood. Luo Tan did not hesitate, and obeyed Pei Xiaobo's order, carrying Lee Sin and running. When he passed the werewolf, he kicked him into the tunnel again, and kicked him all the way into the depths of the tunnel like a football. National Master is not out. Rush in and save the National Master. Save the National Master. Everyone rush in, Mage Beaky is still inside, go and save Mage Beaky. As soon as Luo Tan entered the tunnel, he heard the excited roar of the dog-headed man outside. Retreat. In the hall, regardless of whether the dog-headed man who was stabbed with weapons was dead or not, Pei Xiaobo immediately made a decisive decision to let everyone retreat. But when everyone retreated, the enemy who was stabbed half to death was taken away and killed. National Master is not here. Mage Beaky is not here either. Kill into the tunnel, save the National Master. Yes! When the dog-headed men were noisy and didn't know whether to attack the tunnel, the dusty dog-headed king rushed into the cave hall again, and saw that the 2 heavyweights of the kingdom were not in the hall, and immediately gnashed his teeth and ordered the dog-headed men to continue to attack the tunnel. Pass on my order, attack this tunnel with all your strength, kill those bugs. Just as the Null King gave the order, the female wolf general, Elfie, who had checked the death of her compatriots, also gloomily ordered the werewolves to attack the tunnel. Yes, sir. The werewolves and the gnolls rushed into the tunnel again, and were frozen, and electrocuted, and soon were fixed in the not-so-narrow underground passage. Then, the scene of the previous battle of the gnolls was repeated. The gnolls and werewolves who rushed into the tunnel quickly blocked the tunnel, and the soldiers behind wanted to rush in, but they could only push their comrades in front forward, and soon repeated the death of the gnolls in the first attack. Ha! Werewolves and dog-headed men are all idiots. After eating 2 apples, Lee Sin, who had recovered from his injuries, wanted to come up to help fight. But when he saw Pei Xiaobo and his men pile up corpses to form a wall of corpses to block the enemies behind, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tactics don't need to be new, as long as they are effective. The dog-headed commander's dementia again made Lee Sin laugh. And Pei Xiaobo and his companions couldn't help laughing as they breathed a sigh of relief. If the kobolds and werewolves sent out a small number of elite teams, or simply the magicians and the golden-armored kobold team to attack them, they would have to be careful. But the impact of low-level soldiers was simply a gift. Lee Sin, are you seriously injured? How about resting for a while? Seeing that Lee Sin's face was still a little pale, Pei Xiaobo immediately asked him to rest with concern. Don't worry. I ate 2 apples and have recovered most of my strength. You continue to hold on, and I will rearrange the formation that I used before. As he said that, Lee Sin pushed the ladder and started to work. Pei Xiaobo stopped trying to persuade him. Now they were in a big battle, and they had to race against time, not the time to be long-winded. This time, he didn't have time to slowly carve the formation. Lee Sin used the drawing formation skill to redraw the formation that had been blown up by explosion formation before, and then quickly returned to the area 500 meters behind, and started carving the formation. The left wall was 5 Thunder Formation plus Gathering Spirit Formation plus Acceleration Formation, carved using the carving formation skill. The right wall was Explosion Flame Formation / Ice Formation plus Gathering Spirit Formation plus Acceleration Formation, drawn using the drawing formation skill. The ground was Gas Formation plus Gathering Spirit Formation plus Acceleration Formation, again drawn using the drawing formation skill. 5 Thunder Formation LV8, gathers the Thunder Spirit and Thunder Magic elements between heaven and earth, summons thunder to cause 400 damage to enemies within a 16-meter diameter range. Cooldown time is 2 seconds. After the formation is combined, the new 5 Thunder Formation has a slightly increased power, and the cooldown time is reduced to 2 seconds, which can cause more damage to the enemy faster. Explosive Flame Formation LV8, condenses the Fire Spirit and Fire elements between heaven and earth, and bursts out a powerful flame to burn the enemy. Ice Formation LV8, within a 6-meter diameter range, freezes enemies below level 40 for 3 seconds, and above level 40 for 1 second. The power of the Explosive Flame Formation and the Ice Formation has also been slightly increased. One is used to burn the enemy, and the other is used to freeze the enemy. The Ice and Fire will definitely cause greater damage to the enemy. As for the combination of the Hurricane Formation on the ground, it is actually prepared for the Explosion Formation. Once the enemy sends out an elite team, when they are defeated, they need to be blown away by the hurricane. Kill! 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 The dog-headed men's shouts of killing have been endless. But this time, the advancement of the corpse wall is much slower than before. The dog-headed men will even stop to rest after a while, and replace the injured warriors. After the initial anger, the dog-headed king also understood that such an attack was just sending people to die. After another 3 hours of advancing the wall of corpses, the Gnoll King once again ordered people to carry back the bodies of their compatriots. Then, the Gnoll and Werewolf archers came to the tunnel entrance and began to shoot arrows at Lee Sin and his men in the tunnel. Long-range attacks such as arrows were the most damaging to Lee Sin and his men, and the most difficult to deal with. Chapter 56. Another person was sacrificed. The Gale Formation restrains archers. Retreat, retreat 500 meters away. The first wave of arrows from the dog-headed man caught Pei Xiaobo and others off guard, and 7 warriors were shot at once, and one of them was shot in the head by an arrow, and died on the spot. In this world, the rules of heaven are manifested, and professionals have attribute panels similar to online games, and there are also various online game prompts and rules. But this world is the real world. If the vitals are attacked, you will still be killed instantly, and you will die immediately if your head is chopped off. In this regard, humans are indeed much worse than the various monsters in the other world. At most, it is only a non-vital attack that requires the health bar of the professional to be emptied before it can be killed, and various props can be used to recover quickly. If you are fatally injured, you can also recover quickly, but If you encounter a damn fatal injury, you will die. This is the real world, not a game. Seeing his comrade in arms, who had just fought side by side and laughed together, suddenly die in front of him, Lee Sin was filled with sadness. He also felt a little guilty. If my formation was stronger, perhaps my comrades in arms would not have died. They would not have been injured. Feeling guilty, Lee Sin turned his head silently and sped up the speed of drawing the formation. Another effect of the gas formation combination was reflected. The dog-headed man's bow and arrow could hardly shoot too far in the tunnel full of gas formation. 500 meters was the limit. Arrows flying against the wind consume more energy, and they will be shot down by the lightning of the 5 thunder formation if they slow down during the flight. Ice formation can freeze magic, and 5 thunder formation can knock down arrows. The combination of the two can just defend against most of the enemy's long-range attack methods, which complements each other. Ding ding dang dang. Pei Xiaobo led his men to retreat, raised the shield, and blocked all the arrows. There was no danger, but 6 people were injured and 1 person died just a few seconds ago. Pa. Careless. It was a continuous victory of the few over the many, the weak over the strong, which made us all proud and complacent. Too careless. In the tunnel, Pei Xiaobo slapped himself twice and reviewed his mistakes in a deep voice. The other people also lowered their heads, deeply agreeing with Pei Xiaobo's words, and they all became proud and complacent. They even laughed and laughed during the previous battle, and didn't care at all. They didn't take the enemies who were higher in level than them, and more numerous, into consideration. They paid a heavy price for this. Eat an apple, and cheer up, we are still fighting, and the enemy hasn't retreated yet. Listen to the dense sound of arrows, and find a way to fight back quickly. Lee Sin handed Pei Xiaobo an apple, Yi took a bucket, and distributed apples to others. This is not the time to sigh, but a fighting moment where you can lose your life at any time. Well, cheer up, everyone. Soldiers, find the longbows that exploded before. We are ready to fight back against these dogs. Yes. Several uninjured soldiers bit the apples hard, chewing them in big mouthfuls, as if they were not eating apples, but dog-headed man's meat. 6 injured soldiers supported each other and came to the first apple tree, eating apples to recover their injuries and physical strength, helping each other to take out arrowheads, and bandaging each other to heal their wounds. The 9 uninjured warriors ate 5 apples each, and stopped when they were 70% full. They pushed their shields forward a few steps. Pei Xiaobo and the other 3 magicians quickly collected the arrows on the ground, and then the team retreated immediately, set up a few shields with clear and loud sounds, and let the dogs continue to shoot arrows. Okay. Pei Xiaobo retreated to a safe area where the dog-headed man's arrows could not reach. Suddenly, his eyes turned, and he wanted to find a way to paralyze the enemy. 6 lightweight metal shields were set up, just at the position where the dog-headed man's arrows were exhausted. The arrows had no power when they hit the shields, but the sound of the impact was still relatively loud, and it was sent out of the tunnel along the wind, just enough for the dog-headed man to hear. Woof sure enough, different commands were heard from the dog-headed men and werewolves outside. Elite archers take turns shooting. Each dog shoots 30 arrows, and then retreats to rest, and then changes. Elite sharpshooters step out. Each wolf shoots 20 arrows in turn. Then the magic archers, strong archers, keep shooting for me, shoot these bugs to death. Lee Sin, who was drawing the formation, heard the dog-headed men's commands. They were so loud, I'm afraid they were also trying to psychologically intimidate Lee Sin and his men, and reduce their fighting power. Just watching Pei Xiaobo and his men going back and forth to collect arrows, he thought of Zhuge Liang's borrowing arrows with straw boats. Others borrow arrows with straw boats, but we can borrow arrows with iron shields. After seeing that this side was indeed safe, Lee Sin retreated again and continued to set up formations. He chose to set up the gas formation combination on the ground first. Gas formation LV8, condensing the vitality of heaven and earth and magic elements, promoting a gale, wind speed 20 meters/s. The wind speed of the 8-level gale formation combination is not fast, only the wind speed of level 8 or 9 wind, but he has set up a lot of them. More than 200 have been set up in the entire tunnel, and the wind speed is getting faster and faster as the distance increases. The wind speed reaching Pei Xiaobo and his men is at least 30 meters/s. When they leave the underground passage and blow into the cave hall, the speed can definitely reach 40 meters/s. Under the influence of such a hurricane, let alone arrows, even the weaker kobolds could not stand at the exit of the tunnel, and could not shoot arrows at all. The Kobold King also discovered this, and he and the werewolf General Elfie first withdrew from the cave, and avoided the wind. They were also afraid of being hit by the extremely negative impact hurricane that Lee Sin had launched before, so they took shelter in advance. Let the elite archers above level 70, and those below level 69 deploy around the cave. Yes. Also, other kobolds, werewolves should withdraw first, and avoid the wind. The kobold generals heard the new order from the Kobold King, and immediately obeyed the order. They were also afraid of death. Being able to hide definitely suits their wishes better than fighting head-on. Wait for the Doghead General to pass the order. The Doghead Wonkai looked at Elfie around him. General Elfie, don't let your subordinates exit. No need for the time being. There are more than 90 meters of space on both sides of the authentic exit. It is not affected greatly. My people are hiding on both sides. Prevent those people from running out. Oh, then worry the general's subordinates. I want to hard tops for werewolves. The Doghead King naturally happy to see it. Someone can die less as a shield. But Elfie was thinking about something else. King Hodge, just now. After my magicians rushed into the tunnel, they felt that the earth magic elements in the tunnel were unusually dense and chaotic, and suspected that the barrier you set up was being destroyed. The dog-headed man king nodded, and did not deny it. Mage Meng Zhong reminded me this morning that the magic barrier was being destroyed. It is expected that it will be completely broken in 10 days at most, or at least 5 days. For this reason, I decided to launch an attack today, to prepare in advance for entering the depths of the underground tunnel. 5 days? That's enough. The army of Duke Ignis will arrive in 3 days at most. They are carrying killing weapons for fighting in the underground tunnel. They will definitely be able to kill those little mice instantly. 3 days at most? 3 days? Great. Chapter 57 forced the werewolves to retreat. High Sacrifice Lee Sin didn't know about the preparations of the dog-headed men outside the cave. He drank magic potions while silently drawing the formation. Pei Xiaobo and others accumulated enough arrows, and prepared to use bows and arrows to fight back. But they were unsure. So they called Lee Sin to come over to discuss it together. No need. Rush out and shoot arrows here. The power of the arrows, plus the blessing of wind speed, can easily shoot a kilometer away. Lee Sin directly opposed Pei Xiaobo's rushing out to take risks. A comrade had just died, and Lee Sin could understand that he was eager to take revenge. But Lee Sin advocated the concept of safety first more. Don't take risks if you can avoid them. But this will make our shooting inaccurate. We are not archers, and the shooting distance is short, so we are not very accurate. And it is a super long distance shooting, so we may not be able to hit the enemy at all. Pei Xiaobo had a different opinion, and this was actually what he was struggling with. Compared to destroying the enemy, the safety of the soldiers is more important. Lee Sin's eyes were firm, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He didn't want to see his comrades continue to sacrifice. At least not in vain. Well, okay. Pei Xiaobo thought of his comrades, who had died before, and the 6 comrades, who were still incapable of fighting, and nodded a little ashamedly. Just now he slapped himself, reminding himself not to be careless. Now, he was overwhelmed by hatred again, and almost made a mistake again. Everyone got ready, first calculated the perfect distance, to ensure that the arrows of the dog-headed man could not reach them, and then retreated 10 meters, to ensure safety, and then began to wait for the opportunity. 2 minutes later, the number of arrows shot in from outside suddenly increased, and densely. Shoot now! The 9 warriors bent their bows and drew their arrows, without aiming, just shooting at the exit of the tunnel. The tunnel was straight anyway, so as long as they could shoot out, it would be fine. Swish, swish, the 9 people used their fastest speed, shooting continuously, not checking whether they hit the enemy, or could not see, trying to exchange quantity for quality. Ah! There was a wolf howl outside, proving that their attack was indeed effective. After 3 minutes of rapid shooting, the 9 warriors who had broken through to level 51 stopped. Tired. In 3 minutes, each of them shot at least 200 arrows. If it were an ordinary person, their hands would be crippled. Only professionals with strong physical fitness can have such a shooting speed. Check the Heavenly Dao prompts. Is there any kill record? I only have 3, I have 5, I have none 1. After as statistics, only 23 werewolves were killed, all of which were level 73, which is a good record. After all, they were shooting aimlessly. Although it's a little less. It's good that it works. My suggestion is to reduce the frequency of shooting and maintain physical strength. The enemy's high-level warriors and high-level magicians may rush in at any time. The biggest threat to us is still those high-level beings. After hearing the results of the battle, Lee Sin nodded in affirmation, but then reminded him, in his opinion, maintaining a stalemate and waiting for rescue is the best result. At first, he naively wanted to build an outpost outside the passage. But as the battle continued, he saw the increasing strength of the dog-headed people and the strength of the newly joined werewolves. He dared not have such naive ideas. There is a very real problem, called defense breaking. Enemies whose levels are too high above Pei Xiaoba and his team cannot be directly broken. Even if they are attacked, they will not get even 1 point of force damage. And the magician who can break the defense limit may be level 30. And the warrior may only be level 20. As the level of the troops sent by the dog-headed man and the werewolf becomes higher and higher, there will even be invalid attacks. Unless every enemy can directly destroy the body through the vital position like they did when they attacked the dog-headed man's level 116 magician last time. Otherwise, they may not be able to kill an enemy after fighting for a long time. He also understood why the high-level officials of Longwei used the Northwest 23rd Defense Zone as a training base for new recruits. The enemies from another world are really not simple. Although he knows the strength of Dragon Country, it can easily take down the dog-headed man kingdom. But it will definitely cause a counterattack from the more powerful werewolf kingdom. At that time, the casualties of the soldiers will increase rapidly, and it will definitely not be worth the loss. Lee Sin, who understood this, considered things more carefully. I understand. We will reduce the number of attacks to maintain physical strength and combat effectiveness. Pei Xiaoba looked a little hesitant, but still nodded in approval of Lee Sin's suggestion. The battle was deadlocked again. Lee Sin was trying to draw the formation. The werewolves did not send archers to attack the tunnels anymore. They just stood guard on both sides of the cave hall. Both sides were waiting. Lee Sin and his team were waiting for Lan Xing to dig through the tunnels. The dog-headed men were waiting for the werewolf army to arrive. Time flew by. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lee Sin's previously injured comrades had basically recovered under Luo Malfa's healing technique and the blood recovery apple. They could at least exert 80% of their combat effectiveness. Lee Sin, your apple is sterilized. It's such a pity. If there were seeds that could continue to reproduce, it would be a great blessing for all major military regions. This apple is not only sweet and delicious, it can satisfy hunger and fill your stomach, and can also heal injuries, and it has no side effects. It is really a rare delicacy. Yes, after many years of ripening, these apples have properties. Pei Xiaoba and Luo Malfa sighed, while chewing apples, and they were a little excited. If the injuries of the 6 comrades were in normal times, even in the Blue Star military region, with professional priests treating them, it would take 4 or 5 days to recover to the current state. But they only ate apples. And they recovered to the point where they could fight in 3 days. It was incredible. Lee Sin also took a bite of the apple, and then said calmly, "This should be the balance of heaven. Where there is gain, there must be loss." Yes, it is possible. Roared just as the few people were chatting. A majestic tiger roar came from the tunnel entrance. The voice was deep and majestic, and had strong penetrating power. The people who were chatting frowned at the same time, and fell silent at the same time, and a feeling of nausea rose in their hearts. Roar, 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 the tiger roared rhythmically. Everyone was annoyed by the tiger's scream at first, but suddenly, puff, a minute later, Yi spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face twisted in pain. "Yi, what's wrong with you?" Mal-Fa used the healing spell quickly. Before Pei Xiaoba finished speaking, a water blue magic had already landed on Yi. The healing magic that usually has an incredible effect on ordinary people actually failed this time, and more blood gushed out of Yi's mouth. Yi also felt the continuous loss of vitality. He turned his head with difficulty, looked at Lee Sin who ran to his side, and pointed to his chest when Lee Sin wanted to speak. Lee Sin immediately understood, unbuttoned his chest pocket, and quickly took out a notebook. This was Yi's diary. Lee Sin joked, who would write a diary? At that time, Yi also said that this would become his heirloom. When he was old in the future, he would take it out and tell his grandchildren the stories of the past. Wu Momo. I'll do it for you, Ji Fu. I'll do it for you. Yi pulled Lee Sin's hand hard, and said an incomplete sentence with his last strength. Perhaps he had more to say, but these 5 seconds had exhausted all his strength and all his vitality. The next moment, Yi's bloodshot eyes bulged out, almost bursting out of his eye sockets. But he was completely lifeless, and his breathing had completely stopped. Lee Sin knew that he was entrusting his orphan to his care. Yi and Lee Sin had become familiar with each other in the past few days, and he told Lee Sin about his family situation. He also had a younger sister who was in the second year of high school this year, and would awaken her profession next year. He also had a wife who was also an ordinary person, and they already had a son and a daughter. Now that Yi has died, even with a pension from the Longwa government, it is still a huge burden for the Yi family. That's why Yi held Lee Sin's hand tightly before he died, begging him to help take care of him. Lee Sin didn't say anything, just nodded, put away Yi's notebook, and said he would take care of the Yi family to the best of his ability. He wrote down the names of the other comrades who died, and he would help them in the future when he is able. Cough, 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 cough. Before Lee Sin could feel sad, coughs came one after another in the tunnel. Chapter 58 Sonic Attack. Helpless. No! It's a sonic attack. Pei Xiaobo was the first to notice the tiger roar that was still going on. It was after this tiger roar that everyone fell down. And then Yi vomited blood and died. Brother Pei, do you have any solution? It was the first time that Lee Sin encountered such an attack, and he had not learned the relevant knowledge in school, so he naturally did not understand. Since he did not understand, he asked Pei Xiaobo, the old senior. There is no way. At least not here. If we were in the military area, we would have special sound-absorbing armored vehicles and shields made of sound-absorbing steel, which can resist infrasound and ultrasonic attacks. But here, we don't have any equipment to resist the attack of sonic weapons. Pei Xiaobo explained with a wry smile. He was now full of despair. Who would have thought that in the technologically backward magic world, and the ignorant race of the kobolds, there would be attacks like sonic weapons, and they were infrasound weapons that were almost inaudible to the naked ear. It could be magic, but it is really effective in tunnel warfare. Even if they retreat deep into the tunnel, they cannot avoid the sonic attack. Just like now, Lee Sin and other professionals have symptoms of nausea and coughing, and the weakness of their limbs is becoming more and more obvious. Lee Sin, do you have any formations that can resist sonic weapons? No. I only know a few formations, and I can't do anything about sonic attacks. Lee Sin's face was bitter when asked by Pei Xiaobo. He is not a god who knows everything. He is not a high-level professional who can move mountains and seas with a wave of his hand and destroy the world. He is just a rookie who has just reached level 10. A rookie. In the previous consecutive battles, Lee Sin personally took action, and also gained a lot of experience with the formation. In addition, he gained some experience by fertilizing the apple tree in the past 2 days. His level has reached level 10 today. Name, Lee Sin LV 102300/10 million age, 19 occupation, first level farmer 0.1. First level chef 0.2. Ninth level formation master 9 strength, 173 constitution, 173 spirit, 346 agility, 173 HP, stamina, 200 mana, combat power, 173 talent, 10,000 times proficiency. Skills, digging epic LV5, fertilizing perfect LV15, big pot rice normal LV8, medicinal diet legend LV11, drawing array legend LV15, exploding array perfect LV13, carving array perfect LV16, fireball normal LV5, arrangement excellent LV2. His strength has improved a lot again, 173 combat power, comparable to ordinary 40 level second turn warriors. The speed of his strength improvement is a little scary, but with 173 combat power, under the infrasonic attack without corresponding defense means, he will also kneel. Poof, after holding on for less than half an hour, Lee Sin also spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his internal organs were cooked and felt very uncomfortable. He even had the terrible idea of cutting himself open and taking out his internal organs to dry in the sun. Not only him, Pei Xiaobo and others also looked pale and listless. Ahem, Lee Sin. Eat an apple. This apple seems to have the effect of healing injuries. No, it's not like. It just has. This apple has the effect of healing injuries. Lee Sin's eyes suddenly lit up, and his confused mind suddenly seemed to be illuminated, and he picked up the apple beside him and started to eat it. After eating an apple, the uncomfortable feeling in his body was relieved. Brother Pei, eat apples. This kind of apple can really relieve the damage caused by infrasound. He quickly reminded Pei Xiaobo and others loudly, and handed the apple over. Yes, really. In the sound of chewing, Pei Xiaobo and others' faces did look better. No longer so pale, Lee Sin had just vomited blood, and the feeling was more obvious after eating the apple. He could feel a warm current repairing the damage to his heart. Although the sound damage cannot be defended this time, the injured parts can be repaired, so that they will not die for at least a short time. Brother Pei, set up a few early warning traps, and we will retreat to the deeper part of the tunnel together, and help me prepare blood flesh flower fertilizer. Understood? You go in first, and we will come soon. Pei Xiaobo also knew that everyone's hope of survival now lies on this apple tree. Blood recovery apple excellent, high-quality apples grown by special means, which can restore blood volume and repair physical injuries after eating, and can be used to refine potions and pills for better effects. The apples harvested again have attributes, and professionals do not need identification skills to see the attributes when they hold them in their hands. They are natural treasures recognized by the heavenly Tao and spiritual plants. With the confirmed attributes, the healing effect of health recovery apple is more obvious. As long as you eat an apple every 10 minutes, you can repair some of the damage caused by the infrasonic weapon in the previous 10 minutes. The 3 apple trees can be harvested once every 2 hours, and each tree can produce about 350 apples each time, which is enough for the 18 of them. However, they can only persist in not being killed by the infrasonic weapon, and it is impossible to fight back. Not to mention that they don't have infrasonic weapons. They don't even have defensive means. Under the attack of infrasonic weapons, they are all exhausted, and they will always be interrupted when they want to use skills. To put it bluntly, they are now surviving. Lee Sin's pet, the Turkey King Juniao, seems to have the blood of the phoenix, and it doesn't react much to injuries. As long as it eats an apple every half an hour, it will be safe and sound, and it can also bless Lee Sin with the heating skill. Time passed little by little. Lee Sin cheered up and continued to draw the formation, and drew the wind formation plus spirit gathering formation plus acceleration formation on the ground of the 5-kilometer-long passage, making the hurricane blowing out of the tunnel more violent, and preventing the dog-headed man from rushing into the tunnel. Afterwards, he continued to draw explosive flame array / ice array plus spirit gathering array plus speeding array on the right wall. Carving an array requires more physical strength and mana, and he is now unable to use the carve an array skill, so he can only draw an array. Hey, the tiger roar has stopped. At some point, the tiger roar that lasted for a long time stopped, and the nausea dissipated. Lee Sin quickly ran out of the passage to find Pei Xiaobo. Shoot all the arrows. Let those dogs know that we are still alive. Lee Sin reacted quickly, and Pei Xiaobo and others were not stupid either, knowing that the dog-headed men and werewolves were about to rush in, had already arrived at a position 600 meters away from the exit, and asked the soldiers to bend their bows and arrows and start shooting. Woof, as they expected, the arrows that were randomly scattered immediately injured the dog-headed man who broke into the tunnel. Retreat, tiger roar cannon, continue. The dog-headed man commander's order came from outside the tunnel. The dog-headed man retreated again, and the tiger roar sounded again. At this time, there were 4 magic devices in the shape of lying tigers in the cave hall. The tiger's mouth was wide open, facing the underground passage. The strange infrasound was emitted by this machine. Outside the cave, the dog-headed man king and the werewolf female general were both angry and depressed. This damn human race, what method did they use to defend against the sound attack? Isn't it said that human beings below the 6th level have no defensibility at all, and they can all be killed in 6 hours at most? The dog-headed man king stared at Elfie and couldn't help but question. I don't know either. Tiger roar cannon is the supreme weapon of the Tiger Empire, killing the human race and forcing them to retreat. We were able to buy 10 of them, but we told the high priest that we wanted to counterattack the human race in the alien world before we were allowed to buy them. Then use all 10 tiger roar cannons. The dog-headed man king made a direct request. Chapter 59 Wolf, the gap between dogs, the combat effectiveness seriously decreased. I want to do that too, but the wind magic of these humans keeps blowing. My people can't find a suitable angle to set up the tiger roar cannon. When the Knoll King heard this, combined with the fact that the werewolves had turned off the tiger roar cannon when they launched the attack before, he hurriedly asked, will the tiger roar cannon also cause harm to us? This elf wanted to laugh, but facing the contemptuous look of the Knoll King, he still nodded. The tiger roar cannon has a certain degree of damage to all flesh and blood creatures. The stronger the life, the higher the resistance, and the strongest lethality to the weak human race. Really? The Knoll King narrowed his eyes. Compared to humans, the physique of dog-headed people seems to be worse. Right? There are super strong people of more than level 200 in the human race in this world. But among the dog-headed people, even a strong person of level 141 has never appeared. This tiger roar cannon seems to be a powerful weapon against dog-headed people. The werewolves brought 10 tiger roar cannons, but only 4 were put into battle. The remaining 6, are they really unable to be deployed? The dog-headed king suddenly felt a little regretful. He remembered that the human race had an idiom called letting the wolf into the house. Did he really let the wolf into the house? Seeing the dog-headed man-king's face change several times, Elfie probably guessed the dog-headed man-king's suspicion. Don't worry, we in the Snow Peak Kingdom have no ill will towards your Hodge Kingdom. What we want is the underground passage, and the human world behind the passage. Haha, I believe it. I will transfer the remaining 6 tiger roar cannons now. I believe we can kill the stink bugs inside soon. Okay. The dog-headed man-king half believed the contradictory words of the werewolf female general, and then separated from her. Tongjia City in the city lord's mansion. The dog-headed man-king found his daughter, Princess Scarlet, and explained to her. That afternoon, some of the dog-headed man's elite escorted the elderly, the weak, women and children to migrate to the Snow Peak Mountains. The dog-headed man army on the battlefield of the underground passage also began to adjust. Elites above level 61 and recruits below level 31 were all transferred away, leaving only troops between levels 32 and 60. And all the elites with potential were also transferred out. Although those left behind were not the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled. They were also weak troops with no potential for upgrading. Outside Tongjia City, in the werewolf central camp, Alfie was meeting a 3-meter-tall werewolf. Duke Ignis. The dog-headed men have begun to retreat. Once they leave, we will lose a cannon fodder army. Are you really going to let them go? Well, let them go. The old dog is level 136, and he is almost able to break through. If he fights hard, we will have to pay a heavy price. Yes, I understand. Alfie was stunned. She didn't expect that the dog-headed king, who was so submissive to her, was not level 80, but level 136. This hidden skill is amazing. As for the cannon fodder, Duke Ignis stood up and looked at the underground passage with a vicious look. The 300,000 puppies left by the old dog are enough. And our own 2 million troops are not here for a picnic. They are all warriors who can kill people. Now we have to crush the few human bugs in the underground passage as soon as possible, so that we can make some arrangements. When the human race in the other world opens the underground passage, the army will rush over immediately and try to take down the human kingdom in that world in a short time. Yes, I have set up 10 tiger roar cannons, but it is hard to say whether it will be effective. Alfie was very unconfident when he spoke, and even a little worried. The previous 6 hours of continuous tiger roar cannon attacks could not kill the human race inside, and did not even disintegrate their combat effectiveness. This is really incredible. Fire for another 6 hours. I have tested this tiger roar cannon in the Harvest Plains. It is lethal to humans below level 101, but the stronger the strength, the more resistance. There may be high-level humans in the tunnel. In another 6 hours, launch a general attack directly, and use the lives of the bastards to fill this underground tunnel. Yes, sir. When Alfie heard the words of Duke Ignis, his eyes also lit up red, full of bloodthirsty excitement. Deep in the tunnel, Lee Sin stopped his actions from time to time, rubbed his ears, and then continued to draw the formation. He ate 1 apple in his hand every 3 minutes. If he wasn't a professional, with a strong digestive ability, and the healing apple could transform most of the nutrients into energy to repair injuries, his stomach would have burst long ago. How could this damn dog-headed man have such powerful technology? Even inventing infrasonic machinery. And it can be used for a long time. What energy do they use to maintain it? Lee Sin sighed, but he didn't dare to slow down the movement of drawing the formation in his hand. The stronger the dog-headed man, the more urgent he felt the enemy's next wave of more powerful attacks. I'm afraid it's not far away. Time flies, and 6 hours have passed. The tiger roar finally stopped. I would rather fight with real swords and guns than face this weird sound wave attack, which has no way to deal with and defend against it. If only I could comprehend the silent type of formation. Lee Sin remembered that in novels, whether in Western magic or Eastern fantasy, there were formations of the silent formation. It was a pity that he did not have such a formation for the time being. If he wanted to comprehend it, he would need to upgrade any of the 3 skills: drawing formation, carving formation, an exploding formation to level 21 before he could comprehend it. Moreover, if you want to comprehend the silent array, you can only rely on fate and luck. Enemies are coming. Kill! Kill them! When he was trotting from the depths of the passage, he suddenly heard the sound of dogs barking and wolves howling in the distance, and hurriedly ran. Shoot! Shoot! Pei Xiaobao's voice of lack of energy sounded. He was ready to counterattack, but it was obvious that his condition was not right. Li Xin was out of breath after running 2 steps, and had to slow down. Although Li Xin and others saved their lives due to the continuous infrasonic attacks, they all suffered serious injuries. Even if the healing apple could restore blood, it would inevitably damage their bodies. There is a moderate internal injury mark on his attribute panel. The warriors, who could shoot more than 200 arrows in 3 minutes before, shooting 50 arrows in 1 minute, have to stop and rest breathlessly. The combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. If there is no hurricane with a wind speed of more than 40 meters/s in the tunnel, their arrows may not be able to shoot out of the tunnel exit. Li Xin, this time, we are afraid. Pei Xiaobao looked at the fireball in his hand, which was only a quarter of the usual size, and shook his head bitterly. As magicians, they suffered more serious damage. It was difficult to condense magic. The power of magic was greatly reduced, and their combat effectiveness was less than 1/8 of the usual level. Haha. At most we will die. We have killed tens of thousands of dog-headed people and werewolves. Right? We have made up for our loss. Haha. That's right. The 37 of us have killed more than 100,000 dog-headed people and tens of thousands of werewolves. We have definitely made up for our loss. Hearing Li Xin's persuasion, Pei Xiaobao also laughed loudly, and the heroic spirit in his heart rose again. Brothers, we have made up for our loss. Every dog we kill now is a profit. Kill! 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 The human soldiers with only 18 people left suddenly burst out with the momentum of thousands of troops and horses, and pressed towards the werewolf army that rushed in with the hurricane. Chapter 60. The kobolds change commanders and keep retreating. Retreat. Not long after Li Xin arrived, Pei Xiaobao solemnly told everyone to retreat. The kobolds used the human wave tactic again, with a group of low-level kobolds in the front to die, and high-level kobolds in the back pushing the bodies of their compatriots to advance quickly. Shoot arrows while retreating. At the same time, he combined and exploded the 5 gas formations on the ground 400 meters in front of him. The violent hurricane directly turned into wind blades, cutting the kobolds in the 30-meter-long passage into 2 halves, or more petals. For a moment, the dog-headed men had to stop their charge. Charge! Don't worry about other dogs and wolves, just charge when you find a gap. A sinister female voice came from afar, letting Li Xin know that the dog-headed men had changed their commander this time, and it was still a woman. Well, it should be a female werewolf. A group of skinny dog-headed men immediately rushed towards Pei Xiaobao and his men at a very fast speed, passing over the dead dog-headed men, and their figures flashed. Water waves, fire snakes dancing, earth wall technique. Pei Xiaobao and his 3 magicians had been staring at the passage, and when they saw these dog-headed men who were suspected to be assassins, they immediately used magic to block them. Bang boom, with the help of the gust of wind, the water and fire magics were more than twice as fast as usual, and in the blink of an eye they hit the dog-headed man that rushed within 100 meters. Woof, the dog-headed assassin screamed and was slapped back. It was not that Pei Xiaobao and his magic was too powerful, but that the impact was extremely strong under the push of the hurricane. After the fast but thin dog-headed man was hit, the forward force was immediately dissipated, and he could only be slapped back. They advanced quickly in the hurricane, but it was not without cost. Rumble. A wall of earth quickly rose from the ground after the water and fire magic passed, and the top directly hit the top of the cave, but a 1-meter wide wind system was left on both sides to allow the hurricane to continue blowing out. The whistling sound of the wind turned into a sharp whimper, which sounded a bit creepy. Ah, hold me. Don't push. Squeeze to death. No ah. The effect of the earth wall magic was unexpectedly good, and it actually increased the effect of the wind array, which made Li Xin's eyes light up. Brother Xian, set up earth walls on both sides, and leave a 1-meter wide gap in the middle. Hearing Li Xin's words, Xian Liwei shook his head. I have tried this method a long time ago. If I maintain 2 earth walls for 10 minutes, my mana will be exhausted, which is not worth the loss. If I do not use mana to maintain the earth walls, they will disappear naturally after 1 minute. But I have enough mana to cast spells 100 times. Well, then, let's use the earth wall spell again later. Hearing Xian Liwei's words, Li Xin touched his nose and stopped making random suggestions. Xian Liwei and his team have been defending the underground passage for 4 days. And they must have thought of various methods a long time ago. Retreat, retreat another 200 meters. This time everyone retreated calmly, moving the arrows backwards and re-establishing the defense point. Pei Xiaobao looked at the earth wall disappearing and the dog-headed men who kept approaching, and suddenly asked Li Xin worriedly, Li Xin, will your formation be destroyed? Yes, but it won't be destroyed easily. It will take a magician to consume a lot of magic power to bombard the formation, and it will take more time and strength for the warrior to violently dismantle it. In fact, Li Xin hadn't finished speaking. The formation carved on the top of the passage is almost indestructible. He added Hidden Breath Formation and Hidden Spirit Formation to the formation combination, which made the formation combination undergo a wonderful change and directly disappeared into the wall. Those level 101 dog-headed magicians before, who kept bombarding with magic, could not destroy the formation. The formations that can be destroyed are those drawn using the drawing formation skill. These formations can be destroyed by magic bombardment, but it also requires a lot of mana to bombard in order to completely destroy them. Will it be destroyed? Then we can't retreat too quickly. We still need to kill for a while to slow down the progress of the ogre's attack. Li Xin shook his head again and said, why don't we continue to use the corpses of the ogres to block the ogres? Once there are too many ogres, we don't even need to do anything, just use the corpses to block them. Well, we will deal with it carefully. But I have to trouble you, Li Xin, to continue to arrange more formations. We can only exert less than a quarter of our strength. Next, we still have to rely on your formations. Pei Xiaobao shook Li Xin's hand vigorously, still with some hope and expectation in his heart. After all, they have been fighting in this underground passage for 12 days. The rescue from Longwu may arrive in the next second. As long as they hold on for one more second, they will win. Yeah. Li Xin nodded vigorously, turned back to continue to set up the formation. But he stopped again when he passed the first apple tree. Now Pei Xiaobao and his team are less than 300 meters away from the apple tree. They may need to retreat again at any time. This apple tree must be transplanted. Although there are already some apples the size of ping-pong balls hanging on the apple tree, Li Xin still roughly pulled away the nearby blood flesh flower fertilizer and ran deep into the passage carrying the apple tree. Of course, he really couldn't run fast now, he could only jog, and he had to stop and rest for a while before he could continue running. He planted this apple tree directly at the end of the passage, the small square belonging to Blue Star, which was where they were buried at the beginning. He always had a bad feeling that this time the dog-headed man would definitely rush into the underground passage at all costs. After transplanting the apple tree, he carved a formation from the beginning of the passage. The formations that needed to be carved were the 5 Thunder formation combination on the right wall, and the Gas formation combination on the ground. On the left wall, he still had to stay and draw the Ice Array combination. It was because the Ice Array combination carved by the array could not trigger the freezing power. Only the array drawn by the array could freeze the enemy. He stopped drawing the explosive flame array. At the last section of the journey, there was no point in burning the enemy's body. Kill, charge, the shouts of the dog-headed men gradually became rarer, and the roars of the werewolves became more and more. They were getting closer and closer. At the front end of the passage, the werewolves directly pushed the dog-headed heavy-armored infantry as shields, and walked forward slowly and steadily. They no longer rushed forward in a swarm, but arranged themselves into 3 neat teams, using corpses as shields and gaps for ventilation. Once there were more dead dog-headed men in the team, they would gradually throw corpses into the gaps between the teams, letting the wind blow away the corpses, ensuring that they could move forward without blocking the passage. They basically avoided the threats of Li Xin's hurricane formation and Pei Xiaobao's arrows. Werewolves are indeed smarter than dog-headed men. Pei Xiaobao sighed, and took his comrades back a few steps. Everyone, look in the item cards to see if there are any items with strong attack power, preferably poisonous ones. Yes, I remember there are quite a few toxic cards in the item cards we collected before. After hearing Pei Xiaobao's words, Luo Ten was the first to answer. When he was injured before, he sorted out the item cards and dropped equipment while resting, so he knew it best. As he spoke, he flipped over a space ring and found thousands of toxic cards. Great. Let's activate them together, gradually 200 first. Let these dogs know how powerful they are. These toxic cards were exploded by the gnolls, and now they are used on their compatriots, just right. A group of people swept away their previous depression and excitedly began to activate the toxic item cards. The colorful, toxic, and toxic fumes of varying degrees were blown towards the entrance of the passage by the hurricane. Chapter 61. Poison drives away the enemy. Werewolf's decision. Red, yellow, blue, green, blue, purple. A total of 6 colors of venom and poisonous smoke were released from Pei Xiaoba and his men's hands, and were immediately blown down to the dog-headed men and werewolves at the downwind exit by the strong wind. Woof, woof, ah 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 ah. The barking of dogs and the howling of wolves immediately resounded throughout the tunnel. Ah, it stinks, it stinks. No! It's poison! Poisonous! Help, I can't breathe. Hey, hey, little she-wolf, don't leave. Save me, I have no strength. The chaotic barking of dogs and howling of wolves was translated into human language by the heavenly Tao, and reached the ears of Pei Xiaoba and his men. 200 poisonous item cards may not cause fatal damage to the dog-headed man, but the superposition of 200 kinds of messy toxins caused the neat team to quickly become chaotic. Bang, bang, bang. The poison caused the fighting spirit and magic power used by the werewolves to counteract the wind to become disordered. Stop. Without the resistance of fighting spirit and magic power, they began to fall to the ground under the wind speed of more than 40 meters per second, and the neat 3-column team quickly disbanded. No, don't press me. I can't control myself. Get out of the way. Help, my head is going to fall off. The screams of the dog-headed man came one after another. Alfie at the back of the team also heard that something happened in front. She was decisive, and immediately let the wolf and dog coalition retreat again. The rear team retreated, and the front team, without support and push, was immediately blown back by the strong wind, until they were blown out of the tunnel and rescued by their companions behind. Although this wave of poisonous offensive repelled the werewolf's attack, the actual number of kills was very small. Finally, Pei Xiaoba and others made a simple statistics, and there were only less than 500 kills. Brother Pei, what should we do? The commander replaced by the dog-headed man is so cautious. Luo Malfa took his comrades to collect the dropped items, calculated the number of kills, and felt a little nervous. A reckless commander, they can kill the dog-headed man, but the commander of the werewolf is too cautious. I am afraid that the next battle will be very difficult. Pei Xiaoba did not answer immediately, but looked at Luo Tan and asked, Xiao Luo, how many poisonous prop cards are left? Including the ones just collected. There are 1482. 1482. Enough. Next, we will retreat a distance, give the 1-kilometer tunnel to the werewolf, keep a distance of 200 meters from the werewolf, keep using poisonous prop cards, suppress the werewolf's offensive. The next step is to delay time, delay until the Blue Star military digs the tunnel, and then we will retreat. Yes. Luo Tan and Luo Malfa saluted, cleaned up the battlefield, and continued to retreat with everyone. They also understood their current combat effectiveness. Facing the cautious and organized werewolf army, they had no advantage at all, and could only delay time. It was not that they did not try to dig from this side, but the collapsed soil was as hard as a wall, and could not be dug. They could only hope that the Blue Star military would be faster. Outside the cave, the werewolf female General Elf stared with an ugly face, gradually being detoxified by the antidote, but the rows of werewolves and dog-headed men who were seriously injured had violent murderous intent in their eyes. What methods did these humans use to survive? The Tiger Roar cannon cannot be fake. Perhaps you have been deceived by the Tiger Empire. When Elfie was complaining in a low voice, the dog-headed king beside her said leisurely. He was also full of complaints now. The werewolf Duke Ignis had not seen him yet, as if he was not even qualified to see him. He felt greatly despised and insulted, but he could only be angry but not speak out. The werewolf sent out an army of 2 million this time, crushing his small Hodge empire easily. What dared he say? He could only say some strange words to sow discord here. Alfie raised his wolf head. His eyes lit up red, and snorted coldly, Humph. Don't worry. The reputation of the Tiger Empire is still trustworthy. But your Hodge kingdom is running really fast. Uh-huh. Didn't we agree? This passage will be handed over to your Snow Peak kingdom. So I'm here to say goodbye. You Alfie was shocked. His face changed, and he was about to explode. But the raised wolf claws suddenly stopped. She remembered that Duke Ignis said that the old dog was level 136, and she was only level 83. She didn't dare to move. King Hodge, it's a bit unkind of you to quit at this time, isn't it? The dog-headed king saw Alfie being humiliated, but laughed. Hee. No. 100,000 of my people have already sacrificed, and I will leave 100,000 troops to help the werewolves fight. I have done my best. I am very kind. Do you really want to quit early? Sure, the dog-headed king said. His body straightened up, and a faint aura rose from his body. Let him go. Just as Elfie's first stood up, and she was in a fighting stance, she heard the calm voice of Duke Ignis. She immediately relaxed and calmed down. Since King Hodge wants to leave, I will not stop him. But King Hodge must not forget the food he promised us. Don't worry, the food left by the kingdom of Hodge is enough for your 2 million troops to eat for half a year. The dog-headed man king bit hard on the number of 2 million to express his dissatisfaction. The reinforcements that the kingdom of Hodge and the kingdom of Snow Peak negotiated at the beginning were 400,000. But the number of werewolves from the kingdom of Snow Peak was actually 2 million. No matter how incompetent or stupid he was, he knew that the werewolves were plotting something big, and that was why he hurriedly withdrew and ran away. After saying that, he turned and left. As for the remaining 100,000 dog-headed people, they were basically old, weak, sick and disabled, and it would be a burden to take them away. So he simply gave up. Some of them were the subordinates of the dog-headed General Nascimento, but he didn't want them either. Elfie, stuff those 100,000 puppies into that tunnel, bring poison those humans to death in the tunnel. After the Knoll King left, Duke Ignis walked out of the tent, gave orders calmly, and handed over a space ring. I understand. Elfie's eyes lit up, and then he understood Duke Ignis's intention. Fight poison with poison, humans can use poison, and werewolves can use it better. Leeson didn't know that the werewolves outside the cave were going to use a vicious trick. He was sitting contentedly under the apple tree, biting on the blood-recovering apple and laughing very happily. It's not easy. It's really not easy, finally. The formations have been drawn on the left side of the entire tunnel and the ground. Now the safety is several times higher. Especially the 5-kilometer-long passage, the continuous wind formation, which makes the wind speed of the entire passage continue to accelerate. The hurricane blowing out of the cave stone door is at least 100 meters per second. Papa, patting his full stomach, Leeson picked up the dagger and walked towards the tunnel. There are still nearly 2 kilometers of walls that have not been engraved with the 5 Thunder formation combination. He is ready to engrave them all. The paralysis effect of 5 Thunder formation's attack lasts less than 1 second, which is a huge flaw in the battle. For people like Pei Xiaoba who can only exert less than a quarter of their combat power, seizing the flaw to attack is the most correct tactic. Pei Xiaoba and others in front are enthusiastically combining poisonous prop cards, preparing to give the dog-headed man a more severe poison. Chapter 62 The Kobolds Driving the Train, Effective Cue. Captain, the kobolds are coming in again, still in the same formation as before. A thief warrior ran against the wind to report to Pei Xiaoba, with a bit of excitement in his tone. It seemed that the kobolds were here to die. Here they are again. Very good, according to the previous plan, wait for the kobolds to reach the 1 kilometer range before activating the poisonous item card. This time we will try the effect of the fire poison. Good. Everyone started to distribute the item cards with laughter, not worrying about the kobolds' attack at all. First, the wind in the tunnel was stronger. At 1,200 meters where they were, the wind speed reached 50 meters/second. If they had not been marked as friendly forces, they would have been blown away. It was not easy for the dog-headed people to rush in. In the passage, a group of dog-headed people pushed the new shields that the werewolves had urgently processed, and moved forward with difficulty in the hurricane. This shield was a triangular shield formed by welding 2 square shields together, which could greatly reduce the impact of wind on their actions. There are 2 metal handles on both sides of the shield, which are connected to the shields of other companions behind, forming a simple hole, making it convenient for the comrades behind to push the people in front forward. 3 teams of dog-headed men, 2 teams walked along the wall, 1 team walked to the center, moving at a snail's pace. Bang, bang, bang. After walking the first 50 meters, the dog-headed men began to be attacked. A faint blue light flashed on the left wall, and the dog-headed men within a 6-meter diameter were immediately frozen. Push forward. The dog-headed team leader behind gave a solemn command, and immediately the dog-headed men pushed the dog-headed men in front forward. After such a long battle, the dog-headed people also know that the human race's freezing magic has no attack power. It can only freeze the dog, but it will not deduct even a little blood. Only crack, snap, -35. -35. Only lightning attacks can cause damage to them. And the damage is not great. As long as they can overcome the hurricane, keep moving forward, they will definitely kill those hateful humans. And the shields in their hands are the weapons to break through the hurricane. With the push of their comrades, the dog-headed people walked slowly and firmly into the tunnel and walked deeper. But they overlooked one problem. A little bit adds up to a lot. For every meter they walked, they would be struck by the 5 Thunder Formation at least once. 1,000-meter distance means thousands of attacks. When those ordinary level dog-headed men who were less than level 40 walked through the 1,000-meter tunnel, they had all become corpses. The health bars of these dog-headed men were not as long as the health bars of werewolves of the same level. Basically, there was no one with a health bar of more than 4,000, so they would naturally be struck by lightning and become corpses. When the dog-headed men realized that they would die if they continued walking, they also thought about turning around and running away, but their comrades and companions behind them did not allow them to retreat. The handles on both sides of the shield were locked. He couldn't escape. More kobolds were pushed into the tunnel by the werewolves outside the cave, and each of them was stuffed with a shield that was processed temporarily, which was said to be able to break the hurricane and assist in advancing. An hour later, a full 10,000 kobolds entered the tunnel. Wolf Female General Elf looked at the slow progress of the kobold team and was a little anxious. Come on, let the kobolds speed up. By the way, distribute the gold we brought anyway. As long as they die, the gold will return to us. Yes. Thousands of werewolves carried 500 boxes and came to the last camp of the kobolds. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, it's gold. And gold ore. Big and pure gold ore. Is this for us? Seeing the gold in the open box, the kobold soldiers all had tears on their mouths. Their eyes widened greedily. Their expressions were like a strong man who had been hungry for 7 days seeing a full banquet. A werewolf general came out and shouted, "This gold is yours now. Take as much as you want. Take your weapons, charge into the underground passage, and kill the human race." Okay, I'll go. I'll go too as long as there's gold. I'll do anything. The kobolds have a strange gold craze in their bones. All of them scrambled to take the gold they thought was enough, turned around and took the shields distributed by the werewolves, and rushed into the underground passage. In the tunnel, Pei Xiaobao looked at the dog-headed man who was pushed in front and obviously lost his life, pressed his hand, temporarily suspended the activation of the poisonous item card. "Captain, can I take a closer look?" The thief professional warrior also saw that the dog-headed man's formation was different this time. "Well, you go, be careful." Pei Xiaobao thought for a moment, and immediately agreed to his request. The thief warrior used an invisible skill, and his figure slowly faded in the tunnel. In the eyes of Pei Xiaobao and other comrades, they could only see a faint shadow, and ran away quickly along the wind. Shadow quickly approached the team of kobolds. First stopped at the front row to check, and then walked towards the entrance carefully. 10 minutes later, Shadow came running back again. "Captain, the kobolds use a strange shield, which confines the kobolds between 2 shields, and they will not fall even if they die. There are a constant stream of kobolds behind pushing the kobolds in front forward, just like driving a train, pushing forward one section at a time." The thief warrior quickly reported the results of the investigation, and then added another sentence. "These dog-headed men are ordinary monsters below level 40, with low health. Once they pass 1,000 meters, they will basically be killed directly by Li Sen's formation." Pei Xiaobo nodded, looked at the dog-headed men's queue 50 meters away, and frowned. The dog-headed men's tactics are very simple, which is to push the dog-headed men into die. But such a death cannot be without purpose. Thinking of this, he asked the thief warrior again, "Xiao Chong, did you see the dog-headed men attacking the ground or the walls on both sides just now?" "No. These dog-headed men just pushed the people in front of them, and kept moving forward, as if their purpose was to keep coming in to die. This is too strange." Pei Xiaobao simply walked a few steps to the dog-headed men's queue and checked it out. Indeed, all the dog-headed men who came in after 1,000 meters were dead, as if the dog-headed men were here to deliver the bodies. Never mind. Let's poison them first. Let's see if we can disrupt the dog-headed men's queue. Let's do it together. 200 poisonous item cards. Release them. The dark or light red venom and poisonous smoke, blown by the strong wind, cover the dog-headed men's queue. Woof, woof, woof. The next moment, The dog-headed men's painful screams resounded throughout the tunnel. But the three Qs did not mess up. And they continued to move forward straight. Even faster. If Pei Xiaobo and his team could walk out of the cave, they would find that the dog-headed people's queue had stretched more than 200 meters outside the cave. Under the operation of the werewolves, the dog-headed people carried special shields, which were kindly connected together by the werewolves, and then began to push hard from outside the cave, making the small train accelerate deeper into the tunnel. Quick! Disconnect these shields and throw the dog-headed people's bodies out. Seeing the queue speeding up, Pei Xiaobo also realized the dog-headed people's plan, and called on the soldiers to dismantle the dog-headed people's shield connections. But an accident happened again. Chapter 63 Poisoning, the wolf dove that cannot be cured. -100, -100, -100. When Pei Xiaobo's hand touched the connected handles, a series of green poisoning and blood loss prompts rose from his head. Not good. These metal handles are poisonous. Everyone be careful. Interrupt with weapons. I'm poisoned too. What a despicable dog. Eat an apple quickly. Platoon leader Luo's healing technique. 15 of the 17 soldiers were poisoned at the same time. It's really that Lumbua's habit of enforcing orders is too good. Everyone immediately executed the order as soon as they heard it. Only Luo Tan and Xu Qiang, because they were standing far away, had just found the target, and had no time to act, when they were reminded by Pei Xiaobo's exclamation. Retreat, everyone retreat first to detoxify. Take out all the detoxification items. The soldiers reacted quickly, supporting each other as they retreated deeper into the tunnel, while feeding each other detoxification potions or pills. Luo Tan, the temporary warehouse manager, even took out a stack of item cards for everyone to use. After retreating 500 meters, everyone stopped at 1,700 meters in the tunnel. The poison was basically resolved, but above everyone's head, there was still a -1, -3 blood loss prompt that popped up every 5 or 6 seconds. The poison was basically solved, but not completely solved. Luo Tan and Xiao Chong, who helped to solve the poison, also began to have green blood-deducting fonts appearing above their heads. They were also poisoned. These bastards are so poisonous, they directly poisoned their own compatriots. Just to bet that we would touch those shields. Old Pei, can you still condense magic? I can't condense magic anymore. Luo Mao asked Pei Xiaobo with a bitter face, and then looked at Xian Liwei. I can't condense magic anymore. I can't do it either. Pei Xiaobo and Xian Liwei answered in unison, also stretched out their hands, with a look of shock and panic. The werewolf's poison is aimed at human magicians. Captain, my skills can still be used, and they are not affected. But I feel that my strength is even weaker, Luo Tan said, as a blood-red light shone on his body. It was the violent skill light of the Berserker skill. My skills can still be used, but the invisibility effect seems to be affected. Xiao Chong also used the invisibility skill, but this time, he could see a clearer figure. The skills of other warriors can also be used, but they are all affected to varying degrees. Woof, 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 click, click. Amid the excited roars and painful screams of the dog-headed men, the click sound of the shields rubbing against the ground can be clearly heard. Getting closer and closer, and getting faster and faster. The dog-headed men are accelerating into the tunnel, and are also accelerating to poison. Everyone, please work harder. Use long weapons to pick up the connecting handles of those shields, and push those shields out. Otherwise we will all be poisoned to death. Yes! Pei Xiaobo gave another order, and the 17 people rushed out again. Pei Xiaobo, Luo Maofa and Xian Liwei at the back of the crowd exchanged glances, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. Not only were they unable to condense magic, but their physical strength had also decreased a lot. They could clearly feel their legs weakening when they walked. Bang, bang, click. Luo Tan was the strongest among the people present, but he also needed to hit the long spear 7 or 8 times to open the connecting handle of a dog-headed man. These handles were connected very strongly. However, as long as they could be opened, it would be fine. After a few more clicks, a shield was opened. With just a slight flick, the shield smashed towards the exit of the tunnel like a rapidly thrown dart. Okay, this method is feasible. Let's do it together. Luo Tan, you are strong, take down the queue in the middle. Okay, I understand, come and help. 2 people on the left and right will take down the queue faster. I'll do it. The tunnel is only 6 meters wide. The shield of the dog-headed man is 80 centimeters wide. The 3 queues take up 2.4 meters. The 2 paths in the middle are 1.8 meters wide, which is quite spacious. It is enough for everyone to perform. You just need to be careful when you pick up the shield at the end, so as not to hit your own people. Bang, bang, the female werewolf general looked at the shields that were constantly blown out by the hurricane, with a disdainful sneer on her lips. Haha, you found it now? It's a pity that it's too late. The wolf dove poison is non-toxic to the dog-headed people, and even has the effect of invigorating the spirit, but for the human race, it is extremely toxic. And this poison can also be spread through corpses and air. Someone, let the dog-headed people speed up. Let our people help outside the cave, and let the team speed up to enter the tunnel. Yes. Following Alfie's order, the dog-headed team was pushed quickly into the tunnel. The shields that were picked up by the werewolves were used again. Pei Xiaobo and others also discovered the changes in the dog-headed people's team. But they could only chase the dog-headed people's team helplessly, and passively pick up those shields. And they had to be careful not to get poisoned again. Once poisoned, it would be a troublesome thing. This won't work. Li Xin, who was carrying a bucket to deliver apples, was shocked when he saw Pei Xiaobo and others running around. It's only been 2 hours. Why are they all panting and looking a little pale and thin? There's no other way. Those shields, those handles, and the dog-headed men are all poisonous. Once we touch them, our health will keep decreasing, and our physical strength will keep weakening. Pei Xiaobo explained, but his hands never stopped moving. He also knew that chasing the dog-headed men and shields wouldn't work, but there was no better way. Brother Pei, how many weapons do you have that are longer than 2.4 meters? Probably not many. How do you have a good idea? Hearing Li Xin's words, Pei Xiaobo's eyes lit up, stopped his movements, and looked at Li Xin with expectation. I have an idea. Maybe it can slow down the progress of the kobolds. Tell me, quickly. Pei Xiaobo was so excited that he stepped forward and grabbed Li Xin's hand. Then Li Xin felt a strange tingling spread from his arm to his whole body. Li Xin. I was wrong. Pei Xiaobo took out a handful of detoxification pills and handed them to Li Xin, and also activated a healing item card to use on Li Xin. Alas, it's not your fault. The poison of this werewolf is really strong. Li Xin looked at the green number on his head that was deducting blood, and could only smile bitterly. Unexpectedly, he was poisoned just by being caught by Pei Xiaobo. Although he was detoxified in time, the poisoning state could not be removed. Fortunately, it was only 1 point of blood loss every 3 seconds, and he could eat an apple to restore his blood volume in half a day. Li Xin, what is your solution? Pei Xiaobo no longer bothered about Li Xin's poisoning. Now he had to interrupt the queue of dog-headed people and prevent them from going deeper. If this queue went deep into the tunnel, and the tunnel was dug through on Blue Star, then the poison would spread to Blue Star. This was the most dangerous thing, and what they were most worried about. Try it. It might work. Li Xin immediately asked everyone to move forward, walked back 500 meters, and then took out all the weapons longer than 2.4 meters, and placed them directly between the two queues, and arranged them on both sides. Next, when everyone picks up the shields and the bodies of the kobolds, try to hang them on these bars. I understand. This will block the tunnel, and then use the hurricane to stop the kobolds from moving forward, Luo Tan said excitedly, and ran to start the action. Pa, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of this method earlier? I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Pei Xiaobo slapped his forehead and burst into tears. This was a very low-level mistake. Brother Pei, it's rare that you can keep fighting despite the risk of being poisoned. And everyone is so nervous. It's normal that you didn't think of it. Now let's act quickly. Yes, let's go, and stop the dog-headed man. Chapter 64 Poisoned. Trying to buy time. What kind of poison is this dog-headed man's poison? It's so cruel. Li Xin sat on the ground and sighed. He just accidentally touched a shield, and then was poisoned again. The second poisoning. He still quickly detoxified. But the poison could not be completely detoxified, and now he loses 1 point of blood every second. But this is the lightest symptom. The most troublesome thing is that he can feel his strength has decreased and his mental strength has been scattered. He finally survived the sequelae of the infrasonic weapon, and could use the carving array skill again. Now he is poisoned again. He feels that even if he wants to use the drawing array skill, he can't do it now. I don't know. It feels like a deadly poison targeting humans. So don't let the kobolds get too deep. And don't let the Blue Star comrades touch this poison. Xian Liwei reminded with a serious look on his face. I can feel that the earth element in the tunnel is in great disorder. I believe that rescue from Blue Star will arrive soon. We must prevent this poison from spreading to Blue Star. Everyone, do your best. Pei Xiaobo and other mages are in worse condition than Li Senator in less than an hour. They have obviously lost a lot of weight. As the 4 people in the mage department, they were the most affected. Now only Luo Tan and the other 14 warriors continued the task of picking up the dog-headed men and those shields. After a while, Li Sin stood up, waved his hand, and felt that the wind was no longer orderly and began to blow back. Seeing his actions, Pei Xiaobo also stood up in surprise. Success? Yes, it was initially successful. Let's go to the front and take a look. Okay. You have to be careful. Don't touch those dogs again. Understood. The 4 people stood up and walked forward. The further they went, the more they could clearly feel the violent wind and the disorderly backflow. Suddenly, Li Sin saw a drop of green liquid flying in the air, and he subconsciously ducked his head to avoid it. The next second, he heard Xin Liwei's exclamation behind him. What the hell? How come I'm poisoned again? Li Sin turned around, and sure enough, the green font of -100 appeared above Xin Liwei's head again. And then he saw Xin Liwei's skilled detoxification procedures. Taking detoxification pills, drinking detoxification potions, and using detoxification props. When the blood loss was reduced to only a little per second, Li Sin found that Xin Liwei, who was originally considered strong, had lost weight again. Everyone be careful. Those liquids floating in the air will also spread the poison. Don't. Li Sin's reminder was a little late, and Pei Xiaobo's had also started to -100. He simply shouted to the front, Luo Tan. Retreat, it's enough. Right away. Luo Tan's weak voice came from not far away. When the 14 people retreated, everyone was drinking the antidote. He approached Luo Tan, and did not forget to explain. It's the blood of the dog-headed man. The wind blew some of the dog-headed man's blood back. Everyone retreat, I will launch another explosion array, and increase the wind force. Li Sin also guessed this possibility, and was not surprised, but turned around and retreated to the depths of the tunnel with everyone. He originally wanted to draw the gas formation combination on the right side of the tunnel, but he was unable to input his mana into the formation in a coherent manner, and could not complete the drawing skill. He was considered useless. Explode? Helplessly. He could only use the old method. Fortunately, explode formation can be performed as long as the mind is connected to the formation. Otherwise they might have to wait for death. Woo! Woo! Boom! He exploded 200 gale formation combinations at the end of the tunnel at once. And the violent hurricane rushed to the other end of the tunnel like an angry dragon. The wind speed lasted for 100 seconds at a speed close to the speed of sound, 340 meters per second, creating a huge momentum and power, violently pushing back the team of dog-headed men who had entered the tunnel for more than 2 kilometers. Crack! Crack! The connecting handles of the shields were bent and broken one by one. The 3 originally orderly teams fell to the ground. Slowly the dead dog-headed men and their shields piled up together. The violent wind vowed to overturn everything in front of it, and everything that blocked the way was blown back by it. Boom! 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 Luo Tan, accompany me to chase out and see. After the strong wind, listening to the still roaring tunnel, Li Sin called Luo Tan and asked him to accompany him out. He really didn't have much strength now. He couldn't run anymore. He could only walk quickly. Take Luo Tan with him. When there was danger, let him take him to escape. Li Sin didn't stop until he was 200 meters away from the tunnel exit. The dog-headed men along the way were blown away along with their shields, but new dog-headed men began to come in. The female wolf general was determined to fill this underground passage with the lives of the dog-headed men. Luo Tan, I'll repair the formation. Do you have dog-headed man blood and dog tails in your ring? Both. But isn't it too dangerous to do so? If there are ranged professions among the kobolds, your life will be in danger. Don't worry. The shield in front of the kobolds will block their sight. If you find that they have the intention to attack, you can throw out your shield and run with me on your back. Li Sin is not afraid of death, but he has his own preparation and confidence. Okay. If I see any unusual movement of the kobolds, I will drag you away. Thank you for your trouble. Li Sin bowed slightly to thank him. His safety was all tied to Luo Tan. He took the bucket and dog tail handed over by Luo Tan, and began to repair the formation with concentration. The carving formation and drawing formation skills could not be used. But Lee Sin could still do simple formation repairs. Moreover, he only repaired the wind formation combination on the ground. 1 wind formation, 3 spirit gathering formations, 3 acceleration formations, 7 formations. It only took 1.5 minutes to repair. While repairing, he walked back to the depths of the tunnel. As Lee Sin expected, the dog-headed man continued to push the 3 formations forward slowly, and did not think of using elite troops to attack the tunnel. This gave Lee Sin and his men a glimmer of hope. Now, he was looking forward to Blue Star digging the tunnel quickly. If they retreated now, they would not be considered deserters. They had killed more than 100,000 enemies. They could be considered heroes. Lee Sin, what are you doing? This is very dangerous. Seeing that Lee Sin had not returned, Pei Xiaobo still brought people to find him. It's okay. I can repair the formation faster than the dog-headed man. Lee Sin pointed behind him carelessly, smiled and replied, and continued to repair the formation. After the previous gust of wind, the werewolves needed to mobilize the dog-headed men to join the battle. And they also had to collect shields and reload them for the dog-headed men. The speed was slower than the last attack. Lee Sin had advanced 400 meters, and the dog-headed men had only advanced 200 meters, which was enough for him to slowly repair the formation. It's still too dangerous. If the dog-headed archers attack you, you won't know how you died. Come back with us to the depths of the tunnel. Hee. Brother Pei. You guys retreat first, leaving Luo Tan to protect me. We will retreat immediately if there is any danger. Let's go together. I'm not the kind of person who will abandon my comrades. Lee Sin looked up at Pei Xiaobo, who had a determined face, and knew that he was serious. He could only nod and said nothing more. He just accelerated the speed of repairing the formation. He hoped to use a stronger gust of wind to block the dog-headed men who kept coming in. However, he underestimated the cruelty of the werewolves. Chapter 65. A Cruel Werewolf, advancing in the sound wave attack. Roar. Be careful. Lee Sin repaired the formation to the area of about 1,800 meters. A tiger roar came from behind. Luo Tan and other warriors immediately carried Lee Sin and the other 4 magicians, the formation master, on their backs, and ran quickly. Sonic wave attack. There are dog-headed men in this passage. Are those dog-headed men not afraid of the sound wave attack? Feeling familiar boredom, Lee Sin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Woof woof, woof woof. The dog-headed man behind him immediately gave the answer. Woo wow, what's that sound? My head hurts. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. It's a tiger. The tiger wants to eat me. I want to go back. Mom, I don't want to fight with humans anymore. Dad, I want to go home. The screams of the dog-headed man soon came in, all kinds of cries, louder and more lively than when Pei Xiaobo and his team poisoned them before. The dog-headed man is so cruel. Lee Sin couldn't help but sigh, and Luo Tan, who was carrying him, immediately corrected him. It's a werewolf. Now the werewolf is commanding the battle. I noticed it before. The command has changed since yesterday. Now these dog-headed men are cannon fodder. Lee Sin immediately remembered that the werewolves were in command now. They retreated directly to the end of the tunnel, the small square where they were buried. Huff, cough, cough. A group of people panted and coughed. When they arrived at the place, everyone took out the blood recovery apple and started to eat it in unison. After a while, Pei Xiaobo spoke. Although the distance can reduce the damage of the sound wave attack, it is very small. It's better to reduce the damage a little. Luo Malfa collapsed directly to the ground against the wall, weak and exhausted. It can even be said that he was almost out of breath after being poisoned. The physical fitness of the 3 magicians decreased significantly when they encountered the sound wave attack again. Luo Malfa had a painful feeling that he would be relieved if he died. My whole body was aching from my toes to my hair, and I was filled with pain that penetrated deep into my bones. Speak less. Save your energy. Xian Li Wei chewed the blood-replenishing apple with great effort, reminding in a low voice. The other 2 nodded, and stopped talking, and quickly chewed the blood-replenishing apple, trying to stay alive. Soldiers like Luo Tan were also panting, but they could still stand and walk, and they took the initiative to take on the task of standing guard, and 2 people in a group held the apple while chewing, and were about to go out on patrol. Lee Sin reminded them, you are not in good condition either. You don't need to go out. During the sonic attack, the dog-headed men will die if they come in. Well, we just patrol the 4-kilometer area and don't go out. Luo Tan nodded, but he was determined to go out for patrol. Lee Sin leaned weakly under an apple tree, and did not forget to use the fertilizer skill. But he could only output 79 mana, and then he stopped the skill. It was getting harder and harder for him to gather mana. Cuckoo, cuckoo. However, Suzaku could still use the heating skill for Lee Sin, and the other 4 normally, and it was little affected by the sonic attack. Cuckoo. Junyao, don't come over, don't get close to me for now. Seeing Junyao about to jump into his arms, Lee Sin quickly stopped him. He was still poisoned, and he didn't dare let Junyao get infected with this poison. Cuckoo. Yes, don't get close to me for now, and don't get close to Captain Pei and the others, don't touch them. Cuckoo. Hearing Lee Sin's serious instructions, Junyao nodded seriously, and consciously took 2 steps back. Seeing that it was approaching Pei Xiaobo, it even moved sideways 2 steps, really obedient. However, it looked at this, then that, and then began to bless the heating skill for the 4 magic professionals with a cuckoo cuckoo sound. In its opinion, Lee Sin and the others were short of mana and needed to recover. The tiger roar continued for another 6 hours. The queue of dog-headed men had already reached the 4,500-meter line. All the dog-headed men who came in were dead. The dead dog-headed men were poisoned. Luo Tan and the others tried to touch them, and were poisoned again. Helplessly, they had to repeat Lee Sin's previous method, placing long weapons in the 2 queues, and then laboriously interrupted the connection between the dog-headed men, letting the bodies pile up together. But even so, without the gas formation to explode, the dog-headed people's team still rushed to the 4,500-meter line. Shields. All shields and heavy weapons. Block them. Luo Tan took over Pei Xiaobo's command position, commanding the soldiers to block the dog-headed people's team. Explode Lee Sin came out in time to explode the 2 ice formation combinations, immobilizing the dog-headed people, allowing Luo Tan and his men to arrange defenses calmly. Explode again. Lee Sin contacted the farthest formation in his mind, the formation in the cave hall 5 kilometers away, detonated them all. Woof. Woof. The werewolves who were helping the dog-headed people's team advance in the cave hall, and the bound dog-headed people screamed. Countless silver blue lightnings burst out at the same time, rushing up and down. Some ice blue light burst out from the ground, freezing them, unable to move. The dog-headed man in the cave hall was directly electrocuted into ashes, leaving no bones. The werewolf was at a higher level, and although he did not die, he was paralyzed and fell to the ground. This time, Lee Sin exploded all the formations in the cave hall. The drawn formations completely disappeared, and the engraved formations could not be used again within 10 days. Lee Sin couldn't see the results of the battle here, but it didn't stop him from taking the next step. Explosion. All the gas array combinations carved using the carve array skill in the entire tunnel exploded. This part of the array is only on the left wall and the top of the tunnel. There are not many of them, only more than 200 groups. These arrays will automatically repair after a period of time and can play a role again. Click. It's moving. It's moving. It can be pushed. Everyone work together. Frenzy. Violent bear power. Luo Tan shouted in surprise, and then used the skill to increase his strength. Push the shield in front of him out, and push the dog-headed people's team back through several layers of shields. Wild charge. Wild bull butt. The warriors also ignored their physical discomfort and directly used their skills to push the kobolds back. Tap, tap. Several people walked forward in small steps, and then jogged in small steps. With the help of the strong wind that was still raging in the tunnel, they pushed the kobolds back 200 meters. Lee Sin also chased after them, while eating an apple. Seeing the gas formation combination exposed on the ground, he was finally relieved. The last time he exploded 200 gas formations, that is, 600 meters. After 600 meters, there is another gas formation that can be exploded. But he would not explode the formation immediately. The farther he could push it out, the later he exploded the formation, the better the effect. Charge, charge. Those humans no longer have the storm skill. Outside the cave, the female werewolf general waited for a long time, but saw no storm sweeping the dog-headed man's corpse out. Although there was a strong wind, the power was limited. Seeing this, she naturally thought that Lee Sin's wind formation had been used up, and immediately ordered the werewolves to start charging. Charge. The dog-headed men were thrown aside, and teams of elite werewolves, with a level of about 70, who had been prepared pushed their shields and rushed into the cave. Chapter 66. After the gas formation exploded, forced into a desperate situation, hope. Boom, boom. As the werewolves began to charge, Luo Tan and his men stopped, unable to push the kobolds' ranks. Explode. Seeing this, Lee Sin shouted, directly exploding 300 gas formation combinations. Blue light lit up at the same time within a range of 1,800 meters, and the blue wind blades visible to the naked eye rotated to form a violent tornado. But this tornado was 3 meters high. Under the guidance of the formation, the blue tornadoes flew towards the tunnel exit as soon as they formed. The air in the tunnel was almost sucked out instantly. Lee Sin and others felt difficulty breathing. They couldn't cough or breathe. Everyone fell to the ground under the pull of the air, and then were dragged and hit against the shield wall set up by Luo Tan and other warriors. This shield wall was only to prevent poisoning from contact with the shield and body of the dog-headed man. Now it has become a buffer wall to protect them. Hold steady, try to stand firm, don't get sucked away. Luo Tan and other warriors each held a shield, trying to tighten it, trying not to be swept away by the sudden tornado. Boom, 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 the dull sound of collision resounded throughout the tunnel. The dog-headed men, and their shields in the dog-headed men's formation, which had been holding steady, spun and rushed outward. The dog-headed men's bodies along the way were all rolled up, and were soon chopped to pieces by the wind blades of the tornado. If these dog-headed men were still alive, they would be immune to some of the wind blades' attacks due to their monster characteristics, but they were just corpses, and they had no monster characteristics, and were easily torn apart. Then, the poisonous shields lost their support, and were swept outward. Woo, woo, the ghost-like sound of the wind only lasted for 18 seconds, and then disappeared, leaving only the sound of banging. The dog-headed man was blown out of the tunnel again by Lee Sin's gas formation. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these humans? Why can they use such powerful magic? Can they really be immune to the attack of Tiger Roar Cannon? Outside the cave, the werewolf General Elf wiped the green poisonous blood off her face, and cursed furiously. She began to doubt the power of Tiger Roar Cannon. General, Tiger Roar Cannon is effective. We have observed that ordinary level 50 dog-headed people will feel uncomfortable in 10 seconds, vomit blood in 10 minutes, and basically lose their combat effectiveness after 30 minutes. Our level 70 elite werewolf warriors will also feel uncomfortable after 1 minute, and vomit blood after 30 minutes. In response to Elfie's question, her deputy general immediately reported the previous observation results. However, they only dared to observe for 30 minutes, and retreated after observing the werewolves, fearing that they would be killed by the Tiger Roar Cannon. This general knows. Go and push the remaining dog-headed people in. I don't believe that a few small human beings can use such powerful wind magic without limit. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Damn it, I'm poisoned again. Lee Sin threw the dog's tail in his hand, as if he was stung by a scorpion. He wanted to repair the formation, but the poison could be transmitted directly to him through the dog's tail. Pei Xiaobo behind him quickly took out the detoxification props in the space ring to help Lee Sin detoxify, while observing the tunnel with a faint green light. The dog-headed man has added a layer of poison buff to the underground passage. Damn! I can be poisoned like this. Lee Sin, you should still have a 3,500 meter wind array in front of you. Right? Is it enough? Pei Xiaobo also saw that Lee Sin could not repair the array, and asked nervously. It can be used twice more, and we can't let the dog-headed man rush in too deep, otherwise it will be ineffective. Well, we still have a lot of various props in our hands, and we should be able to repel the dog-headed man once more. Pei Xiaobo calculated the props in his hand, and said a little helplessly, let's delay. I hope the Blue Star side will be faster. Lee Sin sighed helplessly, and together with Pei Xiaobo and the others, he continued to activate the prop cards in the tunnel. Toxic prop cards, magic prop cards, trap prop cards. All the prop cards that exploded in the past few days were used up, but the attack of the dog-headed man was still fierce. 4 hours later, he used the burst array again, and again after 6 hours. After another 6 hours of delay, all the wind array combinations exploded. Except for the 50 wind arrays on the top of the tunnel to keep the air flowing, all the others exploded. The werewolf found that the hurricane disappeared, and the poisonous and magic props were also reduced, so he immediately asked the dog-headed man to throw away the shield and charge directly in. But they were first frozen by the ice formation, and then split into corpses by the 5 thunder formation, which turned into experience for Lee Sin and his team, and equipment items, until all 100,000 dog-headed men died. The effect was to consume the power of the formation, allowing the dog-headed men to rush deeper and deeper. The level of the dog-headed men rushing into the tunnel became higher and higher. When the last dog-headed man fell, it was already a level 60 ordinary quality. And they also successfully rushed to a depth of 4,000 meters again. Quiet. Don't talk. The thief warrior Xuqiang, who was panting and pushing the dog-headed man's corpse, suddenly roared, which made everyone stunned for a moment. Listen. Xuqiang pointed to the deepest part of the tunnel with a flushed face, asking everyone to listen. Everyone was confused at first. And then, there was a look of ecstasy on their faces. Dong. 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 The sound was very, very light. If the people present were not all professionals, and their levels were not low, they might not have heard it. But this sound, which was so light that it was almost inaudible, made everyone excited. It's the rescue from Blue Star. The rescue has finally arrived. Quick! Let's go back to the end of the tunnel and dig from this side. Yes. Dig together to be faster. Everyone was excited. They were scared by the cruelty of the werewolves. All the dog-headed people who came in were poisoned. If they died, their blood would also be poisoned. Continuous poisoning caused Luo Tan and other warriors to have a severe decline in physical strength, which was equivalent to only 2 or 3 times the strength of an ordinary adult. They were even worse than ordinary soldiers, like Ihai before. Now, there is hope of returning to Blue Star. And there is hope of returning alive. Everyone is excited. 18 people trotted back to the original hall, took out swords, spears, swords and sticks, and started to dig at the collapsed soil. Dong, 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 the dull sound of impact, like the sound of drums echoing in the tunnel. The excited faces of Li Xin and others slowly calmed down. These seemingly soft soils are still very hard. The magic barrier of the dog-headed man has not completely dissipated. Li Xin dug for 10 minutes, but only dug out a fist-sized piece of soil. He stopped his actions and asked his comrades loudly, "Does anyone know the military district's communication code, similar to the code of Morse code?" I know. Xuqiang immediately raised his hand. His position in the company is a scout and messenger, which is one of his special skills. Pei Xiaobo also thought of what Li Xin wanted to do. Everyone stopped first, let Xuqiang dig, use the military code to pass back the situation here, especially the news about the terrifying toxins and sonic weapons. Even if we all die, we must pass this news back. Yes. Xuqiang saluted solemnly, turned around and used a dagger to knock on the wall regularly and rhythmically. Pei Xiaobo and Li Xin and others looked at each other and walked out of the small square, entered the tunnel, and stood guard for Xuqiang. Everyone saw the hope of survival. Now it is just a matter of fighting the werewolves for the last little time. Chapter 67. The Werewolves' General Attack, Providing Cover. Divide the spoils. Your Excellency the Duke. Are you here? Pa, please forgive me. Your Excellency the Duke, I will capture the underground passage as soon as possible. Outside the cave, the female werewolf general was organizing the werewolf army, launching the next wave of attacks, and suddenly saw Duke Ignis, who had been sitting in the central army tent, come out, and immediately knelt on one knee to apologize. Haha, get up, you did a good job. The strong wind in the tunnel has been broken. Ice, the power of the lightning array has also been weakened a lot. This is a good record. Without the obstruction of the strong wind, our werewolf warriors can easily rush in and tear those humans apart. Duke Ignis did not punish him, but smiled and helped Alfie up, and only patted Alfie's strong chest with his wolf claws. It seemed to be encouraging, but the smile on his face was a bit obscene. Alfie's wolf face also immediately showed the most flattering smile, without any opinion. Ahem. Alfie, have you run out of dog-headed men? Yes, 100,000 dog-headed men have been filled in. Then, order the elite werewolf warriors above level 81, the commander-level werewolf warriors above level 70, and below level 81, to prepare to charge. The time has come. Ignis did not come here to tease Alfie, and immediately gave the order in a serious manner. Yes. Alfie also immediately put away his flattering expression, and stood up to mobilize the werewolf army. In the eyes of the two werewolf commanders, using 100,000 dog-headed men to break Li Xin's gas formation was a huge victory. The dog-headed men were cannon fodder and consumables. By the way, the gold given to the dog-headed men was all blown out by the gale and returned to their hands. The two cautiously sent a small group of scouts into the tunnel to check the situation. My Lord Duke, General, it has been confirmed that there is no gale in the tunnel, and the power of ice and lightning has indeed been reduced by half. Out of the cave, Alfie and Ignis listened to the report of the werewolves beside them. Both nodded with satisfaction, showing a smile of as expected. Ha ha ha. although humans can set up magic circles in the world channel. But any magic circle requires the consumption of magic power. If it is consumed for a long time without replenishment, the power will naturally decrease. Distribute lightning resistance necklaces and healing potions to all elite werewolf warriors. And fight immediately after they are ready. Yes. Following Ignis's order, the werewolves responded loudly. All wolves have 100% confidence in digging the underground passage. Li Xin and others looked at Zhao Yongqiang, who stopped digging and knocking, was listening attentively, and was writing and drawing on his notebook. He was Xiuqiang, the thief warrior. They have already reported the situation here. At this time, Blue Star is also sending information using the military code. Captain, they said they are making the final effort, and it will only take 1 hour to dig through. Haha, that's great. As long as we hold on for 1 hour, we will be saved. The people who were so nervous just now immediately burst into cheers of surprise. 1 hour, very short. They have been in this tunnel for 15 days, almost 16 days. They are not afraid of fighting for another hour. However, Zhao Yongqiang's next sentence made everyone nervous again. Captain, they ask us to hold out for at least 5 hours. The battalion headquarters does not have enough high-level combat professionals, and they need to be mobilized from other places, so we better hold out for 5 hours. Everyone was silent. 5 hours is too long. They have used up most of their attack prop cards, and their combat power has been eliminated by poison and infrasound by 90%, so they are almost powerless to fight. The only thing they can rely on is Li Xin's formations. Li Xin's heart sank, and he quickly said, Brother Chang, you should reply to the other side quickly. We can only hold out for 1 hour. Let the other side mobilize the experts quickly. Remember to make a special note. We have killed a level 116 dog-headed magician. I have reported the situation of the level 116 dog-headed magician. But, the other side still hopes that we can hold on for 5 hours. Fuck. Li Xin couldn't help but curse. From what he heard, they were going to be sacrificed. Their sacrifice would buy time for Blue Star to gather experts. This made Li Xin angry, but also deeply helpless. Pei Xiaobo and others looked at each other, clenched their fists, and their eyes showed a will to die, unlike Li Xin. A newcomer, who had been in the army for more than 3 months, they were older, had been in the army longer, received more patriotic education, and had seen more monsters from other worlds slaughtering humans, and knew the necessity of resisting monsters. Let's go! Build a wall of corpses to block the werewolves' attack as much as possible. Yes. Zhao Yongqiang was left to report more intelligence, and the others were about to go into the tunnel. However, after 2 steps, Pei Xiaobo stopped and turned to Zhao Yongqiang and said, Xiaochang, report like this later. When we were fighting the dog-headed men, we gave all the formation skills we had to Li Senator Li Xin used the formation he learned to assist us in the battle. Zhao Yongqiang was stunned for a moment, looked at Li Xin, and then understood and nodded. I understand. Li Xin learned all the formation skills in the underground tunnel. The other soldiers also came to their senses and nodded in agreement. They are not idiots. Li Xin's cooking skills make herbal food taste good, which can restore physical strength and blood. His farmer skills can grow blood-recovering apples of top quality. What's even more terrifying is that Li Xin's formation skills are a bit against the sky. They only gave Li Xin 2 formation skills in the tunnel, but he performed so well. There is something wrong no matter how you look at it. But not only did they not investigate further, they took the initiative to cover for Li Senator people are all made of flesh and blood. Even if they are soldiers, they know that if there were no formation and planting skills of Li Xin, everyone would have died long ago, and their bones would have turned into fertilizer. Being grateful and repaying kindness is the most basic morality of a person. And this group of soldiers is not lacking in this morality and awareness. Thank you. Thank you. Li Xin saluted Pei Xiaobo, and saluted the other soldiers. Once, he was forced to buy and sell by the official outside the novice copy. And he also saw too many dark things in Anqing. And he was deeply wary of people. He was used to keeping a hand in doing things. But he didn't expect that at the last moment of returning to Blue Star. He was warmed by this group of comrades. I can only say that, no matter in which world, there are good people and bad people. He exposed a lot of secrets this time. And it was worth it. Don't be hypocritical. Who doesn't have some secrets? Pei Xiaobo returned Li Xin's military salute, and then laughed and joked. Come on. Let's divide the spoils, and learn all the advanced skills that can be learned. As he said this, he poured out a large number of skilled books from the ring in his hand. Yes. Let's fight hard. and divide the spoils first. Xi and Li Wei also began to pour out the skill books, and the others also poured out the skill books they had harvested, and picked them together. This was done with the intention of covering up for Li Xin, and also with the selfish desire to learn the good skills first. Gulu, Gulu, a mountain of skill books, it was so colorful and spectacular, it made several people drool. 18 people worked together to sort. Those below the purple perfect quality were collected. There were also hundreds of skill books emitting purple fluorescence. And the most dazzling one was the only red epic skill book. Everyone's eyes were attracted. Chapter 68 Epic Skills. Werewolves are coming. Spirit Eye Identification Epic. After learning, you can use Spirit Eye Identification to identify the properties of characters, monsters, and items. The skill introduction is very simple, but the level is very high. Red Epic. For you. Pei Xiaobo glanced at everyone, picked up the skill book, and handed it to Li Xin. For me? Li Xin was stunned and asked back, but his hand still tightly grasped the skill book emitting red light. Well, you are the only one among us who has not learned the identification technique, so it is natural to give it to you. Well, it makes sense. Li Xin, just learn it, don't waste it. The other people withdrew their reluctant gazes, and nodded frequently, because they knew that Pei Xiaobo was taking care of Li Xin. But Li Xin's performance deserved such care. The others began to look down and search for skill books that suited them. At this point, Li Xin no longer pretended, and just learned it. Maybe they would all die here, and it would be a waste if they didn't learn the skills. All professionals only have 10 skill slots for rubbing. Li Xin has now learned 4 skills. Fireball, Array, Explosive Array, Spirit Eye Identification, and can learn 6 more skills. Xi and Li Wei handed over another book, Earth Dog Howling Moon Meditation Method, a perfect skill for restoring mana, probably the skill of the 116-level dog-headed magician. Then he picked out 5 skills that might be useful in the battle and learned them. Others also learned the skills, put away the skill books, and poured out the prop cards, started to choose, prepared for the final stand. At this moment, tap, tap, tap. In the tunnel, Li Xin and others heard the sound of neat footsteps, coming from afar, and their faces changed. This sound was different from the footsteps of the dog-headed man before. It's a werewolf. A large army of werewolves. Everyone was shocked. I'll go and see, Luo Tan said, and ran into the tunnel quickly. Jia Yongqiang also had to report the situation here, and he, who had the best physical strength, took on the task of scout. Calm down, pick out the prop cards that you think can be used in battle, and take them all. Pei Xiaobo was still calm, reminding everyone loudly, and began to quickly pick up some cards. Others also took action, including Li Senator. He had just learned 3 warrior professional skills, picked up a few prop cards to assist in combat, and grabbed a handful of detoxification prop cards. After quickly distributing the prop cards, leading one for Luo Tan, everyone hurried out. At 3,800 meters, they worked together with shields to carefully push the dog-headed corpses on the ground out. When they pushed to 3,300 meters, Luo Tan climbed over the wall of corpses and came back. It's a werewolf elite, level 81 or above, and wearing lightning-resistant equipment. Li Xin's 5 Thunder formation only caused 3 to 5 points of damage to the werewolf. Sure enough, the werewolf still found a way to pass through the tunnel. Li Xin smiled bitterly. Although it was unexpected, it was reasonable. There is magic in the other world, and magic equipment. They can get a lot of magic equipment when they kill monsters. As an indigenous werewolf, how could they not have magic equipment specifically for defending against lightning and ice? The previous poison shield is a kind of magic equipment targeting humans. Pei Xiaobo and the others all looked at Li Xin, with expectation in their eyes, and more worry. Although Li Xin was amazing, he was just a farmer and a cook with 2 professions. Even if he knew the array method, he was still a life profession. Now the array method was restrained. I was afraid. The 17 professionals present had repeatedly used their identification skills to identify Li Senator. He was a farmer and a cook with 2 professions. There was no third profession. In the 100 years since the Blue Star Heavenly Tao came, there had never been a 3 professional in the 100 years of awakening professions. Although they were confused, they also believed that Li Xin was a dual life profession. I just suspected that Li Xin had learned at least epic level formation skills, but I didn't doubt that Li Xin would be a formation master. Xi and Li Wei couldn't help but ask, Li Xin, your self-destruct formation skills, are they useless? Ice formation self-destruction can only freeze the enemy for about 3 seconds, with no direct killing power. 5 Thunder Formation self-destruction can only cause 20 times the damage, which is only 70 to 80 points of damage, which is useless. Wind Formation has already exploded completely. Lee Sin explained with a wry smile. The reason why he could kill the ogres continuously before was the combination of various arrays. And also because the ogres were not at a high level and had no targeted equipment. The werewolves were different now, and the arrays had limited effects. Moreover, he could sense that due to the lack of timely repairs and continuous casting of spells, the power of the 5 Thunder Array and Ice Array combinations within a kilometer of the front of the tunnel had decreased by at least 2/3. The power of the arrays from 1,000 to 2,000 meters decreased by 1/3. The power of the arrays from 2,000 to 4,000 meters decreased by less than 1/10. And they could still be used. The formation after 4,000 meters had not been activated much, so its power was slightly enhanced. However, facing the werewolves wearing magic resistance equipment, he was not confident that he could hold them off for 5 hours. If their strength had not been seriously weakened by poisoning and serious injuries, they might still have the strength to fight in this narrow tunnel. The highest level among the 18 people is now the warrior Luo Tan, who is already level 64. Behind him are 6 level 63 warriors, 4 level 61 warriors, and 3 level 60 warriors, Pei Xiaobo, Xian Liwei, and Luo Maofa. The 3 magicians with the highest level have only risen to level 60. Lee Sin also upgraded to level 19. The experience gained by professionals during their upgrades is divided into 2 categories. One category is that life professionals use the life skills that come with their career awakening. For every 100 skill proficiency points gained, they can gain 1 experience point. This is the main way for life professionals to gain experience. The second category is to gain experience by killing monsters. However, the calculation formula for gaining experience by killing monsters is a math problem that Lee Sin couldn't figure out in 3 years of high school. First, professionals fight monsters alone and kill monsters alone. They can gain 1% of the experience dropped by monsters of the same level, 1% more for each level, and the upper limit is 10 levels, and they can gain 10% of the experience of the monster. Theoretically, you can level up by killing 100 monsters of the same level. You can level up by killing 1 monster for every 10 levels higher. However, if you fight in a team, experience will be deducted by 10% first, and then distributed according to contribution. If you use item cards, another 10% will be deducted if you also use traps. Another 10% will be deducted if you also use formations, and you are not a formation master fighting alone, another 10% will be deducted. This is not the end. According to the comparison of the growth of professionals and monsters, there are also bonuses and deductions. In short, the calculation is very troublesome, and Lee Sin has never figured it out clearly. Whatever experience he can get, he will get. Anyway, he never expected to level up quickly. In this 15 days, he soared from level 4 to level 19, which seemed to be a fast leveling. But Luo Tan, who was level 41, directly soared to level 64, that was fast, sure enough. Combat professionals level up the fastest. I don't know if Lee Sin got the help of Luo Tan and his team, or if Luo Tan and his team took advantage of Lee Sin's experience. But he also knew that, even if he was given time and space to calmly set up the formation, if Luo Tan and his team didn't help him kill monsters and protect him, he would definitely die without a trace left. Tap, 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 the werewolf, wearing lightning-resistant equipment, walked in neat steps, bearing the lightning and freezing, is coming. Chapter 69. Hold on, 45 minutes. Lee Sin, is your character seriously injured, or moderately injured? Hearing the approaching footsteps, Pei Xiaobo asked Lee Sin a very realistic question. Lee Sin smiled bitterly and replied, seriously injured. And poisoned. Name, Lee Sin LV 19 2.31 million / 5.12 billion seriously injured, poisoned. Age 19. Occupation, first turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9 turn array mage 9 strength, 308. Physique, 308. Spirit, 616. Agility, 308. HP, physical strength, 290. Mana, combat power, 308. 3% talent, 10,000 times proficiency myth, slightly. Skills, fertilizing perfect LV 16, drawing array legend LV 23, exploding array perfect LV 27, carving array perfect LV 25. Lee Sin, who is seriously injured and poisoned, can only exert 3% of his combat power, and drawing array and carving array are completely unusable. In addition, there is a poisoning blood loss state that deducts 1 point of blood every 3 seconds. Not only him, Pei Xiaobo and the other 3 mages were also like him. Severely injured and poisoned, Luo Tan and other warriors were mediocre and poisoned. They were all in a state where they could not exert their strength, and they had to eat apples from time to time to avoid dying from blood loss. Don't be too miserable. The formation that he had been thinking about to break through the level 21. 3 of them appeared at once, but he was unable to draw them now. Seeing the 5.12 billion upgrade experience, Lee Sin finally understood why dual professionals, especially dual life professionals, were so disliked. This horrible upgrade experience, if you only rely on life profession skills to upgrade, I am afraid you will not be able to reach level 30 until you die. And the combat power of life professionals is indeed far lower than that of combat professionals. You are basically looking for death if you want to upgrade by fighting alone. If you team up with combat professionals, it will severely reduce the experience gained by combat professionals. Being able to reach level 19 in 15 days, Lee Sin is really very satisfied. After looking at the attributes, Lee Sin closed his eyes and sensed the remaining formations in the underground passage, so as to arrange the order of self-destruction. There are 15,005 thunder formation combinations on the top of the tunnel, all of which are card formations, and 1/3 of them have less than half the power. There are 3,000 carved ice formation combinations, which can burst out with double power after a few days of placement and energy gathering, and are expected to freeze the enemy for 6 seconds. There are only 860 painted ice formation combinations left, and their power has been halved, so it is good to be able to freeze the enemy for 1 second. There are only 300 carved explosive flame formation combinations, which have never been used, but it is estimated that it will take a lot of effort to burn a werewolf. Finally, there is the engraved gas formation combination that has exploded once. After a period of automatic recovery, more than 10 of them can explode again. I believe that as time goes by, there will be more formations that can be used, but I don't know if they will work. Suddenly, he had a vague feeling in his perception, as if something kept sliding through the formation. It felt vague, as if, be alert, the werewolves are carrying the dog-headed man's body. Although it was only a vague perception, Lee Sin was sure that his judgment was not wrong. These werewolves have learned to be smart. Pei Xiaobo was stunned and sighed helplessly. Lee Sin continues to observe. And once the werewolves get within 50 meters of us, warn them in time. Okay. Lee Sin responded in a deep voice, and closed his eyes again to sense with full concentration. Tap. Tap. Amid the increasingly chaotic footsteps of the werewolves, the warriors began to sweat on their foreheads. Brother Pei. We're here. Half an hour later, Lee Sin suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, use the auxiliary prop card. Yes. Following Pei Xiaobo's order, 14 warriors activated the prop cards they had already held in their hands. And for a moment, the colorful skill lights covered them. A woo! Roar. Hey! A roar that sounded like excitement or pain came out of several people's mouths, and their bodies began to change. They turned into human-like beasts. Beast transformation prop card. Lee Sin recognized the reason for the change of the warriors at a glance. The beast transformation prop card in the auxiliary prop card can transform people into beasts and increase their strength in a short period of time. The stronger the power, the greater the sequelae. Charge! Pei Xiaobo shouted. Charge! 7 warriors put their shields on their shoulders and began to exert force. Behind them, there were 7 more warriors holding long weapons, pushing the shields in front of them and exerting force at the same time. Boom! A dull crash sounded. A whoa-whoa. Boys! Hold on. The human bug is right in front of you. Don't take a step back. From 40 or 50 meters away, the roar of the werewolf came immediately, without fear, only excitement. Brothers, hold on. Rampage! Luo Tan roared at the same time. His originally 2-meter-tall body suddenly swelled, turning into a giant of 2 meters and 80. As he exploded, other warriors also used burst skills, holding up the shield and pushing the wall of dog-headed corpses, and began to run wildly. Crunch, crunch. With a tooth-grinding friction sound, the corpse wall was pushed out quickly. The werewolf was not careful for a moment, and was pushed back again and again. Violent wolf attack. Steady shield. Bloodthirsty power. The werewolf also reacted quickly, unleashing skills one after another, and stabilizing the formation in just 2 minutes. Explode the formation. Seeing that Luo Tan and others stopped their charge, Lee Sin calculated the distance, and exploded 105 thunder formations every 2 formations. Crackling. Ah! Ah! Amid the thunder, the screams of the werewolves were heard. Although they were all equipped with lightning resistance equipment, which could reduce most of the lightning damage, the self-detonating 5 thunder formation caused a lot of damage, still making them scream, and even shaking their bodies. Ha ha, good job. Lee Sin, brothers. Charge. Luo Tan felt that the resistance on the other side was relaxed, and immediately excitedly exerted force again, pushing out. Wolf God's protection. Boys, use wolf blood boiling. Attack with all your strength. The voice of the werewolf commander came from afar, and with it, there was also a violent and murderous momentum. And Lee Sin, formation support, quickly self-destruct the formation. Luo Tan and his group were still transforming, and their skills were still continuing, but after the werewolves used their skills, they directly pushed them back, and they retreated again and again. Elite werewolves above level 81, their own strength far exceeds that of human warriors around level 61, not to mention that they also have skills. Explode, explode, explode. Lee Sin's face was serious, and he kept using the explosion formation skill. Hey. After only 10 minutes, Luo Tan and his group's transformation gradually ended, their strength disappeared, and they entered a weak state. Healing item card. Quick! Pei Xiaobo and the other 2 were well prepared, and immediately activated the item cards in their hands. Transform. Come again! Luo Tan and other soldiers just took a breath, and transformed into beasts again to increase their strength, and withstood the wall of corpses that were constantly pressed by the werewolves. Almost all the soldiers' faces had a thick black aura. Continuous beast transformations put a huge burden on their corpses. If they transformed again, they might die directly. And only 45 minutes had passed. At the other end of the corpse wall, the werewolf commander looked at the stalemate corpse wall and smiled coldly. Where is the magic crystal cannon? I want to blast these human bugs to death. It will be there soon. Chapter 70. The tunnel is open, the magic crystal cannon is fired. Lee Sin and others are trying to maintain a stalemate, not knowing at all that the werewolves have once again deployed a powerful weapon. They don't know even more that on Blue Star, because of them, a fierce quarrel has broken out. No, absolutely not. I will never give up my soldiers. I want them alive, or dead. Han Jisheng slammed the table angrily, staring at the army commander in front of him with his eyes spitting fire. Han Jisheng, I completely understand your feelings. Those surviving soldiers are also my soldiers. I am their commander, their army commander. Deng Qiangjuan's eyes were moist. He suppressed the urge to cry, and his voice was a little trembling. He personally ordered to abandon 18 soldiers. His heart hurt more than Han Jisheng's. But the Northwest Military Region had no ability to defend another high-level underground passage. Cobalt Cave. Before the collapse, the monsters that appeared were not high-level, the highest was only more than level 40, and never exceeded level 50. It was a training ground for recruits that had been used for 100 years. But what about now? The magic barrier that even a 6-turn magician above level 101 could not quickly break. 116 level Cobalt Magician, 61 level and above Command Quality Cobalt Warrior, 81 level and above Cobalt Knight. Werewolf Tribe, infrasonic weapons, targeting the poison that humans cannot completely remove. Each of these situations is not something that a new recruit battalion can handle. At least a division-level force is needed to defend. But the Northwest Military Region no longer has more troops to garrison the number 23 defense zone. Han Jisheng, you are also a veteran. You should know the situation in the Northwest Military Region. The 23 defense zones in the military region are more difficult than the other. 3 days ago, another 6-turn soldier died in the number 1 defense zone. Lu, the division commander of the number 13 defense zone, also died this morning, and... Commander, I know. But this is not a reason for us to abandon 18 comrades. Han Jisheng interrupted the commander. But his tone dropped. Reason told him that giving up Lee Sin and his 18 men was the right choice. But emotionally, he could not let go of these 18 comrades. I know. So the military district decided to contract this Goblin Cave to Chung Group, letting them develop this underground passage, and the other world on the opposite side. As a condition, they must rescue our soldiers. Deng Qiangjuan told the actual plan for rescuing Lee Sin and his men on Blue Star this time. But they asked my soldiers to hold on for 5 hours in a critical situation. Commander, you also know that they are only in their 40s. Don't worry. I have asked the magicians of the military district to speed up the cracking speed. It is expected that the passage will be opened in less than half an hour. Besides, the strong men of Chung Group are ready. No problem. But? No buts. Han Jisheng listens to the order. Pa here. Hearing Deng Qiangjuan's serious voice, he quickly stood at attention and saluted. The 23rd Defense Zone of the Northwest Military Region, the new recruits' camp will be replaced as a whole, and start packing up weapons and equipment immediately. Yes. Han Jisheng responded in a deep voice, turned around and executed the order. But he was a little worried about the half an hour mentioned by the commander. 20 minutes later, Deng Qiangjuan came to the underground passage to check the specific progress. The underground passage has been rewired. In the bright lights, there are no green military uniforms, only blue combat uniforms, and the mercenaries of the Chung mercenary group with Chung shoulder patches on their shoulders. Half of these people are professionals, and the other half are ordinary soldiers. They move in unison, obviously well-trained veteran mercenaries. Soon Deng Qiangjuan came to the end of the passage. Chung Yiwei, how is the progress? We can break the last magic barrier at any time, but there are elite werewolves above level 81 on the opposite side, so we need to make more preparations. Really? Deng Qiangjuan looked at Chung Yiwei, who was wearing a green military uniform, with the rank of lieutenant colonel, but was thinking about Chung Group, and there was something dangerous in his eyes. The reason for giving up the number 23 defense zone this time was that the Northwest Military Region was really lacking in combat power, and the Chung Group put pressure on the military through the government, forcing them to give up. Otherwise, with the temper of the Longwa soldiers, they would rather die than retreat, and would defend every position even if it cost them lives. Major General Deng, do you have any objection to the decision of the military region and the government? Deng Qiangjuan walked to the earth wall and was about to reach out his hand, when a middle-aged man in a black suit suddenly flashed in front of him. Yang Nan? I didn't expect you to come. The Chung Group is determined to take over the Cobalt Kingdom across the way. Major General Deng, stop it. The man in the black suit suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, and punched Deng Qiangjuan with a hot flame. Deng Qiangjuan was knocked back repeatedly, but he was smiling. But while he was talking, the true energy in his hand burst out, and hit the earth wall, breaking the magic barrier that was about to collapse. Deng Qiangjuan, you dare to break our agreement? The man in the black suit looked at the earth wall, where the earthy yellow light had dissipated, and asked with a sullen face. You are deliberately delaying time. Right? The previous agreement between the military region and the Chung Group clearly requires your Chung Group to rescue my soldiers. You know there is a strong enemy on the other side. So you are deliberately delaying time. Right? Humph. This is a special case. The Northwest Military Region should wait to pay the money. The man in the black suit glared at Deng Qiangjuan and shouted at the passage, Chung Mercenary Group, prepare for battle. Puff. On the other side of the tunnel, Zhao Yongqiang, who was constantly reporting various intelligence, was suddenly stunned. The digging sound that had been like beating a drum suddenly turned into the sound of a knife entering the ground. And the dagger in his hand was really buried in the ground. The magic barrier has disappeared. Haha, Captain, the magic barrier has disappeared, you guys come back soon. Zhao Yongqiang turned his head and shouted, while digging the wall with a dagger in surprise. Because he was too excited, he forgot to change to a bigger weapon. Boom boom, the only answer to him was not Pei Xiaobao's voice, but the booming sound of cannons. At the same time as the magic barrier was broken, the werewolf's magic crystal cannon also fired. 300 meters deep in the tunnel, Li Sin and his group covered their ears, blood oozing from the back of their hands. Several people opened their mouths and shouted loudly, but they couldn't hear each other's voices. Li Sin pulled this, pushed that, and gestured to the depths of the tunnel, signaling everyone to retreat. Without hesitation, everyone turned around and fled. Yes, they really wanted to escape. Although the wall of corpses had not been completely blown up, and although there were still shields blocking them, they were not fools because of the huge momentum. They would not stay there and be targets. Luo Tan and other warriors simply carried Li Sin and other 4 magic professions on their backs and ran away. Boom! Another explosion came from behind, and hot flames and the poisonous blood of the dog-headed man blew towards them. As everyone was blown forward quickly, a dark green font of -100 appeared above their heads. Poisoned again. Luo Tan and others continued to run wildly, and Li Sin and his 4 companions took out the healing and detoxification items to detoxify them. At this time, only by running fast, there was a glimmer of hope. Boom! In just 10 seconds, another magic shell exploded. The explosion was less than 100 meters behind Lee Sin, and the shock wave of the explosion directly knocked the 17 of them out. Puff Lee Sin sprayed a mouthful of blood directly on Luo Tan's head. Chapter 71. The magic crystal cannon exploded. At the last moment, explode! Explode all of them! Lee Sin gritted his teeth and shouted softly, communicating with his mind all the formations that can explode. Whether it is useful or not, explode them all first. Go to the bullshit plan, go to the bullshit effect. It's a while if you can hold it off, and one more second if you can hold it off. All plans are bullshit in front of the powerful magic crystal cannon. Before Lee Sin and Pei Xiaobo discussed that they could delay the werewolf's pace by gradually exploding the formation, and by time to dig a tunnel to Blue Star. Before the magic crystal cannon bombarded, Pei Xiaobo comforted Lee Sin, saying that there was a chance to delay for 5 hours. Now Lee Sin regretted piling the corpse wall so far away. A woo! A woo! Waves of wolf howls rang out in the tunnel. Lee Sin suddenly exploded, directly exploding all the 5 thunder formations. The entire tunnel was instantly covered by blue lightning. All the werewolves in the tunnel were attacked and screamed. It was a pity that Lee Sin and his men could not hear the huge wolf howls. Otherwise they might be very happy. In the middle of the tunnel, at 2,500 meters, a 9-meter long, 5-meter thick, chimney-like long object was emitting a brilliant blue light. A group of werewolves, who had just recovered from paralysis, were running back and forth desperately. Run, run back. Run forward. The magic crystal cannon is about to explode. Run. Boom, boom. The blue light was extremely bright, and suddenly exploded. The dazzling blue light burst out instantly. An endless light and heat shot towards both ends of the tunnel like the sun. No! Amid the werewolves' unwilling screams, the blue light turned all the werewolves within 450 meters into ashes. The huge shock wave, with terrifying heat, mixed with ashes, continued to rush out more than 300 meters to both sides. The 45-meter-long tunnel at the center of the explosion, under the huge explosion power, actually widened by 1 meter. Length, width and height are 7 meters. This is the power of the magic crystal cannon. This is why the werewolves did not dare to use the magic crystal cannon in the tunnel at first. The powerful magic crystal cannon uses magic crystals as energy in shells. After being attacked by fierce magic, it may explode. The werewolf thought that Lee Sin's formation had consumed most of its power, and it could no longer threaten the magic crystal cannon. It was struck by lightning for more than 2,500 meters. But it was no problem. They were all sure of victory. However, Lee Sin's formation exploded in a hurry, and the magic attack generated exceeded the load of the magic crystal cannon itself. And it was directly detonated. Speed up. The magic crystal cannon is a direct fire weapon, and we can use the magic crystal cannon to open the collapsed earth wall. While running, Pei Xiaobo's weak voice sounded, and there was a hint of excitement in his tone. After he finished shouting, he realized that no one could hear him, and hurriedly took out the acceleration prop card in the space ring to bless the warrior carrying him. His action successfully attracted the attention of other warriors, and everyone suddenly realized and began to use the acceleration prop cards to speed up their escape. Lee Sin was also shocked, and he reached out from his waist pocket to take out 3 acceleration prop cards, and tore them directly at Luo Tan under him. He had specially learned 3 warrior skills before, and also picked up a lot of auxiliary prop cards, preparing to use them himself, and now he just used them on Luo Tan. After the acceleration, there are prop cards for defense. All the items on the body are activated. In just 10 seconds, the group of people are like colorful neon lights, although funny but safe. Boom! The fierce explosion behind them shocked the people who had just recovered a little hearing. Their ears were buzzing, and they all consciously quickened their pace. Naturally, they did not notice that the explosion behind them was in the wrong position. Then, with the help of the blast wave, they speeded up again. Paw, paw, paw. It took Luo Tan and others less than a minute to run the distance of more than 2 kilometers. As soon as they entered the small square at the bottom of the tunnel, Pei Xiaobo gestured to everyone to disperse, so that the werewolf's magic crystal cannon could blow up the collapsed earth wall. Captain! Captain! The magic barrier of the earth wall has been broken. Come and dig! Zhao Yongqiang saw everyone rushing in, digging the collapsed earth wall with a big knife, calling out to Pei Xiaobo and others loudly, his face full of excitement. Unfortunately, no one heard him. When he found that no one responded to him, He turned around and found that Li Xin and others were bleeding from their ears, mouths and noses, and looked like they were deaf and deaf. He quickly pulled Pei Xiaobo over and dug twice on the earth wall to let Pei Xiaobo know that the magic barrier on the earth wall had disappeared. Quick! Dig! Pei Xiaobo shouted, pulling other soldiers over, and started digging. Crack! Crack! In just half a minute, a fist-sized hole was dug in the soft earth wall, and the light from the electric lamp on the opposite side could shine in. Quickly find high-level magic. The werewolf used the magic crystal cannon. As soon as the tunnel was opened, Pei Xiaobo immediately told the other side about the magic crystal cannon. Hold on. A strange voice came from the other side. Pei Xiaobo, whose hearing had not yet recovered, only vaguely knew that the other side agreed. He immediately pulled the soldiers back to both sides of the small square again, leaving the attack range on the straight line of the tunnel to prevent being bombed. At the same time, there were tens of thousands of werewolves above level 81 running in the tunnel. When the werewolves found that the original freezing and lightning magic in the tunnel had completely disappeared, they immediately understood that the human race had already used their last resort, and they were no longer cautious, and rushed in with all their strength. In the tunnel, there were no magic crystal cannons firing for 2 consecutive minutes. Pei Xiaobo and others also realized that the werewolves stopped using magic crystal cannons, and hurriedly entered the tunnel for defense. Sure enough, after a while, the werewolves were seen. When the tall werewolves were running, their heads almost touched the top of the cave. At a glance, apart from the level, there were a series of question marks, and it was known that they were extraordinary. Steel body, life-threatening guard, black tortoise shield. Just when everyone's face changed drastically, a warrior first activated his professional skills, then activated the prop card, and finally took out a huge shield, blocking half of the tunnel. Li Xiaoquan, what are you doing? Get back. Pei Xiaobo's face changed drastically, he yelled, but Li Xiaoquan seemed not to hear him, smiled, and shook his head and said, We are no match for the werewolves, you go. I will use my body to block for everyone. I will trouble you all for my wife and children. Li Xiaoquan, with a bloody face, showed a bright smile, slowly stood up, and leaned on the giant shield. Hurry up. He smiled and urged his comrades again, and a burst of earthy yellow light flashed on his body, and his body transformed into a beast again. This time he transformed into a turtle. His limbs disappeared quickly, and his head was getting smaller, gradually transforming into a turtle. Boom! Snap! The leading werewolf used a skill, and the giant shield cracked directly. But the transformed Li Xiaoquan was still alive under the protection of the earthy yellow light. His body was still expanding, and gradually blocked the tunnel. Captain Pei. Li Xin, you go back. You are more important than me. Li Xin, help me take care of my wife and children. Luo Tan took off the ring in his hand, and pressed it on Li Xin's palm without caring whether Li Xin could hear it or not, and then resolutely walked behind Li Xiaoquan and began to activate skills and prop cards. A brown bear appeared in front of everyone. It hugged the turtle tightly with its limbs, and used its body to further block the tunnel. Captain Pei Pa, another soldier, stood up, but was slapped in the face by Li Xin, telling him to shut up. Chapter 72 Survival, Evacuation. Go dig the tunnel. Let's go back to Blue Star first. We have our comrades behind us. They will protect us. Li Xin shouted as loud as he could, pushing the soldiers back to dig the earth wall. His face was already full of tears. Luo Tan was the one with the best relationship with him among this group of soldiers, and the highest rank. If he wanted to escape, he would definitely have the best hope of returning to Blue Star alive. But he still sacrificed himself, fighting for the last ray of life for them. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Li Xin cursed Luo Tan with tears in his eyes, while he used the prop card that increased his strength, and then quickly dug the earth wall. Behind him, Pei Xiaobo glanced at Li Xin, who was out of control, and then at the 3 warriors whose bodies had been severely transformed into beasts. He shook his head at them, and then nodded. Except for the 3 who were still preparing at the cave entrance. The others gritted their teeth and turned around to start digging the earth wall. Moo! A turtle's moan, roar. Another bear's roar. Li Xin, who had dug a whole half the width of a person's body in the tunnel, had just stopped and was about to turn around when he was kicked in the butt and his whole body was inserted into the hole. Pei Xiaobo, what are you doing? You bastard! Li Xin's roar was met with 2 more kicks on his feet, and his whole body was violently squeezed through the small cave. He also heard Pei Xiaobo yell something, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Then the hole was filled with Luo Malfa, so he had to get out of the way and not block the way. The next one was Xianliwei, and then the other soldiers. Li Sin grabbed the shovel from a blue-clothed staff member and dug quickly, trying to expand the hole. Luo Maofa, Xianliwei, and the soldiers who came later all joined in the digging. Just as they were digging the earth wall like crazy, Yang Nan in the black suit came to his senses and yelled with a changed face, "Take them away and isolate them. They are poisonous." However, a blue-clothed staff member touched Li Sin in his body and was also poisoned, although it was only 10 points of blood loss per second. It also made Yang Nan realize that Li Sin and others were poisonous people. Either eliminate them or isolate them. Major General Deng Qiangjuan of the Northwest Military Region was right beside him. He didn't dare to say eliminate, so he had to isolate them. Dig the tunnel. Let Pei Xiaobo on the opposite side come over, and I will take them away. Deng Qiangjuan looked at Li Sin and others who were digging frantically, understood their ideas, and immediately urged the Chung family mercenary group around him to work. Fossils into mud. Chungiwei also reacted quickly and cast a magic directly, separating the earth wall like mud and water, and letting several soldiers on the opposite side come over. Pei Xiaobo came last, holding Li Sin's pet red bird in his arms. Li Sin was stunned at first, then glared at the lieutenant colonel who cast the magic. "You can open the tunnel quickly. Why do you hold it down and drag it? If you had opened the tunnel earlier, Luo Tan and the others would not have died. Water magician, clean them up, and the others are ready to meet the enemy." Yang Nan saw that no one came back, and issued a new order. And at the same time, he did not forget to have people point their guns at Li Sin and the others to prevent them from getting close. He was afraid of these poisonous people, afraid of being infected. "Ah!" the wolf howled, and the last soldier blocking the tunnel was smashed to pieces. "Fire!" Yang Nan's face changed again, and he immediately asked the Chung mercenary group to open fire. Da-da-da. Hundreds of heavy machine guns formed a dense barrage, and the werewolf, who had just shown his head, was beaten back step by step. Swish, swish. The professional archer's bow was like a full moon, and the arrow was like a meteor, with a stronger killing power than a bullet, piercing the werewolf's body and causing real damage. Combination. Exploding fireball. Hundreds of magicians cast spells together, and basketball-sized fireballs collided and merged together, and were pushed deep into the tunnel. Boom. Combination. Ice dragon roar. Hundreds of magicians, arm-thick magic ice snakes entangled and turned into a 3-meter thick, 10-meter long crystal ice dragon, chasing the exploding fireball into the tunnel. "Awoo! Awoo!" The screams of the werewolves in the tunnel gradually receded, looking at this mercenary group that had a clear plan for advancing and retreating and suppressing the werewolves. Li Sin's eyes turned red again. These bastards are obviously capable of rescue, but they are still delaying time. Are they satisfied with us dying? Let's go back for treatment first. Pei Xiaobo pulled Li Sin and tilted his head to the side. He had seen something, and had a bad guess. But now was not the time to say that. Li Sin suppressed his anger, and walked with Pei Xiaobo to a water magician, who asked him to wash them from head to toe with water magic, and then disinfected and treated them with water purification magic, before changing into new clothes and walking aside. Their old clothes, and the things on them, were wanted by the staff in blue clothes, but they were held tightly by Li Sin and others. In the end, they could only find a sealed bag for them. Put these things in it, and let them leave. After changing clothes, Pei Xiaobo came over and conveyed new orders. "Li Sin, we may need to be isolated for treatment for a period of time. Let's hand these things over to the military district first." "No problem." After the treatment just now, they recovered their hearing, but the poison that deducted 1 point of blood every 3 seconds was still there. On the way out of the goblin cave, Li Sin suddenly stopped and asked Pei Xiaobo with a sad face again, "Kong Shuang and Lu Liang are also?" Yeah, Pei Xiaobo nodded directly, his face full of guilt and sadness. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down Li Sin's cheeks again. He owed several lives this time. If they hadn't sacrificed their lives to block the tunnel, he would have died today. 37 people were trapped at the beginning, and now only 14 people can walk out of the goblin cave. He couldn't stop the sadness in his heart, and his tears and snot were flowing. The only thing Li Sin could do was not to cry out loud. Pei Xiaobo and others, who were traveling with him, behaved much better. Although they also shed tears silently, their emotions were relatively calm. Before they came to the Northwest Military Region, They had experienced separation and death to some extent, so they were relatively open-minded. At least, they were still alive. This was the greatest luck. When they came to their senses from the sadness, Li Sen and his 14 companions had already boarded a military green bus. There were many vehicles outside the window, and Li Sen also saw the familiar Dragon C500 kitchen truck. As soon as he saw this, Li Sen guessed the result, but still asked Pei Xiaobo in a low voice, "Brother Pei, are we going to retreat? Are we going to give up Goblin Cave?" Well, the Northwest Military Region's defense is insufficient, and this underground passage has been contracted to Chung Group. Pei Xiaobo looked at the convoy outside and sighed in a low voice. Li Sen nodded. Unexpected, not unexpected. This is a routine operation of Longhua, called military and civilians jointly build a flesh-and-blood Great Wall. Once an accident occurs in a certain defense zone of the military, the defense zone will be contracted to a civilian consortium and asked to help defend it. The consortium defends the underground passage, develops the other world, the government collects taxes, and the military reduces the defense pressure. If the consortium abandons the defense without the consent of the military after contracting, all its property will be confiscated, and the main members will be executed. This is a win-win-win move. It is also an important policy that Longhua has persisted for 100 years, and has been able to stand firm. Chapter 73. Back to the recruit company, class. Li Sen, welcome back. Pa, hello. Captain. Good, good, it's good to come back alive. Chung Jimin held Li Sen's hand, and shook it vigorously, with a lot of emotion in his heart. Li Sen was a recruit, who had just joined the army, and had just completed the initial recruit training, and had not had time to start the professional combat training, but was trapped in another world, and participated in the battle against the 116-level monster, and came back alive. This was something Chung Jimin found incredible no matter how he looked at it. But it happened right in front of him. Captain, I want to ask for leave to send some relics back to my former comrades. On the first day back to the team. In the first minute. Li Sen asked for leave, which made Chung Jimin pat his shoulder. I know you mean well, but you don't have to go. Captain Pei went to return the relics in person as soon as he was detoxified, and handled the relevant work of pension for them. I know. Li Sen scratched his head embarrassedly. The military district would not have thought of what he thought of. And Pei Xiaobo was the direct leader of Luo Tan and others, and many people died this time. There were 241 soldiers in the two companies. A total of 228 people died, and 13 people were injured. It can be said that the whole army was wiped out. Naturally, there were special people to comfort and deal with the compensation. The 13 injured were Pei Xiaobo and his 13 men. Li Sen belonged to the recruit company, and was not in the sequence of the two companies. It took the 14 of them half a month to remove the toxin called wolf dove in their bodies. Not only was the toxin completely removed, but the serious injuries caused by the infrasonic weapon were also cured, but the strength of the 14 people decreased a lot. Pei Xiaobo and 13 others left the Border Defense Army and returned to the city to join the City Defense Army to continue serving. Li Sen originally had the opportunity to join the City Defense Army, but he refused. He planned to continue serving in the Northwest Military Region. He had a wish in his heart, hoping to wipe out the werewolves opposite the Goblin Cave before retiring, and avenge Luo Tan, Yi Hai and others. He naturally did not tell anyone about this wish, but only said that he wanted to serve the country. Let's go! Since you left, our company's food has plummeted. Everyone misses your medicinal food. Okay, I'll cook today and let everyone eat well. Haha. I knew you couldn't stay idle. The medicinal food ingredients are ready, waiting for you to start. Chung Jimin smiled and took Li Sen's hand, and walked towards the kitchen of the new military camp. After meeting Tian Xian and several of his comrades in the kitchen, there was inevitably another round of lively greetings before they began cooking. Everyone was grateful for Li Sen's return alive, and repeatedly reminded him not to take risks again. Li Sen smiled and nodded in agreement, but he still longed to improve his strength. I hope the monsters in the number 22 defense zone are not too difficult. I still want to upgrade. After dinner, lying on the bed, looking at his new attributes, Li Sen sighed. Name, Li Sen LV 19,187,000/5.12 billion. Age, 19. Occupation, first turn farmer 0.1, first turn chef 0.2, 9 turn array master 9. Strength, 180. Physique, 180. Spirit, 360. Agility, 180. HP, physical strength, 290. Mana, combat power, 180. Talent, 10,000 times proficiency myth. Every time a professional completes a skill, he can gain 10,000 times proficiency. Skills, digging epic LV5, fertilizing perfect LV16, big pot rice normal LV8, medicinal diet legend LV11, drawing array legend LV23, exploding array perfect LV28, carving array perfect LV25, fireball normal LV5, arrangement excellent LV2, spirit eye identification epic LV1, earth dog howling moon meditation perfect LV1, wild charge perfect LV3, steel shield strike perfect LV5, sweeping the enemy perfect LV3. In order to treat his serious injuries and poisoning, the military district found many medical professionals and ordinary doctors, used many methods, and finally he was cured. But his basic attributes dropped from 308 points to 180 points, a full 40% loss of attribute points. The combat power dropped by 4 levels at the same time. Lee Sin had always suspected that he and Pei Xiaobo and others were taken by the military district for experiments to fight against the wolf poison potion. It was the best that his strength dropped by 40%. Pei Xiaobo, Luo Maofa, Xi and Li Wei, the 3 magicians, had their strength directly reduced by 70%. The combat power of other warriors also dropped by 60%, and one comrade in arms left with permanent beast characteristics, and had a tendency to change into a western werewolf. In short, the few people were able to detoxify and heal, but they still paid a huge price. Based on the price paid by Lee Sin and others, and their previous achievements, they were able to have the opportunity to return to the City Defense Army to serve in retirement. As we all know, the City Defense Army rarely encounters danger, and the death rate of soldiers is less than 1%. It has always been the place where the border guards are arranged after retirement. New recruits must come from wealthy families with connections, and only the younger generation of professional families have the opportunity to enter. In contrast, the Border Defense Army with a 30% death rate is a place that no one wants to come to, but ordinary people must come to. 1, 2, 1, 2. After a night of random thoughts, Lee Sin got up as soon as the bugle sounded the next morning, and quickly dressed and started a new day of training. He also cooked several kinds of medicinal food before going out for training. After morning exercises, Lee Sin and other recruits came to the multimedia classroom of Defense Zone number 22. Comrades, 70% of you are ordinary people who have failed in career awakening. Even if you are a professional, you are a dual professional or life professional with low career potential. Today is the most anticipated moment for many people to join the army. Everyone in the multimedia classroom looked serious, including Lee Sin, who was looking at the old man in the lieutenant colonel uniform on the podium with burning eyes. After the arrival of the heavenly Tao, everyone has one and only one chance to awaken a professional. If they succeed, they will soar to the sky. And if they fail, they still have a chance. Ordinary people still have the opportunity to strengthen themselves. That is, practice. The recruits all nodded quickly, their eyes full of expectation. Out there, a superior cultivation technique may make you sell yourself to those powerful forces for the rest of your life. But in the army, every soldier who volunteers can learn a superior cultivation technique. Now, choose your favorite technique on the computer in front of you. Each person has only one chance to choose, and you cannot change it if you make a mistake. So remember to think carefully. Yes. All the recruits, including Lee Sin, answered loudly, and immediately entered their personal information on their computers to choose a cultivation technique. In order to resist the invasion of the alien world, Dragon Country is the first country among the 5 major countries of Blue Star to implement universal cultivation. However, ordinary people can only access free ordinary level skills, which can only give a person 10 points of combat power at most, which is roughly 10 times the physical strength of ordinary people. Although the better advanced level skills can give people 20 points of combat power, there is a risk of going astray. The government does not make it public for free, and it requires certain conditions. The highest level of excellent skills can give people 40 points of combat power, but the cost of obtaining it is relatively high. Either sign a mercenary agreement for decades to join the Chable, or join the army and serve for at least 6 years. 70% of motivated people will choose to join the army, which is also a measure for the government and the military to improve the efficiency of conscription. Chapter 74. The Eternal Spring Skill that can increase lifespan. Formation Learning. Lee Sin is not very interested in practicing skills. He is a professional who can improve his combat effectiveness as long as he upgrades. He is a 9-turn formation master. Even if he has not yet reached the second turn, each upgrade can increase his combat effectiveness by 18 points. This is already the highest achievement of many ordinary people who practice excellent skills for a lifetime. There is really no need to practice. But he is a dual-life professional with a growth rate of 0.1. If he does not practice, he still has strong strength, which will easily arouse suspicion. If there hadn't been this rescue delay, Lee Sin would have been ready to expose his secret as a 9-turn formation master. But this incident made him more alert to the entire Blue Star. And while he was being treated in the isolation hospital, someone from the Chung group walked in blatantly. It was said that this was a military hospital with strict confidentiality, and threatened to explore his secrets. The reason was naturally the 3 blood-recovering apple trees. The 3 apple trees naturally belonged to the military district, and were transplanted after the Channel battle was stabilized. However, the effect of blood recovery apple attracted the greed of Chung group, who wanted Lee Sin's planting formula. In this regard, Lee Sin did not say a word to find the hospital director and a lieutenant colonel division commander, and wrote the formula of blood flesh flower fertilizer to the military, and then asked the military to help him trade. And everyone split the profit 50-50. It was also this incident that made him give up the idea of returning to the city defense army to enjoy himself, and decided to continue fighting and upgrading in the border defense army. The learning of the skills in front of him is the most important course for new recruits. When Lee Sin was thinking about things, the screen in front of him finally completed the verification, and 18 skills options popped up. Among them, there are 10 martial arts techniques, which are the most common and the easiest way to practice. The next is 5 magic techniques. Magic practice requires more mental strength, but it is powerful. Those with strong mental strength can choose it. Then, there are 2 immortal cultivation techniques. Immortal cultivation sounds very noble, but these techniques come from the demon race. After practicing, there is a high probability that humans will go astray or even die. Only confident people will choose it. Finally, there is 1 fighting spirit cultivation method. Fighting spirit is fast to practice. As long as you can endure being beaten, you can cultivate 40 points of combat power in 3 to 5 years. But fighting gas cultivation is very damaging to the origin of the body. Those who practice fighting, I have not lived 60 years old in history, unless there is any purpose. Those who want to improve their strength quickly, otherwise no one will learn. Lee Sin looked at it. I chose Chongqun Gong and Xiaoxian Gong Law, a kind of Zhongjing Pingi. Not many lethality focus on longevity. He just improves his strength to upgrade. Cultivation is just a cover. Choose this method. It is also in line with the role of his farmer plus chef. After making the choice, a silver metal curtain wall immediately rose around his seat, separating him from the outside world. Now, the teaching of Chongqun Gong begins. Soldiers, please listen carefully. Before you are discharged from the army, you only have 9 free learning opportunities. As the mechanical prompt sounded, the silver curtain walls around began to play the practice teaching of Chongqun Gong. An old man, with a celestial appearance, demonstrated and explained. And there was also a light figure on the side that synchronously displayed the trajectory of the exercise. It looked like a virtual projection, but it was not completely a virtual projection. This teaching method is much better than the outside world's method of giving you a secret book to figure out and comprehend. After just 1 teaching, Lee Sin had learned the Eternal Spring skill completely. Apply for another study. He used the second free study opportunity without hesitation. It went very smoothly. His comprehension was not bad. He was also a 9-turn professional with a combat power of 180 points. He learned the Eternal Spring skill after 2 studies. It appeared on the personal attribute panel. A new skill of level 1. Eternal Spring skill LD1. Increase lifespan by 1 year. The effect is very simple and crude, and Lee Sin's eyes lit up when he saw it. I didn't expect that the skill effect of Eternal Spring skill would directly increase lifespan by 1 year. What about the effect of LD2? Will it increase lifespan by 2 years? Will the effect of LD3 be 4 years of lifespan? It's exciting just to think about it. Young man, hold your saliva. It's just as you think, but the practice of the Eternal Spring skill is very difficult to improve. Ahem, ahem. Hearing the words around him, Lee Sin subconsciously held his saliva, and then he was really choked by his saliva. Pa, hello. Sir. When he saw the person next to him clearly, he immediately stood at attention and saluted. This was the lieutenant colonel in charge of teaching the exercises. Lee Sin. Right? I know you. You grow good blood-recovering apples. You should develop well as a farmer in the future. You have great potential. Yes. You should leave. I'm going to finish the get out of class. Haha, okay. Lee Sin smiled embarrassedly, saluted again and left. He was the only one left in the entire multimedia classroom. This lieutenant colonel stayed behind to wait for him. It was already evening when he left the classroom. He trotted back to the kitchen and started to prepare dinner for the day. In the next few months, Lee Sin's training tasks continued to increase. In addition to basic physical training, he also had firearms training, cold weapon combat training, and professional skills training. In 24 hours a day, 12 hours were spent in various trainings. In the remaining 12 hours, he had 4 hours to cook meals and boil medicinal food. Every day is very busy, but very fulfilling. Genius, Lee Sin. You are really a genius in formation. Haha, Lieutenant Colonel Liu is too kind. No, 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 I am not complimenting you. You, a dual-life professional, can comprehend the formation so quickly and well. This talent is something that many formation masters cannot catch up with. Lieutenant Colonel Liu Paitsu patted Lee Sin's shoulder with admiration, and Lee Sin just smiled modestly. After the Battle of Goblin Cave, he directly put the fact that he knew formation on the table. As for the professional skill training, he specialized in training formation skills. His profession has been identified many times by the identification technique. It has always been a dual-life profession. There has never been a third-array master profession identified. That is why Lieutenant Colonel Liu Paitsu was full of praise. However, some people were not used to Lee Sin being praised. Captain Liu, no matter how talented Lee Sin is, he is a dual-life professional. He will not have much of a future. If you have the time to teach him, you might as well guide us more. An officer with the shoulder straps of a second lieutenant suddenly retorted with dissatisfaction. Really? This month, I will teach you the wind calling formation. You are a class of 31 people. Go to the playground and set up the formation. As long as any one of you sets up a formation better than Lee Sin, I will not teach Lee Sin individually for a period of time. Until one day Lee Sin is stronger than you in the same formation. Okay. Let's compete. I will participate in the competition. I am one of them. And me. The 22nd Defense Zone of the Northwest Military Region has a brigade of troops. The defense pressure is not small. It is equipped with 30 formation masters, and a 4-turn 85-level formation master. The appearance of Lee Sin, like a catfish, disturbed the peace of the subordinates under Lieutenant Colonel Liu Paitsu. What Liu Paitsu liked most was that Lee Sin repeatedly attacked these subordinates, who thought they were noble, making them catch up. Lee Sin was also well aware of this. Although he was used, he could get the guidance of a 4th-level formation master, which not only allowed him to avoid many detours, but also allowed him to learn a lot of formations, which was much faster than waiting for his skill level to be improved to obtain the formation drawings. The two sides decided to compete, and under the leadership of Liu Paitsu, they walked towards the playground. Chapter 75 Crushing Comrades, frightened by Liu Paitsu. On the playground, Lee Sin carried a basket on his back, took out items one by one from it, and arranged the wind-calling formation according to fixed rules. After the military merit statistics of the Knoll Cave are completed, I will definitely change my space ring first. As he arranged the formation, Lee Sin muttered to himself. Looking up at the other 30 comrades, each of them took out materials from their space rings and arranged the formation quickly. It was so convenient. Even if they added personal materials to the formation, you couldn't find it if you didn't pay attention. I'm done. I'm done too. Just then 2 comrades raised their hands to signal, and at the same time, there was a whistling sound. Lee Sin was not surprised at all. He even stopped what he was doing, stretched out his hand and waved, feeling the wind in the air. Then he sneered, lowered his head, and continued to set up the formation. Even if the other 30 people all completed the formation one after another, he continued to complete his formation carefully and meticulously without hurrying. Lee Sin, can you do it? If not, just admit defeat. It's not shameful. That's right. You are a life professional. How can your rubbing skills compare with our formation master's professional skills? He just wants to struggle. We will give him a chance to jump, so that we can have something to talk about after dinner. Ha ha, that's right. Lee Sin. 30 people walked up to Lee Sin and laughed and mocked him, but Lieutenant Colonel Liu Paitsu just smiled mysteriously. Lee Sin's talent for formations was discovered by him during his individual instruction. He did not show it normally, which was why these 30 subordinates looked down on him. Lee Sin just laughed at them, and continued to set up the formation seriously, while using the rubbing skill formation to continuously output mana to improve the formations. They did not use the formation drawing and formation carving skills, because they did not want to be exposed, and because it was unnecessary. Another 10 minutes passed, and he used up all the materials in the basket, and finally completed the formation after the last input of mana. Wind Calling Formation LV-19 condenses wind elements within a radius of 1.9 kilometers, forming a huge gale, wind speed 19 meters/second. Spirit Eye Reminder: the mana input is uneven when the formation is arranged, high in the front and low in the back. Unlike Wind Array, which forms a gale in a specified direction in a short distance and small range, the wind calling range of Wind Calling Formation is huge, directly 1.9 kilometers in diameter. As for the Spirit Eye Reminder, it is the effect of his epic skill Spirit Eye Identification Technique. Every time he uses Spirit Eye Identification Technique, he can not only identify more information about the target, but also receive a weakness reminder. With this reminder, he can not only find the enemy's weaknesses during the battle, but also correct his mistakes during the normal skill practice. It is a very practical skill. In the past 2 months, Lee Sin's formation level has been continuously improved, and Spirit Eye Identification Technique has played an important role. His 19th level formation. How is it possible? You started learning Wind Calling Formation at the same time as us. How could you arrange the formation to level 19 all at once? Lee Sin, tell me the truth. Did you learn Wind Calling Formation a long time ago? Feeling the strong wind around them, the faces of the 30 comrades changed, and when they identified the Wind Calling Formation arranged by Lee Sin, they all exclaimed in disbelief, and even suspected that Lee Sin had cheated. Lee Sin laughed again, and then walked towards the formation set up by these formation masters, and assessed them along the way. The formations they set up were generally level 3 or 4, and the best was only level 6, which was completely incomparable to Lee Sin's. The strong wind caused by Lee Sin's formation was the sum of the strong winds caused by their 30 upright formation masters, and was a little stronger. You can't afford to lose. Lieutenant Colonel Lu Peizu laughed undisguisedly, staring at the 30 formation masters with a bit of dissatisfaction. Sir, we didn't. We were just shocked. When they saw Lu Peizu's bad face, they immediately realized that they had said the wrong thing. Lee Sin only had 3 to 4 hours a day to learn the formation, and they spent at least 8 hours a day learning the formation, so they naturally knew when Lee Sin learned the Wind Calling Formation. Suspecting Lee Sin of cheating, isn't it just that they can't afford to lose? What else do you have to say now? We have nothing to say, we admit defeat. A group of formation masters, who were at least 10 years older than Lee Sin, bowed their heads in shame and admitted defeat, but they were still a little embarrassed to apologize to Lee Sin. Lee Sin just waved his hand, accepting their surrender, and didn't care about the apology. Maybe one day he would fight side by side with these comrades, so there was no need to be aggressive. Lu Peizu nodded to Lee Sin with satisfaction, and then shouted to the 30 comrades, "Come here. I will use Lee Sin's formation to conduct on-site teaching." Yes, several people quickly gathered around to listen to the class, and Lee Sin walked back and listened carefully. The placement of all the materials in Lee Sin's formation is almost perfect, but it is also too perfect and unnatural. When you set up the formation, you can do this, and this. The level 85 4th turn formation master was really amazing. When he was explaining, he actually made fine adjustments to the Wind Calling Formation without destroying the operation of the formation. Lee Sin was a little scared, worried that the formation would explode and wipe them out. However, Lu Peizu was really amazing. After some fine adjustments, the Wind Calling Formation was directly adjusted to level 30. The huge gust of wind made the soldiers training outside the playground a little unstable. Do you understand? The answer was a uniform shake of the head, including Lee Sin, who could only shake his head. Even if he used the Spirit Eye Identification Technique from time to time to check the changes in the formation, he only understood half of it. You can think of the formation as a person. Different materials are combined to form the body of the formation. The formation pattern is the meridians and blood vessels. The formation spirit, the formation soul controls the formation to operate according to certain rules, like a living thing. After listening to Lu Peizu's long theory, Lee Sin seemed to have some enlightenment, but it seemed that he didn't understand anything, but he felt that he had some new understanding of the formation. I see you are all confused. Today's class ends here. Go back and digest it well. After saying that, Lu Peizu waved his hand lightly, and the formation that Lee Sin had arranged and modified by him stopped working instantly. and the strong wind disappeared quickly. What skill is this? Lee Sin was shocked, and pointed at the formation that had stopped working with his mouth open. He had never heard of such a method, which could close other people's formations. Even if Lee Sin wanted to close his own formation now, he had to manually cut off the formation lines and disconnect the energy supply of the formation before closing the formation. Lu Peek's method could be called a god's method, and it was simply the nightmare of all formation masters. Ahem. This is a skill I learned in the 4th transformation. It works well, but it consumes a little mana. Lu Peke stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and coughed lightly at the corner of his mouth, and smiled and answered Lee Sin. But he would not say what skill it was. Probably his trump card. The other 30 soldiers beside him looked at Lee Sin, who looked like he had seen a ghost, and all smiled strangely. Apparently, this lieutenant colonel had used the same method to scare them before. Lee Sin did not ask any more questions, but he was so envious that his eyes almost turned red. He also wanted to have such a skill. By the way, when you reach level 21, you can perform the 2nd transformation of the Formation Master. I wonder what skills you can awaken. Chapter 76 Lu Peek's Guidance, Military Merit Settlement. Lee Sin requested to enter the underground passage of the number 22 defense zone several times, but was rejected by the company commander Chung Jinmin. He even found the battalion commander Han Jisheng, but he was also not allowed to enter the underground passage. The reason was simple: he was not a combat professional. Entering the underground passage was too dangerous. They all wanted to protect Lee Sin sincerely, but they didn't know that Lee Sin's combat power was far beyond the average 19th level warrior and magician. And Lee Sin was not worried that his profession as a formation master would be exposed. When he was treated in the military hospital before, he was examined and identified hundreds of times. The results showed his farmer and cook occupational skills, as well as his learned rubbing skills. But his array master occupation and skills could not be seen. This saved him a lot of explanations, but it also restricted his freedom to fight. The entire military district was training him for a logistics profession. For example, a week after learning wind calling array, he learned rain calling array. The combination of the two arrays was wind calling and rain calling. The combat power and array damage were very low, but it was an excellent array for regulating weather and climate. Very suitable for farming. This reminded Lee Sin of the first sentence that Lieutenant Colonel Lu Peiziu said to him, which was to develop his career as a farmer. Although Lee Sin could audit and learn combat and war formations later, when Lieutenant Colonel Lu Peiziu gave him private lessons after class, he only taught him formations to assist production. For example, the combination of the 3 formations gathering spirits, living water, and opening chi is the formation for building spiritual fields. The 3 formations gathering magic, gathering water, and gathering earth are used to build magic fields. There are also various formations to trap and kill insects, formations to adjust the weather and environment. In a word, as long as it is a formation that is beneficial to farming, even if Lu Peiziu himself does not know it, he will find a tutorial to teach Lee Senator. This made Lee Sin very depressed. Chung Jinmin, the company commander, was also depressed. He went to Lu Peiziu several times to ask him to teach Lee Sin some formations suitable for chefs, but he was rejected. But before they could finish being depressed, something happened that made them a little angry. In a meeting room at the 22nd Defense Zone Brigade headquarters, Lee Sin met Commander Deng Xiongjuan again. Lee Sin, your military merits have been calculated. Really? Great. How many military merits can you give me? When he heard that the military merits had been calculated, Lee Sin was excited. According to Pei Xiaobo's previous estimate, he could get at least several million military merits. Even if he took a small share, he would definitely get hundreds of thousands of military merits. Ahem, you owe the military region 1.8 billion military merits. What? On what basis? The military region leader was kicked in the head by a donkey. How could he calculate such a military merit? Why should I owe the military region 1.8 billion military merits? Hearing Deng Xiongjuan's words, Lee Sin jumped up immediately, not caring that Deng Xiongjuan in front of him was the military region's top leader, and directly asked back. Hee hee, young comrade. Please calm down. I'll talk to you. First of all, the value of the red epic identification technique is 1.8 billion military merits. Lee Sin was choked. As a disciplined force, according to the general combat rules, the items they got during the battle must be handed in first, and then the military district will calculate the military merits and distribute the spoils and rewards. He learned the spirit identification technique in advance in the underground passage, which was indeed a violation of discipline. But he immediately thought of the relevant regulations and retorted, "Commander, it was a critical moment for us. The military has a rule that in critical moments, soldiers can use all means to strengthen their strength and continue to fight." Hee. Do you know why you only owe 1.8 billion military merits? That's because the other skills you learned, including the perfect level mana recovery skill, can enhance combat effectiveness, which complies with the regulations of critical moments. However, spirit identification cannot enhance combat effectiveness. We only calculate the military merits of this skill. Lee Sin held back a swear word, and his face turned red. Can the military district still calculate like this? Commander, this calculation is unreasonable. Identification techniques can discover and determine the enemy's level and weaknesses in battle, and can also indirectly enhance strength. And Lee Sin and his men were already in a dangerous situation of near death at the time. Using all available methods to enhance strength is reasonable. Lee Sin was so angry that his brain short-circuited, but he had the company commander Cheng Jinmin by his side, and he immediately pointed out the loopholes in Deng Qiangjuan's words. Unexpectedly, Deng Qiangjuan nodded directly. Well, you make sense. When the military issued the results of the military merit calculation, I replied to the military in this way, but some officials in the military still insisted on their own opinions. Cheng Jinmin quickly asked, what was the final result? The final result was that Lee Sin's 3 blood-regenerating apple trees were confiscated, and his military merit was not increased or deducted. Commander, you are here to scare people. Hearing Deng Qiangjuan's words, Cheng Jinmin rolled his eyes at him with a resentful tone. This major general has such a bad taste. Lee Sin took a breath and stared at Deng Qiangjuan with dissatisfaction and asked, that's it? No reward? Haha, young man, you should be content. The Northwest Military Region can help you withstand the pressure, and will not punish you, but it has made a lot of efforts. Do you know how many people in the whole Dragon Country have the epic identification technique? I don't know. In the whole Dragon Country, including you, there are only 21 people who have the epic identification technique. Do you think it is valuable? Haha, it is indeed rare. Lee Sin understood that. Some big shots wanted the epic identification technique, but they were not happy when Lee Sin, a dual-life professional with little value, learned it. Although Deng Qiangjuan didn't say it, Lee Sin heard the hidden meaning. Deng Qiangjuan saw that Lee Sin looked thoughtful, nodded with satisfaction, and continued, the military merits of other people will not be affected. The military merits of the fallen soldiers will be converted into pensions, or pension policies, and distributed to their families. This part of the military merits can guarantee that at least one child of the families of the soldiers of the 2 companies can go to college. Pa. Thank you. Hearing that the military merits of other comrades were not affected, Lee Sin was greatly relieved. They killed at least 100,000 dog-headed men, and 20,000 to 30,000 werewolves, which is a considerable number. The total military merit is at least 6 million. If it is deducted, it will be too aggrieved. Unexpectedly, Commander Deng Qiangjuan suddenly saluted Lee Sin solemnly and said, Pa, I want to thank you. I, Deng Qiangjuan, apologize to you on behalf of the Northwest Military Region. In fact, the military merits of you and Pei Xiaobo were averaged out by the military region to compensate those soldiers who did not participate in the war but died. I'm sorry. Deng Qiangjuan bowed to Lee Sin. Lee Sin was a little bit at a loss for a moment, and hurriedly helped Deng Qiangjuan up, and comforted him. It's okay. It's okay. I'm happy to help those sacrificed comrades. Deng Qiangjuan stood up, looked at Lee Sin with relief, and continued, in addition, Pei Xiaobo and others will have their ranks raised. You can only keep the rank of private, and there is no way to raise it. Oh, it's okay. It's okay for me. Hearing that his rank could not be raised, Lee Sin didn't take it to heart. The military ranks of Longhua are arranged from low to high as follows: Private, Private First Class, Corporal, Sergeant, Sergeant, Sergeant Major, Sergeant Major, Sergeant Major, Sergeant Major, Sergeant Major, Second Lieutenant, Lieutenant, Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Senior Colonel, Major General, Lieutenant General, General. Pei Xiaobo, the company commander, was only a second lieutenant before. The commanders of the major military regions were only lieutenant generals. Only the commander-in-chief of the war zone and the senior military officials of Longdu were generals. Military ranks are linked to benefits. The higher the rank, the better the benefits. It's just that it's hard to get promoted in the military rank of Longhua. Most ordinary people are only corporals when they retire. Lee Sin didn't have much idea about this. He just wanted to serve as a conscript for 6 years and then retire. Haven't you always wanted a space ring? I'll give you one personally. Thank you, Commander. Lee Sin took a bronze ring very quickly and unceremoniously, and was delighted. By the way, after 1 year of recruit training, you will be transferred from your current company. Just when Deng Qiangyuan was about to leave, he notified Lee Sin of another thing. Where are you going? Chapter 77. Half a year of training, Werewolf's killer move. Where will I be transferred to? Keep it secret for now, finish the training well, and don't even think about entering the underground tunnel to fight. You are really not suitable for fighting. Oh, okay. Lee Sin was helpless. Why did everyone say he was not suitable for fighting? He didn't know that, when Pei Xiaobo and other soldiers reported the battle situation to the military, some subtractions were made, so that the military didn't pay much attention to him. Watching Deng Qiangyuan leave in a hurry, Cheng Jinmin pulled Lee Sin and saluted him formally again. Thank you, Captain. I am also a soldier. Those comrades who died are also my comrades. It is my honor to do something for them. Lee Sin rolled his eyes at Cheng Jinmin. They thought he was a very selfish person. Didn't they? Although he was a little unhappy at first. He thought about himself and his sister. If it weren't for the high pension from the country, he might not have been able to finish high school. Now he can benefit others. And he is still a little proud. However, he still asked, Captain. The commander said that some high-ranking officials are jealous of my learning of epic skills, and want to deduct 1.8 billion military merits from me. Is this true? Really? You have to train well. Otherwise you will be targeted. Without giving Lee Sin more explanation, Cheng Jinmin sent Lee Sin to train, leaving him with a knot in his heart. The military of Longhua should not be so terrible. At least so far. Lee Sin has a good impression of it, and it is still very friendly to the soldiers. For example, this time, although they were not friendly to Lee Sin, they were very friendly to their families. Lee Sin had no choice but to train in the new camp. He would not complain about not being able to fight or upgrade quickly. The training in the military camp was all about the most practical skills to kill the enemy, whether it was firearms training or cold weapon training. At the beginning, it was fixed targets. And at a certain time, it was shooting/fighting monsters in a special training ground. Such training was much better than those field trainings in universities. At least when fighting monsters, they are definitely much stronger than college students. College students may be good at fighting between professionals, but they are definitely not as good as soldiers in killing enemies and monsters. At least, after those college graduates join the army, they also have to undergo a year of military training. While Lee Sin was training hard, the werewolves outside the Kobold Cave were not idle either. In the cave hall, the high-level werewolves gathered together, and all looked at a purple metal plate on the open ground with joy. There are dense mysterious patterns on the metal plate. On the 4 seats of the metal plate, werewolf magicians are inputting magic power into it like a revolving lantern. A level 81 elite magician can't last for a minute, and his magic power will be drained. Half a year, the world channel reshaping scroll finally absorbed enough space energy breath of this underground passage. It's mainly those damn human races. The formations carved in this hull are a bit troublesome. It took us more than a month to completely eradicate them. Hee, human race, you will soon pay the price for your own cleverness. It's still the Duke who has the courage and means to get the world channel reshaping scroll. Ha, this is not my credit, this is the credit of King Kassa. The werewolf female General Elf and Duke Ignis were discussing excitedly, and the werewolf magicians around them were changing quickly. An hour later, a gray light emanated from the purple metal plate. Now, lift it up and aim it at the underground passage. As Ignis shouted excitedly, a werewolf warrior immediately raised the purple metal plate, and all the magicians and werewolf leaders hurriedly left the cave. Silently, the gray light shot towards the underground passage, and the terrifying power of space spread. The werewolf, who raised the metal plate, was instantly decomposed, leaving no residue. The tunnel, which was originally 6 meters wide, gradually widened to 8 meters wide. At the same time, the traces of the carved array left by Lee Sin before disappeared quickly under the influence of this spatial force. The gray spatial force slowly rushed towards the blue star channel. Not good. It's the force of channel reshaping. Gather in the middle quickly, and those who can retreat quickly. The Chang's mercenary group. which had advanced to more than 2,000 meters from the werewolf tribe in half a year, saw the gray light, and felt the rich spatial force, and immediately knew what was going on, and retreated immediately. The human race and werewolf race within the 8-meter range of the tunnel were not affected much, but were fixed in place by the force of space. Those mercenaries, who were within the range of the Blue Star Channel, and not within the 8-meter wide area, immediately found it difficult to move, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Soon, they were directly sealed in the tunnel by the reshaping of space. Those who were quick could still escape, but those who were slow were all sealed, regardless of their strength. As long as they were sealed by the force of space, they would die. The werewolves, who had been suppressed for half a year, made a fatal move. Cheng's mercenary group lost at least thousands of professionals. Pushed the magic crystal cannon in, and now the channel has become a straight line, which is the most convenient for the magic crystal cannon to shoot. Ignis gave an order excitedly, and the werewolf warriors pushed a magic crystal cannon into the tunnel quickly. Yang Nan, the person in charge of Goblin Cave, was in the barracks of the original First Company, listening to his subordinates' reports. Manager Yang, it has been confirmed that Li Xin is a dual-life professional, not a hidden professional, and the formation skills he learned are likely to be epic rather than excellent. Then follow the previous plan. Let the Department of Destruction mobilize our people in the military, let Li Xin retire as soon as possible, and the Human Resources Department recruit him into Chung Group in time. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. The reporting staff immediately went down to make arrangements. Yang Nan took another look at Li Xin's information. Interesting little guy. He actually learned 2 epic rubbing skills. He is so lucky. Bang! Just as he was sighing, the door of his office was knocked open. Manager Yang, it's bad. The werewolves used the World Channel reshaping props, and more than 3,000 of us died. What? Damn werewolves! Quickly move the cannons over, and prepare for battle. Can the underground channel be reshaped? When Li Xin learned that the Cobalt Cave was reshaped, it was already a month later. Although Chung Group notified the Northwest Military Region immediately, Li Xin was just a new recruit, and no one would notify him. That is, the formation they learned today was a formation for reinforcing soil and rocks. So Lu Peitu mentioned it casually. Look at what you said. Didn't you see that the passage on Blue Star was different from the passage on the dog-headed people's side? That's right. We humans can reshape the passage. And those werewolves have this ability too? Li Xin was stunned. And then he suddenly realized. It's just that the Chung Group suffered a heavy loss this time. They are still very powerful. They fought for half a year without a single death. But the werewolves reshaped a channel and killed more than 3,000 people, among them. More than 1,200 were professionals. It is said that the manager was demoted to a captain of the mercenary group and sent to the front line of the battle to atone for his sins. Okay, these are not what you should care about. The formation I will teach you today is called Fossil to Iron. As long as the formation is perfect enough and the energy is sufficient, it can be used for a long time. Ordinary soil can be turned into pure iron. Watch it. Especially Li Xin. Reminded by Lu Peitu, Li Xin quickly retracted his divergent thoughts, stared at the actions of Lieutenant Colonel Lu Peitu, and wrote down all the details of his formation. This formation is a timely production formation, and it is also a defense formation. After it is arranged, it can first improve the hardness and defense of the soil, and then slowly produce pure iron. A day passed quickly, and Li Xin had initially learned this formation. Just when he was about to go back to cook, he was stopped by Lu Peitu. Li Xin, your formation talent is indeed good, but your profession is still a farmer and a chef. So you still need to practice your professional skills well. I cook medicinal food every day, at least 24 servings a day, and I also cook big pot dishes. He didn't understand what Lu Peitu meant by mentioning this, and hurriedly explained it. Really? That's good. Keep working hard. Lu Peitu said something unclear and let Li Xin leave. Li Xin had a bad feeling. Chapter 78 Transfer Order. Questioning what? I'm going to be transferred to the military farm to farm? The next morning, Li Xin heard Cheng Zhenmin read out his transfer order. Why? Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but ask clearly. Because of the blood-recovering apple tree. In the more than half a year since you came back, the Northwest Military District has carried out intensive cultivation of the blood-recovering apple tree you cultivated. After paying the price of 2 mother trees, more than 300 seeds were cultivated. After these seeds were planted, they grew very slowly. Even if you used your blood flesh flour fertilizer, they still grew slowly. After half a year, they only grew to about 15 centimeters. They didn't have the effect of you growing and blooming in one day and one night in the world of dog-headed people. So the military district decided to let you in the recruit training early and farm. After listening to the company commander's explanation, Lee Sin really admired the senior farmers in the military district, who actually made the sterilized blood-recovering apple tree grow seeds and successfully planted them. But he doesn't want to farm. He struggled hard and said, "But I'm good at cooking." "Pa, you bastard, don't be so ungrateful. I want to farm peacefully for a few years, and then do whatever I want after retirement. If I want to farm, I'll open a farm. If I want to be a chef, I'll open a restaurant. I don't want to go to the battlefield. I might die at any time." Chung Jinmin slapped Lee Sin's shoulder hard, making his body crooked. It was not the first time he led a company of new recruits, but this year he saw casualties, which was the highest in the past few years, making him a little sad, and even thinking about retiring. Hearing that Lee Sin was transferred to farm, I was really happy for Lee Senator, not for anything else. But for one reason: safety. The farm in the military district is also in the wild. But there is a military camp near the farm. Not only has it been cleaned up many times, but there are also soldiers training from time to time. Even if there are wandering monsters passing by, they will be killed in advance. This is all experience. Lee Sin once heard the veterans joke that sleeping in the farmland is safer than sleeping in the battalion commander's dormitory. Chung Jinmin was slightly envious, and then said seriously, "Lee Sin, this time you are going to the farm near the 17th Defense Zone. It is not only the safest farm in the military district, but also the largest grain-producing area in the military district. There are many farming experts there. You must learn humbly when you go there. It will be very good for you." "Yes, I will study hard." Lee Sin's transfer order was really urgent. He was notified in the morning, set off immediately in the morning, and arrived at the farm numbered 17 in the afternoon. The armored personnel carrier of the brigade dropped him off and hurried back. It seemed that the defensive battle in the 22nd Defense Zone had also begun to intensify. "Unfortunately, I don't have the opportunity to participate in the battle for the time being." He sighed in his heart, picked up his luggage, picked up Redbird, and walked along the asphalt road towards the large green area in front of him. There were rows of loquat trees on both sides of the road, and they were loquat trees with attributes. Shuanchi Loquat Excellent LV20, after consumption. It increases the speed of martial arts internal force circulation by 4%, and increases the speed of cultivation system true chi circulation by 2%. It can be used as medicine. This is a special plant that has been cultivated to maturity. It has grown to level 20. It should have been cultivated for more than 5 years. However, the effect is not very good. It is just a far cry from Lee Sin's health recovery apple. After walking 300 meters, he finally saw the farm gate Northwest Military Region number 17 farm. "Hello, comrade. I am Lee Sin, and this is my transfer order." In the middle of a 3-meter thick tree, under a 10-meter wide plaque, there stood 2 soldiers with live ammunition. Lee Sin walked up and handed the transfer order to one of them. "Comrade, wait a moment. I'll check it out." The soldier looked at the red bird in Lee Sin's arms, and then at the transfer order. He turned around and took out the special mobile phone he was wearing and scanned the transfer order. Specific information popped up. After carefully comparing Lee Sin's information and Lee Sin's image, he saluted Lee Sin. "Comrade Lee Sin, please follow me." "Yes." Lee Sin saluted back, followed the inspecting soldier, got on an electric car, and drove deep into the farm. This time, it took more than 10 minutes again, and after running about 6 or 7 kilometers, it stopped in front of a wire mesh gate. "Comrade Lee Sin, this is the apple planting area. I have notified the supervisor here, and they will come out to pick you up soon." "Thank you, comrade." After the two saluted each other, the soldier on guard turned around and drove the electric car away again. It seemed that everyone was very confident in him, and they were not worried that he was an enemy or a saboteur. After a while, the wire mesh gate was pushed open from the inside, and 3 people walked out. One of them was wearing a white coat, and his rank was not visible. The other 2 were a first-class sergeant and a second lieutenant. Lee Sin took the initiative to stand at attention and salute. "Pa, hello. Sir, Lee Sin is reporting in." "You are the liar, Lee Sin." What surprised Lee Sin was that the middle-aged man in a white coat and exquisite black-framed glasses called Li Sin a liar as the first sentence, which made him not know how to answer. He didn't know how he had offended this person. Seemingly seeing Li Sin's embarrassment, the second lieutenant hurriedly came up to explain and help him out. Ahem. Comrade Li Sin. This is Professor Wan Lin, a level 63, 7th-turn farmer, who is a fruit tree planting expert specially hired by our Northwest Military Region. 7th turn? Doesn't it have to be level 121 or above to be a 7th-turn farmer? Hearing that the other party was a 7th-turn professional, Li Sin couldn't help but admire him. But his unintentional words really offended Professor Wan Lin. Humph. Ignorant liar. I won't work with such an ignorant one-turn dual professional person. You Northwest Military Region should find someone else. But this person didn't leave when he said that he would, but stared at Li Sin fiercely. And the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Just to drive Li Sin away. Did I say something wrong? Aren't there level restrictions for job transfers? Li Sin was even more confused. Is this great professor crazy? Ahem, Comrade Li Sin, Professor Wan is a 7th level professional. He has already completed the 4th level. As long as the level is raised, he can go to the 5th, 6th, and even 7th level. So it is correct to say that Professor Wan is a 7th level professional. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I came to the army after the college entrance examination, so I don't know this. Hearing this explanation, Li Sin nodded slightly and apologized to Professor Wan Lin. Unfortunately, he didn't appreciate it, and he started to criticize directly. Second Lieutenant Chin, you are also an adult. Do you think it is reasonable to grow an apple seed until it blooms and bears fruit in one day and one night? Do you think it is reasonable to let the apple bloom and bear fruit in 2 hours and mature? You actually believed in something that is completely beyond common sense, and spent a lot of effort to cultivate the so-called blood-recovering apple. Isn't this a waste of taxpayers' money? But the effect of the blood-recovering apple is really good. It can restore blood volume and repair physical injuries. It also has no drug resistance, like medicine, and no elixir poison. As long as it is developed, it will definitely be a blessing for soldiers. Second Lieutenant Chin heard the implication of Professor Wan Lin, but still explained for Li Sin. Humph, I've been here for half a year, and with all my skills, I can only make the blood-recovering apples ripen once every 2 months. Do you still dare to believe this liar? I tell you, it's either him or me. As he said this, Professor Wan Lin pointed at Li Sin and yelled again. Haha, Li Sin was so angry that he laughed. Professor Wan, may I ask what is the title of the first chapter of the high school textbook A Brief History of Occupations? Chapter 79, Fighting the Beast, A Garden Full of Extraordinary Apples. You. Hearing Li Sin's question, Wan Lin was stunned at first, then his face turned red, pointing at Li Sin, but unable to utter a complete sentence. Li Sin smiled and read, The first chapter of A Brief History of Professionals. Everything is possible. Section 1. A little soldier fights millions of enemies alone. A little Taoist destroys a country alone. This A Brief History of Professionals is not only a high school textbook, there is a more complete version in the army, which needs to be read and studied by professionals. None of the 3 people present knew about it. Lieutenant Chen would even use the Brief History of Professionals to educate his soldiers. The first chapter tells everyone that the greatness of professionals can create infinite possibilities. The little warrior in the first section is the current Dragon Country Iron Blood God of War, Lu Bingchen, a 4th level warrior professional. He was once trapped in an underground passage at level 23. He guarded the underground passage alone for 3 months, killed millions of enemies, and his level rose by 100 levels, becoming a legend of Dragon Country. The young Taoist priest was Death Taoist Priest Wang Yi. When he was at level 43 of the 3rd transformation, he was trapped in a low-level martial arts world. He cast a spell at the cost of his own life and cursed a kingdom with a population of 1 million. One died, and the other lived. Both killed millions of enemies and became legends, written into textbooks for future generations to learn and worship. Li Sin smiled and looked at Professor Wan Lin, wanting to see him admit his mistake, but he was so stubborn. Those are combat professionals. They can fight to support themselves. They are special cases. You, Li Sin, a dual professional, how dare you compare yourself with 2 legends? You are blaspheming the ancestors, blaspheming the heroes. As he said, he pulled Lieutenant Chin and shouted, Chin Wei Du, such a scum must be expelled from the army, forced to retire. Yes, let him retire. As he said, Wan Lin became more excited, as if he had thought of something good. Professor Wan, not really. Comrade Lee Sin just read 2 sentences of the text. Lieutenant Chen Wei-du looked at the great professor with a strange expression, feeling that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Ha ha ha. Lee Sin laughed again, and laughed loudly, and even covered his stomach, as if he had heard a big joke. Wan Lin was so angry that his eyes turned red, and his face flushed. Professor Wan, don't you know the content of the 2nd section of the 1st chapter of A Brief History of Professionals? Or did you, intentionally forgot it? Aye. Wan Lin's face turned ashen. Because the 2nd section is called Legendary Blacksmith, a separate class, is about the deeds of unparalleled forger Oyechiong, and encourages life professionals to be brave enough to create breakthroughs, think about what others dare not think about, and do what others dare not do. Mr. Ouyang Chong is absolutely a miracle. Combining modern mechanical forging technology, improving the blacksmith's iron-making and equipment manufacturing technology, procedures, and his special skills, he can forge tens of thousands of weapons every day, allowing his level to rise rapidly. He is the only 8-turn professional in the entire Dragon Country, and even the entire Blue Star, who says that life professionals are not strong. The strength of life professionals lies in producing various combat, production, life tools, assisting combat, helping social development. Although life professionals are indeed not as good as combat professionals in combat, but without the assistance of life professionals, where would combat professionals get weapons and equipment, medicine, logistics? Without life professionals, combat professionals would even starve to death. As a professor, how could Wan Lin not know what the 2nd class was about? As a life professional, Mr. Ouyang Chong is his idol. Now that Lee Sin asked him this question, you can imagine how ugly his face was. Ahem. Ahem. The 2 officers next to him wanted to laugh, but they were too embarrassed to laugh, so they could only cough awkwardly twice. That Lee Sin, Professor Wan Lin is the most famous apple planting expert in our Longhua. His talent is fruit tree planting, and he has awakened apple planting skills. He is an authority in apple planting. Well, I understand. Then what? Lee Sin nodded sincerely to Chen Wei-du's introduction, and then asked back innocently. He didn't know whether he was authoritative or not. He only knew that this expert was hostile to him. He didn't need to be a grandson to accommodate him. And he didn't need to praise him. Wan Lin was once again furious at Lee Sin's innocent expression, pointing at Lee Sin's nose and shouting, I will ban you on behalf of Longhua Agricultural Academy. You are not allowed to read any books and documents of the Agricultural Academy in the future. Can you represent Longhua Agricultural Academy? If you can, please issue a formal document to notify me. Lee Sin was sure that this so-called professor was just an expert, a beast, who had no ability to talk nonsense everywhere, and used his power to oppress others everywhere, and might even bring disaster to the country and the people. Such experts, Lee Sin, are not uncommon on Earth. He was not knocked unconscious by a brick, all thanks to the political education in the military region over the past 6 months. Second Lieutenant Chen, please take me to see how the blood-recovering apple is doing. This, Guardian Chen looked at Professor Wan Lin, who had a livid face, glared at Lee Sin, wanted to fight, but did not dare to do so. He thought for 1 second before nodding and saying, Comrade Lee Sin, follow me. He also had some doubts about Professor Wan Lin. The 2 entered the wire gate and walked quickly forward. The other first-class sergeant was beside Professor Wan Lin, whispering something to comfort him. I want him to be in trouble. Lee Sin could vaguely hear Wan Lin's roar, but he just shrugged and continued to follow Chen Wei-du. As they walked, Chen Wei-du suddenly said, Comrade Lee Sin, look at the apple trees around here. Yes, very good apples. All of them are special apples with properties. The 2 walked in the woods for half an hour, and Lee Sin used the spirit eye identification technique from time to time to identify the different apple trees around him. And he was still a little shocked in his heart. The 2 walked around for almost 50 acres of land. He identified 10 different apples with attributes, and they all grew well. Plants with attributes are collectively called extraordinary plants. Farm 17 has 10 kinds of extraordinary apples, including 5 major functions: blood recovery, energy recovery, healing, hunger relief, and detoxification. 2 of them were developed by Professor Wan Lin's teacher. Professor Wan Lin inherited most of the old professor's knowledge, and is the #1 apple planting expert in Longhua. Oh, Lee Sin nodded, putting away his contempt for Professor Wan Lin. But it was impossible to ask him to praise him. Chen Wei-du turned his head and looked at Lee Sin, who looked calm. He did not try to persuade him. He just thought that Lee Sin was just full of youthful vigor, and was ready to teach him when he had time. The two soon came to a small hill, where rows of saplings that were not even as high as the calf were neatly planted. Lee Sin recognized it as a blood-recovering apple sapling at a glance, and walked over quickly, and used an identification spell. Healing Apple Tree Excellent LV1 can grow blood-recovering apples with blood-recovering and wound-healing effects. Note: too much spiritual energy, too much magic power, excessive nutrition. Seeing the information in front of him, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is it because he applied too much fertilizer? Will it burn the roots? He turned to look at Lieutenant Shin. Sir, please have someone transport some poor less or red soil here. Okay, I'll do it now. No! This liar is lying again. Before Chen Weidu answered, Wan Lin's roar came from not far away. I don't know when this guy came in. Chapter 80 Professional Beast. Start treating the saplings. Second Lieutenant Chen, I ask you to catch Lee Sin immediately and send him to the military court. He is destroying the country's important strategic resources. This great Professor Wan Lin is really good at accusing people, regardless of whether it is reasonable or not. He just accuses them. However, he also has a reason to accuse people, and then he explains. As we all know, because apples have deep roots, they are generally planted in deep sandy soil, which is well drained and rich in organic matter, and the soil pH should be slightly acidic to neutral. And loess and red soil are the most likely to compact, which is not only not conducive to the growth of apple roots, but also not conducive to drainage. If this liar does this, these important blood-recovering apples will definitely die of drought or waterlogging in a short time. Well, it sounds very professional, very high-end, but Lee Sin said he didn't understand. He remembered that the first place where blood-recovering apples were planted was in the world of the kobolds, which was a yellow soil ground. Later, they were transplanted to underground passages without soil at all. Blood-recovering apples have almost no requirements for soil. Sir, please believe me. I am the first person to plant blood-recovering apples, and I know its habits better than most people. Haha. What can you know? You have only planted it for 16 days. And you have no time to understand the habits of blood-recovering apples. I have been in charge of planting for 5 months. And I am the one who truly understands the habits of blood-regenerating apples. Without waiting for Chen Weidu to speak, Wan Lin interrupted again, with a convincing argument. Is this guy a fly? Professor Wan is so annoying. Lee Sin and Chen Weidu frowned at the same time. Lee Sin showed his disdain without disguising it, while Chen Weidu could only suppress his disdain, looking helpless. According to scientific research, fertilizers rich in organic matter can allow apple trees to absorb more diverse nutrients, making the taste of apples richer. According to the research findings of the Academy, fertilizers rich in spiritual energy can make the special effects of extraordinary apples more prominent and powerful. According to Professor Wan began to talk endlessly, and Lee Sin almost thought he was wrong, and he was about to bend down to apologize. Hearing Chen Weidu nodding his head repeatedly to show his agreement, the first-class sergeant handed over a bottle of water attentively. The soldiers on duty and working nearby were attracted by his voice and listened to his speech with admiration. To be able to become a professor, this guy must have a lot of practical knowledge. After a while, Professor Wan Lin's speech came to an end. The soldiers gave warm applause. Even Lee Sin followed the crowd and clapped twice before he came to his senses and stopped his actions. If this guy goes to engage in pyramid selling, he will definitely make a lot of money. Lee Sin, who came to his senses, looked at Professor Wan Lin and thought of the first thought that came to his mind. This is a typical speech by a pyramid scheme leader. He patted the shoulder of Chen Weidu, who was a little excited beside him, and continued his previous request. Sir, please help me bring back 100 kilograms of red soil and yellow soil. I will test it first. If it works, we will make a comprehensive transformation. If it doesn't work, we will plant it according to Professor Wan's planting method. Are you sure it will work? Chen Weidu was fooled by Wan Lin's big talk, and he suspected Lee Sin instead. Try it. I will take full responsibility for any problems. Okay. I'll have someone deliver it right away. Although Chen Weidu suspected Lee Sin, he did not forget that the military district had transferred Lee Sin here in advance because he valued him as the first breeder of blood-recovering apples, and wanted him to find a way to cultivate blood-recovering apples that mature quickly. Wan Lin was still teaching the soldiers in the park how to plant apples, and even took the soldiers to actually do it, and began to adjust the soil and fertilizer for some apples. Lee Sin could only roll his eyes at him, turning around and lowering his head to identify the saplings one by one. The information identified by spiritual identification technique was clearer than the questions Lee Sin came up with based on his planting experience. The area of the hill is about 18 mu, and 240 saplings are planted in a relatively open area. There are no weeds between the fields, and there is a drip irrigation system under the trees, and there are insect traps to prevent and control pests and diseases. It can be seen that the military region attaches great importance to the planting of blood recovery apples. However, perhaps because they paid too much attention to it, all the apple seedlings have excessive nutrition, some have already suffered from real root burn, and the leaves have begun to turn yellow. If they are not treated in time, they may die in less than a week. Lee Sin, have you found the problem? On the top of the hill, Chen Wei-du, who had been following Lee Sin, saw that Lee Sin had been observing carefully all the way, and asked him directly. Yes, I found it. It is excessive nutrition, and the monster flesh in the blood flesh flower fertilizer you used also has some problems. There is too much spiritual energy. Lee Sin bluntly explained that he was here to solve the problem, not to show off, and he didn't need to give a lot of evidence like Professor Wan, just give the conclusion directly. Do you have a solution? Yes. We'll know after we try it. He looked up at the surrounding environment. Whether it was light, temperature or soil and water conditions, they were all the most suitable conditions for apple tree growth. The farm was really attentive. Even in such a large apple orchard, the staff seemed to be a little short. After coming for half a day, there were only about 20 soldiers, which should be the configuration of a platoon. It was not until half an hour later that the loess and red soil he wanted were delivered. They were delivered by 2 ordinary soldiers. Junyao, you walk around this hill, and eat any bugs you see. Cuckoo. He put down his pet Junyao, and went to find food by himself. Junyao was quite intelligent, and nodded and fluttered away. He was not worried that someone would attack Junyao. He had been carrying Junyao all the way before. It is estimated that all the warriors in the apple plantation knew that it was Lee Sin's pet. He picked up the hoe that had been prepared long ago, and he dug out the 3 apple trees with yellow leaves on the top of the hill without hesitation, and then used the digging skill to dig the land, and piled the original soil and fertilizer separately. Until now, Lee Sin had not found anything special about his digging skill. He still had to dig 100 square meters to get 10,000 points of proficiency. His digging speed was not faster than others. He could only slowly explore in the future. He dug 200 square meters, and stopped after receiving 2 proficiency points. He poured red soil and yellow soil into 100 square meters respectively, and used the digging skill again, mixing the 2 soils with the original soil evenly. Finally, he dug a part of the fertilizer piled aside, and stirred it into clean water, mixed it into a slightly sticky but still fluid state, simulating the state of the dog-headed man's blood, and then began to replant the 3 apple trees. When he was working, he saw Wan Lin trying to stop him, but was dissuaded by Chen Wei-du. He did not come to make trouble, but crossed his arms and watched him busy with a sneer. In front of a sapling that was only more than 10 centimeters high, Lee Sin slowly poured the fertilizer in the bucket around the sapling, and at the same time, there was an obvious fluctuation of mana on his body. The fertilization skill has been upgraded to level 16. He can input up to 1,600 mana at a time. He did not dare to input it quickly, but slowly injected mana into the fertilizer in the bucket, and then let it drip slowly. The yellow leaves began to turn green visibly. Lee Sin, stop it.